Chapter 1. My name is Liu Bo. In the city of Yu, the Liu family. Have I traversed through time? Sunlight streamed through the small window of the room, casting warmth upon his face as two fragments of memory gradually intertwined. Liu Bo, 17 years of age. The young master of a family engaged in the trade of porcelain and silk, having lost his mother at a tender age. His father was often away, engrossed in business, leaving little time for home 3 days prior. Liu Bo had fallen into the water, resulting in an unconscious state that allowed Liu Tianming to cross over. Liu Bo. Liu Tianming's lips twitched slightly. Liu Bo it was. And if that was the case, let it be ordinary. From today onward, I shall be known as Liu Bo. Setting aside all else, he began to assimilate Liu Bo's memories. Liu Bo's life was as plain as his name at 17. He had yet to master any skill, fearing pain in martial arts and suffering mental strain in academia, despite his father's substantial investments in his education. Hiring numerous martial instructors and learned scholars, Liu Bo's lack of aptitude had driven many away in frustration. This world was one of high martial prowess, where Liu Bo had witnessed martial masters leaping across rooftops, just shy of flying with swords. This world is perilous indeed. One must tread carefully. One could easily encounter a master who could kill without a trace, and one might find oneself in dire straits. Liu Bo mused as he rose from bed, only to encounter a young maid according to memory. Her name was Sierra, a diligent yet somewhat naive girl who had cared for Liu Bo since childhood, often at the receiving end of his playful pranks. "Young master, you are awake," she exclaimed, causing a water basin to clatter to the floor. "Yes, I am awake, and I am famished. Please prepare some food," Liu Bo replied. "Wang the steward, the young master is awake. The young master is awake," Sierra exclaimed as she dashed out. Moments later, a middle-aged man hurried in. It was Steward Wang. Since Liu Bo could remember, Wang had been a steadfast presence in the Liu household, managing all affairs in his father's absence. A diligent and respected elder, it was said that he had once saved Liu Bo's father in his youth, establishing a relationship of employment rather than servitude. Liu Bo addressed him respectfully as Old Wang. "Young master, you are awake. You gave me quite a scare. How are you feeling now? Is there any discomfort?" Wang inquired anxiously. "Old Wang, I am fine now, just a bit hungry. Please fetch me something to eat." "Of course, I shall have the kitchen prepared at once," Wang replied, though still uneasy. He summoned the physician to check on Liu Bo before finally relaxing. As the kitchen delivered an array of dishes, Liu Bo, starved after 3 days, ravenously devoured the food before him, finding everything delectable. "Young master, please take your time. You truly startle me this time. In the future, do not act so recklessly. You cannot swim well, and yet you jumped into the river to save someone. If anything had happened, how would I explain it to the master upon his return?" Reflecting on his recent misadventure, Liu Bo found it puzzling. He had been strolling by the river when he spotted a young girl in distress. After calling out for help several times to no avail, he had leaped into the water to rescue her. Despite the frigid temperatures, he managed to bring her to safety, but he had fainted shortly thereafter. The girl was taken away by someone, leaving only a message of gratitude. "Thank you, and I shall repay you in kind one day." "Old Wang, I assure you, such reckless acts shall not be repeated from now on. I shall avoid danger at all costs," Liu Bo declared resolutely. In a world so fraught with peril, how could he dare to be reckless? Moreover, he was utterly defenseless, lacking the capacity to thrive in such an environment. He needed to grow stronger. He must learn martial arts. "By the way, Old Wang, now that I seem to be well, when can I resume my lessons? When will Master Chen come by?" Liu Bo asked quietly. It was not entirely his fault. His previous foundation was so poor that it took him 3 days just to learn the horse stance, which had caused the esteemed martial master to storm out in exasperation. Master Chen was the head instructor at the city's escort agency, hired at great expense by Liu Bo's father. Yet he had departed shortly after arriving. Steward Wang's expression twitched. Who would pursue their martial instructor with questions such as why the horse stance wasn't called the cow stance or donkey stance? Why was Master Chen's fist so formidable? Was it because his fist was harder than iron? And if one were to injure themselves before a fight using the 7 injuries fist, would they become stronger? And why were women often more skilled in martial arts than men? This barrage of inquiries had rendered Master Chen utterly bewildered, leading him to exclaim that he could no longer teach. "Young master, this may not be appropriate. Perhaps I should find you another instructor?" Wang suggested. Well, there is no great rush, please arrange it as you see fit. Lu Bo decided he was determined to learn martial arts, to gradually build a solid foundation. While he did not aspire to become a top-tier master, he at least wished to rank among the second or third tier. Yet he wondered if it was still possible for his 17-year-old body to adapt. Typically, masters began honing their skills from a young age, and by 17, one's physique was largely formed, often requiring a great deal of effort to overcome numerous obstacles. For now, he would seek to understand this world better. The pursuit of martial arts could only proceed at a measured pace. Currently, in the city of Yu, the Lu family still held some influence, although Lu Ba's previous behavior had not been particularly troublesome to others. He was merely a wasteful young master who would pay any mind to a useless young master. Fortunately, Lu Bo was not overly conspicuous, he thought to himself. After satisfying his hunger, he instructed old Wang to fetch some historical texts and martial arts novels for him to read, as he needed to familiarize himself with this world. Steward Wang regarded his young master with a puzzled expression. The young master's three main interests were catching crickets, teasing birds, and walking dogs. Was this typical of a young man? Thus, when Lu Bo expressed his desire to read, Wang felt a sense of relief, believing that the young master had finally gained some insight. Even if the books he chose were not particularly scholarly, it was still a step up from his previous pastimes. By evening, Wang returned with the books Lu Bo immersed himself in reading previously. Lu Bo had only roamed within his own small world, lacking a comprehensive understanding of this vast realm. Now, he carefully perused a history book from a former dynasty. The former dynasty, the Great Sui, was ruled by Emperor Zhao Guang, a man of great ambition who sought to unify the continent by launching attacks on surrounding nations. However, internally, he imposed heavy taxes and indulged in pleasure, becoming infatuated with the pursuit of immortality. This led to widespread suffering among the populace during a foreign campaign against the northern barbarians. A sudden snowstorm resulted in the destruction of his forces. Meanwhile, domestic uprisings erupted, revealing the weakness of the Great Sui. In response, the founding emperor of the current dynasty, Murong Yuan, rose up to end the Great Sui and establish the Great Yin dynasty, which had now been in power for over 70 years. So, Murong had finally ascended to the throne? How remarkable! Lu Bo mused, eager to discover what the current Great Yin was like. The founding emperor of this dynasty was indeed a formidable figure, having rallied forces from Mu Yuan City, fought valiantly, and ultimately triumphed over all adversaries to establish the capital in Yunnan City. Due to the early surrender of the city of Yu, which had invested early, the region had avoided the ravages of war, resulting in a flourishing economy. The Lu family, engaged in the silk and porcelain trade, thrived through official channels, allowing their business to flourish. Throughout the Great Yin, although Lu Bo was unaware of the exact wealth of the Lu family, he had never known hunger or want, and lacking any concept of financial prudence, he often relied on Steward Wang to manage his affairs. The current emperor is named Murong Fu. What a coincidence. I wonder if I shall ever have the opportunity to encounter such figures in the future? To become a son-in-law, to slap the main family in the face, to go to the capital for the imperial examination, to emerge as the top scholar. Wait, I am already a young master, and to enter as a son-in-law? What am I thinking? To master martial arts and become a top-tier expert, to rob the rich, to aid the poor, ultimately winning the favor of a princess, to encounter Hera. Now that is a thought worth entertaining. To reflect upon the moon's beauty, to transform into Lu Chaochao, becoming a literary giant, earning the admiration of the masses. Yet, this seems a bit far-fetched. Anyone can copy, but when it comes time to showcase true talent, one must possess it. Amidst a flurry of fanciful imaginings, Lu Bo found himself dozing off while still clutching the book. At that moment, a burst of golden light suddenly illuminated his mind. Chapter 2. The Astonishing 18 Swords. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the sword manual. The Astonishing 18 Swords. The sound of the chime startled the drowsy Lu Bo awake. The Astonishing 18 Swords? Heaven has opened its eyes. I said it was a traversal. How could there be no golden finger? System. What is this sword manual? Who came up with such a juvenile name? How could one possibly declare such a name in battle without feeling embarrassed? System A. System, say something. How does one utilize this contraption? Aside from the initial chime, Lu Bo heard no further sounds from the system. It was as if a parrot had been silenced. mute, and unresponsive. After several fruitless attempts to summon the system, Lu Bo reluctantly surrendered, turning his attention to the sword manual. In his mind, the astonishing 18 swords consisted of 18 forms, each requiring a medicinal bath, the proper channeling of energy through the meridians, and mental visualization of the sword techniques. Was that all? Lu Bo let out a shrill cry akin to a startled groundhog. This meant that achieving even minor proficiency would take 3 to 5 years, and full mastery would require 7 to 8 years furthermore. He had no idea if this sword technique could stand against first-rate masters in this unknown world. Lu Bo tossed and turned in bed, at a loss for what to do ultimately. He resolved to examine the sword manual after all. Learning martial arts from Master Chun and learning sword techniques from the system were not so different, were they? In the recesses of his mind, Lu Bo unfurled the sword manual, which was divided into 3 sections: upper, middle, and lower. Currently, he could only peruse the upper section, which comprised the following: Sword 1, Fundamental Techniques. Sword 2, Combinatory Techniques. Sword 3, Beginner's Swordplay. Sword 4, Intermediate Swordplay. Sword 5, Advanced Swordplay. Lu Bo's lips twitched as he beheld these rather casual titles. Feeling as if he had been duped as dawn broke, he resolved to pay a visit to Master Chun. After all, there was nothing inherently wrong with practicing martial arts. This sword manual was akin to a theatrical performance that lacked rhythm. Early in the morning, Lu Bo instructed Old Wang to procure some gifts, and together they made their way to present them to Master Chun. For it is said that one should not strike a smiling face if he wished to learn martial arts. A respectful demeanor was imperative. Chen Wu, having studied martial arts since childhood, was unmatched in his village. Later, in his youth, he sought out renowned masters to refine his skills, eventually achieving a modicum of success. His mastery of the 7 injuries fist earned him considerable acclaim in the martial world. Ultimately, he was hired at a high price by the Fu Wei Escort Agency in Yu City to teach the escorting personnel the martial arts required for their trade. In this world, the realms of martial prowess are classified as follows. First realm, acquired realm, where ordinary practitioners know a few basic techniques, akin to the multitude of common soldiers within an army. Second realm, innate realm, slightly superior to the first, where individuals have cultivated internal energy and possess physical capabilities surpassing those of the average person. Third realm, meridian opening realm, where the combatant has partially unblocked their meridians. They are familiar with various martial techniques to the extent that their actions become instinctual, exhibiting swift reflexes. Their internal energy is significantly stronger than that of the second realm. Fourth realm, harmonized strength realm, where all meridians are fully opened, granting the practitioner immense raw strength, enabling them to combat fierce beasts unarmed. This realm determines a martial artist's upper limits, with many stagnating at the third realm, unable to advance further. Fifth realm, body refinement realm, wherein the martial artist's physique is greatly enhanced compared to the fourth realm, allowing them to withstand greater impacts and practice. Advanced martial arts practitioners at this level can perform feats such as severing blades with a mere gesture or striking a bull from afar. Sixth realm, Qi Si realm, colloquially known as the lesser master. Those in the sixth realm and beyond are referred to as masters. In this realm, individuals can absorb the elemental energies of heaven and earth, enabling their internal energy to circulate throughout their bodies during combat. The power enhancement is tenfold, or even more, compared to the fifth realm. While practitioners in the fourth and fifth realms may engage in reciprocal combat, those in the sixth realm dominate overall. Below them, seventh realm, wishful realm, where the practitioner undergoes a transformation, purifying their essence and gaining the ability to manipulate the elemental energies at will. Their combat prowess ascends to a new echelon, truly embodying the essence of a master. Eighth realm, creation realm, where one manifests creation through thought and commands the laws of nature with mere words. Capable of wielding the very essence of the universe as a weapon, a single individual at this level can defend an entire city. At this juncture, Chen Wu had already attained the fifth realm, making him a notable figure in Yu City. Years ago, due to an acquaintance with Lu Bo's father, he owed a small favor, thus reluctantly agreeing to privately teach Lu Bo martial arts. However, Lu Bo's inadequate foundation and lack of diligence rendered him a difficult pupil. Out of respect for their shared history, Chen Wu refrained from reprimanding Lu Bo, ultimately declaring that he, Chun, lacked the ability to instruct the young master. and striding out of the Lu residence. Currently, Chen Wu lounged on a chair in the front courtyard of the Fu Wei escort agency, instructing some escort members in their training. When he noticed a few students struggling with their stances, they were swiftly corrected by designated disciples. Sparing Chen Wu the need to intervene, he merely provided explanations if one failed to grasp the teachings. It reflected their lack of insight. Those with keen perception had long been welcomed as his disciples. Master Chun, young Master Lu, and the steward are outside, saying they wish to pay you a visit, a young servant reported breathlessly. Lu Bo, go tell them that I, Chen Wu, am not and convey my message verbatim. Chen Wu claims he is not present. Chen Wu retorted angrily, frustrated by the incompetence of such a poor foundation after years of training the young master. Lacking ability, yet exhibiting no effort, incessantly inquired, confusing the horse stance with mere letters. Young master, Master Chen said, he is not in and asks you to return. The servant relayed as he exited, addressing the smiling Lu Bo. This is quite the direct dismissal. Old Wang Master Chun has shut us out entirely, Lu Bo remarked, turning to the steward. Young master, how about this? If you truly wish to learn, I could speak with him and assure you that he'll persuade him to teach you, Old Wang asserted earnestly. Were you wise enough to bring money? Yes, I did, young master. That's an excellent plan. Money can indeed move mountains if the funds are sufficient. Nothing is beyond reach if it cannot be accomplished. It merely indicates that the funds are lacking, Old Wang praised while giving Lu Bo a thumbs up. Not that. Since we have money, let us indulge in a fine meal. Instead, this wretched martial arts nonsense can be cast aside, Lu Bo declared, turning to leave. In truth, Lu Bo's interest in learning had waned abruptly previously. He had been unfamiliar with Chun Wu's 7 injuries fist, but upon hearing the sounds of training emanating from the escort agency's entrance, he found the technique lacking in allure and not particularly impressive above all. It lacked the flair. He saw it wielding a sword was far more dashing than mere fist-fighting. He resolved to return to studying the sword manual instead. Having made up his mind, Lu Bo decided to dine at a restaurant in the city, curious to compare the culinary delights of Yu City with those of the Blue Star, wondering if they would be equally irresistible. Old Wang observed Lu Bo depart and cast a glance at the escort agency before following suit since the young master's illness. He seemed to have undergone some changes, yet remained as mischievous as ever. Chen Wu, a mere novice in martial arts, dares to act so grand were it not for his connection to the master. I would not let him off so easily. This dry pot of pig intestines is delectable. The establishment possesses a certain finesse. The dish displays a tantalizingly bright red hue. The pig intestines, meticulously prepared, are crispy on the outside, yet tender within. The golden intestines stand out beautifully against the vibrant red chilies and the fresh green vegetables. Each morsel has absorbed rich seasonings, emanating an aroma that tantalizes the palate and lingers in the memory sated. Lu Bo meandered back to his room after freshening up. He retired to bed, ensuring that no one was around before beginning his study of the sword manual. Sword 1. Fundamental techniques encompasses but is not limited to thrusts, slashes, points, lifts, hooks, breaks, intercepts, cuts, sweeps, shaves, clouds, hangs, frames, and presses through medicinal baths. One can unblock the Bodhis meridians, then mentally simulate the sword techniques. Sword 2. Combinatory techniques, where the fundamental techniques serve as building blocks for more intricate swordplay through combination and variation. Unique sword techniques can be crafted. Medicinal baths enhance the smoothness of the Bodhis meridians, rendering the swordplay more fluid. It appears quite manageable, consisting merely of basic techniques. The required herbs for both Sword 1 and Sword 2 are quite common, making them accessible. However, what sort of swordplay necessitates soaking in a medicinal bath? And why do different herbs include lotus flowers? Surely, the system would not be so cruel. Let us proceed with the learning tomorrow. I will have Old Wang prepare what is needed, Lu Bo mused to himself. I wonder when my father will return. The Lu family boasts a talent for nomenclature. My father is named Lu Hu, and my uncle, Lu Ning in my generation. I am simply Lu Bo indeed. Everything seems so utterly mundane. The Lu family truly produces remarkable individuals. After mentally rehearsing the sword techniques several times, Lu Bo soon drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 3. The unexpected turn of events. The following day, Lu Bo arose early and instructed Shir to prepare the medicinal bath according to the prescribed formula. while he arranged for a large bathtub. The ingredients were all common herbs, and before long, Sheer returned with them. Lu Bo meticulously followed the proportions, adding the herbs to the tub, and then had Sheer pour in hot water. The scalding water cascaded over the herbs, transforming the liquid into a deep crimson hue. Observing the water, Lu Bo felt a sense of unease. It did not appear to be toxic tea that moment. Sheer was filled with confusion. Who among the young masters rises so early for a bath? Young master, are you truly preparing to bathe? She inquired. Sheer, I am a fish transformed. Upon encountering water, I will revert to my fish form. Do you believe me? Lu Bo replied. Ha ha, young master, you jest. Sheer responded skeptically. Do you doubt me? Will you not step outside and wait to see me bathe? Lu Bo quipped. If you require anything, just call for me, Sheer said, awkwardly retreating, as long as I am not embarrassed. The embarrassment lies with others, Lu Bo thought, chuckling to himself as Sheer closed the door behind her. Thus, Lu Bo commenced his first step. He entered the bathtub, seated himself comfortably, and began to circulate his meridians while mentally rehearsing sword techniques. However, as he activated his meridians, an excruciating pain surged through him, nearly overwhelming him. The scalding water could not dispel the chilling sensation that enveloped his body. The pain was unbearable. With no turning back, he pressed onward. Time slipped away, and eventually, Lu Bo began to feel a chill. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to find himself leaning against the tub, the once crimson water now darkened to a murky hue. The medicinal properties had likely been absorbed by his body. As Lu Bo regained consciousness, he noticed an overwhelming weakness in his pallid complexion, a sign of excessive physical exertion. Had he known it would take so long, he would have eaten something in the morning. Now, he felt as if he might faint from hunger at any moment. Dressing quickly, he opened the door to find that it was nearly afternoon. His energy depleted, he felt slightly lightheaded as he walked. Sheer, I desire a seafood feast. Where are you? Perhaps she has gone to tend to other matters. Never mind. I shall venture to the kitchen myself, he muttered, swaying as he made his way toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, on the street, a horse galloped swiftly toward Lu Manor, coming to an abrupt halt outside the gate. Ji Yin, you have returned. Why the haste? A guard at the gate called out as he hurried to take hold of the horse. Lu Ji Yin, a guard tasked with the personal protection of the family head, replied, there has been an incident. Where is Steward Wang? You must notify him to come to the hall immediately, and then inform the head steward to join us there as well. It is urgent. Ji Yin, you've returned? What matter is so pressing that it requires my presence? Wang, the steward, soon arrived in the hall. Wang, a calamity has befallen us. The Master's ship capsized en route to the capital due to a violent storm. Currently, he is missing, Lu Ji Yin exclaimed anxiously. Wang's expression momentarily faltered upon hearing the news, but he quickly regained his composure and began pacing the hall. Please, tell me the specifics. The ship capsized. What of the others? The situation unfolded as follows. 3 days ago, the master received a letter from the capital, and after reading it, he ordered us to set sail immediately. Unfortunately, we encountered a tempest along the way. Despite the worsening conditions, the master showed no intention of slowing down or seeking shelter. The storm grew increasingly fierce, obscuring our vision, and the ship struck a reef, leading to its capsizing. In the chaos, I saw the master only moments before, but then the scene became too chaotic, and I lost sight of him. Over 10 of our men fell into the water, but they were rescued. As of now, only the master remains missing, Lu Ji Yin recounted with urgency. The capital? A letter? Wang murmured, contemplating the details. How should we inform the young master? Should we notify him first? Lu Ji Yin asked as he observed Wang deep in thought. At that moment, a middle-aged man strode into the hall. Ji Yin, what is the pressing matter that has summoned me? If it is not of great importance, I shall not forgive you. The newcomer was Lu Nong, the family's head steward and Lu Bo's uncle, who currently managed the business affairs in Yu City. Second master, a calamity has occurred. Lu Ji Yin repeated the events to Lu Nong. After listening, both Lu Nong and Wang exchanged glances as if confirming something, and then fell into silence for a moment. Finally, Lu Nong spoke. Ji Yin, summon all those responsible for the affairs in Yu City. They must gather here at Lu Manor tonight to discuss our strategy. Old Wang, you are close to Bo. Go and inform him. Very well, I shall seek out the young master now, Wang replied, Making his way toward the courtyard, that moment, Lu Bo was seated by the pond in the courtyard. I am famished. This wretched sword technique is far too exhausting. After traversing this short distance, I feel as though my soul has left my body. How peculiar it is that I have not encountered a single soul. Where has Sheer wandered off to? Wang is also absent. I shall rest for a moment. I am nearly at the kitchen. Before long, Lu Bo spotted Wang and Sheer approaching from a distance, and he raised his hand in greeting, signaling for them to hurry over as he was in need of assistance. Wang, having encountered Sheer on his way to find Lu Bo, had asked her to accompany him. Upon learning that Lu Bo had spent the entire morning in a medicinal bath and had remained in the courtyard all day, Wang felt relieved. He had previously secured some books for Lu Bo. Perhaps he was engrossed in reading. This thought brought Wang some comfort, yet he remained deeply concerned. As they walked together, they observed Lu Bo by the pond, seemingly tossing something into the water to feed the fish. I wonder if the young master has learned of this dreadful news and whether he can continue in such carefree spirits. Old Wang, you both have finally arrived. Listen to me, you two. Lu Bo weakly attempted to rise. Wang, preoccupied with his thoughts, failed to notice Lu Bo's pallor and tone. Master, please allow me to explain. A calamity has struck. The family had set out for the capital 3 days ago but encountered a storm that capsized the ship. The latest news indicates that he is missing. I know this news is difficult for you to bear, but you must remain strong. Lu Manor cannot operate without its master. We need you now. Indeed, young master, the Lu family requires your leadership. Sheer chimed in supportively. Lu Bo, still dazed and unable to grasp the gravity of their words, suddenly succumbed to low blood sugar and fainted. Young master, it appears he has been overwhelmed. Sheer, go summon the doctor. I will carry the young master to his room. Wang commanded. Yes, I will go right away. Sheer replied, her voice tinged with panic as she dashed out. Wang carefully lifted the unconscious Lu Bo and brought him to his room, contemplating whether Lu Bo would be able to endure this tumultuous turn of events. Lu Bo felt a warm sensation flowing into his stomach, gradually radiating warmth throughout his body. This sensation was peculiar, as if he could control the warmth, allowing it to traverse through him. He could hear distant voices calling his name, sometimes faint, sometimes near. Lu Bo lost track of time until he finally opened his eyes to find a group of people surrounding him, causing him to startle. Young master, you are awake, Sheer exclaimed first. As Lu Bo remained bewildered, the doctor who had treated him previously spoke. There is nothing to worry about. Upon examining his pulse, it appears that he is extremely weak and has fainted due to mental distress. With a little nourishment and some medicinal food, he will recover. I shall write a prescription. He should feel better in a day or two. Thank you, Dr. Li. This way, please. Wang guided Dr. Li out. Observing the situation, Lu Bo began to understand that he had merely fainted from hunger. Sheer, assist me in sitting up. I am fine now. You should rest a bit longer, young master. The doctor has advised you to take it easy. Sheer urged gently. At that moment, Wang returned and, seeing that Lu Bo appeared to be stable, said, It is a relief to see you well, young master. Do not grieve too deeply. The absence of news about the family head is, in fact, the best news we could hope for at this time. Sheer, during these trying days, please take good care of the young master. Wang instructed Li Sai and Yushan. You two must also keep a close watch on the young master and ensure his safety at all times. Yes, replied Li Sai and Yushan, Lu Bo's two personal guards. Lu Bo looked puzzled, having understood the latter part of their conversation but not fully grasping the meaning of the phrase do not grieve. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed inwardly, realizing that he had yet to meet his father. Was the world truly this cruel? He had longed to experience familial affection. Once Wang had organized the necessary arrangements, he instructed everyone to attend to their respective duties. Young master, I must investigate this matter further. Please rest well, Wang said. Do not worry about me. Old Wang, not go about your business, Lu Bo replied. Very well, I shall take my leave. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call for me. With that, Lu Bo was left alone in his room, lost in thought. Midnight, at the U City Inn. In a secluded courtyard, a figure clad in dark attire glanced around cautiously before knocking rhythmically on the door. 3 long and 1 short, 1 short and 3 long. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind the door. The person is fine. Do not ask what should not be asked. Just go back. Chapter 4. To my delight, upon hearing these words, The man in black took a few steps and vanished into the street. At this moment, within the Lu residence, Lu Bo gradually regained his strength while pondering a pressing issue. This sudden piece of bad news felt akin to thrusting him into the limelight. He felt a twinge of sadness over his father's disappearance. Previously, he had envisioned a life of ease, relying on the vast resources of the Lu family, content to simply exist as long as his father managed the family affairs while he secretly practiced his swordplay. Perhaps, once he mastered the sword, he could protect the Lu family. However, if the family entrusted him with management in the future, he was ill-prepared for business, having no inclination for study, and uncertain about his martial abilities. It was clear that the Lu family would eventually face ruin under his stewardship. "Let us resolve this decisively," he said. In the same Lu residence, Lu Yin-nan addressed his father. "Father, uncle is currently missing. We must swiftly make a decision. Otherwise, after tomorrow's discussions, if Lu Bo takes over the family business, we will have no opportunity left." "You know nothing," Lu Nung replied. "The waters of the Lu family run deep. It is beyond my control. As long as Wang, the steward, is here, the Lu family cannot falter." Lu Nung reflected on the day's events, seeking insights. After all, he was an outsider. At most, he could offer a share and some money to placate Lu Bo, but he must never allow Lu Bo to grasp power. Just look at how ineffectual he is. He doesn't even know the daily expenses of a shop or how much profit it generates each month. If this continues, the Lu family will surely decline. "Father, consider your contributions to the Lu family and reflect a bit more," Lu Yin-nan urged. Listening to his son's words, Lu Nung contemplated and found some merit in them. "Tomorrow, I will test Lu Bo's stance and Wang's attitude. If all goes well, I shall allocate 30% of the family's profits to Lu Bo in exchange for my control over the Lu family." After some thought, Lu Nung instructed, "You organize everyone for another meeting tomorrow. For now, rest." "Understood," Yin-nan replied. "What exactly transpired in Yunnan City? People are missing, and letters have come from the capital," Lu Nung mused. As the Lu family's chief steward, though not the head, he wielded considerable authority and was privy to many matters. Based on the few details, he had an inkling of the situation. Yunnan, I expect news will arrive in a few days," he muttered while tapping his fingers on the table. The next day, at dawn, Lu Bo awoke to find he had mostly recovered and felt a surge of strength within him. It seemed the sword manual had indeed proven effective, enhancing his physical condition. However, he was uncertain about the power of the sword techniques swirling in his mind. Having only grasped the basic sword moves thus far, he needed a sword to test his skills. Mere theory without practice was futile, and he required real combat experience. After rising, Lu Bo decided to indulge in some laziness during the day, opting instead for evening baths. "Young master, have you risen?" "Good morning, Steward Wang." "Yes, I have gotten up and already eaten." "Then I shall go and see him," Wang replied, his expression noticeably lighter than the previous day's worries. Upon entering, Wang saw Lu Bo devouring his meal with great enthusiasm, as if he hadn't eaten in days. Considering this, Wang thought perhaps the young master was still feeling the aftermath of the recent events. "Old Wang is here. Come, have something to eat. You've been running around these past few days. Surely you haven't had a proper meal," Lu Bo said, serving Wang a bowl of rice. "You needn't worry about me, young master, that I can eat, but I won't trouble you," Wang replied. Soon, both were enjoying their meal heartily. In no time, the table was cleared of all food. Dining with someone who eats with gusto made one feel at ease and, without realizing it, one would also eat comfortably. After swallowing a mouthful of soup, Wang exhaled deeply. "Young master, I have received news that the master is safe now. However, it will be some time before he returns. How long, I cannot say. It could be as short as 3 to 5 months, or as long as 3 to 5 years. As long as I am here, the Lu family will remain stable. If you wish to assume the position of head, do so. If anyone dares to oppose you, I shall not hold back." "Are you certain my father is unharmed?" Lu Bo inquired earnestly. "Indeed, he is fine," Wang assured. Both of you are here. Cousin, Steward Wang, my father has summoned everyone to the main hall for a meeting to discuss the current situation of the Lu family. Might I ask you to join us?" Lu Yin-nan appeared just then. "Humph." He hastily gathers everyone. "What scheme is he plotting? He thinks I am unaware." Wang expressed his frustration. "Steward Wang, I am speaking with my cousin." "What do you mean by that? If you wish to come, do so. Calm down. Harmony brings prosperity." "Cousin Yin-nan, Please go ahead. We will join you shortly, Lu Bo interjected, hastily separating the two. Very well, I shall await you in the main hall. Lu Yin said as he left. Young master, as long as I am here, no one can sway you. In my eyes, Lu Yin is still a fledgling. I do not even regard his father. Wang stated, Steward Wang, let us maintain our composure. We are all family. I have my plans, and when the time comes, I will dictate what needs to be done. Though Lu Bo was unsure of Wang's newfound confidence, he felt a surge of joy at Wang's assertive demeanor. In the main hall, Lu Bo soon discovered that shopkeepers from various establishments in Yu City had gathered, with his second uncle, Lu Nong, seated at the head. Second uncle, I have arrived, Lu Bo announced. Boer, welcome, come, sit here. Lu Nong smiled warmly at Lu Bo. As all were present, Lu Yin stood and addressed the assembly. Everyone, I have called you here for an urgent matter. You must have heard about the head of the family. As the saying goes, a family cannot be without a leader for even a day. I believe it is time to elect a person of great virtue to take charge and arrange for our future. So I propose. Indeed, cousin is correct. I have grown up in the Lu family and have deep feelings for it. Since my father's incident, I have been restless and unable to find peace. However, we must not let the Lu family fall into chaos. We must maintain the status quo as it was under my father's leadership. Is that not so? Yes, young Master Lu Bo is right. Many in the audience voiced their support for Lu Bo. Lu Yin suddenly sensed something was amiss. This was supposed to be his moment. Cousin speaks rightly. Thus, I believe we should elect a person of popular support. And I nominate Lu Bo. Cousin, Lu Bo, humbly suggest that my second uncle, the chief steward, take full charge of the situation and manage the affairs moving forward. Does anyone object? By the way, cousin, what were you about to say earlier? Lu Yin's face flushed red, struggling to articulate a response. I was preparing to say, Lu Bo is correct. Lu Nong gazed deeply at Lu Bo, attempting to discern his intentions through his expression. Meanwhile, Wang, too, was perplexed. He had been ready to suppress any dissenters, and yet this unexpected turn of events unfolded. Young master, if you feel threatened, simply blink. Second uncle, you cannot decline at this moment. The Lu family cannot be without your guidance. Only you can resolve the current crisis. My father is missing, and we need to arrange for someone to search for him. Additionally, the family's business affairs must also be under your control. The Lu family cannot do without you. Lu Ning glanced at the bewildered Wang and then back at Lu Bo. What are your conditions? Lu Ning asked. Engaging with intelligent individuals is always a pleasure, Lu Bo replied. Second uncle, what conditions are there to discuss? You have devoted immense effort and dedication to the family, your hair has turned gray, and now that my father is absent, who else can assume this role if not you? As for me, this event has hit me hard. Looking back, I realize I have squandered my time. I deeply regret not studying diligently while my father was present. Thus, I intend to dedicate myself to my studies and prepare for the imperial examinations. Hoping to assist you in the future. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. Was this truly the same ineffectual young master? Had he experienced some profound awakening? Study? Can you even read? Why does everyone doubt me? Second uncle. I see there is a lotus flower manor in the southern part of the city. Let me study there, and you could allocate me a share of the family assets. A modest living expense for my studies would suffice. The implication was clear. Provide me with financial support, and I shall live as a wealthy young master, indifferent to the title of head of the family. Do as you wish. Lu Nong felt there was more to the situation than appeared. He glanced at the still bewildered Wang Boer. You jest. My elder brother is the head of the family. You are the next in line. I am also saddened by my brother's predicament. Here is my proposal. Focus on your studies, and I will temporarily assume the headship. Whenever you wish to return to that role, you may do so. As for the annual surplus, forget about a mere share. Let us make it 15% instead. Would that be agreeable? Second uncle, your generosity is most appreciated. Just as you have said, Lu Bo replied. Today, the position of head of the family has been decided. I hope everyone will continue to work as before. Everything shall remain unchanged. With that, Lu Bo departed. Wang cast a glance at Lu Nong. I hope you will follow through with your words, he remarked before leaving with Lu Bo. Young master, are you certain this reflects your true desires? You are handing the headship to Lu Nong? Wang queried. Old Wang, did you not say my father was unharmed? My father does not stir any waves upon returning to this home. Moreover, you occupy your time managing trivial matters. Your hair has nearly turned gray, and yet you still hold the position of the head of the family. One should not live such a burdensome life. Being a wealthy young master is not without its merits. Since my birth, I have been unaware of the true wealth of the Lu family. It is so abundant that it is impossible to exhaust it, rendering any contention unnecessary. Lu Bo replied earnestly, "Is the matter of studying true or false? What does it matter? As long as I am happy. Shall we go out for a stroll?" "Very well, young master." "Father, could there be a deception?" Lu Yannan inquired. "Boer has grown up. He understands the greater good. Nanner, you do not comprehend the affairs of the Lu family. It is not merely a matter of being the head or not. In time, you will gradually come to understand. Now, go about your business," Lu Neng stated. After Lu Yannan exited, a homing pigeon fluttered into the room, cooing softly. Lu Neng slowly removed the paper from the bird's leg and released it. Upon unfolding the note, it read, "You are in charge. Everything remains as usual." Chapter 5. Days at the Lotus Manor. In the evening, Lu Bo was preparing to continue his medicinal baths and sword practice, as he did every day. Yesterday's timing seemed off. This evening period is indeed the most suitable. After soaking, he could directly sleep to restore his strength. He instructed Sheer to ready the bath and add the medicinal herbs. Commencing as he did the previous day, he circulated his energy and practiced sword techniques. Unlike the pain that had nearly overwhelmed him yesterday, Lu Bo began to adapt gradually today, gritting his teeth and persisting. The crimson water in the bath gradually became clear, and the impurities from his body were slowly expelled, transforming the water from clear to a murky gray at midnight. In the pavilion of Lu Neng's courtyard, he had dismissed the servants and set up a banquet on the table. At that moment, a figure clad in black stealthily approached. "Did you know I would come?" the figure in black queried. "You were bound to come. I have awaited you for quite some time. Please, have a seat and share a drink," Lu Neng replied calmly. Observing this, the figure removed his mask and approached the pavilion. The figure was none other than Butler Wong. Butler Wong walked directly to sit across from Lu Neng, lifted a cup of wine, and took a drink. The two remained silent, indulging in food and drink for a while. Lu Neng broke the silence. "Today's events are not of my concern. Do you believe that?" "Yes, I believed. I understand that the position of the head of the family is a hot potato. You would prefer to avoid it, and you act to protect the young master," Butler Wong replied calmly. "It seems you have received news as well. My elder brother must have gone to carry out a task. It is uncertain when he will return," Lu Neng remarked while eating. Lu Neng continued, "Everyone knows the Lu family is affluent. Yet how can a family without a master protect its wealth? It is merely a means for the court to gather riches. And each year we must remit 50% of our surplus. This is the reason the Lu family can extend its business to every corner of Dian. As long as you can comprehend the situation. One cannot be bound by the circumstances of the world. By the way, what are your thoughts on Boer?" "What do you mean?" Butler Wong asked. "Do you refer to the decision he made today?" "I can't shake the feeling that ever since Boer rescued someone and encountered a mishap, he has changed in ways I cannot articulate. If it were the old Boer, he would have surely fought for the position of head. Now that he has found peace, I am relieved. It has spared us many troubles. The Lu family cannot afford to mismanage its affairs. Should we fail to meet the court's financial demands, our business could easily be turned over to the Li or Han family, which would spell disaster for us. The young master remains unchanged, merely more resolute than before. Perhaps it is the result of recent trials. But is this not what the head of the family wishes to see? A life devoid of worries for him. The head dedicates himself tirelessly to the court's affairs. Does he not do so for the young master's safety? His pursuit of knowledge is but a facade. He retains that youthful spirit, still cherishing play. The head has shown me great kindness. It is no trouble for me, a half-step master, to protect the young master," Butler Wong stated. "How dare you call yourself a half-step master? I heard you scolded Nanner today. How shameful at your age, to stoop to his level." Lu Neng retorted angrily, "I believe you are indulging him. If you do not wish for him to be involved, simply send him away. If he must bear the weight of this, let him be informed of the Lu family's situation so that he may make a choice," Butler Wong countered. "This matter is mine to manage. I will arrange it accordingly. By the way, have you yet found an opportunity to break through? Had it not been for your injuries that caused you to fall from grace, you would be a formidable figure in the martial world with your masterful death-seeking overlord spear." Lu Nung remarked while placing a large piece of food into his bowl. I merely await the right opportunity. Once things settle here, I intend to venture out and seek my fortune. You, old scoundrel, save some for me. Why are you taking so much? Who drinks wine with only 2 small dishes? Having become the head of the family, you still act stingily. Leave some for me, Butler Wang exclaimed, reaching for more food. How can I know if you will come tonight? I had planned to seek you out tomorrow if you did not show up. Why eat so much? Who drinks wine without food? Lu Nung countered. Lu Bo exhaled a breath of turbid air. His once rigid body now felt agile and rejuvenated. Each application of the sword technique brought forth a distinct sensation, deepening his comprehension of the art and fortifying his physique. Were it not for the immense energy expenditure of this technique, he would immerse himself daily. Alas, one must proceed slowly, with the foundational sword techniques yielding such results. Upon completing the first volume, would he not be able to dominate the city of Yuqing? Lost in thought, Lu Bo rose to test his skills in the courtyard. With no one around, he lifted a long staff and began to practice the sword techniques. Channeling his energy into each movement, thrust, slice, point, flick, lift, crush, intercept, cleave, swipe, pair, cloud, hang, frame, and suppress. Each strike resonated with power. Indeed, it is feasible. Merely 2 days have passed, and the results exceed my expectations. A product of the system is indeed exquisite. The following day, Lu Bo relocated to the Lotus Manor in the southern part of the city. Positioned somewhat remotely in Yuqing, it offered tranquility and a pleasant environment, which Lu Bo found quite to his liking, making it ideal for his daily routine of bathing and upgrading. Next, he arranged for Sheer to procure the 5 necessary medicinal ingredients for the foundational, combined, beginner, intermediate, and advanced sword baths. Some of these prescriptions required rare materials, but Lu Bo was not short on funds. Young master, why the sudden procurement of such an abundance of medicinal herbs? Sheer inquired. I have developed a fondness for bathing. It brings me joy. Are these not medicinal herbs? They are sacred items that contribute to my happiness. Purchase them as I instruct. If funds run low, seek Butler Wang for more. I cherish cleanliness and require a bath daily. Prepare according to this quantity. Do not fear over-preparation, just ensure it is sufficient, Lu Bo instructed. Understood, young master, I shall make the arrangements, Sheer replied before departing. Lu Bo then sought out his guards, Lu Yushan and Lu Lasai, to enjoy a leisurely day of shopping, embracing the life of a carefree young master. Thus, Lu Bo diligently maintained his routine, and as time passed, a year went by, during which his sword techniques advanced to the intermediate level. Now, Lu Bo could emit a hint of sword energy. While his techniques were unremarkable, his foundation was solid and stable. Each move had been rehearsed countless times in his mind, filling Lu Bo with a sense of accomplishment. Although he had not yet achieved mastery, he had certainly made progress. What remained was the lack of practical combat experience, and he needed to find someone to test his skills. Lu Bo was reluctant to reveal his swordsmanship for the time being. He estimated that he had reached a 4th-tier level, but the exact extent of his strength remained uncertain. I should practice with someone soon, Lu Bo mused to himself, before donning his bathrobe and preparing for today's ritual. Curiously, Sheer had been casting odd glances at him today, and had even inquired about his bathing habits. What do you mean? Do I carry an odor despite my daily baths? Lu Bo pondered. I must ask this little girl. She is becoming increasingly audacious. After completing his daily tasks, Lu Bo relaxed his body. His energy channels had opened up, making bathing less strenuous. He could sense a powerful force coursing through him. Was this the internal energy in transit? Indeed, it felt potent. Chapter 6. The bathing young lord, do you say that I carry a faint scent of lotus? Lu Bo asked, puzzled. Yes, young master. We have all noticed it is likely due to your frequent medicinal baths. The herbs may impart a fragrance, and it is rather pleasant, Lu Yushan responded. Lu Bo was astonished. How could a grown man possess a body fragrance? He sniffed around, and indeed, there was a hint of it. It seemed prudent to acquire some musk to mask this scent. When a person becomes recognizable, conducting clandestine activities becomes exceedingly difficult. Lu Bo's life had settled into a regular rhythm. He attended poetry gatherings or read novels in the morning. As he had pledged to pursue knowledge and examinations in the afternoons, he enjoyed performances, and in the evenings, he remained steadfast in his bathing routine. Gradually, he earned the nickname Bathing Young Lord. Lu Bo felt a mixture of helplessness and pride. What was wrong with enjoying baths? I value cleanliness. What of it? In the afternoon, as was customary, Lu Bo accompanied his two loyal subordinates to a private room in the renowned Honghua Tower. This establishment was famous in Yuqing for its elegance, where the ladies were all beautiful and eloquent, making it a favored haunt for Lu Bo in the afternoon. The place tends to be rather sparsely populated, with more patrons expected to arrive in the evening. Lu Bo often reclines here for an entire afternoon, listening to melodious tunes which greatly relax his body. He finds that soaking in a bath at night often yields even better results. At the Honghua Tower, Lu Bo possesses an unremarkable appearance. Though he may not be exceptionally handsome, he is generous and polite, addressing everyone as sister in a familiar manner, thus enjoying a great rapport with others. Generally, when Lu Bo expresses a desire for a specific tune, the young ladies readily accommodate his requests. If it were not for his virtuous disposition, one might wonder how many charming maidens would have lured him to their rooms. Oh, is that not our charming young bathhouse gentleman? A graceful woman approaches Lu Bo. Young Master Lu, what melody do you wish to hear today? Would you care to visit my room? I could personally showcase my talents for you. This enchanting figure is Su Shiwan, the renowned courtesan of Honghua Tower, who is exceptionally talented and has numerous admirers, including wealthy young masters and scholars alike. Since Lu Bo frequents the establishment merely to enjoy the music and returns home before nightfall, he has developed a favorable relationship with Su Shiwan, who appreciates his easygoing nature. Lu Bo, feeling a bit embarrassed, reflects on the adage that good news seldom travels far while bad news spreads like wildfire. Sister Su, you jest. Who in Yuqing does not know of your esteemed reputation? If I were to enter your room today, I would undoubtedly be pursued by your admirers throughout the streets tomorrow. He quips, you are quite the charmer, dear brothered Ian Yuqing. You are indeed the epitome of a wealthy and handsome youth. Every young lady here has their eyes on you, Su Shiwan replies with a playful smile. Lu Bo chooses not to pursue this topic further, aware that it could spiral into an endless discussion. As an 18-year-old youth, he finds it challenging to withstand such scrutiny. What of Sister Yang? It has been quite some time since I last heard her rendition of Qingyu Lian. When might you arrange for that? He inquires. Surely those pieces have not been reserved for the evening? Ah, Sister Yang has encountered some troubles recently and may require some time before she can perform again, Su Shiwan replies, her expression turning somber. Lu Bo, perceptive as he is, quickly senses that something is amiss. Sister Yang, would you like me to assist in any way? He offers. Let us not involve you in the affairs of women, dear brother. You wish to hear a tune, do you not? Allow me to play Dai Lian Hua for you. Su Shiwan declares as she gracefully descends to the stage below. Upon hearing that the courtesan is performing, the audience in both the private rooms above and the open area below erupts with excitement. Proclaiming that they have struck gold, for a courtesan of her caliber seldom graces the stage unless on special occasions. Dai Lian Hua tells the tale of a woman who harbors unrequited love for a man. The man promises to return and marry her once he has achieved success, but the woman ultimately receives the heart-wrenching news that he has wed another. Unable to bear the anguish, she takes her life amidst a field of flowers. The very place where they once met. The initial passages of the melody are joyous and uplifting, depicting the couple's love, but it soon transitions into a tragic and heart-rending lament, as Su Shiwan plays. She too cannot help but shed tears, perhaps overwhelmed by the emotion of the piece. Meanwhile, the audience, both below and in the private rooms, applauds fervently. Lu Bo, sensing something is amiss, instructs Lu Li to inquire about the situation concerning Sister Yang. How was your performance just now? Su Shiwan returns to Lu Bo's room, her face glowing with pride. When Sister Su takes the stage, she undoubtedly surpasses all others. Your music is a celestial gift. A rarity to be cherished, Lu Bo responds. Tomorrow night, there will be a grand performance at Honghua Tower. Will you be able to come and support me? Su Shiwan inquires. Lu Bo muses to himself, wondering who has the time in the evening. He still intends to soak in a bath and practice swordplay. Skipping a day would leave him feeling quite uncomfortable. He yearns to experience progress each day, and has even contemplated expanding his bathing area to the point of sleeping in it at night. Sister, you jest? I am not fond of such gatherings. I am still young, and my family forbids me from venturing out at night. He replies, Su Shiwan's lips twitch in amusement. Are you perhaps planning to soak for an entire night? Lu Bo shoots a glance at Lu Yushan, suspecting that it must be them who have spread the notion of him being the bathhouse gentleman. How could that be? I simply have a penchant for cleanliness. I still need to study this evening. It is getting late, and I must take my leave. I wish you a successful performance tomorrow night. Sister Su, he says, departing from Honghua Tower. Watching him leave, Su Shiwan chuckles, her mood considerably lightened. Recalling Lu Bo, she remembers having heard tales of him, a notorious young scion, a rich second-generation heir, when she first encountered him. He claimed to be a scholar, and she believed him, even requesting that he compose a poem, which nearly caused her to laugh uncontrollably. From afar, Yushan appears dark and hazy, with a thin top and a thick base. If Yushan were turned upside down, it would have a thick top and a thin base. Another poem spoke of snow. What flies in the sky? A pile in the east and another in the west? Could it be the Jade Emperor atop his golden palace, sifting lime? Thus, Su Shiwan's fondness for Lu Bo continued to flourish. On the return to the estate, Lu Li's also arrives, recounting what he has learned today. It turns out that Sister Young's name is Yang Shuwan. Though not a courtesan, she possesses a pleasing appearance and excels at playing the pipa. She has garnered some fame at Honghua Tower, but is rather naive, having believed that her hero would redeem her and that she would be able to soar with her beloved. Unfortunately, she was deceived, suffering both financially and emotionally. Yang Shuwen, unable to cope with the betrayal, attempted to end her life, but fortunately, she was saved. Recently, she has come to terms with her situation, yet the memory of her treacherous lover fills her with growing resentment. Who is this man, daring to deceive a woman from Honghua Tower? Is it not said that the establishment has powerful backing? How can such a thing be tolerated? Lu Bo inquires. Lu Li ponders for a moment before responding. That individual is known to the young master. He is the disciple of Qin Wu. Young Rushu. It is said he possesses great talent in martial arts and is favored by Qin Wu, being groomed as his successor. As they share the same surname. Yang Shuwen was easily deceived. Is that so? Young Rushu's actions are quite disgraceful. Does he not bring shame upon his master? By the way, what is Yang Rushu's current standing? Lu Bo asks. Master, Yang Rushu has reached the peak of the fourth realm at a young age. Thus, Qin Wu has chosen to overlook his actions, allowing him to focus solely on his martial training without getting involved in other matters. Lu Li explains. The peak of the fourth realm, the realm of open channels, where one can engage in combat with ferocious beasts without the need for weapons. It seems we ought to tread carefully. Let us return, Lu Bo concludes. Though he claims to tread carefully, ideas begin to form in Lu Bo's mind. Chapter 7. A Test of Skills. Junior brother, are you heading to Honghua Tower tonight? Why not? I have not committed any heinous acts. It is merely a failed romantic endeavor with someone from Honghua Tower. I failed to meet the expectations of the ladies. Besides, an exclusive performance by Su Shiwan is not something one encounters easily. My master has not forbidden me from attending. After all, I am now at the peak of the fourth realm. Is Honghua Tower truly beyond my reach? Indeed, indeed. Your exceptional talent guarantees a future as a master. Courtesans are merely for amusement. There is no need to take it to heart. This exchange encapsulates the dialogue among Qin Wu's disciples, including Yang Rushu. Tonight marks Su Shiwan's special performance, and they have agreed to visit Honghua Tower together to enjoy the music. Upon arriving at Honghua Tower, they find the place bustling with people. Yang Rushu and his companions have no reservation, but what does it matter? They head directly to the front row, and with a few fourth realm experts among them, who would dare deny them a seat? They quickly secure a spot. Though you think Su Shiwan is as beautiful as they say? Our junior brother Rushu is quite the handsome gentleman. Is there a chance he might win her favor? One asks. Ha ha ha, it is indeed a match made in heaven. Junior brother, put in some effort, and you could become a legendary couple in Yuqing. Another chimes in. Yang Rushu, buoyed by the compliments, drinks with abandon, lost in a haze of intoxication. Who says martial artists lack wit? Just listen to how charmingly they speak. Initially, Yang Rushu had his sights set on Su Shiwan, but due to her formidable connections, he was thrown out while drunk. Few know of this incident, hence he refrains from mentioning it. He then shifted his focus to the more accessible Yang Shuwan, yet she proved to be quite demanding, insisting that he marry her. Yang Rushu found himself swearing daily, and when he could no longer maintain the ruse, their relationship soured. Men may make promises, but marriage is a different matter. Moreover, he has spent his fair share of money. As a fourth realm expert with a promising future, Associating with Yang Shuwen felt like a loss for him, yet the situation escalated to the point where he nearly incurred his master's wrath. Reflecting on this, Yang Rushu's anger mounts. Once he becomes a master, he swears to trample over them all. Sister Su, that despicable Yang Rushu has returned. Shall we not teach him a lesson in defense of Sister Shuwen? No need to stir the pot. Let him be. It serves as a reminder for everyone to be cautious in their dealings with men. There's no need to fall for every charming face. Not all men are worth pursuing. Very well, let us ignore him. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, it's all good. Sister, you look stunning today. The audience is filled with your admirers. Have you considered choosing one? Stop with the nonsense. Go about your business. I must prepare to take the stage. Although Yang Rushu may be arrogant and overbearing, he is acutely aware of certain individuals who should not be provoked. At the event, he only dares to seize some positions for merchants. There are two categories of people he must avoid. First, those with influential backgrounds, such as the Lu family. Second, scholars. Scholars are peculiar. Their realms differ significantly from those of martial artists. Scholars rely entirely on their insights. Those who possess it do, and those who do not. At a moment of enlightenment, they can soar to great heights. Scholars are classified into four realms: the natural realm, the pragmatic realm, the moral realm, and the cosmic realm. These four realms do not correspond to those of martial artists. The combat prowess of Confucian scholars varies from individual to individual, fluctuating greatly, yet their high-end capabilities are formidable. Every scholar in the Great Yin has their own academy, which generally protects its OW and I. In essence, it is unwise to offend scholars. Therefore, Yang Rushu can only engage in verbal sparring with them. After all, how could he ever outwit a scholar in insults? Thus, he chooses to keep his distance. Most of Su Shiwan's admirers are scholars, for a graceful lady is indeed a gentleman's delight. The majority of the audience present are also scholars. And as the performance reaches its midpoint, Yang Rushu grows bored after the initial novelty wears off. Surrounded by cultured individuals composing poetry, he finds himself merely commenting on the beauty of various maidens. Ultimately left at a loss for words, he can only charm the Na'vi young ladies who have yet to see the world. The beauty of the surrounding maidens pales in comparison to that of the enchanting Su Shiwan, whose delicate charm is likened to the fragrant breeze in the water pavilion. The richness of her essence both profound and true, with a complexion as refined as jade, overshadowing both past and present. After hearing Su Shiwan's Qingyu Lian, Yang Rushu mutters to himself, as the second half unfolds, the scholars engage in mutual poetic recitations, and Yang Rushu finds it equally tedious, prompting him to leave with his companions. The maidens of the Red Flower Pavilion are beautiful, but they only sell their talents, not their bodies. If one seeks genuine enjoyment, they must venture to the fleshly establishments like the Ingshun Tower. In a slightly tipsy state, Yang Rushu and his three companions stroll toward Ingshun Tower. The streets are desolate at this late hour, devoid of pedestrians. The four exchange risque jokes as they walk, discussing what they might do upon arriving at Ingshun Tower. Suddenly, a figure blocks their path. Are you not the disciples of Chenwu? The cloaked figure inquires. And if we are, who are you, and why do you obstruct our way? One of the companions retorts, I am a disciple of Madame Shuxiang, and for 10 years have I harbored resentment since my master was defeated by Chenwu. Today, I challenge you on behalf of the Peach Blossom sect. Should I lose, I shall depart immediately and vanish from the martial world. However, should you lose, you must announce to the world that you are inferior to the Peach Blossom sect. What say you? The eyes of the four companions clear instantly, realizing they have encountered a challenger. Yet, they wonder why this person chose to confront them at night instead of during the day. The black-clad figure is Lu Bo. After a rejuvenating bath, Lu Bo has honed his swordsmanship to its peak. He feels confident that he can defeat Yang Rushu, or at the very least, escape if necessary. Thus, he waits in the shadows, clad in dark attire, for Yang Rushu and his companions to arrive. Arrogant, one of them exclaims, charging at Lu Bo perhaps due to his advanced swordplay. The assailant seems to move in slow motion to Lu Bo. He sidesteps effortlessly and counters with a swift strike of his sword, sending the assailant flying. So I am truly that strong. Lu Bo muses, then boldly declares, come at me all at once. The remaining three realize they have encountered a formidable foe and charge together. Lu Bo shows no fear. He draws his sword and swings it, exclaiming, observe my retreating technique, the falling wild goose. With a series of resounding impacts, the three are sent sprawling by his strikes. Lu Bo intends no harm. He merely wishes to test his current swordplay and proficiency. At the very least, I am stronger than those at the peak of the four realms. How frighteningly powerful I have become, he thinks disdainfully. You are nothing. You still have much to practice. With that, Lu Bo vanishes into the night, leaving the four to lament their defeat. The next day, upon hearing of his disciples' beating, Chen Wu rushes to assess the situation. Peach Blossom Sect, Madame Shuxiang? I have never heard of such a sect or figure. Surely, you four did not venture out for a night of revelry and are now attempting to deceive me? Chen Wu responds enraged, Master, how could we dare? That person indeed spoke thusly. His martial skills were extraordinary. In mere moments, he brought us to our knees. Point 1 technique, the falling wild goose, was quite peculiar. Even Yang Shidi was no match for him. He must surely be a practitioner of the fifth realm. Master, it is likely that he intends to challenge us, and we must be on guard. Listening to his disciples' earnest words, Chen Wu feels a twinge of concern. In his youth, he had lived a carefree life, yet he had never sought to provoke women, always letting his fists speak for themselves. If he could not win, he would simply withdraw, never having offended anyone. While Chen Wu is perplexed, Lu Bo enjoys a restful sleep, feeling he has taken another step closer to mastery. Soon, he will embark on the midsection of his sword manual, and the thought makes him indulge in a few extra bowls of rice. Have you heard? Yang Rushu was beaten to a pulp last night. A young hero, upon learning of Yang Rushu's misdeeds, was incensed and decided to teach him a lesson. The people whisper amongst themselves. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo chuckles inwardly. Indeed, I am quite formidable. Chapter 8. The astonishing 18 swords, midsection. After reveling in his triumph, Lu Bo begins to prepare for his breakthrough, readying himself for the midsection of his swordplay. He is uncertain of what the midsection entails, but based on his previous encounter with Yang Rushu, he believes he has already attained the strength of a fifth realm practitioner. The midsection should not disappoint. At that point, he imagines, he could challenge Chen Wu for practice, relishing the thought. Meanwhile, the escort agency takes the matter seriously. To challenge the agency's instructor is tantamount to disregarding the Fu Wei escort agency. Chen Wu has spent several days pondering which sect the Peach Blossom sect belongs to, as he cannot recall any mention of Madame Shuxiang. However, after several days pass without any challengers appearing, the consensus is that this individual may have just entered the fifth realm, possessing an elusive sword technique that caught Yang Rushu off guard. If he were to face Chen Wu, a pinnacle practitioner of the fifth realm, he might be at a disadvantage. Thus, everyone relaxes, believing that no true master would stoop to bullying the inexperienced. It would tarnish their reputation. Yang Rushu, having suffered a significant defeat, was dispatched swiftly. After just one exchange, however, regarding taking baths, Dr. Li bluntly remarked that it is a waste of resources. Taking baths? No wonder he is rumored outside to be the bathing young master. Could it be a lingering issue from his past rescue of someone from drowning? Lu Neng inquired, while Steward Wang pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps so. Regardless, if he enjoys bathing, let him indulge. He can do as he pleases. After all, it involves merely some precious medicinal materials, and he can certainly afford it. At least he is not engaging in any outrageous behavior. Indeed, let him be, and what of you? It seems you have already recovered to the pinnacle of the fifth realm. Are you preparing to challenge the title of a minor master? The resources of the Lu family are at your disposal. Steward Wang shot him a glance, saying, my situation is rather peculiar. I am still unable to find my footing. Perhaps in some time, I shall venture out to seek opportunities. You, my dear nephew, will need to look after this matter. Looking after is an exaggeration. After all, you are my nephew. It is only natural that I lend some care, Lu Neng responded. The two of them raised their teacups in a tacit agreement, gazing into the distance, and drank in unison. Recently, Lu Bo has been somewhat restless, for the medicinal herb required for Sword 6, although not rare, is in short supply in Yuqing. Generally, it is used as a medicinal catalyst, and pharmacies do not stock it in abundance. To procure the herb in bulk, one must place a large order from Yawang Valley, and it is uncertain when it will arrive. The current scarcity of herbs has diminished Lu Bo's interest in listening to music at the brothel. In a few days, he will find himself without any herbs for bathing. How could he not feel anxious? In the Honghua building, he lay feebly, drowsy, and unhappy. A day without a bath left him feeling utterly uncomfortable. "Oh, my dear brother, what troubles you today? You seem rather downcast. Come to Sister Su. I shall offer you some comfort." Su Shiwang approached, speaking as she drew near. "Sister Su, please do not jest. I am genuinely worried." He replied, "Oh, what is it that troubles you? Speak, and perhaps I can be of assistance," Su Shiwang said with a smile. "Never mind. I cannot rush this. What brings you here today, sister?" "I simply miss my brother. I was curious about how your studies have been progressing. Have you stumbled upon any insights? The 2 poems you wrote last time still linger delightfully in my mind," she continued. Lu Bo's lips twitched. He had penned those verses to showcase his talents, only to be ridiculed later. Today, Su Shiwang, much like Lu Bo, appeared disinterested. Having finally spotted him, she sought to lift his spirits. Lu Bo, resigned, decided to compose another poem. At Danyu Lake. Danyu Lake is grand. In Danyu Lake, lotus blooms do stand. Upon the lotus, a frog does leap. With a poke and a hop, it takes a leap. Sister, what do you think of this? Ha, hiya, it's quite amusing indeed. Su Shiwang chuckled, nearly in tears from laughter. "You truly possess a gift for bringing cheer to others," she remarked. Lu Bo felt a pang of embarrassment. "Sister, spare me. You are well aware of my abilities. With so many talented scholars at Honghua Building, it is hardly impressive to craft a few decent poems. It seems I am merely the subject of amusement." Su Shiwang, ever cheerful, found him quite entertaining. "Enough of the teasing. Today, I shall treat you." Lu Bo's spirits lifted instantly. How could he resist such an offer? After spending some time at Honghua Building, Lu Bo returned home. Upon his arrival at the estate, Lu Yushan informed him that an agreement had been reached with Yawang Valley. They had the goods available and would deliver them in 3 days. This news delighted Lu Bo, as it meant he could focus on his study of Sword 6 that evening. In the bathing pool, Lu Bo circulated his qi, striving to reach his optimal state. The technique of Yin Fan seeks ultimate speed, employing agile movements to close in on the enemy. Yet, Lu Bo harbored an alternative thought. What if this seemingly light-footed sword technique were adapted for travel? Perhaps he would test this idea in the future. In the forthcoming months, a shadow frequently flitted through the nights of Yuqing. Lu Bo reveled in the thrill of the chase. The shadow darted about, sometimes noticed by the watchman, only to vanish in the blink of an eye, leading to rumors among the guards that Yuqing was haunted at night. Chapter 9. Sheer half a year later, Lu Bo had become proficient in Yin Fan, advancing his swordsmanship to the level of Sword 7, swiftly drawing his sword to strike forward, intimidating his foes with the sheer force of his sword energy. Lu Bo now immersed himself in the joy of his newfound strength. One day, he inadvertently spotted Sheer conversing with a young man in a small courtyard near the main gate, her demeanor appearing somewhat anxious. At dinner time, he noticed her hurriedness but did not dwell on it. Sheer was responsible for managing certain internal affairs of Lu Bo's estate, and she performed her duties adequately, so he paid little heed. However, the next day at noon, while Lu Bo played a game of Go with Lu Lasai, he casually noticed the young girl sighing in a corner. Observing her for a moment, he decided to halt the game and asked Yushan to summon Sheer. "Young master, what is the matter?" Sheer approached with a facade of calm, her head bowed. Yet, Lu Bo noticed the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes and instinctively wiped them away. "Sheer, what troubles you? Has someone bullied you? Speak, and I shall break their legs," he exclaimed. "Young master, I wish to request leave. Yesterday, someone came from my home stating that my brother has gone missing and has not been found after several days. I wish to return home for a while. As for the affairs of the estate, I may." "What do you mean, may? What affairs could there possibly be? This small estate requires little management, just a dozen or so people. How much oversight can it possibly need?" Lu Bo interjected. Sheer originally hailed from a village near Yuqing. Due to the calamity-ridden year and her mother's severe illness, her father, in desperation, sold her into servitude. By chance, Lu Bo's father passed by, found Sheer endearing, and purchased her to serve Lu Bo, also with the intention of training her to manage the estate. Though it was said she was sold, Sheer still maintained contact with her family and could even visit them. After a moment of silence, Lu Bo spoke. "Here's what we shall do. Your brother is missing, and someone must search for him. Yushan, you go inform Steward Wang. We shall set off shortly and gather a few more people. This way, it will be easier for everyone to search. I, too, have not ventured out in a while, young master." "Enough. Sheer, it is settled. Lasai, go summon 5 guards and 2 carriages. We shall go as a group of 9. Strength in numbers, Lu Bo declared, instructing others to make preparations. By afternoon, the 9 of them set off in carriages, heading towards Shier's village. Shier, where is your home? Tell me about your family situation. You have never spoken of it before, Lu Bo asked. He had never inquired about Shier's family before, seizing this opportunity to learn more. As a good employer should show concern for his subordinates, my family resides at the foot of Yushan, in Tianjia village. Both my parents are alive, and I have a younger brother who is 15 years old. Yesterday, someone from home said that several days ago, he went missing at the foot of Yushan, and several others from the village have also disappeared. We are unsure of the current situation, she replied. Lu Bo listened intently, contemplating the matter. The foot of Yushan could indeed harbor wild beasts, yet such attacks typically leave traces. It would be unusual for someone to simply vanish without a trace. Yushan, once we arrive, you should report to the authorities to see what they have to say, he instructed. Inside the carriage, everyone offered words of comfort to Shier. Lu Bo gazed out the window, lost in thought. Sensing that this was no ordinary disappearance, something felt amiss. The decision to visit Sierra's family served two purposes: to assist her in searching for her brother and, in a sense, to provide her with support. The disappearance of a male family member would undoubtedly have severe implications for the village. If they found him, all would be well, but if not, the family's estate could easily fall into the hands of others. With Lu Bo's influence, the villagers would certainly think twice before acting rashly. In the world of martial arts, one must also navigate the complexities of human relationships. It is but natural to show compassion in life. As they journeyed, leaving Yuqing behind, Lu Bo truly experienced the world beyond the city. The roadsides were lined with flourishing crops, and the scent of wheat filled the air, grounding him in the reality of this world. The bumpy road, combined with Shier likely not having rested well the night before, prompted Lu Bo to suggest she take a moment to rest in the carriage. Lifting the curtain to gaze outside, he beheld verdant mountains and waters, with distant villages wreathed in curling smoke. It appeared that the citizens under the governance of Dian were living well, at least not in desolation. People were able to live and work in peace, which was far better than anything else. Those with lofty aspirations who distanced themselves from these folk were of no consequence. As night fell, after traveling for 4 or 5 hours, they finally reached the foot of Yushan. Soon, they arrived at the village, disembarking from the carriages to engage in the customary greetings and exchanges. The young master, Lu Bo, had now become part of Shier's circle. The villagers were undoubtedly curious about the city folk. Observing Lu Bo's refined demeanor along with the presence of several strong guards, by the time Lu Bo arrived, the village had already begun organizing search efforts to venture into the mountains. They happened to be holding a meeting that evening, and officials from the local government were present, which saved them the trouble of reporting the matter. With the officials in attendance, discussions could proceed smoothly. Upon his arrival, Lu Bo met Shier's parents, who introduced him to some relatives and the village chief. The village chief was particularly pleased with Lu Bo's presence, as the inclusion of several strong guards would significantly enhance safety during the search. The village chief was also anxious, as his own son had gone missing, and he was deeply concerned about the search. Upon hearing that a wealthy young master from Yuqing had come to offer assistance, the local authorities decided to pay a visit. It became apparent that Tianji Azwang was rather remote, prompting the officials to dispatch 2 constables to oversee the situation, relying on the villagers to assist in the search for the missing individuals. The 2 constables, perceptive of Lu Bo's distinguished attire, readily briefed him on the circumstances. Lu Bo learned that over the past month, 7 or 8 young villagers had inexplicably gone missing while venturing into the mountains to hunt and gather medicinal herbs, despite previous attempts to locate them yielding no results. Consequently, the decision was made to organize a group to delve deeper into the mountains in search of the lost. Ultimately, it was agreed that the village's young men would collectively embark on their quest the following morning. Forming groups of 3 to prevent anyone from getting lost, they established a meeting time, agreeing that if the missing individuals were not found, they would regroup at a designated spot. The Yushan mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles, its main peak towering high, while smaller peaks rose in a majestic array. The dense forests within were heavily cloaked in trees of various kinds and inhabited by many ferocious beasts. As a result, few dared to venture deep into the mountains. Local residents typically hunted along the periphery to supplement their income. Lu Bo had no objections to entering the depths of the mountains, instructing Shier to remain in the village while he and his companions set out. They planned to spend the night in the village before their expedition. The group took refuge in the village chief's home, and after a modest supper, they arranged for sentries to take turns keeping watch, remaining vigilant before retreating to their rooms. Knowing Lu Bo's preferences, Sheer had prepared a bath for him. Despite the simplicity of their surroundings, Lu Bo believed that a daily soak was essential. He settled into the bath with ease, and after completing his nightly cultivation exercises, he lay in bed, deep in thought. Having spent the night in the village, he heard no cries from wild beasts, though the calls of birds were abundant, indicating the absence of predators. Yet, the disappearances suggested human involvement. In such a remote area, who would target them? With these doubts weighing on him, Lu Bo donned his night gear, swiftly evading detection to enter the mountains. Chapter 10. The Enigmas of the Mountain. Lu Bo navigated swiftly through the forest. Mastering the 6th level of the swordplay of the Swallow's Return, he felt confident that he could escape should he encounter any foes. Under the bright moonlight, which illuminated the surroundings as if it were daytime, he attuned himself to the subtle movements around him. Lu Bo surmised that he possessed the strength of the 5th realm and, feeling calm, discerned his direction as he quickly slipped into the dense foliage. After flying several miles, he perched upon a large tree to rest, observing the environment. Indeed, this was a secluded wilderness, with trees so thickly clustered that human footprints were scarce. Lu Bo speculated that if the disappearances were orchestrated by humans, they likely occurred in a valley or near a water source. Should it be the work of wild beasts, searching for the missing would be futile. The priority was to ascertain the true nature of the events, which would then allow for a well-considered course of action. Utilizing the moonlight, Lu Bo discovered certain traces left by hunters, such as snares and remnants of food. It appeared he had reached the outer limits of the hunter's territory. Venturing further would lead him deep into the wilderness. As he roamed the area, he suddenly stumbled upon signs of a struggle. The intensity of the scene suggested that hunters had clashed with a fierce beast. However, something felt amiss. If it were a confrontation between man and beast, there should have been paw prints on the ground. Yet there were only human footprints and signs of dragging, hastily concealed beneath a layer of leaves. The dragging marks led deeper into the mountains, towards a specific gorge. Lu Bo cautiously approached the gorge and, after flying a few more miles, spotted flickering flames. Instinctively, he heightened his awareness, realizing that if people were nearby, there might be hidden sentries as well. Caution was paramount. Listen closely during the night patrol. If we spot anyone fleeing with the herbs, we shall not show mercy, understood? Commanded one leader to a group of soldiers. Lu Bo observed this small detachment from the shadows, noting that the patrol had discovered 3 groups and identified 2 hidden sentries. The entire area felt peculiar. What treasures lay within that warranted such vigilant protection? As Lu Bo crested a small slope, he beheld an expanse of medicinal fields, flourishing with rare herbs, along with well-trodden paths, indicating that this place had been cultivated for some time. Could it be the headquarters of a certain sect? Lost in contemplation of the medicinal fields, he suddenly spotted a cave guarded by sentinels. It would be nearly impossible to sneak in without confronting the guards. In a moment of inspiration, Lu Bo picked up a stone and hurled it into the distance. Who goes there? One of the guards shouted. Go check it out. We cannot let anyone escape again. Seizing the opportunity while the guards were distracted, Lu Bo deftly maneuvered past the remaining sentinels at the cave entrance and slipped inside. Did you feel that gust of wind? One guard remarked. What are you talking about? You're being paranoid. The elders are stationed within. Who would dare act recklessly here? Our duty is to secure this entrance and prevent anyone from escaping. After all, several have already fled without facing punishment from the elders, so stay alert, replied another guard. The sentries inspected the area but found nothing amiss before returning to their posts, oblivious to the fact that Lu Bo had already infiltrated the inner sanctum of the cave. Upon entering, Lu Bo was taken aback. The cave appeared hollowed out, divided into various cells, some crafted into distinct chambers. Within these confines, numerous individuals were imprisoned, shackled by heavy chains, while guards patrolled the area. The cave was brightly lit, and Lu Bo concealed himself in a shadowy corner, aware that there were few places to hide. One misstep could lead to detection. As he contemplated the danger of his surroundings, he realized that these 2 individuals were formidable opponents. He might truly be outmatched. Once they departed, he could report to the authorities. Sheer's brother was likely among the captives. Just then, a scream erupted from one of the cells, yet the patrol team continued their established route. Indifferent to the cries, two individuals stood before the cell, engaged in conversation. "How did the latest batch of herbs perform?" inquired a middle-aged man of average build, slightly pudgy around the waist. "It still lacks something." After consuming the herbs, this individual went berserk. "I just tested it. The strength of the fifth realm is evident, but his mind is clouded. If he were lucid, he could be harnessed for our purposes, rendering this fiery elixir a success. If we could cultivate fifth realm experts in bulk, we could easily seize control of the realm," replied an elderly man in white robes with a long beard. "Indeed, what a pity. We only possess a fragment of the formula, so we must continue our experiments. Have Du Lao exert more effort. We have sufficient herbs cultivated here. We need to refine the formula further. We are almost there. However, we must be cautious. Others have escaped, and we can no longer capture individuals in this vicinity without attracting the attention of the court. We should procure our subjects from the southern borders instead. Weren't a few individuals struck dead recently? The urgency for subjects is pressing, which is why we captured dozens from the surrounding areas. You can trust me to ensure that when these individuals vanish, no trace will remain," the middle-aged man reassured. As they spoke, both men turned to observe the captive in the cell, who was in the throes of madness. After about a quarter of an hour, the individual let out a final scream before succumbing to death. Lu Bo remained hidden in the shadows, motionless, pondering how he had ended up in such a precarious situation. He had been too careless. These two were clearly seasoned experts, and he might genuinely be unable to contend with them. Once they departed, he would return to report to the authorities. He realized he had neglected to inquire about Shear's brother's name and appearance. If he were to rescue someone, how could he do so? It seemed he would need to return and reflect on his actions, acknowledging that he had acted without sufficient forethought, allowing curiosity to lead him into danger. When he had detected the signs earlier, he should have exercised greater caution, allowing those two constables to report to their superiors instead of placing himself in jeopardy. He had overestimated his abilities. It was time to leave, immediately. After another quarter of an hour, the conversation continued. "Perhaps we should replace the misty flower and add the Fa Kuai herb to the formula. Let's see how it performs," the middle-aged man suggested. The elderly man in white replied, "Cultivating the Fa Kuai herb is somewhat challenging. Currently, only the Herb King Valley has it in cultivation. Finding wild specimens is quite troublesome. Recently, I sent someone disguised as a merchant to procure Fa Kuai herbs from the Herb King Valley, only to discover they had been completely sold out. Upon further inquiry, it seems that a young master from the Lu family in Yuqing placed an order for an ample supply, with no negotiations, claiming it was for bathing purposes. Given the rarity of the Fa Kuai herbs applications, the Herb King Valley sold all of it to the Lu family, and the next harvest won't be ready until July or August. In the months of July and August, we could no longer contain our impatience. It was indeed the Lu family of Yuqing. If I recall correctly, their lineage linked to the illustrious Jinhui, serving the imperial court. However, the Lu family lacked a patriarch, and thus I instructed my subordinates to masquerade as bandits, to create a ruckus at the Lu residence. At that time, we would stealthily seize the fogweed, and you and I must act swiftly. The Jinhui, those mere mortals, shall not discover our scheme." The middle-aged man contemplated, suggesting, "Perhaps we should consult the sect leader, given the current tense atmosphere. Venturing out could jeopardize the leader's grand ambitions. There is no time for such formalities. Relying on consultations will hinder our progress. The leader will certainly empathize with our predicament. Besides, remaining in this dreary place day after day would drive any sane person to madness. Let us venture into the city for some enjoyment. I have heard that the Red Flower Pavilion in Yuqing is quite splendid, and the young ladies within are exceptionally charming." It was evident that the middle-aged man was the one in command. Yet, at that moment, Lu Bo felt a surge of dread. How did this gossip turn into a predicament for himself? Fogweed was not the drug catalyst for Jian Lu. Ah, how could their misdeeds befall me? He had intended to flee once those two departed, but now this situation arose. It seemed that after their departure, he would have no choice but to act. Chapter 11. The Ghost Shadow Sect. Once the two had left, Lu Bo's anxious heart finally settled. He pondered the nature of the Ghost Shadow Sect. It appeared to be a sinister cult, operating covertly and employing ruthless methods, feared by all in the martial world. A malevolent sect cultivating medicinal herbs deep within the mountains, coupled with the snippets of conversation he had overheard, led Lu Bo to a troubling realization. He had unwittingly stumbled upon a stronghold for drug experimentation belonging to the Ghost Shadow sect. Initially, he thought he could quietly slip away and report to the authorities. But now that these individuals had set their sights on him, escape seemed impossible. After a moment's wait, he estimated that the two had ventured far enough not to return, and began to search the cave. Lu Bo resolved to unlock all the cells. Once freed, the drugged captives would scatter throughout the mountains, and he was keen to observe how the Ghost Shadow sect would respond. When Lu Bo had entered the mountains that night, he carried nothing. Now, in order to unlock these cells, he surely required keys. Typically, these keys would be kept in a designated location, so he carefully ventured deeper into the cave. After evading several patrols, as he delved further into the cave, the air grew increasingly damp and chilly. Utilizing the faint glow of his torch, Lu Bo arrived before a massive iron door, rusted and unbarred. His heartbeat quickened, a mixture of tension and anticipation coursing through him. Drawing a deep breath, he pushed the door open, revealing an empty room that appeared to be a place for alchemical experimentation, filled with cabinets and various potions. Though Lu Bo did not possess extensive knowledge of these concoctions, he recognized the significance of this location. Should he set it ablaze? Suddenly, a figure on the rack stirred, opening its eyes, startling Lu Bo. Initially, he had assumed the figure was a corpse, having thus, he entrusted Li Se with leading the team, delineating a specific location for them. There was no need to delve deeper. If they failed to locate anyone, they were to return directly. In the event of any unusual circumstances, they were to leave without hesitation. Once the arrangements were complete, Lu Bo resumed his slumber. In truth, Lu Bo had worried unnecessarily. He had traversed swiftly through the forest the previous night and had already penetrated deep into the mountains. It would take ordinary villagers several days to reach such distant places, and currently, they were likely only searching along the periphery. Lu Bo stretched lazily, feeling utterly comfortable in his rest. After dressing, he rose and had a simple breakfast before inquiring about the current situation from Yushan. Noticing that Sheer still bore a hint of sadness, he offered words of comfort. Sheer, do not fret. With so many people out searching, your brother is surely safe. Perhaps they will find him shortly and return. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, Sheer is not worried. I am grateful for your help this time, young master, she replied. By the way, what is your birth name, Sheer? After all this time at the Lu residence, I am still unaware of it. Also, please describe your brother's appearance. Young master, my birth name is Tian Suishi, and my brother is named Tian Suaning. Lu Bo's lips twitched. Were these names truly conjured by rural folk? Tian Suishi, Tian Suaning, joy from the harvest. Tranquility and a beautiful expectation of abundance and peace for the future. What splendid names, Lu Bo remarked. Sheer perceived Lu Bo's bewilderment and explained, young master, you see, my parents were uneducated. In our early years, a monk visited our homes seeking alms. Upon seeing us siblings, he said we were destined for greatness and granted us these names. Continuing, Sheer described her brother. He has thick eyebrows and a straight nose, with the most distinctive feature being a mole beneath his neck. If my brother is unharmed this time, might you allow him to work at your estate? He is an exceptional hunter and, with a bit of guidance, could excel in martial arts. Very well, that poses no issue. I shall have Yushan mentor him, Lu Bo replied. At this point, Lu Bo recalled the thrilling events of the previous night. He wondered if Sheer's brother, the youth with a mole beneath his neck, had fared well amidst the darkness. It was his own fault for plunging into the situation without any plan, a behavior that was truly inadvisable. Once matters were settled here, he would retreat to Yuqing and remain indoors, refraining from venturing out regardless of what transpired. Furthermore, he would devise a strategy before taking action, ensuring he left himself some leeway. Responding from the heart was the key to longevity. Dog, do not rest. Run swiftly. Once we cross this mountain, we shall soon be out, and safety awaits in the village, Aning. We have run all night and throughout the day. It is nearly afternoon, and I have eaten nothing. I can hardly move anymore. Do not worry about me. You should go on ahead. These two were the individuals Lu Bo had rescued in the dead of night. Amidst the chaos, they had managed to break free from the cave, and since they were hunters familiar with the forest, they had not joined the main group but instead sought a path back home. The members of the Ghost Shadow sect were preoccupied with intercepting the larger troop, allowing the two to escape relatively easily to this point. Dog, do not give up. Hold my hand. Come, let us go together, Aning. Am I imagining things? I think I hear someone calling my name. Dio, you hear that? Someone is calling you too. And there's A Young and Biao at the village head. We're not about to perish, are we? Woo woo, Ah Ning. I do not wish to die, dog. It seems someone truly is calling us. Look, there are people over there. There are indeed people. Hey, we are here. Ah Ning and the dog shouted excitedly, finally spotting others and mustering all their strength to rush towards them. Sage, let us stop here. We cannot venture deeper. The young master instructed us to find this location, and if there were no results, we were to return. It is nearly dusk. If we do not leave soon, it will be dark. Lu Li Sei and several guards were near, searching the area. With no further leads, they were preparing to depart when they suddenly heard shouts and turned to see two figures staggering towards them. However, before they could reach, both collapsed. One remained down, while the other struggled briefly before succumbing as well. Let us hurry and see what is amiss. We must assist them. That evening, the rescue team returned with news. Including the villagers and the two Lu Li Sei had encountered, 3 individuals had been saved, though they remained unconscious. Upon seeing her brother rescued, Sheer felt a weight lift from her heart, and tears flowed freely. That night, after taking some medicine, the 3 began to awaken, filling the room with the dog's cries. I, dog, have finally returned. Mother, I promise to be obedient from now on and will never cause trouble again. As the others inquired about the events that transpired, the 3 recounted their tale in detail. The 2 constables furrowed their brows, recalling that this involved the demonic sect, and promptly took their leave to report to Lu Bo. Lu Bo, eager for the authorities to intervene, said nothing further. Sheer introduced her brother to Lu Bo, who found the young man quite decent-looking, handsome, albeit somewhat tanned from years spent hunting. He instructed Yushan to look after him. And once he had healed, he would report to Yuqing. Tian Suaning, delighted to have secured a position through his sister's efforts, felt a renewed sense of strength after this ordeal. He resolved to hone his skills diligently, promising Lu Bo he would work hard and could start immediately, even before his injuries had fully healed. Thus, with matters arranged, Lu Bo lay in bed contemplating the Ghost Shadow sect. Once he returned to Yuqing, he needed to gather information about them, preparing to prevent any potential retaliation. Old Bai, have you managed to locate the whereabouts of Xuanji Daoren? I have dispatched disciples to search, and although they encountered numerous people along the way, Xuanji Daoren remains elusive, Elder Bai replied, glancing at Elder Meng. The sect master has tasked us with refining medicine here and guarding Xuanji Daoren. With him missing, we have made a grave error. What shall we do? Elder Meng, recalling the sect master's prowess, felt a tremor of fear. Elder Bai shared his apprehensions, equally fearful of the sect master. By the way, Elder Meng, I recently witnessed Xuanji Daoren being pinned down in the cave. With even his pipa bone pierced, and no matter how skilled he is, he cannot break free from such restraints. As for those killed at the cave entrance, they appear to have fallen to a single strike from a master. We must report this to the sect master, as Xuanji Daoren was rescued by a masked expert, and we are unable to contend with this person. Let us hope this will preserve our lives. Indeed, Elder Bai, your reasoning is sound. We shall proceed as you suggest. Also, summon the disciples to tidy up here. We must depart swiftly. This place is no longer safe. Take what can be carried and destroy the rest. Very well, I shall make arrangements at once. The following morning, 2 constables arrived with a large entourage, all dressed as the Imperial Guards. They inquired about the 3 individuals, and upon confirming their whereabouts, they quickly entered the mountains. Fearing they would be too late, the captain of the guards glanced at Lu Bo and nodded before joining the group to venture into the mountains. Lu Bo, puzzled, could only wonder what would unfold next. After resting another day, he left some funds for Sheer's parents and, together with the siblings, returned to Yuqing. From a distance, as he gazed upon the walls of Yuqing, Lu Bo felt a sense of relief wash over him. His spirit soared. He had played a crucial role in dismantling a significant stronghold of the demonic sect. Chapter 13. Arrival in Yuqing finally back. Yushan, from now on, take care of An Ning and teach him martial arts. If you do not train him well, Sheer will not let you off lightly. First, help him acclimate to the surroundings. Understood, young Master An Ning, do not linger. Come with me to the estate and familiarize yourself with the situation. The young master is quite easygoing, so do not be overly formal with that. Yushan led An Ning away. At that moment, only Sheer remained. She approached Lu Bo and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, young master. Without your assistance, I fear Ning would not have returned so smoothly. Her eyes brimmed with appreciation. Have you managed the family shop well? This little estate has been unattended for days. Have you organized everything? Why are you still here? Get to work. Be careful. I might deduct your wages. Hee hee. All right, young master. Sheer cheerfully set off to attend to her tasks. While it was true that Lu Bo received annual dividends from the Lu family, he also had his own ventures. He could not rely solely on others for sustenance. With Butler Wang managing these affairs poorly, it naturally fell to Sheer to oversee things. Upon returning, Lu Bo began his practice of Kenjutsu. Having gathered all necessary medicinal herbs, the ingredients for Kenjutsu were not difficult to procure, albeit somewhat costly, to the point where Lu Bo felt a pinch in his finances, akin to being a frail invalid. Butler Wang approached to inquire, but Lu Bo deftly deflected the conversation, claiming to have received a health regimen from a celestial being in his dreams, thus managing to divert Wang's suspicions. Butler Wang, resigned, had no choice but to follow Lu Bo's lead. Kenjutsu, quick draw, slashing forward with the sword, using the sword's energy to intimidate enemies ahead. If the disparity in cultivation is too great, this can suppress the opponent for several breaths. In a duel between masters, a mere moment of distraction can determine one's success or failure. This is a skill of control. That evening, Lu Bo began to practice Sword 7. The combination of Sword 7 and Sword 6 was nothing short of divine. Swiftly drawing the sword to subdue the opponent, followed by a swift approach that left the enemy unprepared, inevitably resulting in grievous injury. Mornings were spent in slumber, afternoons indulged in musical performances, and evenings dedicated to soaking and honing his swordsmanship. Before he knew it, half a year had passed, and Lu Bo had become quite adept with Sword 7, intending to find someone to spar with. During Lu Bo's disciplined life over the past 6 months, Steward Wang had taken a liking to Ning. Believing the young man to possess a sharp intellect and grounded demeanor, he decided to mentor Ning, considering him a potential successor. This delighted Sheer immensely, who accompanied Ning to seek Wang's guidance. On this fine evening, under a splendid moonlight, the master addressed his disciple. I am about to enter seclusion to break through to the 6th realm. After my retreat, you must exercise restraint and avoid provoking trouble. Do you understand? At that moment, it was Chen Wu who spoke. After months of preparation, he had finally approached the threshold of the Qi-Si realm and needed a significant period of seclusion to break through. The disciples were overjoyed. Should their master succeed, they would be the closed-door disciples of a minor master, garnering respect wherever they went. Among them, Yang Rushu was the most elated. If his master became a minor master, he would no longer have to undertake escort missions, which had been exhausting over the past 6 months, often traversing desolate areas. Observing his disciples, Chunwu felt invigorated. If he succeeded this time, he would command respect in Yuqing. A minor master is still a master. Ah, how lively it is! Chenwu recalled his master, Madame Shixiang, and wondered if he had heard of the Peach Blossom sect. Just then, a voice echoed from above the building. Everyone was taken aback, and Qianwu scrutinized the figure in black atop the house. With a profound gaze, it was evident that this person possessed unfathomable strength, necessitating caution. Master, that is the scoundrel who injured us 6 months ago. You must not let him go this time, Yang Rushu shouted, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Chunwu remained silent for a moment, then instructed his disciples to withdraw. Turning to the figure in black, he inquired, What is this about Madame Shixiang and the Peach Blossom sect? I have never heard of them. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Have I? Now that I am here, perhaps it is merely that I find your disciple displeasing. Behold, my Duga 9 swords. With that, the figure in black drew his sword and swiftly closed the distance, a flash of swordlight seemingly immobilizing Chen Wu. Anticipating the encounter, Chen Wu had fortified himself with his fist energy. Yet he was still sent flying by a single strike. Both were astonished, having misjudged each other's strength. How is it that my opponent is so formidable? Chen Wu pondered. What? I am unexpectedly strong, the figure mused. At that moment, the air was thick with tension and awkwardness, the moonlight filtering through the leaves and casting mottled shadows on the ground as a breeze swept by. The figure in black spoke first. Pardon my intrusion. I just remembered that I left my clothes uncollected at home, and with rain approaching, I must return to gather them. We shall continue our duel another day. With that, he vanished into the night, leaving the others bewildered in the moonlight. Chen Wu's face flushed red. Having been inexplicably struck down, he had been on the verge of retaliating when the adversary claimed a mistake and departed, inflicting a slight yet deeply humiliating blow. However, upon reflection, he realized that being so easily dispatched suggested that the figure possessed the strength of a minor master. Master, this person is exceedingly powerful. It appears he did not unleash his full might when he injured us previously. Should we alert the escort agency and summon other experts to subdue him? As Qinwu pondered, the realization struck him. The mention of Madame Shixiang and the Peach Blossom sect was likely a fabrication. It was highly probable that his disciple had provoked this person, prompting the assault. Moreover, since the figure had chosen not to pursue further confrontation, it indicated that he was not inclined to return. Chuer, starting tomorrow, you shall resume your escort duties. You and your companions will go as well. Whenever your skills have improved, you may return. With that, Qinwu strode away. Master, please don't. You see, your disciple has lost weight. The figure in black was Lu Bo, who, after half a year of practice, had become proficient in Sword 7. Eager to find someone to test his skills, he had set his sights on Master Chen, believing he could hold his own against him. Little did he expect that upon his first engagement, he could send Shan Wu flying. Could it be that he had already attained the strength of a minor master? The pinnacle of the fifth realm was nothing in comparison. Perhaps he was indeed stronger than he had imagined. With that thought, Lu Bo burst into laughter, feeling a newfound confidence in his burgeoning abilities. The following day, Lu Bo awoke still reveling in his triumph, occasionally chuckling to himself in a somewhat juvenile manner, startling Sheer, who feared her young master had gone daft. Young master, what is the matter? Have you encountered something joyful? Sheer, do you not perceive my formidable strength? I must confess, I am now terrifyingly powerful, young master. Perhaps he is merely dreaming foolishly. He should be fine in a moment, Sheer thought, dismissing him and returning to her tasks. Noticing the lack of attention, Lu Bo felt a twinge of boredom. Yushan, my friend, today my creativity flows like a fountain. Let us go and hear Sister Su sing. Ever since composing poetry for Su Shiwang, Lu Bo had been informed that in exchange for hearing her sing, he must present her with poetry, which left him somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, he had prepared a piece today, titled Sister Su, Your Mouth Cannot Close, Chapter 14. The phoenix flowers suddenly, a fiery sickle appeared in the sky, as if the Jade Emperor sought to smoke. If the Jade Emperor does not smoke, then why the fiery sickle? Sister Su, what do you think of my ode to lightning? Is it worthy of a song from you? Ha ha ha, I did not expect my brother to possess such talent. Ha ha ha, what would you like to hear today? Wait for me to catch my breath. I am utterly captivated by your brilliance. Su Shiwang laughed, gasping for my poem about the general who knows nothing and the king of the underworld is not merely a hollow reputation. Since you wish to hear something amusing, I shall take on the persona of Lu Chao Chao and transcribe the poem of the dog meat general. Sister Su, sing freely. Whatever you choose will sound delightful. You cheeky brother is truly entertaining, far more agreeable than those scholarly types. With that, Su Shiwang rose and took the stage. Her melody flowed like a gentle stream, both melodious and enchanting. The tune soared at times, passionate and exhilarating, akin to a summer storm pouring down, stirring one's emotions. At other times, it was soft and lingering, like a spring breeze caressing the cheek, bringing tranquility. Lu Bo reclined in bliss, his eyes closed, wholly engrossed in the exquisite music, as if the entire world were filled with its resonance. As the last notes faded, he slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Sister Su, your skill on the instrument is exceptional. I am in awe. This piece belongs in the heavens, rarely heard by mortal ears. Ha ha, dear brother, you truly have a way with compliments. The two shared cheerful banter until evening approached, prompting Lu Bo to rise and bid farewell. Preparing to return home to study, Su Shiwang, reluctant to part, said, Sister must embark on a long journey. I know not when I shall return. May we meet again by fate. Lu Bo furrowed his brow. Where is Sister going? Is not the Red Flower Pavilion under your command? My dear brother, the details are too intricate to explain. We met in the rivers and lakes. Should fate allow, we shall meet again. Do not forget your sister. Rest assured, I shall not forget. I toast to your future success. Very well, I raise my glass to you as well. They exchanged knowing smiles and drank deeply. After Lu Bo departed, Two graceful figures from the Red Flower Pavilion gazed after him as he walked away. Sister, Lu Gongzi has gone far. Indeed, it seems I may never encounter such an amusing person again. With matters in Yuqing settled, we should depart. The young lady must be waiting anxiously. With that, the two vanished from the windowsill. Returning home, Lu Bo felt a pang of disappointment. Su Shiwang's words made him feel he might never see her again. A true confidant is hard to find. If fate allows, they shall surely meet again. That night, Lu Bo completed his practice of Sword 7 and officially entered Sword 8, elevating his prowess to new heights. Sword 8. Fine snow. He wielded his sword forward, generating countless irregular sword energies, swiftly clearing all obstacles within sight, reducing everything within dozens of yards to mere fragments. Gods would be slain, and Buddhas would be vanquished. Lu Bo no longer concerned himself with medicinal formulas, as the subsequent ingredients had become increasingly rare. The materials for Sword 8 included some he had never even heard of, compelling him to hand over the formula to Shi'er early in the morning, instructing her to procure the ingredients. 18 noon. Shi'er found Lu Bo and briefed him on the situation. Young master, the medicinal ingredients have been checked at the Yawang Valley branch in Yuqing. They are readily available, though the prices are a tad steep. Excellent, excellent, Shi'er, you are becoming increasingly efficient. The price is of no concern, as long as they are available. However, young master, let me finish. All the ingredients are available, but there is one particular herb, the phoenix flower, that is somewhat special. While not rare, the phoenix flower only grows on Phoenix Ridge, and once harvested, if not used within half an hour, it will dissolve into water. Thus, the Medicine King Valley has deliberately established a stronghold at Phoenix Ridge, aiming to facilitate the use of the Huangpa flower in medicinal preparations. Therefore, young master, can the Huangpa flower be exchanged for another herb? After all, it's merely for a bath. They are all rather similar. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo felt a sense of helplessness. He had attempted to change herbs before, but the results were utterly ineffective. Xier, you go prepare the other medicinal materials. As for the Huangpa flower, I shall ponder it further. All right, young master. At that moment, Lu Bo felt quite distressed. Without the necessary herbs, he could only remain stagnant at Sword 7. Returning to his room, he instructed Yushan to fetch a map. Phoenix Ridge lies 30 miles northwest of Chuan City, which itself is 300 to 400 miles from U City. However, between the two cities, there are continuous mountain ranges and several rivers, making the journey to Chuan City take more than half a month. It seems that for the sake of the Huangpa flower, a trip to Chuan City is inevitable. Yushan, are you familiar with Chuan City? Have you been there before? Young master, have you forgotten? I am from Chuan City. Is that so? What a coincidence. Please give me a thorough introduction to Chuan City and its local customs. Chuan City is renowned for its cuisine, boasting an abundance of delicacies: Mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, hot pot, spicy rabbit heads, and countless others. Additionally, there are numerous local snacks such as long chow shou and zhongliang fawn, allowing you to indulge for an entire month without repetition. Listening to Yushan's introduction, Lu Bo couldn't help but salivate. Who knows how much he had missed. While U City also offers a variety of culinary delights, frequent consumption leads to a sense of fatigue. Therefore, he resolved to visit Chuan City, putting thoughts of the Huangpa flower aside. After all, to forego the enjoyment of good food would be a waste of life. That evening, Lu Bo approached Butler Wang, expressing his desire to visit Chuan City for some leisure. Young master wishes to go to Chuan City? Yes, old Wang, as you know, ever since my last visit to Sierra's home, I have not ventured beyond U City. Now, with Yushan being from Chuan City, it is the perfect opportunity for us to explore together. Very well, if the young master wishes to go, I have a matter to attend to in Chuan City as well, so we might as well travel together. I have several acquaintances there. Should you encounter any issues in my absence, you can seek their assistance. That would be splendid. With Butler Wang accompanying us, many troubles will be alleviated. I will have Sierra prepare our luggage. We shall be 5. You, me, Yushan, Sierra, and a Ning. Agreed. But the young master must promise me to act discreetly while we are away, avoiding any trouble. Understood, old Wang. I am well aware of that. With that, Lu Bo went to find Sierra in the middle of the night. Lu Nong was in the pavilion. Are you certain about going to Chuan City? Indeed. I intend to venture into the carefree valley of Chuan City. My opportunity for a breakthrough lies there. Moreover, I can ensure the young master's safety along the way. Then let us proceed. Once you achieve your breakthrough, our Lu family will have a master in our ranks. With me here, you need not worry about the Lu residence. Yan'an is also in Chuan City. If needed, you can seek his help. Understood. Lu Nong and Butler Wang exchanged silent glances. Raising their cups to drink, Miss, I have returned. The matters in Yu City have been resolved, and the business at Honghua Tower is gradually getting back on track. We can now set our sights on the capital. Yes, it is good that things in Yu City are progressing smoothly. Sanyang has already gone to the capital ahead of us. Let us first address the matters in Chuan City before considering the capital. Please share the specifics of the situation in Yu City. The previous letters were too brief to convey everything. Elder Bai, we owe you a debt of gratitude for your vigilance, which spared us from punishment. Our journey to Chuan City must yield results. Failure is not an option, lest we face dire consequences. I nearly thought we would not make it through this ordeal. Indeed, Elder Ming, the sect leader, has spoken. The Ghost Shadow sect is in need of capable individuals at this moment. Although we were not penalized for the affairs at Yu Mountain, we must remain vigilant during our trip to Chuan City. We must also be on guard against the retaliation of Su New Jersey Taoist, whom we have thoroughly tormented in the cave. While he may not recover quickly, we are no match for him in a one-on-one confrontation. So we should avoid acting alone. Elder Bai's words hold wisdom. It was indeed reckless of me to demand a stay on the mountaintop, claiming the scenery was splendid, which led to this predicament. Regret is futile now. We must learn from this experience. Zaya Yozi, how have your inquiries fared? As for Su New Jersey Taoist, as I mentioned, your primary focus should be on recovery. The Ghost Shadow sect is elusive, and they are already gathering information for you. It is said they are planning an operation in Chuan City that may interfere with the Medicine King Valley's grand competition. The specifics are still under investigation, and with 3 months until the competition, there is no need for you to rush. Rush? You have no idea how tormented I have been over these past years. After our separation, I was careless and fell into the trap of the Ghost Shadow sect's fiend, where I was captured and subjected to their trials for years. Had it not been for my robust internal cultivation, I would not have endured until now. I have a vendetta against the Ghost Shadow sect. I understand. We founded the Carefree Valley together, and now it has gained some strength. I will allocate all resources to you. If it comes to it, we shall perish together with the Ghost Shadow sect. Thank you, Brother Xiaoyao. I cannot rest until the Ghost Shadow sect is eradicated. I will not swallow this injustice. This matter requires careful consideration. Chapter 15. Journey to Chuan City. Early in the morning, Lu Bo and the others prepared their luggage and set off in a carriage. The journey from Yu City to Chuan City required first taking a carriage to Longyin Town, then traveling by water to Qingshi Town, and finally taking another carriage to Chuan City. Sierra and her brother had never ventured far from home, and now they were excitedly gazing out the window. Over the past 6 months, under Butler Wang's guidance, Aning had transformed from a reckless hunter from the mountains into a young man who conducted himself with order and purpose. This trip was also meant to provide him with some valuable experience. The carriage traveled steadily along the main road, and Butler Wang appeared composed, calmly brewing and sipping tea while introducing the local customs along the way. Longyin Town was established during the previous dynasty. Situated at the confluence of the Han River and the Hengshui River. Built against the mountains, the town derives its name from a temple located on a nearby hill. In this dynasty, the town has thrived due to its strategic location, facilitating the transportation of porcelain and silk. The Lu family has heavily invested in the area, establishing numerous porcelain shops. Thus, the town has also come to be known as Porcelain Mouthed, as Longyin Town developed. It attracted many merchants to open shops, including branches of the Medicine King Valley. Consequently, the Lu family holds significant influence in Longyin Town, controlling a large portion of the dock. Lu Bo was not very familiar with his family's business, but hearing that it was their territory filled him with anticipation and curiosity about visiting Longyin Town. Butler Wang leisurely narrated the local customs, prompting Lu Bo to inquire, "Old Wang, given your familiarity with this area, were you often traveling between these two places in your earlier years?" Butler Wang pondered for a moment, gazing into the distance. "That was a long time ago, before I met your father in my youth. I worked as a bodyguard, traversing the martial world and visiting many places, getting to know numerous people. Those are old stories, best left unmentioned." Noticing Butler Wang's reluctance to discuss his past, Lu Bo refrained from pressing further. He now understood that the Lu family had connections with the court, and Old Wang appeared to possess a depth of character beyond what met the eye. After Aning became a disciple, Lu Bo had observed him practicing stances and engaging in rigorous training daily. Watching Ning's intense training left Lu Bo both anxious and impressed. No wonder he had sought Chen Wu's guidance previously. It seemed Butler Wang's approach was to push Ning to his limits, leaving Lu Bo to silently mourn for him. Perhaps one day, he would have the opportunity to witness old Wang's skills, which could be quite formidable, allowing him to relax. After traveling for a day, they finally arrived at Longyin Town by evening. Longyin Town lacks city walls, but at the town's entrance stands an archway adorned with couplets. During the day, thousands bow in respect. At night, thousands of bright lanterns illuminate the scene. Lu Bo admired the couplets and couldn't help but appreciate the unique charm of Longyin Town. The imagery of thousands bowing during the day perhaps depicted the industrious and harmonious lives of the townsfolk, while the vibrant scene of countless lanterns at night showcased the town's prosperity and liveliness. Such descriptions intrigued Lu Bo. It seemed Longyin Town was indeed worth exploring. Upon descending from the carriage, they stepped onto this ancient land filled with charm. On either side of the streets, traditional buildings stood in an orderly fashion, and the cobblestone paths twisted and turned. Along the way, he encountered various vendors selling local delicacies and handicrafts. Unable to resist, he tasted some of the local cuisine, and the unique flavors left him singing their praises. Simultaneously, he developed a keen interest in the handicrafts, whose exquisite and distinctive nature revealed the ingenuity of Longyin Town's artisans. Butler Wang led the group to the largest inn in the town, which was also owned by the Lu family. The innkeeper warmly welcomed Lu Bo and his party, providing them with the finest rooms. As night fell, Longyin Town became even more bustling. Lanterns lining the streets began to light up, and the myriad of bright lights created a picturesque scene throughout the ancient town. Standing by the window, Lu Bo gazed at the vibrant spectacle, feeling a sense of fulfillment and joy. With countless homes illuminated, the townspeople lived in peace and contentment, radiating happiness, as long as no sinister sects like the Ghost Shadow sect appeared. Lu Bo sighed with contentment and went to discuss with Sierra and the others about staying an extra day to thoroughly enjoy Longyin Town. Upon hearing that the young master intended to embark on an excursion, the innkeeper provided Lu Bo with a detailed introduction to the attractions of Longyin Town. The most prominent highlight was Longyin Temple, which was built against the mountains. Ascending from the foot of the mountain to the summit offered a panoramic view of the entire town, while the confluence of the Han River and the Hengshui River could be observed in the distance. The Hengshui River appeared murky, its waters tinged with a faint reddish hue, hence its name, while the Han River was crystal clear and bright. The juxtaposition of the two rivers was a sight not to be missed when visiting Longyin Town. Tomorrow, Butler Wang would also accompany the group to Longyin Temple, although his purpose was not for leisure but to pay a visit to a friend, whom he referred to as a bald monk. Due to Lu Bo's swordsmanship being one step shy of the 8th level, he remained at the 7th stage, and the effects of soaking in a bath were rather negligible. Nevertheless, out of habit, he indulged in a delightful soak that evening. The following day, the group set out together for Longyin Temple. Nestled in the northwest corner of Longyin Town, Lu Bo encountered many fellow travelers along the winding mountain path. The architectural style of Longyin Temple was unique, exuding an ancient elegance. Upon reaching the temple's entrance, throngs of devotees were present, and intricate carvings adorned the temple's lintel, symbolizing auspiciousness and blessings. Upon entering the temple, the first sight that greeted the eyes was a towering statue of Buddha, seated majestically upon a lotus pedestal, its gaze deep and benevolent. Surrounding the statue were various offerings and incense, as devotees knelt in earnest prayer for peace and happiness. The temple's environment was serene and tranquil, seemingly detached from the chaos of the world. The ground was paved with clean, smooth flagstones, and lush trees flanked either side, adding a touch of vitality and greenery to the temple. Here, one could momentarily forget the clamor and disturbances of the mundane world, immersing oneself in an atmosphere of calm and serenity. As Lu Bo wandered through the temple, he mused to himself about its opulence, noting the grandeur that set it apart, enhanced by the numerous devoted followers. Eventually, the group ascended to the highest viewing platform, where they beheld the confluence of the two rivers. Gazing out over the water, the Han River and Hengshui River appeared as two great dragons winding their way forth. Exuding a magnificent aura, the Han River shimmered like an emerald ribbon, sparkling under the sunlight, while the Hengshui River surged with vigor, presenting a breathtakingly grand beauty. The convergence of the two rivers created a stunning tableau. At the meeting point, the waters churned vigorously, white waves crashing mightily, resembling two great dragons engaged in a fierce struggle, in this body of water. A unique demarcation line emerged, distinctly separating the clear from the murky. Akin to a natural canvas, Lu Bo was profoundly moved by this spectacle. The artistry of nature was truly awe-inspiring. Among the group, Aning was the most animated, her expression reflecting her astonishment at the magnificent scene before them. Youth should engage in more practice, she remarked. Subsequently, the group made their way to the temple's rear courtyard, where Butler Wong led them to meet the bald monk he had mentioned. A young monk, seemingly familiar with Butler Wong, greeted him with a warm smile and a gesture of respect, leading him directly to a secluded courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Bo's attention was immediately drawn to a monk chopping firewood. He was robust, with a jovial demeanor, and as he wielded his axe with strength, the wood split with a resounding crack. Though his movements were rough, they exuded a sense of steadiness and rhythm. What a skilled practitioner, Lu Bo thought to himself. Upon noticing Butler Wong, the monk paused his work, smiling as he approached. Just as Lu Bo expected a friendly exchange, the monk spoke first. Is that not my long-lost brother Out Yin? What brings you here today? You arrive empty-handed. At least bring something along. I am not picky about fine wine or meat. Hey, bald monk, be serious. Prepare some food. Allow me to introduce you. This is the young master of the Lu family. Please take good care of him in the future. Butler Wong said, Is this the young master of the Lu family that you, Wong Out Yin, have vowed to protect with your life? He appears rather ordinary. With an average foundation, just an ordinary person, the monk remarked. Listen here, young man, should you encounter any trouble while traveling, invoke the name of me, Master Huiyuan, and you shall receive some consideration in the martial world. Lu Bo's mouth twitched at this exchange, casting a puzzled glance at Butler Wong. Young master, my birth name is Wong Out Yin. Chapter 16. The Past of Old Wong, Part 1, Lu Bo exclaimed. Astonished to discover Old Wong's imposing name. Bald monk, don't just stand there, can't you see we are waiting? Show us to our seats. Butler Wong called out to the monk. If it were anyone else, I would have thrown them out by now. Zaya Jingson, prepare some food for our guests. And let me tell you, Wong Out Yin, I owe you for my past life. If it weren't for your plummeting prowess, I would have certainly given you a good beating today, the monk grumbled. Who beats whom is still up for debate, isn't it? Haven't you been on the receiving end of beatings before? Enough of your chatter. Longyin Temple may appear grand, but why does it seem like a doghouse? What do you know? Wealth is merely an external possession. Wine and meat pass through the stomach, but the Buddha resides in the heart. I am now a person of enlightenment. If you wish to sit, sit. If not, then leave. Butler Wong retorted, though his body obediently settled onto a chair, leaving Lu Bo and the others in astonishment. Lu Bo grew ever more curious about Old Wong's past. He must seize the opportunity to inquire further. Before long, Zaya Jingson returned with fragrant dishes, and after their explorations, everyone was ready to eat. The meals at Longyin Temple appeared delectable, and the group began to devour their food ravenously. Master Huiyuan sipped wine from a gourd while eating, and Butler Wong occasionally took a swig from the same gourd. Though they started as bantering rivals, they regarded each other as good friends at heart. Lu Bo had never witnessed this side of Butler Wong before. He had always perceived him as a straightforward steward, managing the myriad affairs of the household without a care. Now, seeing this facet of Old Wong, it was evident that he had experienced an intriguing and colorful past, far beyond that of a mere bodyguard. After their meal, Butler Wong encouraged everyone to explore the temple while he engaged in conversation with Master Huiyuan. Out Yin, your visit this time is not merely for nostalgia, is it? Indeed. I plan to venture into the Carefree Valley, came the reply. The two fell silent for a moment. Master Huiyuan was the first to speak again. Are you confident? About 90%. If I fail, I shall perish. Should I not succeed this time, I may never regain my title as a master. If something unforeseen occurs, please look after Lu Bo. The Carefree Valley is not easily traversed. Few make it through. And 90% certainty is quite high. Here, take this pill. It may serve you well in case of emergencies. Very well. I hope it remains unused. Has your heart's burden not been alleviated after all this time? Look at me. I live quite transparently. Why not come here to chant scriptures and spend a few days as a monk? You would surely attain clarity. A true man knows what to pursue and what to forego. The heart's burdens are of little consequence now. I have let go. Let us hope so. Lu Bo remained unaware of the details of Butler Wang's conversation with Master Huiyuan as they traveled back. Butler Wang remained silent. Upon returning to the inn, he sat alone in his room, sipping tea. Filled with curiosity, Lu Bo approached Butler Wang and poured him some tea. "You have many questions, I presume?" Butler Wang inquired. "Indeed, I do," Lu Bo replied. "There are some matters I have kept from you. Now that you are nearly 20, it is time I share some things. Do you have any wine?" Lu Bo quietly procured some wine. After taking a sip, Butler Wang began recounting his past. "Originally, my name was Wang Baobao. Upon entering the martial world, I thought it fitting to adopt a name of grandeur. In my youthful arrogance, I changed it to Wang Outyin. After the name change, my life unfolded with the same boldness, progressing smoothly. Initially, I joined a convoy to broaden my horizons, traversing the land, and was fortunate to learn the Overlord's spear from a kind soul. Through diligent practice, I mastered it, surpassing my teachers. However, due to the spear's ruthlessness as a killing technique, I was invincible among my peers at the pinnacle of the 5th stage, which led to my arrogance. It was during this time that I encountered a woman. Upon hearing this, Lu Bo quickly poured more wine for old Wang, surprised to learn of such a captivating chapter in his life. "She was strikingly beautiful, master. Is there anyone sitting here?" "None here, so I shall take a seat." "Young man, bring me some wine, the finest you have, and 5 pounds of beef, quickly." A figure clad in black, wielding a long spear, entered, appearing weary from travel, and took a seat. The monk smiled slightly, his hands clasped in respect as he bowed his head. "Please, esteemed guest, make yourself comfortable. There are no others here." Before long, the server arrived, bearing a tray with a jar of wine and a plate of sliced beef. The black-clad figure swiftly placed the wine jar on the table, opened the lid, and a rich aroma of alcohol wafted through the air. The beef emitted an enticing fragrance, making one's mouth water. The traveler, seeing this, was instantly filled with appetite. He raised his cup and drank deeply. Then, he picked up a piece of beef, savoring it with hearty bites. The meat was succulent and juicy, paired with the strong wine, making it a true delicacy. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Excellent wine! Superb meat! Truly a heavenly delight!" The monk smiled faintly, clasped his hands together, and said, "Might I indulge in a bit as well, if you do not mind?" "Benefactor?" The black-clad swordsman, puzzled, inquired. "A monk consuming meat?" The monk chuckled softly at the swordsman's words, shaking his head as he explained, "Although wine and meat may pass through the intestines, the Buddha resides in the heart. This humble monk does not break his vows for the sake of meat, but rather understands that all things in the world are bound by karma. I eat this meat to save more lives." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed the swordsman's eyes. No wonder there was no one seated before the monk. He then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Truly, the monk possesses profound insight. Today, I, Wang Outyin, have gained a new understanding. Come, let us share this jar of wine and this piece of beef." With that, he pushed the jar of wine toward the monk and offered him a piece of beef. The monk accepted the jar and the beef with a smile. And together they drank heartily. As they feasted and conversed, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. The black-clad swordsman, known as Wang Outyin, and the monk, Master Huiyuan, became acquainted over this shared meal. As night deepened, the tavern grew increasingly crowded. And before they knew it, the jar of wine was empty and the plate of beef nearly depleted. Wang Outyin clapped the table and called out loudly, "Innkeeper, bring us another jar of fine wine and 5 pounds of beef." Amidst the aromas of wine and beef, Wang Outyin and Master Huiyuan engaged in spirited conversation, as if their souls resonated with each other in that moment. The tavern's dim, yellow lights cast a warm glow upon the two, and their discussions delved deeper, touching upon the grievances and passions of the martial world, as well as the joys and sorrows of life. "I am Wang Outyin. May I know how to address you?" "Esteemed one, I am but a humble monk, Huiyuan." After exchanging names, they continued their feasting and drinking. Wang Outyin recounted his adventures in the martial realm, the thrilling escapades, and the life-and-death challenges he faced. Master Huiyuan shared his experiences of wandering the world, his encounters with the myriad forms of existence, and the profound insights he gleaned about life, deepening his understanding of this world. He conveyed to Wang Outyin that true cultivation is not about abstaining from meat and wine, but rather about maintaining purity and kindness in one's heart. Only with compassion can one truly comprehend the world and discover what one truly seeks. Haha, this wine is splendid. It has been long since I have enjoyed myself so. Please, benefactor, after you. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, both men sensed the extraordinary qualities in one another, and with an unspoken agreement, they decided to test each other's skills. In a flash, they dashed outside the city. Chapter 17. The Past of Old Wang, Part 2. The night was hazy, with stars twinkling, and the wilderness outside the city became the perfect venue for Wang Outyin and Master Huiyuan to hone their martial arts. They exchanged knowing glances, each understanding the other's intent, and then, in an instant, they transformed into streaks of light, gracefully arcing through the night sky. Wang Outyin wielded a long spear, its tip glinting coldly like a silver sword slicing through darkness. His spear technique was fierce and unyielding, each move radiating an intense aura of lethality. Meanwhile, Master Huiyuan moved with the grace of a drifting leaf, his palm strikes soft yet profound, each wave of his hand seemingly resonating with an invisible force rippling through the night. Their exchanges were marked by a rhythm of offense and defense, each clash unleashing waves of astonishing energy. Their figures intertwined under the moonlight, resembling a beautiful painting. The surrounding trees swayed in response to their internal energies, as if applauding this splendid contest. After a fierce battle, both men recognized each other's formidable skills, and ultimately, they agreed to a draw. They returned to the tavern, sitting down with smiles shared between them. Pray tell, Master Huiyuan, what brings you to this humble town of floating clouds, Brother Outyin? And what brings you here? Ha ha ha. We are both at the pinnacle of the fifth realm. Let us not speak in riddles. I have come in search of the Jia Yuhua, and surely, Master Huiyuan, you are here for the same purpose. The Jia Yuhua, a rare medicinal herb, aids in the transition from the fifth to the sixth realm, especially when consumed alongside the Shisui Dan, solidifying one's foundation in the sixth realm. This flower is not commonly found. Its unique form and exquisite colors resemble a piece of translucent jade, with petals of a faint emerald green, reminiscent of tender spring leaves, exuding vitality. At the flower's center lies a deep blue hue, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, shimmering with mysterious allure. This flower typically grows within the floating cloud mountains, accessible only to those with great fortune. While the Jia Yuhua is not essential for transitioning from the fifth to the sixth realm, it serves a supplementary role. Generally, powerful factions do not value it highly, as they possess superior alternatives. Moreover, the flower is not easily located, so these factions often send their fifth realm warriors to seek it out, viewing the endeavor as a mere bonus rather than a necessity. The floating cloud mountains are no ordinary range. They are home to formidable beasts, some possessing strength comparable to minor masters of the sixth realm, making it an excellent training ground. The Jia Yuhua typically blooms in August, and by May, warriors of the fifth realm begin to arrive in Floating Cloud City, preparing for the opportunity. Now, having just passed the beginning of spring in February, Huiyuan and Wang Outyin had already arrived in Floating Cloud City. To be candid, Brother Outyin, I too have come for the Jia Yuhua. With spring just begun, have our paths converged once more? Wang Outyin did not respond, but their eyes met, and a mutual understanding blossomed in their smiles. Huiyuan and Wang Outyin had arrived early primarily for the sake of training. Both were confident that entering the sixth realm would pose no difficulty. Master Huiyuan smiled gently, his hands clasped together as he uttered, "Umitba, well said. Might we join forces? Encountering beasts would be less daunting with companionship." Haha, just what I needed. With our combined efforts, the Jia Yuhua will surely be within our grasp. The following day, the two set off together into the floating cloud mountains. Towering majestically, shrouded in mist, the mountains resembled a natural ink wash painting. Within the range, ancient trees reached for the sky, vibrant flora competed for attention, and various rare birds and beasts thrived, creating a lively world. Upon entering the mountains, Wang Outyin and Master Huiyuan immediately sensed the extraordinary nature of the place. The air was infused with a subtle spiritual aura, refreshing to the spirit, while the roars of beasts deeper within the mountains hinted at the dangers and mysteries that lay ahead. Months passed, and the two companions vanquished numerous beasts and discovered many treasures. Yet they still had not encountered the Jia Yuhua point. One day, Wang Outyin suddenly heard the sounds of a struggle. He saw a monkey pursuing a young woman in white, both approaching their direction. Without hesitation, Wang Outyin brandished his spear and charged at the monkey. Master Huiyuan, in perfect harmony, flanked the monkey to distract it. The woman, having escaped her predicament, did not flee further but instead halted and shouted to the two. "Run! That monkey possesses the strength of a sixth realm warrior." Upon hearing this, Wang Outyin and Master Huiyuan were momentarily stunned before they turned and fled. What had begun as a monkey chasing a woman now saw a monkey pursuing three individuals. Eventually, they reached a cliff, and with their lightness of foot, they leaped over it, leaving the monkey behind to roar in frustration. After running some distance, they paused beneath a waterfall to catch their breath. "I am Wang Outyin, and this is Master Huiyuan. What may I call you, young lady?" Wang Outyin scrutinized the woman before him. Her appearance was unremarkable, with scars marring her face, yet he politely inquired, "My name is Haitang." "A rather unique name. What brings you to this place? How did you encounter that monkey?" "My grandmother has given birth to a second child." "What does your grandmother's childbirth have to do with my previous question?" Wang Outyin was left utterly perplexed. "And what connection does my presence here and my encounter with that monkey have with you?" With that, the woman swiftly vanished with a few agile movements. "Huiyuan, do you think that woman is unhinged? Mentioning her grandmother. We just risked our lives to save her." Days turned into weeks, and before they knew it, August arrived. Yet they still had not encountered the Jia Yuhua. During this time, they had come across several groups searching for the flower, who mistakenly believed Wang Outyin had found it and insisted on searching him. This led to a brawl, and Wang Outyin's formidable spear drove the assailants away in an instant. "Huiyuan, did you hear that sound? I caught a hint of it. It seems to be that monkey. But the distance is too great to discern clearly. Let us investigate. If we cannot defeat it, we can always flee." The two ventured toward the direction of the monkey's howls, only to suddenly see a monkey pursuing a woman in white once more. Now, it was a monkey chasing three individuals. They employed the same tactic as before, leaping over a cliff, leaving the monkey behind to roar in frustration. "Goodness, I knew encountering you would lead to trouble." Wang Outyin's words trailed off as the woman fainted in his arms. In that moment, they realized the woman was injured. No external wounds. It seems to be internal injuries, likely inflicted by the monkey, Master Huiyuan observed. "Let us find a safe place to tend to her wounds." With that, Wang Outyin lifted the woman and began searching for a secure location. Suddenly, something fell from the woman's possession. Something crystalline and translucent, like jade, with petals of a faint emerald green and a deep blue center. "Is this not the Jia Yuhua?" Wang Outyin marveled, noting that there were 5 blossoms. "This woman is indeed remarkable." He carefully placed the woman down in a relatively safe spot. Then he began to examine her injuries. The woman's complexion was pale, and her breath was faint. Wang Outyin could distinctly sense the turmoil within her energy, clearly indicating she had sustained significant internal injuries. He took out some healing pills and administered them to the woman. Then, he circulated his true energy, placing his palm on her back to help her regulate the chaotic energy within her. As time passed, the woman's complexion gradually returned to a healthy hue, and her breath became steadier. Slowly, she opened her eyes and saw Wang Outyin and Master Huiyuan tending to her wounds, with the precious Jia Yuhua placed before her. Seeing that she had awakened, Wang Outyin spoke. "Miss Haitang, you are awake. If you take a moment to adjust your true energy, you should be well on your way to recovery." "Thank you both for your assistance once again," Haitang replied politely, as if she had grasped the situation. Wang Outyin, with a hint of pride, responded, "Not at all. Each time I encounter Miss Haitang, it seems I am pursued by monkeys. You surely have a unique connection with those creatures. Young Master Wang, you jest. This monkey is merely guarding the flower before us. I attempted several times to collect 5 blooms, and as a token of gratitude, how about I gift you these 2? Haitang offered, presenting the 2 flowers to Wang Outyin and Master Huiyuan. Wang Outyin gazed at the Jia Yuhua, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. Then, he smiled slightly, shaking his head as he said, "Miss Haitang, we sincerely appreciate your kind offer. However, the Jia Yuhua is something you have labored to gather. How could we take what you cherish? Please keep them. We will find more on our own." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise and gratitude shone in Haitang's eyes. She had not anticipated Wang Outyin's generosity and righteousness, which left a deeper impression on her. "I have 5 blooms. The surplus is of no use to me. I insist that you accept these 2 as a token of my gratitude for saving my life." The two men gladly accepted her offer. Chapter 18. The Past of Old Wang, Part 3, Miss Haitang. Your injuries have not yet healed, and you are leaving already? Are you not planning to stay a while longer? It is unnecessary. I can manage on my own. Farewell, until we meet again. With that, Haitang vanished in the blink of an eye. The two remaining individuals looked at the Jiayu Hua in their hands. Feeling a surge of joy, Wang Outyin remained silent for a moment, gazing into the distance. Strangely enough, we truly seem to share a connection with her. Hui Yuan, do you think we will meet her again in the future? Ba, it seems you have taken a liking to this young lady. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. I advise you to remain virtuous, Master Hui Yuan replied. Out with you? The two engaged in playful banter, yet both understood that their current ordeal was coming to an end. They had both obtained the Jiayu Hua, and no gathering lasts forever. Hui Yuan, the world is vast. May we meet again, Wang Outyin said. Ba, our destinies are intertwined. There will be another opportunity. Farewell, they parted ways. Wang Outyin resolved to find a place to break through to the sixth realm before venturing into the capital. He had heard that the capital was teeming with skilled individuals, and the imperial competition held once every 12 years was about to commence, with various factions seeking talent. He was certain there would be ample opportunities to showcase his abilities. The Overlord's spear could only grow stronger through relentless combat. As he traversed the forest, he noted that many had yet to find the Jiayu Hua. If he were too conspicuous, he might find himself in peril. It was wise to remain cautious and leave the floating cloud mountain range promptly. At that moment, Wang Outyin heard a familiar voice, one that he would likely never forget, a call from a monkey. Approaching his direction, Wang Outyin he leaped onto a hillside, spotting a monkey pursuing several groups of people. Leading the charge was none other than his acquaintance, Miss Haitang, followed closely by two groups of adventurers, those who had previously attempted to rob him. Upon seeing Wang Outyin, Haitang ran towards him without hesitation. Sensing her predicament, Wang Outyin's heart tightened. It was clear that she was in trouble. Employing their previous strategy, they found a precipice and leaped across. Waiting on the opposite side, if anyone attempted to follow, they would strike mid-air. Meanwhile, the monkey on the other side howled, causing the adventurers to scatter in a panic. Miss Haitang, what a coincidence. Here we are again. And once more, you find yourself pursued by monkeys. Before Wang Outyin could finish his sentence, Haitang fainted in his arms. This time, her injuries appeared severe, both internal and external. They could not linger here. Wang Outyin swiftly carried Miss Haitang away from the floating cloud mountain range. Seeking a sufficiently safe place to tend to her wounds, after navigating the forest for an indeterminate duration, he spotted a house at the foot of the mountain and flew toward it. Upon entering, he discovered numerous hunting tools, likely a hunter's base. The presence of hunters indicated they had reached the edge of the floating cloud mountain range. They were finally safe. Wang Outyin sighed and began to assess Haitang's injuries. Noting a deep wound on her left arm, from which blood flowed profusely, he quickly retrieved some hemostatic powder and bandages from his pack, carefully treating her wounds with gentle, practiced movements, mindful not to cause her any additional pain. He administered some healing pills and then circulated his true energy, placing his hand on her back to assist her in regulating her internal energy. Under Wang Outyin's meticulous care, Haitang's condition gradually stabilized, and she slowly opened her eyes. Young hero Wang, thank you. You have saved me once again. We truly share a fateful connection. Seems I encounter you wherever I go. Your injuries are quite severe. Please rest and recuperate while I fetch some food. With that, Wang Outyin stepped outside to hunt. Before long, he returned with a bountiful catch, including several plump rabbits and a wild chicken. He proceeded to prepare chicken soup and roast rabbit meat. Haitang, astonished, could hardly believe that this rugged man could cook so deliciously, prompting her to indulge a bit more than usual. Didn't you leave? Why have you returned? Wang Outyin inquired on my way out. I encountered some robbers and led them towards the monkeys. Little did I know, the monkeys had become enraged, and I got injured in the fray. I am grateful to have run into you. Young hero, that I had been overly cautious previously, mistaking you for a villain, she explained. Haha, caution is wise when traveling. Rescuing you was but a small effort. What are your plans now, Miss Haitang? I will first heal my wounds, then head to Floating Cloud City. I have someone waiting for me there. Thus, 3 days passed, with one sleeping on the ground and the other in bed. The two found themselves increasingly in tune with one another, engaging in lively conversation about their experiences, preferences, and aspirations. Wang Outyin was captivated by Haitong's intelligence and independence, while Haitang was touched by Wang Outyin's kindness and bravery. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship had undergone a subtle transformation, evolving from strangers to kindred spirits, as if destined by the heavens. After 3 days, Haitong's condition had improved significantly, and they prepared to part ways. Young hero Wang, should you find yourself in the capital, here is my token. Simply come to Jing Wangfu, and I will personally host you. Wang Outyin examined the token in his hand, which bore the intricate carving of a dragon, vibrant and lifelike, its eyes sparkling with vitality as if it could take flight at any moment. Crafted from rare jade, the token was translucent and invaluable. Wang Outyin couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It was clear that Miss Haitang's background was extraordinary. Miss Haitang, I am truly delighted to have made your acquaintance. I will certainly visit the capital and make my way to Jing Wangfu, he replied, carefully tucking the token into his garment with a smile. Haitang smiled back, her expression radiant like the warmth of spring sunshine. Young hero Wang, until we meet again. After Haitang departed, Wang Outyin chuckled softly, finding her to be quite an intriguing individual. He had intended to go to the capital, and now he had a place to stay. Jing Wangfu? I believe Jing Wang is the emperor's brother. I forgot to ask what her relationship with Jing Wang is. Wang Outyin mused to himself. Half a year later, Wang Outyin broke through to the 6th realm, achieving the Qi Si stage. A true minor master. As he grew stronger, his demeanor also shifted. Wang Outyin felt a newfound confidence, as if he could conquer the world with a single spear. Having reached the Qi Si stage, he solidified his cultivation and prepared to head to Yunnan City, the capital, which served as the political, economic, and cultural hub, as well as a gathering place for heroes and legends. For Wang Outyin, this would present a fresh challenge and opportunity. In an inn along the official road, Wang Outyin ordered some wine and beef, enjoying a solitary meal, completely at ease. The inn bustled with travelers and merchants, some hurriedly passing through, while others paused to rest and dine. Yet, Wang Outyin appeared remarkably composed, as if shielded from the surrounding clamor. He raised his wine cup, savoring a sip, relishing the rich aroma that lingered on his palate. Next, he picked up a piece of beef. Savoring its succulent flavor, his gaze reflected a calm and unshakable demeanor, as if the world's chaos could not disturb his peace. A true master must embody the essence of mastery, and Wang Outyin was crafting his own persona, unaware that the next moment would shatter that illusion. Excuse me, is anyone sitting here? I see you dining alone. Do you not feel lonely? Would you like some company? Chapter 19. The Battle for the Throne. And then? There's nothing more. Lao Wang. Where have you encountered such storytelling? Halfway through, have you once again crossed paths with Master Huiyuan? Lu Bo exclaimed with indignation, feeling unsatisfied after hearing only part of the tale. Yearning to rush forth and deliver a hearty thrashing to Steward Wang, I have been speaking for so long. Surely someone must be displeased. Steward Wang, slightly tipsy, continued, and you, young lad, just sit there listening foolishly, without even pouring me a drink. Do you still wish to hear the story? With the wine just run out, Lu Bo had no choice but to step out once more to fetch 3 flasks of wine. Filling Steward Wang's cup to the brim, as Steward Wang regarded Lu Bo, a glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in his eyes. He lifted his cup and took a gentle sip before continuing. The next part of the story is somewhat cliché. Indeed, I did encounter Master Huiyuan. The Yuanjue Temple decided to participate in the imperial contest for power, siding with the royal family, dispatching Master Huiyuan and his master, Mingxin. On that day, we fortuitously met him, and together we journeyed to the capital. What is the imperial contest for power? Lu Bo inquired. Why don't you tell it, and I shall pour you some wine? Steward Wang glared at Lu Bo. Lu Bo shrugged, realizing that old Wang was clearly inebriated. If he did not wish to speak, then so be it. The imperial contest for power refers to the scenario wherein Morong Yuan, having attained dominion over the realm, sought to alleviate the burdens of the populace, to prevent future generations from enduring the calamities of the previous dynasty, where millions clashed in battle, plunging the people into despair. He decreed that every 12 years, any martial artist of the 6th realm or above from the martial world could participate in the contest. The court would only station 5,000 imperial forest guards, and some external aid from the martial world within the palace. Whosoever could breach the palace gates during the contest would ascend to the throne, and Murong would then abdicate. Initially, few took it seriously, yet as the contest approached, both border troops and imperial forest guards received a royal edict stating that until a victor emerged, no one was permitted to mobilize. Thus, each imperial contest grew increasingly fierce, lasting 7 days, with various factions embroiled in chaos. For those 7 days, the palace ran red with blood, and as the armies remained static, each faction vied for dominance over the imperial city, dispatching hidden masters or forging secret alliances to storm the palace. The court likely made some promises to Yuanjue Temple that compelled Mingxin to act. From another perspective, every 12 years, the court could seize the opportunity to eliminate a host of formidable figures, ensuring a long-lasting peace in the martial world, allowing the common folk to live in tranquility. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Bo asserted. The court also risks much. How can you be certain that the external aid you summon won't turn against you? What if the Imperial Forest Guards also join the assault on the palace? Regardless of who it is, if they slay the emperor within those 7 days, the entire Murong army would recognize that individual as the emperor. Therefore, once the contest begins, one can encounter all manner of formidable figures in the capital. Steward Wang remarked, "So, old Wang, when you went to the capital, did you not seek out your beloved Haideng? Would something transpire between you two?" Lu Bo shifted the topic. "You talk too much, you really do." "Indeed, I did go, but rather than encountering Haideng, I met Murong Haideng," Steward Wang mused, appearing lost in some reverie. Wang Outyan intended to pay a visit to Miss Haideng that day. Upon arriving at the Jing Wangfu, he presented his waist token, prompting immediate notification, and a servant escorted him into the estate. As he entered a courtyard, beneath the gentle sunlight, Wang Outyan inadvertently looked up, his gaze drawn to a stunning vista. He beheld a lady, whose beauty seemed to have emerged from a painting, breathtaking to the point of breathlessness. Adi felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. His heart raced. His breath quickened. He could not tear his gaze away. "Hey, young Master Wang, what is the matter? Do you not recognize this lady? No, you truly are Miss Haideng. I remember you did not look like this. Did you not have a scar on your face?" "Isn't it only normal to wear a mask when out and about?" Murong Haideng replied playfully. Such a cliché plotline. "Old Wang, did your meeting not have anything extraordinary?" Lu Bo interjected at this moment. Old Wang teetered on the brink of frustration, having been interrupted multiple times. He decided to abandon all pretense. "It is indeed that cliché. She is the daughter of the Jing Wang, Murong Haideng, who secretly harbored affections for me. And we fell in love during my time in the 7th realm. Then, the Jing Wang sought me out, proposing to marry his daughter to me, but insisted I participate in the imperial contest for power. As he aspired to become emperor, publicly requiring me as an external aid, assisting him in launching a counteroffensive to enter the palace. Old Wang, did you simply agree to this?" Lu Bo exclaimed, "I never expected you. A man of such ironclad resolve would become a pawn for love. What nonsense is this?" "I did not agree immediately." Old Wang sank into his recollections, this time with a different demeanor. The expression on his face twisted into one of despair and defeat. His eyes flickering with pain and reluctance, he continued to Lu Bo. "While I was still indecisive, during that contest, a formidable opponent emerged, the master of the Divine Dragon Palace, Xinyuan Wudi, an 8th realm powerhouse, who lived up to his name, crushing all before him with an invincible stance. In a single encounter, I could not withstand even one move. My qi shattered, and I fell into unconsciousness. Mingxin endured 3 moves before succumbing, while Master Huiyuan was knocked unconscious by the residual shockwaves of the battle, narrowly preserving his life. I see this breaking the rules?" Lu Bo began, wanting to remark that in other tales, Wang Outyan would be the protagonist, and only he would be the one delivering thrashings to others. How could he be defeated in a single move? Yet, he refrained, sensing that old Wang's mood had darkened. "Indeed, I was defeated in a single move. My qi shattered, rendering me a cripple. Had it not been for your father spending a fortune to restore my qi, I might have perished by now." As Lu Bo listened to Steward Wang's recounting, ripples of emotion stirred within him. He envisioned old Wang's harrowing experiences during that contest and the helplessness he must have felt in the face of a powerhouse like Xinyuan Wudi. He then asked, What happened next? Steward Wang inhaled deeply, as if to extract that painful memory from the depths of his heart. His voice grew low and tremulous. Subsequently, Xianyuan Wudi entered the palace, and the Jing Wang also made his way inside. Upon learning of her father's plan, Haiteng rushed to the palace as well. After awakening, Master Huiyuan underwent a profound transformation, retreating to the Longyin Temple henceforth. Not so fast. What about the conclusion? Lu Bo pressed further. Steward Wang fell silent for a moment before raising his gaze to Lu Bo. The next day, Murong still reigned as emperor. The Jing Wang went mad, and Haiteng had vanished. Xianyuan Wudi's remains were nowhere to be found, and the Divine Dragon Palace subsequently fell into irreparable decline. Upon hearing this conclusion, Lu Bo felt a wave of shock and regret wash over him. His body began to tingle. This ending was more unexpected than he could have imagined. He had thought that Wang Outyin would triumph over all as the protagonist, only to be defeated in a single encounter. He envisioned that bloody night when Xianyuan Wudi, in his invincible form, stormed the palace and claimed the throne, only to vanish afterward. He pondered how the Jing Wang could manipulate everything to his advantage, only to lose his sanity in the end. What kind of fierce battles had unfolded within the palace? Why did the Jing Wang go mad? Why did Murong Haiteng disappear? And how did Xianyuan Wudi meet his demise? Is this not terrifying? Wang's steward laughed heartily, taking a generous swig of wine before continuing. Apart from the emperor, no one knows what transpired within I in the blink of an eye. Everything returned to how it once was. Nothing had changed. Only a few legends were lost, while new tales emerged. Chapter 20. Murong Fu. Such an ending was difficult for Lu Bo to accept in that moment. The twists and turns of the plot were relentless. Gazing at old Wang, he respectfully poured him another cup of wine, also filling his own, before downing it in one go. Old Wang, how did you cope during that time? Lu Bo inquired, at tea that time. My Qi Si lay in ruins. Your father dragged me back from the imperial city. Your father is an undercover agent of the Jinyue, moderately skilled in martial arts, yet a shrewd businessman, highly regarded by the court. In my early years as a bodyguard, I became acquainted with your father, and we bonded over our conversations, eventually becoming brothers. That day, he brought me back, and upon regaining consciousness and learning of the outcome, I was once again a cripple. Had it not been for Haiteng's disappearance, I would have sought the truth of that time. I nearly took my own life. Your father then spent a considerable sum to aid my slow recovery. After years of healing, my Qi Si was restored, but my cultivation remains at the 5th realm. Thus, I must venture to the Xiaoyao Valley. There, I may break through. Old Wang, I still do not understand. You were so strong at the 7th realm, yet fell to Xianyuan Wudi in a single encounter. Xianyuan Wudi was formidable, indeed, at that time. The palace contained only the emperor and a few guards. Was the emperor truly that powerful? Lu Bo asked, his excitement palpable. After my recovery, under your father's recommendation, I joined the Jinyue, performing various tasks while discreetly investigating the events of that year. At the time, Emperor Murong Fu was 46 years old, having just completed 5 years on the throne. No one knew the extent of his power. It was only known that Murong Fu's ascension seemed to be part of a meticulously orchestrated scheme, with each step taken with impeccable precision. Leaving all in awe, the late emperor had 13 sons, 8 of whom vied for the throne, and the situation was as fierce as a raging inferno, with life and death hanging in the balance. Just when everyone believed that the struggle for the imperial seat would become a stalemate, the late emperor unexpectedly chose the 4th prince, who had long lived as a carefree wanderer. The public was largely unfamiliar with this prince's capabilities. Murong Fu had always been a figure of nonchalance, known primarily for his daily pursuits of cricket fighting, bird flying, and dog teasing, seemingly disinterested in the throne. Yet, this seemingly innocuous prince revealed astonishing strength at a critical moment. Ascending to the throne at the age of 41.5 years later, amidst the imperial power struggle, he inexplicably triumphed over Xianyuan Wudi. His rise was shrouded in mystery and incredibility, giving rise to various rumors about Murong Fu in the martial world. Some claimed he was an unparalleled genius, having feigned ignorance in his youth, concealing his talents until the decisive moment when he showcased his true prowess. Others suggested that Murong Fu had coerced his way to the throne through sheer strength, secretly amassing power to defeat all his rivals in one fell swoop. These tales further deepened the enigmatic aura surrounding Murong Fu and ignited both curiosity and reverence for his abilities. However, the true extent of his power remained known only to Murong Fu himself. Regardless, he had firmly secured his position as emperor. Murong Fu's name lingered in Lu Bo's thoughts, a reminder not to provoke this man. Lu Bo mused that by the time of the next imperial contest, when Murong Fu would be 58 and at the zenith of his power, the Murong family's dominion would surely be as stable as a mountain. Young master, he thought, do not approach matters so simplistically, he chuckled, recalling the rumors that Murong Fu was gravely ill and had begun selecting a crown prince, uncertain of his survival 3 years hence. With the new emperor recently enthroned, the martial world was rife with surging undercurrents, as both righteous and nefarious factions prepared for action. The last encounter with the Ghost Shadow sect had revealed their leader as a formidable opponent. Inscrutable and profound, the Dragon's Lair sect also showed signs of resurgence, leaving one to wonder what bloody storms the martial world would face this time. Upon hearing this news, Lu Bo was taken aback. Murong Fu is seriously ill? How could that be? A wave of inexplicable emotions surged within him. Murong Fu's affliction signified a monumental shift in the dynamics of the martial world. Old Wang, do I sense a conspiracy at play? Are you certain this is true? Is Murong Fu truly in dire straits? It feels reminiscent of baiting a hook. This is precisely how I fish. Lu Bo's words caused Old Wang to furrow his brow. Taking a deep breath, he replied slowly, Young master, your suspicions are not unfounded. Yet, whether true or not, we shall not involve ourselves, I merely seek the truth. After ascending the throne, Murong Fu did not hastily solidify his position like other emperors. Instead, he implemented a series of enlightened policies that gradually led the dynasty toward prosperity. He prioritized agricultural development, alleviating the tax burdens on the populace, thereby revitalizing the nation's economy. Concurrently, he emphasized cultural growth, encouraging scholars and poets to create, enhancing the cultural standards of the dynasty. Furthermore, Murong Fu invested significantly in military fortification, recognizing a formidable army as a cornerstone of national security. Through his efforts, the imperial army grew stronger, becoming a formidable adversary to neighboring states. Murong Fu's governance philosophy garnered the recognition and support of the common people, elevating his prestige. Citizens began to trust in his vision and capabilities, believing he could lead the dynasty towards a more prosperous future. However, the ancestral teachings of the Murong family dictated that the struggle for the throne persisted, and the allure of power would always attract the ambitious. It was highly likely that Murong Fu's illness was genuine. And as a member of the Genie Wei, Lu Bo had access to intelligence networks. Regardless, your father is currently engaged in trade on the northern grasslands, planning to exert economic control over the region. Do not be overly concerned. The Great Yin, despite its flaws, compensates well for services rendered to the court. In 2 or 3 years, he shall return. For now, simply embrace your role as a young master. I shall accompany you to Chuancheng for some leisure. Time passed, and eventually, housekeeper Wang became inebriated, while Lu Bo indulged as well, swaying unsteadily as he made his way back to his chambers. Lying on his bed, Lu Bo muttered to himself, Murong Fu, I care not for the intrigues at play. Once my swordsmanship is perfected, I shall stand before you, sword in hand, demanding the return of my Aunt Haitang. Ha ha ha. The following morning, Lu Bo awoke with a throbbing headache, having overindulged the previous night. He rose and approached the window, flinging it open to allow the refreshing air to invigorate him. He inhaled deeply, gazing into the distance, and noticed that housekeeper Wang had risen early. Old Wang, what a hard life you lead, he remarked before joining a few companions for breakfast. After their meal, preparations were made for departure. They were to board a vessel to reach Qingshi town, utilizing their family ship, which accompanied the silk transport. The cabin was spacious and comfortable. Lu Bo settled into a spot, beginning to relish the scenic beauty along the river. The interior of the cabin was elegantly adorned, with wooden furniture exuding a faint aroma of timber, and the curtains embroidered with exquisite floral patterns, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. As the window opened, the river breeze caressed his face, carrying the refreshing scent of water and a hint of fish, uplifting his spirits. Approaching the bow of the ship, Lu Bo beheld the shimmering surface of the river. Akin to a colossal gem nestled between heaven and earth, in the distance, verdant mountains loomed, shrouded in mist, reminiscent of a beautiful landscape painting. Occasionally, waterfowl would skim across the water, leaving behind a series of melodious calls, infusing life into the tranquil river. The banks were flanked by lush, towering hills, standing as verdant sentinels guarding the waterway. The trees on the mountains flourished, vibrant green against the sky, forming a magnificent natural tapestry. How splendid it is to have our own vessel. We can navigate as we wish, Lu Bo mused, admiring the scenery, feeling a sense of relief from his previously suppressed emotions. Young master, do not linger at the bow. The river is currently calm, but soon we shall pass through the Wuxia Gorge, where the waters will become turbulent, causing the boat to sway, the boatman cautioned. Heeding the warning, Lu Bo quickly returned to the cabin. Before long, they approached the distant peaks, their cliffs resembling blades hewn from stone, soaring into the clouds as if to pierce the azure sky. The river roared through the gorge, waves crashing and forming white water walls that instilled fear. Upon entering the Wuxia Gorge, the vessel traversed the narrow waters, flanked by towering peaks that seemed poised to collapse at any moment, creating a palpable sense of pressure. The river's currents surged with ferocity, hidden undertows swirling dangerously, demanding utmost caution. In addition to the treacherous waters, the Wuxia Gorge was rife with natural obstacles such as rocks, whirlpools, and rapids. These impediments not only complicated navigation but posed significant threats to the vessel's safety. The Lu family's ship frequently traversed this route, so the crew was well versed in the hydrological conditions. The boatmen, relying on their extensive experience and skillful techniques, navigated meticulously, ensuring safe passage. Finally, they arrived at Qingshi Town as night fell. Chapter 21. The leisurely valley. Qingshi Town, nestled along the banks of the Han River, gradually developed into a bustling dock due to its proximity to Chuancheng. Unlike Longyin Town, Qingshi Town is celebrated for its unique charm and rich history as an ancient settlement. As Lu Bo and his companions arrived in the evening, they stood at the dock, observing the cobbled paths of blue stone extending into the distance, like ancient veins connecting every corner of the town. These stones, polished and resilient by the passage of time, bore the imprints of history. The moonlight cast a soft glow over the dock, where boats of various sizes were lined up neatly. Some vessels, weathered and old, displayed peeling paint and tattered sails, testaments to countless storms endured. Others gleamed with freshness, their hulls as smooth as mirrors, reflecting the owner's meticulous care. After disembarking, they sought their family's inn, named Gaiyunju, one of the most renowned establishments in town. The innkeeper, a distant relative of Lu Bo, welcomed them warmly, arranging comfortable rooms for their stay. Their room, situated by the window, offered a breathtaking view of the Han River, instilling a sense of serenity. Once settled, Lu Bo and his companions decided to stroll through the town, eager to soak in the ambience of this ancient locale, while housekeeper Wang preferred to retreat to his room. Recognizing that old Wang had yet to fully adjust, Lu Bo refrained from urging him to join, and instead, he and his friends meandered along the blue stone paths, flanked by quaint shops and traditional homes, occasionally catching the distant strains of melodious singing. In addition to its architecture, Qingshi Town's culinary offerings were a significant highlight. They indulged in local delicacies, such as spicy tofu and sour noodles, each dish leaving a lingering impression. As they wandered past a shop selling Han River specialties, the enthusiastic proprietor extolled the virtues of various culinary delights, prompting Lu Bo and his companions to purchase some for tasting. As they continued, they arrived at a small squared, at its center stood an ancient temple, its entrance adorned with the inscription Han River Temple. Intrigued, they ventured inside, discovering a bustling interior filled with incense smoke, where a solemn deity was venerated. They bowed respectfully before continuing their exploration of the town. Upon returning, Lu Bo found housekeeper Wang still brooding in his room, nursing his drink. A memory surfaced. He had been somewhat inebriated the previous night and had forgotten something important. Carrying tea, he approached old Wang's room. "Are you still lost in thoughts of the past?" Lu Bo inquired, and after preparing the tea, he seized the opportunity to replace Wang Guanjia's wine cup with a teacup. "Young master, I am perfectly fine. I merely feel a bit sentimental. I won't indulge in excessive drinking tonight. As long as you are well, I worry only that you might become addicted to alcohol and harm your health." Lu Bo replied. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask you something." With that, Lu Bo took away the wine jug and replaced it with a teapot. "What is it?" Wang Guanjia asked. "What is the location of Xiaoyao Valley? You mentioned it yesterday. Is it dangerous?" Lu Bo poured tea and handed it to Wang Guanjia. After taking a sip to moisten his throat, Wang Guanjia began to recount. Xiaoyao Valley is situated 50 kilometers west of Chuan City, where there is a volcano. Beneath the volcano lies a gorge, and within that gorge is a sect known as the Xiaoyao sect, hence the name Xiaoyao Valley. Every master of the Xiaoyao Valley is referred to as Xiaoyao Zi. The valley is most renowned for its sacred site for healing, where a natural cave at the volcano's mouth leads directly into its interior. It is said that within the cave lies a unique mineral capable of curing various internal and external injuries. Healing within this cave can remedy hidden wounds and purify impurities from the body. The Xiaoyao Valley's sanctuary for healing not only enjoys a stellar reputation among the martial world, but also attracts many practitioners seeking treatment. As for the dangers, the internal environment of the volcano's caves is exceedingly harsh. One must endure certain trials to obtain anything. But rest assured, I am confident in my abilities. The sanctuary for healing? Lu Bo's eyes flickered with surprise. Does this mean that with this mineral, one could heal any injury? Wang Guanjia shook his head. Not quite. Although the mineral possesses miraculous healing properties, it is not omnipotent. The valley benefits from its unique geography and timing, which cannot be replicated elsewhere, thus earning its status as a sanctuary. Furthermore, ordinary people cannot access it. I have acquaintances there. Once I arrive, I will entrust a Ning to you. I have been cultivating him as my successor. I have imparted to him the techniques and mental methods of the Overlord Spear. With the resources of the Lu family behind him, how far he can go depends solely on his own efforts. After hearing this, Lu Bo's eyes reflected deep contemplation, and he asked, How long will you be gone? Do we not need to accompany you? It could be as short as 3 months or as long as a year or two. It depends on personal fortune, Wang Guanjia replied. Lu Bo nodded solemnly and said, Then rest assured, old Wang, I shall take good care of Aning. He will lack for nothing in terms of resources for training. It will be as it has always been. As long as he does not train to death, he shall train to his heart's content. That is good to hear, Wang Guanjia said repeatedly, then gazed out the window. The moon shone brightly that night, illuminating the river's surface with shimmering reflections. After Lu Bo left, Wang Guanjia looked out the window once more. Qingshi town appeared particularly tranquil and mysterious under the cover of night. The streets of Qingshi, shrouded in darkness, resembled a winding black ribbon, shimmering faintly in the moonlight. Xiaoyao Valley is not so easily accessible. While the sanctuary for healing is indeed real, one cannot hope for a metamorphosis without shedding a layer of skin. I hope I can endure it, Wang Guanjia sighed helplessly. Lu Bo returned to his room with a sense of contentment. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, and he had encountered no unexpected troubles along the way. He hoped to reach Chuan City swiftly and then head to Phoenix Valley to procure the Huanghua flower. He wished for old Wang to have a smooth journey in Xiaoyao Valley. And once he perfected his swordplay, he would return to Xiaoyao Valley to bring old Wang back, creating a perfect scenario. Recalling his sword techniques, Lu Bo realized he had not taken a medicinal bath for 2 days and felt an irresistible itch. He called for Shi Er to prepare a bath for him. Lacking medicinal herbs, he still intended to soak, not wishing to let the reputation of the young master fade. After his bath, Lu Bo blissfully fell into slumber. The morning breeze swept through Qingshi town, carrying a hint of moist earth and a faint floral fragrance. Lu Bo, Aning, and Wang Guanjia gathered early at the town's entrance, ready to embark on their journey to Chuan City. The group set off slowly under the morning sun, gradually leaving Qingshi town behind. Chapter 22. An unexpected encounter with cousin. After departing from Qingshi town, Lu Bo and his companions traversed the winding mountain roads. Admiring the scenery along the way, by the time they arrived in Chuan City, the sunset had already painted half the sky in hues of crimson. Lu Bo and the others gazed at the bustling city before them. Filled with anticipation and curiosity, Chuan City, located in the western part of the Dian dynasty, is not only the largest city in the west, but also one of the key economic, cultural, and transportation centers of the Dian dynasty. It serves as a crucial juncture for trade with the western regions, where various exotic goods converge, injecting new vitality into the city's commercial prosperity. The afterglow of the sunset bathed the city walls, intertwining the ancient and the prosperous, creating a picturesque tapestry. Eagerly, they entered Chuan City, immediately captivated by its vibrant atmosphere. Shops lined the streets, offering a dazzling array of goods, from silk to jewelry, medicine to handicrafts. Everything imaginable was available. The The streets bustled with pedestrians and the clatter of horse-drawn carriages, presenting a scene teeming with life. Naturally, Lu family's enterprises thrived in Chuan City, with porcelain and silk being highly sought after in the western regions. The city's strategic location made it a vital thoroughfare to the west, prompting the Lu family to focus their efforts here. The group arrived at a Lu family establishment, Chu Sheng Building. Situated in the heart of Chuan City, it harmoniously blended with the surrounding shops, exuding a low-key elegance. The interior of Chu Sheng Building was adorned with antiquated decor, featuring exquisite calligraphy and paintings, complemented by elegant furnishings. The staff, clad in uniform attire, exhibited warm and attentive service, ensuring a quality experience for the patrons. Upon entering the Lu family establishment, they were unexpectedly greeted by Lu Bo's cousin, Lu Yin-nan. Lu Yin-nan was engaged in conversation with several guests in the lobby, his sharp gaze and poised demeanor revealing him to be an experienced manager. "Cousin?" Lu Bo exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yin-nan turned, his face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Lu Bo and Wang Guanjia. "Oh, cousin, and Wang Guanjia. What brings you to Chuan City so suddenly?" He hurried over, embracing Lu Bo warmly. The group exchanged smiles, and Lu Yin-nan promptly arranged an elegant room for them to rest. In the room, Lu Bo and the others explained their purpose for visiting Chuan City. To explore and seek medicinal herbs. Lu Yin-nan, upon hearing this, readily offered his assistance, stating that they could reach out to him for help should they encounter any difficulties. It turned out that after Lu Neng assumed the position of family head, he had informed Lu Yin-nan of the Lu family's situation that evening. The family was engaged in commerce on behalf of the court, beyond their control, presenting him with two options: to venture out for training and subsequently distance himself from the Lu family, or to remain in Yuqing as the young master, where, if he proved capable, he could become a member of the court, albeit with numerous restrictions. Upon hearing this, Lu Yin-nan felt a mix of emotions. He had always believed that vying for the position of family head was aimed at strengthening the Lu family and improving their lives. However, he now realized that all of it was built upon serving the court. A sense of disappointment and powerlessness washed over him. Consequently, he decided to venture out for training, starting from a tavern manager in Chuan City, beginning his journey of establishing connections. Only through his own efforts and wisdom could he carve out a path that truly belonged to him. During his time in Chuan City, Lu Yin-nan quickly made a name for himself in the business world through his talent and diligence. He interacted with various individuals, accumulating rich experiences and resources. When Lu Bo met Lu Yin-nan in the room, a genuine smile adorned his face. Despite some past minor disputes between them, they were family after all. What could not be reconciled? These personal grievances seemed trivial in comparison. Lu Yin-nan warmly hosted Lu Bo and his companions, specially arranging a sumptuous banquet. The table was laden with exquisite delicacies, and the wine was not only of superior quality but also rich in aroma and delightful in taste. Chu Sheng, meaning the essence of wine, was famous for its offerings. The wine here was lauded as celestial nectar, fragrant enough to entice one to drink deeply and become intoxicated. After 3 rounds of wine, Lu Yin-nan said, "Cousin, since you have come to Chuan City, why not stay a few more days? Let me show you around this city. The beautiful sights and attractions of Chuan City are countless." Lu Bo and his companions rejoiced at this suggestion. They had long heard of the stunning scenery and famous landmarks of Chuan City, yet had never had the opportunity to explore. With Lu Yin-nan's guidance, they were filled with excitement. Now that Lu Bo had reached Chuan City, he did not rush to Phoenix Valley but chose to rest for a couple of days. Wang Guanjia decided to head to Xiaoyao Valley the next day, and after bidding farewell to old Wang, they each returned to their rooms. Thus, in the days that followed, Lu Yin-nan led Lu Bo and his companions on tours of Chuan City's renowned attractions. Indulging in the local culinary specialties, they visited the famed Chuan City Ancient Temple, immersing themselves in its rich history and profound cultural heritage. They also explored the city's celebrated landmarks, reveling in the breathtaking natural vistas. At each location, Lu Yin-nan meticulously detailed the history and cultural significance of the sites, deepening Lu Bo and his companions' understanding of this vibrant city. What left a lasting impression on Lu Bo was a modest-looking restaurant that, despite its unassuming appearance, had very few patrons at lunchtime. Curiously, Lu Bo asked, "Cousin, is the food here unappetizing?" "Not at all. This restaurant serves only one dish, which is why it lacks customers. They specialize in Huangyang chicken rice. And we should give it a try, Dado?" "Huangyang chicken rice. Listening to the name feels quite pleasant," Lu Bo remarked as he entered the hotel with the others. After a few of them settled down, a burly man approached and declared, "One serving of yellow goat chicken rice costs 500 taels. Pay in advance." Lu Bo was taken aback, his heart filled with astonishment. No wonder there were so few patrons in this establishment. "What kind of dish demands 500 taels?" Lu Yan smiled faintly, clearly aware of the situation, and instructed Sheer to settle the bill. When the dishes arrived, everyone was left dumbfounded. A fragrant bowl of rice was presented, but there was neither goat nor chicken in sight. Finally, Lu Bo could not contain himself and asked, "Boss, is this rice even cooked?" Lu Yan, observing the expressions of Lu Bo and the others, could not help but chuckle. He nodded to the burly man, signaling him to step aside, and then turned to Lu Bo and the others to explain, "This yellow goat chicken rice is not what it seems. The preparation involves encasing rice within chicken, then placing the chicken inside the belly of the yellow goat and slow roasting it over a gentle flame. Ultimately, both the goat and chicken are discarded, and only the rice is consumed. Do try it. The 500 taels are worth it." Lu Bo and the others widened their eyes at Lu Yan's explanation. They had never heard of such a unique culinary method before. The idea of encasing rice in chicken and roasting it within the belly of a goat, only to eat the rice, was indeed novel. Lu Bo took a bite of the yellow goat chicken rice and found it delectable. With each grain of rice distinct, the tender chicken perfectly melding with the fragrant rice, leaving a lasting impression. Although the price of 500 taels was somewhat steep, after tasting it, he pondered whether this was a renowned dish of Chuan City. However, as they were preparing to leave, Lu Bo inadvertently spotted the kitchen staff devouring chicken, and it dawned on him. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed his cousin Lu Yan had also been duped and wanted him to experience it as well. Nevertheless, Lu Bo chose to remain silent, intending to bring friends here next time and exaggerate the merits of this establishment's yellow goat chicken rice, enticing more people to fall into the same trap. Chapter 23. Shangguan Mulan. After 2 leisurely days in Chuan City, Lu Bo finally resolved to set off for Phoenix Ridge. Phoenix Ridge, located 30 miles northwest of Chuan City, was a mysterious and enchanting place. However, the journey to Phoenix Ridge was fraught with challenges. The terrain in the northwest was perilously steep, with towering mountains and treacherous paths that made passage difficult even for horse-drawn carriages. Thus, Lu Bo and his companions could only proceed on horseback. As the morning sun filtered through the mist, it cast a warm glow on the winding mountain roads, with the air filled with the fresh scent of flora. Lu Bo inhaled deeply, feeling invigorated. The group departed early for Phoenix Ridge. Although the mountain paths were convoluted, Lu Bo noticed a fair number of travelers along the way, including a dozen horse teams laden with heavy medicinal herbs. Clearly part of a trading caravan, as they ventured deeper into the northwest, the terrain grew increasingly formidable. The mountain paths were rugged, at times steep as cliffs, at others winding like serpents. However, after surmounting a small peak, the view opened up to reveal a vast valley, lush with greenery and the gentle sound of flowing streams. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating dappled patterns on the ground. The scenery here contrasted starkly with the perilous mountain roads. As if they had entered another realm, the river valley stretched for miles, and nestled within it was a sizable town, Phoenix Ridge. The town's houses were harmoniously arranged on both sides of the valley, their roofs covered in thick green moss, seemingly narrating tales of ages past. Towering ancient trees flanked the streets, casting cool shadows. A small stream cascaded down from the mountains, weaving through the town, adding a touch of vitality and charm. It appeared that Phoenix Ridge served as a major hub for medicinal herbs. Observing the bustling trading scene in the town, Lu Bo remarked to his companions, as they strolled through the streets. They encountered numerous stalls and shops displaying various herbs drying in the sun. The herbs came in myriad shapes and colors, some vibrant, others exuding subtle fragrances, leaving them in awe of the region's medicinal bounty. "Yushan, you go find us some accommodations. Once you've secured a place, join us. The 3 of us will take a look around," Lu Bo instructed. After arranging their lodging, he set off to explore the town. Stalls and shops selling an array of medicinal herbs were omnipresent in Phoenix Ridge, alongside numerous vendors offering prepared elixirs. Traveling necessitated carrying some potions, so the group became enamored with the various remedies they encountered. Sheer focused on purchasing beauty-enhancing elixirs. Ning sought out tonics for strength and vitality, while Lu Bo, captivated by all the different potions, wandered the streets, meticulously reading the descriptions and labels in each pharmacy. He was particularly intrigued by those legendary remedies reputed to cure rare ailments. Suddenly, Lu Bo spotted a bookstore selling an assortment of medical texts. Although he wasn't particularly interested in medicine, he casually flipped through the pages. Just as he was about to leave, he stumbled upon a book titled Supplementary Notes on Herbal Medicine, which detailed various herbal combinations and their health benefits. Lu Bo realized that these recipes not only held nutritional value but also offered unique flavors and textures. With a profound interest in food, Lu Bo delighted in experimenting with diverse cuisines and was eager to learn the stories and cultures behind them. Thus, upon discovering the book's insights on herbal and food pairings, he was instantly captivated and began to read voraciously. "Little one, how much for this book? Please wrap it up for me," Lu Bo requested, pointing to the supplementary notes on herbal medicine. "2 Taels of silver." "Young master," the proprietor replied with a smile. "Xiao Li, please wrap this book for me." A graceful young woman with a fair complexion and an air of confidence handed a book to the counter. Seeing this, Lu Bo politely nodded and stepped back slightly, then paid the clerk. The young woman acknowledged him with a nod in return, displaying courtesy. At that moment, the proprietor came out, spotted the young woman, and hurried over, dismissing the clerk while exclaiming, "Miss Mulan, what brings you to my humble shop today?" The proprietor quickly wrapped the book and handed it to the young woman. She shook her head, indicating the book wasn't for her. The proprietor, momentarily taken aback, offered an awkward smile and quickly apologized for the misunderstanding. Lu Bo accepted the book, nodded, and prepared to leave the bookstore. The young woman then directly took the book from him. The proprietor, witnessing her boldness, was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, his face beaming with a smile. He recognized that this Miss Mulan was not someone he could afford to offend, as the young woman observed Lu Bo's departing figure. She shook her head and remarked, "An odd fellow, to carry a faint scent of lotus." With that, she turned and walked away in another direction. At that moment, holding the book, Lu Bo sought out Sheer and the others. Noting a Ning burdened with multiple packages filled with beauty elixirs purchased by Sheer, leaving him feeling slightly exasperated. Just then, Yushan approached, confirming that their lodging had been arranged, and the four of them set off towards the inn. Seeing the item in Lu Bo's hand, Sheer inquired, "Young master, what did you buy?" "Nothing much, just a book," he replied, handing it to her. Curious, Sheer examined the book before slowly opening it. Lu Bo adjusted his attire, which had been tousled by the wind, and said, "It's merely a book on the pairing of various herbs with food." As Sheer unveiled the cover and read the title, her eyelids twitched and an indescribable expression crossed her face. She looked up at Lu Bo, her eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. "Young master, are you certain you didn't buy the wrong book? Is this truly about the pairing of herbs with food?" Sheer's voice quivered slightly, clearly taken aback by the title. "Yes," he replied, turning to her with a puzzled expression. However, upon seeing the title regarding women's menstrual care and maintenance, Lu Bo's mouth twitched in disbelief. As Lu Bo observed Sheer's reaction, he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He distinctly remembered that this book was about herbal and food pairings. How had it suddenly transformed into a guide for women's menstrual care? It was utterly inconceivable. Lu Bo's eyes widened in disbelief as he quickly flipped through the pages, only to confirm that the contents indeed pertained to women's health. What on earth is happening? Lu Bo sighed, feeling a headache coming on. He distinctly recalled picking up a different book. Upon closer inspection of the cover, he realized that the proprietor must have mixed up his book with that of the young woman. Awkward. Where could he possibly find her now? Seeing Lu Bo's embarrassed and bewildered expression, Sheer couldn't help but stifle a laugh. At that moment, in the Baichao Hall of the Medicine King's Valley branch, the young woman, Shangguan Mulan, stared at the supplementary notes on herbal medicine, her face a picture of confusion. As the hall master of Baichao Hall, responsible for the branch's business at Phoenix Ridge, she considered the book in her hands and suddenly burst into hearty laughter. How amusing! How amusing! Chapter 24. The grand competition of the Valley of the Medicine King. Lu Bo held the book on the care and maintenance of women's monthly cycles, his heart a tumult of emotions. He shook his head in resignation. What was meant to be a valuable tome had turned into a source of great amusement due to a simple mix-up. As he stepped into the inn, his thoughts were still occupied with the matter of the Huangpuas. He inquired with the innkeeper about their whereabouts. The innkeeper, with a smile, gestured toward a small hill opposite the inn, saying, "If you seek Huangpuas, There are plenty to be found up there. That hill is called Phoenix Ridge, resembling a phoenix poised for flight. The Huampuas grow abundantly atop it. You may pick them as you please in this valley. A small hill rose like a phoenix, and the Huampuas were plentiful upon it, which was quite unremarkable. What made the Huampuas truly special was their unique property. They needed to be utilized within an hour of picking, lest they dissolve into mere water. Hence, they became a rare treasure elsewhere, as there were few places where they could be used medicinally, and not many had even heard of them, young Master Lu. Due to this unique trait of the Huampua, many local delicacies here incorporate them. If you are interested, I could recommend a few establishments known for their exquisite dishes, the innkeeper continued, noticing Lu Bo's curiosity. There's no need for that. I shall explore on my own later, Lu Bo replied with a smile, and as night fell, Lu Bo strolled about, gathering some Huampuas before returning to the inn to begin his practice of the Sword 8, Delicate Snow. He first prepared a bath, carefully placing the freshly picked Huampuas within. He added some other herbs he had gathered, and as all the ingredients settled into the tub, a wondrous transformation occurred. The water turned a deep azure. As if infused with boundless mysteries and power, he shed his garments and stepped into the bath, the warm water enveloping his body, the fragrance of the Huampua permeating the air, imbuing him with an unparalleled sense of comfort and relaxation. He closed his eyes, allowing his mind to enter a transcendent state. Then, he commenced his practice. Sword 8, Delicate Snow, he imagined, waving his sword forward, creating countless irregular streams of sword energy. He swiftly cleared away all obstacles within dozens of feet, reducing everything in sight to mere fragments, invincible against gods and Buddhas alike. In his mind, the techniques of Sword 8, Delicate Snow surfaced vividly. Every movement, every detail was etched into his memory. He felt as though he was immersed in a realm of swordsmanship. Becoming one with the Sword 8, Delicate Snow, as time passed, Lu Bo gradually sunk deeper into this state. He sensed his body filling with strength, invigorated by the effects of the Huampua and herbs. His mental acuity sharpened, becoming clearer and more perceptive. Eventually, Lu Bo concluded his practice, feeling a marked improvement in his swordsmanship and a deeper understanding of Sword 8, Delicate Snow. He emerged from the bath, donned his clothing, and felt his body light yet powerful in the main hall of the Baichao Hall at the branch of the Valley of the Medicine King. Two distinguished figures leisurely sipped tea. Shangguan Mulan, the master of the Baichao Hall, sat across from Mu Ziqing, a venerable elder of the hall. Elder Mu, have our external allies arrived? Shangguan Mulan gently set down her teacup, a hint of anxiety flitting across her brow. Master, Imo Mingzi sent word a few days ago. He should be arriving shortly, Mu Ziqing replied with a slight smile, stroking his beard. For this grand competition of the Valley of the Medicine King, I have staked everything on Imo Mingzi. Should we falter, we stand to lose everything, she said, her voice laced with concern. Don't you have confidence in Elder Mu? Mu Ziqing stroked his beard once more. A glimmer of assurance in his eyes. Master, while Imo Mingzi is indeed greedy and lecherous, his skills are commendable. At the pinnacle of the sixth realm, I am certain he will secure a notable position in this competition. He is someone I have invested heavily in bringing here. I assure you, there will be no issues. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Mulan furrowed her brow, her tone heavy with trepidation. We have no choice but to gamble everything now. In this grand competition of the Valley of the Medicine King, each branch must invite an external ally to participate, and resources will be allocated based on performance. Our Baichao Hall has languished at the bottom for 3 consecutive years. Another loss would mean the loss of our medicinal transit hub at Phoenix Ridge. My position as the master of the Baichao Hall may well be at stake. Once Imo Mingzi arrives, have him come directly to Phoenix Ridge. I will ensure he has everything he needs to be in top condition for the competition in 2 months. Understood, Master. I will make the necessary arrangements. Mu Ziqing replied. Very well, you may return to your duties. Shangguan Mulan waved her hand dismissively. After Mu Ziqing departed, Shangguan Mulan sat alone in the hall, her gaze profound and resolute. The Valley of the Medicine King excelled in alchemy but faltered in combat. Thus, their martial prowess was lacking. Yet, with such a vast enterprise, how could they thrive without formidable strength? Aware of this truth, they relied on the ability of each branch to gather support, which is why the Valley of the Medicine King held this grand competition annually. allowing each branch to invite allies based on their connections, ultimately allocating resources according to performance, better results equating to greater rewards. Shangguan Mulan was no exception. Gifted in alchemy from a young age, her skills were unparalleled, and her ascent to the position of master came early. However, due to her youth, her connections remained weak, leading the Baichao Hall to languish at the bottom for 3 consecutive years. This time, in a bid to improve their standing, even though Imo Mingzi's reputation was questionable, she had still chosen to invite him, prepared to take a leap of faith. The competition's location was set in Chuan City, the home turf of the Jishir Hall, which had originally belonged to the Baichao Hall but was lost due to prior defeats, forcing them to retreat to Phoenix Ridge. Shangguan Mulan's thoughts swirled like turbulent waters, continually rising within her mind. She understood that this competition was not merely a contest. It held the fate and future of the Baichao Hall in its balance, should they suffer yet another defeat. The territory of Phoenix Ridge, once belonging to them, would fall to the Jishir Hall, plunging the Baichao Hall deeper into crisis. Imo Mingzi, can you truly bring me a miracle? She pondered inwardly. She recognized that inviting Imo Mingzi to participate was undoubtedly a gamble. In the grand competition of the Valley of the Medicine King, strength was the ultimate truth. Connections and reputation paled in comparison to absolute power. Despite Imo Mingzi's dubious past, his prowess was irrefutable, which was precisely why Shangguan Mulan chose to take this risk. Why the rush? There are still 2 months left. I've only just emerged from the mountains, and I haven't even had the chance to admire the beauties along the way. Imo Mingzi grumbled in dissatisfaction. He had been deeply entrenched in his cultivation in the mountains, preparing to break through to a new realm, but the sudden invitation forced him to set aside his training. The lucrative offer had piqued his interest, especially since the invitation was of great significance to the sender, indicating an opportunity for substantial gain. However, as soon as he stepped out of the forest, he was seduced by the allure of worldly pleasures, spending several nights indulging in the delights of brothels. Had it not been for the repeated urgings from the other side, he might have continued to relish this carefree lifestyle. Honestly, what is the hurry? There is still plenty of time, Imo Mingzi muttered again. Despite feelings of displeasure and reluctance, he ultimately gathered his belongings. Without showcasing his strength, how could he claim the benefits that awaited him? He was determined not to leave without extracting every possible resource from the Baichao Hall. Chapter 25. So, it's Imo Mingzi, is it? Lu Bo had been enjoying leisurely days at Phoenix Ridge, wandering through the streets by day and soaking in baths while studying by night, living quite the lush life. He planned to stay at Phoenix Ridge for a while until he mastered Sword 8. To keep Sheer occupied, he had specifically rented a shop for her to manage. Aining served as a guard during the day, while also diligently practicing the Overlord's spear to enhance his martial skills. Feeling fatigued from his stroll, Lu Bo decided to visit the Baihua Tower in town to listen to music and refresh his spirits. I wonder how Sister Su is doing. Her melodies are so delightful. While others seem a bit lacking, Lu Bo sighed. I still have a poem, icebreaking song, that I haven't shared with Sister Su yet. Seeing a crack on the ground, pour in cool water, and it freezes. If it weren't for the freeze, who would know there was a crack here? He hoped this would please Sister Su. Feeling somewhat bored, Lu Bo wandered over to check on how Sheer was managing the shop. Early that morning, Sheer had begun her bustling work. She meticulously cleaned the shop, leaving no corner untouched. The sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the entire space and highlighting Sheer's diligent figure. Next, she carefully arranged exquisite porcelain pieces on the shelves. Each piece boasted unique designs and vibrant colors, all meticulously selected by her, hoping to captivate customers at first glance. Just as Sheer was busy arranging the porcelain, she suddenly heard a customer's voice at the door. "Young lady, how much for this vase, sir? You truly have an eye for beauty. This is a fine piece of blue and white porcelain, crafted using a unique underglaze painting technique and fired at high temperatures, showcasing a distinct texture and luster. Each step is meticulously controlled, from material selection, shaping, painting, glazing, to firing, all infused with the creator's dedication and effort. Observe the depictions of landscapes and flora, brimming with natural vitality and vigor. The item in your hand is quite affordable, merely 20 taels. Sheer explained swiftly to a middle-aged man across from her, whose unkempt beard and unfriendly countenance instilled an inexplicable sense of unease within her. As his gaze fixated not on the porcelain but rather on her. "This porcelain of yours, is it crafted from gold or silver?" Why is it priced so exorbitantly? Could you not lower it a bit? The gentleman inquired. Esteemed guest, your words hold merit. However, the value of blue and white porcelain indeed justifies such a price. Otherwise, you may observe the alternatives. There are some more reasonably priced items over there, Shear replied, maintaining her composure. Quite impressive indeed. I find this young lady to my liking. I shall purchase this vase, and then you will accompany me for 3 days, allowing you to experience true pleasure, the man declared without restraint. Shear recognized the trouble brewing but remained unflustered, for it was broad daylight, and he would hardly dare to act on his intentions. After signaling to Aining, she courteously responded, You jest, esteemed guest, I urge you to conduct yourself with decorum. You may peruse other items. The middle-aged man appeared unfazed, still grinning as he examined the porcelain, when suddenly he let go. Observing this, Shear quickly reached out to catch it, only to find her hand seized by the man midway. Your hands are quite lovely, smooth to the touch. I like them that I shall offer you another chance. Come with me, and I can provide you with even more, he said. Release me, Aining. In the distance, Aining, witnessing his sister's distress, felt a surge of fury. He rushed forward, poised to strike the man, but was swiftly sent flying several paces by a kick from the middle-aged man. Cease. What do you intend to do? Must you always create chaos upon your arrival? I did not summon you here to harass virtuous women. You have important matters to attend to. The newcomer was musicking, while the middle-aged man was none other than Mauen. He had hastily arrived at Phoenix Ridge. Drawn to a small porcelain shop, captivated by the young lady within, and had approached to flirt. Unexpectedly, he encountered the timely arrival of Elder Mu. Elder Mu, there is nothing amiss. I am merely engaging in light-hearted banter with them, Mauen said, all the while continuing to caress Shear's hand. Musicking, observing this scene, furrowed his brow, deeply discontented with Mauen's behavior. Mauen, enough. Your frivolity is unwarranted. We have pressing matters to attend to, and no time for foolishness. The leader is waiting for you. His tone carried a hint of anger. Mauen pouted, somewhat reluctant, yet ultimately released Shear's hand. Fine, I understand. What a bore with that. The two departed, casting a flirtatious glance and a whistle towards the terrified Shear as they left. In a moment of panic, Shear rushed to Aining to ascertain if he was unharmed. Shortly after, Lu Bo arrived, discovering the chaos within the shop and noting Shear in tears, while Aining appeared injured. He hurriedly inquired about the situation. Shear recounted the events that had transpired. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Bo concluded that Aining had been injured with a single strike, indicating that the assailant was formidable and likely had allies. First, we must ensure Aining receives medical attention. Yushan, go investigate the background of this Mauen. We will not let this matter rest, Lu Bo commanded, his anger palpable. Yushan nodded, refraining from further words, and promptly set off to carry out the task. Shear watched Yushan's departing figure, concern flickering in her eyes. Young master, the other party seems quite formidable. Aining is fine, so perhaps we should let this go. Oh, not fret. Your young master is quite capable, Lu Bo replied. Regardless of who they are, if they confront us openly, we shall strike back in kind. Wai Taohua sect's chief disciple has never feared anyone. Upon reaching the medical facility, the physician examined Aining and confirmed that although he was robust and in good health, he had sustained minor injuries that would heal with medication. This news eased Lu Bo's concerns, allowing him to relax. Before long, Yushan returned with information regarding Mauen. Young master, Mauen hails from Yawang Valleys by Kaetang, having been summoned with a handsome remuneration to participate in the Yawang Valley competition. His prowess is formidable. He is said to be at the pinnacle of the 6th realm. Aining's injuries are fortunate to be minor. Mauen has a notorious reputation in the Jianghu, known for his greed and lechery, often engaging in coercive dealings. The Yawang Valley competition? Do not concern yourself with that. Tomorrow, you shall deliver our invitation to Bai Kaetang. We will confront this Bai Kaetang directly. They must provide an explanation, Lu Bo asserted. Young master, we currently lack skilled allies. I am merely at the pinnacle of the 4th realm. This may not be wise. Should we wait for Butler Wang to return? Not at all. Follow my orders. Remember, your young master is exceptionally strong. Chapter 26. A chance encounter with Shangguan Mulan at Yawang Valleys by Kaetang. Shangguan Mulan welcomed Mauen and briefed him on the details and precautions for the upcoming competition. As Mauen regarded Shangguan Mulan with a playful glint in his eyes, he seemed not to heed her words. Noticing the peculiar behavior, Shangguan Mulan paused. Elder Mo, this competition is of great significance to us at Baikeatang, and we hope you will take it seriously. Should we fail to secure a ranking, the remuneration we previously promised will be rescinded. Mauen, snapping back to attention, realized his earlier indiscretion and swiftly composed himself. Dismissing his prior lustful thoughts, rest assured, Hall Master Mulan, I, Mauen, will exert my utmost effort in this competition. Shangguan Mulan's tone softened slightly. Elder Mo, having traveled from afar, you must be weary. Please take some time to recuperate. Should you have any requests, as long as they are reasonable, feel free to address them to Elder Mu. Thank you, Hall Master, Mauen responded. Rising to follow Elder Mu.as, Shangguan Mulan watched Mauen and Elder Mu depart Baikeatang. She couldn't help but sigh. Closing her eyes, she contemplated the implications of Mauen's intentions. His gaze had been rather unsettling, and given their current partnership, there was a risk he might demand a sudden increase in remuneration. It seemed Mauen was not entirely trustworthy, and she needed to devise a backup plan. Elder Mu led Mauen to the courtyard prepared for guests, where he quietly remarked, Elder Mo, we at Baikeatang have high hopes for this competition, and we hope you understand. Hall Master Mulan's words stem from her expectations for our establishment and are not intended to convey any ill will. Rest assured, the compensation you were promised will be duly delivered after the competition. I understand, Elder Mu, Mauen nodded, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes as he contemplated his ulterior motives. Soon, they arrived at the courtyard, elegantly arranged with fine wooden furnishings, the air imbued with a subtle fragrance. Elder Mo, please rest here. If you require anything, feel free to call for me, Elder Mu said. Thank you, Elder Mu, Mauen replied with a courteous gesture before settling onto the bed to recuperate. Seeing this, Elder Mu left him in peace and exited the courtyard. In the resting area, Mauen did not immediately rest. Instead, he replayed the image of Shangguan Mulan in his mind, a stirring sensation rising within him. Truly, her beauty is as the tales describe. She is indeed remarkable. Mauen mused inwardly, plotting how to leverage the competition to his advantage while simultaneously winning over Shangguan Mulan, ensuring his journey was not in vain. After leaving the courtyard, Musicking returned to the Baikeatang Hall. Elder Mu, what is your impression of Mauen? Shangguan Mulan inquired, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Musicking pondered for a moment before responding slowly. From today's observation, Mauen appears to be unreliable. Hall Master, it would be wise to prepare for contingencies. If we must utilize this individual, it is best to negotiate the terms before the competition begins. Nodding in agreement, Shangguan Mulan asserted, I share your sentiment. We must devise alternate plans and not allow ourselves to be manipulated by a mere Mauen. The following day, a young attendant appeared at the entrance with an invitation. Shangguan Mulan and Elder Mu were engaged in discussion when she glanced at the document and asked, an invitation from the Lu family of Yuqing? Elder Mu, do we have any business dealings with them? Elder Mu, equally perplexed, replied, surely, you refer to the Lu family associated with the court. We have had some minor business interactions, but not substantial ones. What brings them here? It is unclear. They merely stated that Lu Bo, the young master of the Lu family, has come to pay a visit and wishes to discuss something. Lu Bo? Such an unremarkable name, Shangguan Mulan remarked as she instructed someone to invite the visitor in. Shortly thereafter, a young man clad in white, accompanied by a bodyguard, was ushered into Baikeatang. The young man appeared quite ordinary, surveying his surroundings with idle curiosity, occasionally offering commentary. Upon seeing the young man, Shangguan Mulan furrowed her brow. As if recalling something, Lu Bo walked through the premises, observing the layout of Baikeatang while commenting to Yushan, that stone is quite nice. I should plant a tree like that when I return home. As he entered the hall, his gaze fell upon the woman on stage, causing him to frown in recognition. Musicking, noticing Lu Bo's entrance, spoke first. You must be the young hero Lu, correct? This is our hall master. Shangguan Mulan, and I am Musicking, elder of Yawang Valley's Baikeatang. I in the hall. A heavy silence lingered, creating an awkward atmosphere. Lu Bo was the first to break the silence. What a coincidence, my lady. I did not expect to encounter you here. It turned out that the lady was Shangguan Mulan, the master of Baikeatang. I have long admired you, she replied courteously. I did not know it was you, young Master Lu. Please forgive my ignorance. Might I inquire when you intend to return my book? Lu Bo's face flushed at the mention, clearly recalling the book in question, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment. I shall return it shortly, he stammered. May I ask what brings you here, young Master Lu? Shangguan Mulan inquired with a smile, unable to suppress a chuckle at the thought of Lu Bo possessing her book on the care and maintenance of women's monthly cycles. Upon addressing the matter at hand, Lu Bo adopted a serious demeanor. I have come here with Yushan. Aining is recuperating at the inn, and Sierra is tending to him. He then became grave, stating, I am here to seek an explanation. Meanwhile, Mu Ziqing, who had been observing the unfolding drama, interjected before Shangguan Mulan could speak. An explanation? Might I ask how Bai Keitang has offended young Master Lu? Indeed, an explanation. Yesterday, one of my small inns was vandalized by a member of your esteemed establishment, and one of my subordinates was injured. I would like to know how you intend to resolve this matter, Miss Shangguan, Lu Bo asked. Shangguan Mulan looked at Mu Ziqing with a puzzled expression, who then recounted the incident involving the member's inappropriate behavior. Shangguan Mulan clenched her fists and calmly regarded Lu Bo. Young Master Lu, I was unaware of yesterday's events, and I sincerely apologize. What resolution do you seek? Upon hearing her prompt apology, Lu Bo felt a pang of reluctance to press the issue further, initially contemplating bringing the matter to the attention of the master disciple of the Taohua sect. Since she had offered her apology, and considering that Aining was not grievously injured, Lu Bo responded, since you were unaware, I shall refrain from pursuing the matter further. I simply seek compensation for my losses, namely the cost for the repairs and my subordinate's medical expenses. Very well, Elder Mu, please retrieve 3 Gonlin pills for young Master Lu, Shangguan Mulan instructed. Gonlin pills? Elder Mu was taken aback but complied nonetheless. Lu Bo, seeing Shangguan Mulan's earnestness, felt it inappropriate to press for more. However, Yushan informed Lu Bo, young master, these Gonlin pills are quite precious. For martial artists below the 5th realm, they are of critical importance. They are rarely found in the market, and this is a fortuitous gain. With these, Aining will surely break into the 5th realm. Truly remarkable? Then let us take them back. Each of you shall have one. Lu Bo declared. Though he had initially felt some dissatisfaction, he now felt a sense of relief at Shangguan Mulan's sincerity and attitude, deciding not to pursue the matter further. Since you are so forthcoming, I shall not press the issue any longer, he concluded. Shangguan Mulan sighed in relief, knowing that Lu Bo did not genuinely wish to trouble her, but simply sought a reasonable resolution. With both parties satisfied, the misunderstanding was effectively resolved. Youth Lu, today's events are indeed a lapse on the part of Bai Keitang, and I apologize once more. I hope we can collaborate in the future, Shangguan Mulan stated earnestly. Lu Bo nodded, replying, You are too kind, Master Shangguan. Let us consider today's matter settled. Should the opportunity arise again, I, Lu, would certainly welcome another collaboration with Bai Keitang. Thus, Lu Bo departed Bai Keitang with the Gonlin pills and the book, intending to have Yushan deliver the volume on the care and maintenance of women's monthly cycles at a later date. With Aining's matter resolved, Lu Bo's thoughts turned to his own affairs within the Taohua sect, pondering how to deal with the impudent Imo Mingzi later that evening. This Imo Mingzi, just wait until tonight. I shall see if I do not give you a proper lesson, he mused to himself as he planned his covert return. Elder, why offer them 3 Gonlin pills? Could we not provide some other form of compensation for this minor dispute? Elder Mu questioned in confusion. Perhaps it is intuition. I find Lu Bo to be an intriguing character, unremarkable in appearance yet possessing a commendable integrity. Willing to stand up for his subordinates, it is rare, and we should extend a gesture of goodwill and cultivate a friendship. It may prove beneficial in the future, Shangguan Mulan replied thoughtfully. Chapter 27. A night intrusion into Bai Keitang upon returning home. Lu Bo distributed the Gonlin pills, one to Aining, one to Yushan, and the last reserved for the family's guard, much to Yushan's delight, as it meant a promising breakthrough into the 5th realm. With a smile, Lu Bo remarked, As your master, how could I deprive you of benefits? As night fell, after a refreshing bath, Lu Bo announced his intention to retire for the evening. Once in his room, he lay on the bed for a moment before donning his night gear and heading out. Elder Mu, what is this Bai Keitang you speak of? Did you not mention that I could voice any requests? Yet, you cannot even bring a few ladies to entertain me? Imo Mingzi complained to Elder Mu. Listening to Imo Mingzi's grievances, Elder Mu's expression revealed his embarrassment and helplessness. Senior Imo, I sincerely apologize. Bai Keitang is a place of healing, not one of entertainment. My earlier statement referred to matters of medicinal supplies and treatment. Not, Elder Mu attempted to clarify, hoping Imo Mingzi would understand. However, Imo Mingzi interrupted him, waving his hand dismissively. Enough with your excuses. I came to Bai Keitang to extend you a favor. Do not be ungrateful. What is wrong with inviting a few ladies to keep me company? I am not asking for anything scandalous. Elder Mu appeared troubled. Senior Imo, please understand. We do not have suitable ladies in Bai Keitang to host you. If you have other requests, I will do my utmost to accommodate, Elder Mu earnestly explained once more. Yet, Imo Mingzi seemed dissatisfied with the response. He glared at Elder Mu, expressing his displeasure. Hemph, Bai Keitang? A name without substance. Can you not even handle such a trivial matter? Elder Mu, you surely do not wish for the Alchemist Valley competition to conclude without any achievements, do you? Hearing this, Elder Mu felt a surge of anger but restrained his emotions. Responding, I will do my best to fulfill your requests, but I hope you do not forget our collaboration. With that, Elder Mu left, instructing someone to fetch a few women from a brothel. Imo Mingzi returned to his quarters, pleased with the outcome. Once a compromise is made, it paves the way for further concessions. One day, I will extract every last drop from Bai Keitang, he thought to himself in a secluded corner of Bai Keitang's courtyard. Shangguan Mulan's fury erupted like a volcano. With a furious throw, the porcelain cup in her hand shattered into countless pieces, the sharp sound echoing through the air, and the spilled tea splattered like her unbridled rage. How dare that Imo Mingzi take advantage of us? Does he think Bai Keitang is some sort of brothel? Shangguan Mulan's voice thundered, filled with indignation and dissatisfaction, as if unleashing all her pent-up frustration. Mu Ziqing stood nearby, watching Shangguan Mulan's wrath unfold, feeling a sense of helplessness. They understood her anger was justified. They were indeed at the mercy of Imo Mingzi, a truly vexing predicament. However, he also recognized that a solution must be found. Master, do not be upset. We are currently at his mercy and can only appease him for now. The elder attempted to soothe Shangguan Mulan's emotions. In 2 months, we need to assess our options. If we cannot recruit skilled individuals, we may as well forego Imo Mingzi entirely. He is already stirring trouble before the competition, demanding ladies to indulge him. Will I need to entertain him myself before the competition? Shangguan Mulan's words were resolute and filled with anger. Elder Mu took a deep breath and said solemnly, Master, it is indeed challenging to find skilled individuals within 2 months. Those aiming to participate in the Alchemist Valley competition are typically closely bound to the valley, and most skilled practitioners will not intervene. However, I will do my utmost to search. During the day, Lu Bo had been assessing Bai Keitang's layout, all the while observing the premises. He sought to gather information discreetly regarding Imo Mingzi's whereabouts, knowing that probing during the day would be unwise. Thus, he planned to investigate each courtyard one by one during the night, moving with the grace and speed of a nimble leopard. He traversed the courtyards, his ear pressed against the walls, striving to catch any useful snippets of conversation. At that moment, a sharp sound of shattering porcelain reached his ears, followed by Shangguan Mulan's furious reprimands. Lu Bo's heart quickened at the realization that the commotion originated from the side courtyard. He swiftly altered his course, stealthily approaching the source of the disturbance. Once near the side courtyard, Lu Bo did not rush in but instead carefully climbed onto the roof, concealing himself among the tiles. Holding his breath, he strained to hear the ongoing conversation below. From his vantage point, Lu Bo clearly overheard the dialogue between Shangguan Mulan and Mu Ziqing, their tones heavy with anger and frustration. Seemingly discussing the troublesome Imo Mingzi, he began piecing together the information they divulged. I see now. It appears that Miss Shangguan shares my disdain for Imo Mingzi. Seems they are being manipulated and have been forced to compromise. Lu Bo thought. Given their gesture of providing me with the Gonlin pills, I shall take it upon myself to teach him a lesson tonight. Yes, he made his way toward the source of the ruckus. He couldn't help but overhear Imo Mingzi's boisterous laughter mingling with the giggles of several courtesans with whom he was drinking. Do you know there are mild, medium, and extra spicy? And what else is spicy? My lord, I do not know. Also, I like you. Ha ha ha. The room erupted in laughter, as Imo Mingzi boasted. I, Imo Mingzi, have traversed the Jianghu, and none do not know my name. Do you know what my flaw is? Dear esteemed one, I must confess that I am equally in the dark regarding this matter. What is it, pray tell? The expectant gazes of several individuals are fixed upon the enigmatic figure, undoubtedly yearning for your absence. Alas, how vexing! This enigmatic one, with his charming ways, has captivated the hearts of several ladies, garnering immense satisfaction in return. Do you know what attire I favor? I remain oblivious, dear sir, to what garments you prefer. Naturally, I delight in being at your mercy. How insufferable you are! I shall punish myself with a cup. Ha ha ha. Truly, this enigmatic figure is a frequent visitor of the brothel, effortlessly weaving words of romance. Ah, is this not the infamous libertine? Are you not here to pursue romance, descending from the mountain? A laugh shattered the previously harmonious scene. The enigmatic figure suddenly felt a jolt of alertness, sensing hostility in the voice that echoed from above. Despite being at the pinnacle of his realm, he had not detected the presence of another. Frowning, he steeled himself internally. Do you remember the Peach Blossom sect? Many years ago, you took liberties with one of our disciples. Today, as the foremost disciple of the Peach Blossom sect, I have come to demand justice. Chapter 28. The Battle at the Herb Garden. The Peach Blossom sect? Nonsense. I certainly do not recognize your sect. The enigmatic figure was unaware of having provoked any Peach Blossom sect, thus hastily denying any association. Words are futile. I shall await you above. The enigmatic one disregarded the distractions, grasping his sword and swiftly ascending to the rooftop, eager to discern the identity of the intruder disrupting his affairs. Standing atop the roof, under a sky as dark as ink with sparse stars, he gripped his sword tightly, its blade glimmering with a chilling light. As he noticed a figure clad in black, facing away from him, cautiously observing, he sensed that his opponent was unremarkable, which heightened his vigilance. Who might you be? We have not been formally introduced, he inquired. The figure in black remained silent, seemingly contemplating his response. In the prolonged silence, an intangible pressure enveloped the enigmatic figure, as though the black-clad individual, despite his back being turned, exuded an aura that sent shivers down his spine. At last, the figure spoke, his voice deep and hoarse, as if emerging from the abyss. You need not know who I am. You must only understand that you shall pay for your past actions. With that, the black-clad figure drew his sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that tore through the night sky, hurtling towards the enigmatic one. The air rent asunder in the wake of the blade, producing a sharp, whistling sound. The enigmatic figure felt the overwhelming force, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He swiftly summoned his internal strength, attempting to counter this sudden onslaught. However, the might of the sword energy was formidable. Despite his prowess, he found himself momentarily daunted. An invisible weight descended upon him, akin to a giant hand tightening around his throat. He had no choice but to summon all his strength to fend off the impending strike. Lest he be struck down in a moment of distraction, the black-clad figure closed in. A sudden surge of danger seized the enigmatic one, prompting him to make a swift, slicing motion, aiming to intercept the forthcoming assault. Simultaneously, he retreated quickly to evade the opponent's onslaught. Yet, in that fleeting moment of withdrawal, a razor-sharp sword energy grazed his form, nearly cleaving him in twain. He felt a chilling breeze sweep across his body, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Alas, it was a close call. The black-clad figure regarded the retreating silhouette of the enigmatic one with a soft sigh, disappointed by his failure to land a strike. The enigmatic one was astonished. Having faced countless battles, he understood that had he not reacted in time, the consequences would have been dire. A master of the sword himself, he could discern that the black-clad figure was a formidable swordsman, equally skilled, necessitating utmost caution in his approach. Your swordsmanship is impressive, yet I have never heard of the Peach Blossom sect. Could you be mistaken? The enigmatic one racked his brain, unable to recall any such sect. Having flirted with countless women, who could remember? Moreover, he was always careful not to provoke any significant sect. After our encounter, you will surely remember, the black-clad figure declared, launching another assault. His swordplay was both peculiar and fierce, each strike seeming capable of piercing the very fabric of reality, rendering defenses futile. His silhouette flickered across the night sky like a black specter dancing gracefully. The enigmatic one executed his technique with an elegance that left trails of white light, resembling meteors streaking across the heavens. The two engaged in a fierce clash once more. Their swords collided, producing a melodious chime of steel upon steel. Each attack brimmed with power and finesse, every clash akin to colossal boulders colliding in the air, generating turbulent winds that scattered the leaves in the courtyard. the intensity of their duel escalated. Their movements swift and merciless, their figures appearing and disappearing in the illuminated swordlight, like two dragons twisting in the night sky. The enigmatic one's signature technique, the falling dust swordplay, emphasizes both internal and external mastery. Highlighting the fluidity and power of the sword moves, in execution, the sword seemed an extension of the wielder's being, flowing effortlessly, radiating an ethereal quality. However, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage, pushed back by the black-clad swordsman's fierce energy. Each step feeling as though he teetered on the edge of oblivion. Having navigated the martial world for many years, the enigmatic one began to adapt to the rhythm of his opponent's assault. He honed his ability to anticipate the other's movements, preparing to counter at critical moments. Though the black-clad figure's technique was fierce and his movements unpredictable, it appeared he lacked practical combat experience. Thus, the enigmatic one feigned an opening, luring his opponent into attack. The black-clad figure, predictably, took the bait and lunged forth. The enigmatic one swiftly evaded, countering with a piercing thrust. This tactic had proven effective against formidable foes time and again. His opponents invariably fell for the ruse, either meeting their demise or suffering grievous injuries. This time, how will you evade? He exerted all his might, lunging forward in the instant his strike was about to connect. The black-clad figure vanished from sight, leaving the enigmatic one stabbing at emptiness. A wave of terror washed over him, his body bristling with dread as he sensed the threat of death. He had never anticipated that the black-clad figure could instantaneously reappear behind him. Evading his assault, gathering energy for a powerful strike, the figure unleashed a torrent of erratic sword energies towards the enigmatic one. Attempting to pivot and shield himself from the onslaught, the enigmatic one found himself too late. Struck by multiple waves of sword energy, the impact was akin to a heavy blow, sending him uncontrollably tumbling backward. The force was so great that he crashed through the roof, plummeting towards the ground. Followed by a chorus of anguished cries, at that moment, the black-clad figure, holding nothing but the hilt of his shattered sword, sighed. This blade is far too fragile. It cannot withstand my internal force. Shattering upon impact, his gaze then shifted to the fallen enigmatic one. Coldly, he declared, "In the future, steer clear of the Peach Blossom sect." Just as the black-clad figure prepared to vanish into the shadows, a woman's voice pierced the stillness. "Please, hold." The newcomer was Shangguan Mulan. While the two had been locked in combat, she and Elder Mu had arrived at the scene, witnessing the breathtaking confrontation between the black-clad figure and the enigmatic one. They were both taken aback. The enigmatic one, a peak practitioner, was formidable. Yet the black-clad individual seemed even more powerful. Had it not been for the sword in his hand breaking under the strain of his immense internal energy at the last moment, that blow would have surely inflicted severe injury upon the enigmatic one. The black-clad figure turned to face Shangguan Mulan and Elder Mu, coldly inquiring, Is there something you need? Do you intend to defend him?" Shangguan Mulan smiled slightly, responding, "You flatter us. The enigmatic one is merely a guest we invited to participate in the competition. His grievances with you are of no concern to us. May I ask your name?" The black-clad figure paused for a moment, seemingly weighing whether to reveal his identity. Ultimately, he shook his head. "A name is merely a label. There is no need to cling to it. Let this matter conclude here." With those words, the figure swiftly disappeared into the night, as though he had never existed. Shangguan Mulan and Elder Mu exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a palpable sense of helplessness. However, just then, a gust of wind swept by, causing Shangguan Mulan to frown slightly, as if detecting something. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of insight sparkled in her eyes, followed by a knowing smile. "Elder Mu, please assess the extent of the enigmatic one's injuries. We must determine if they are severe." Shangguan Mulan instructed softly, "Master, it appears the enigmatic one has sustained considerable harm. This will undoubtedly impact the upcoming competition at the Apothecary Valley." Elder Mu lamented. Shangguan Mulan, upon hearing this, displayed little surprise, as if she had anticipated this outcome. She replied nonchalantly, "Do not concern yourself with him any further. Provide him with some resources and inform him that our collaboration has ended. Allowing him to heal on his own. I have other candidates in mind." As she spoke, Shangguan Mulan turned and departed, paying no heed to the figure of Imo Mingzi lying on the ground. Elder Mu nodded and approached Imo Mingzi. meticulously examining his injuries. Chapter 29. Just here to retrieve a book the following day, Imo Mingzi left in a dejected manner, nursing his wounds. The black-clad assailants could return, and given his current state, participation in the grand competition of Yawang Valley was now out of the question. He could also forget about the resources from Bai Keitang and any dealings with Shangguan Mulan. It was imperative to vanish quickly, lest he be caught by the black-clad figures. In the morning, Lu Bo indulged in a leisurely slumber, stretching as he prepared to rise. Last night, Lu Bo had taken on the role of the chief disciple of the Peach Blossom sect, the Peach Blossom Immortal, and engaged in a fierce battle with Imo Mingzi. After the confrontation, he realized his own shortcomings. His combat experience was woefully inadequate. He had nearly fallen victim to Imo Mingzi's tactics. Had it not been for a timely evasive maneuver, he would have been gravely injured instead. Furthermore, his practice of the seventh sword technique was still lacking. Against a seasoned warrior, he could only manage momentary control, necessitating a surprise attack to gain the upper hand. Ultimately, he found himself lacking a sword. The eighth sword, Sheshue, had not been sufficiently honed, and last night, wielding an ordinary sword proved utterly insufficient to withstand the might of Sheshue. All these reflections needed to be duly noted. Now, Lu Bo had a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. He felt less apprehensive about venturing outside and was ready to speak with confidence. With no pressing matters for the day, he decided to accompany Yushan to listen to some music. "Young master, a lady in green is seeking you. She is exceptionally beautiful and claims to be here for a book," announced Sheer as Lu Bo donned his attire. Lu Bo was puzzled. Could it truly be a coincidence? Just last night, he had caused quite a ruckus at someone else's residence, and now, that very person had come to seek recompense. Quickly gathering his thoughts, he instructed Sheer, "Please ask her to wait a moment. I shall be there shortly." He resolved to assess the situation before making any further plans. Upon exiting his room and entering the living area, he immediately spotted the lady in green. She sat gracefully on the sofa, exuding elegance and beauty, akin to a fairy from an ink-wash painting. "Miss Shangguan, I did not expect to see you again." Lu Bo greeted with a respectful bow. Shangguan Mulan sniffed the air lightly, a faint smile gracing her lips as if she had confirmed something, and she replied, "Indeed, it is surprising to meet again. If I recall correctly, this marks our fourth encounter." Lu Bo was bemused, uncertain why she placed such emphasis on this fourth meeting. He replied politely, "Is it truly that many? I had heard you were here for a book, and I intended to have my subordinate deliver it, but it seems you arrived first. Sheer, please fetch the book on the care and maintenance of women's monthly cycles. That is Miss Shangguan's book," he instructed. Upon hearing this, Sheer erupted in laughter before scurrying off to retrieve it. After Sheer departed, Shangguan Mulan took a sip of tea. "Young hero Lu, you have injured our external aide, Imo Mingzi, leaving us without anyone to participate in the grand competition. I wonder how you intend to compensate us?" Shangguan Mulan said, her eyes twinkling as she looked at Lu Bo. Lu Bo felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He had indeed been caught. "I am not aware of what you speak, but I must admit I take great pleasure in hearing that Imo Mingzi has been injured," he replied, adopting a dismissive attitude. Shangguan Mulan chose not to press the matter further and said slowly, "I began studying medicine at the age of 4, became familiar with the fundamentals by 8, and by 16, no peer could rival me in the field of elixirs. Therefore, when I took over Bai Keitang at 20, I can confidently say my talent is exceptional. Do you know what I relied upon?" Lu Bo was perplexed. "Is this related to the topic we were just discussing?" he inquired, confused. "My sense of smell allows me to easily distinguish thousands of scents. Once I have encountered a fragrance, I shall never forget it. Young hero Lu, do you perhaps possess a particular preference? You carry a subtle scent of lotus, which means that whenever you are present, I can immediately discern your aroma." Shangguan Mulan's tone was playful. Lu Bo remained nonplussed. "What do you mean? There are countless scents in the world. Surely there must be coincidences," he remarked, realizing that his frequent baths had left him with a lingering scent of lotus. Still, he refused to concede that moment. Sheer returned with the book, effectively breaking the tension. "I came here with no ulterior motive. I only wish to retrieve a book and to convey that Bai Keitang would like to invite the Peach Blossom Immortal to participate in the grand competition of Yawang Valley. As for the conditions, they can be negotiated, provided they are not excessive. What do you think, young hero Lu?" Shangguan Mulan said, taking the book from Sheer's hands. Without waiting for Lu Bo's response, she continued, if the Peach Blossom Immortal agrees to compete in the grand competition, this is our protective token from Bai Keatang, which allows you to mobilize all our resources. You may pass it to the Peach Blossom Immortal. This token does not incur any responsibilities. It merely signifies that when Bai Keatang is in trouble, your presence will suffice. Additionally, should the Peach Blossom Immortal achieve notable results in the competition, we will provide her with permanent cultivation resources. I kindly ask you to consider this proposal. With that, she offered a slight bow and departed. Lu Bo observed her leave without attempting to stop her, lost in contemplation as he weighed the pros and cons. What was that lady in green about? What did she mean by her earlier remarks? Sheer queried, still confused that it's nothing. She merely came to retrieve a book. Please check on Ning and see how he is recovering. I heard the one who injured him was also severely beaten last night. Lu Bo replied, "Is that so? I'll go tell Ning right away," Sheer exclaimed, rushing off. Meanwhile, Lu Bo pondered the implications of the situation. The 9th sword, Zonghua, the 10th sword, Dongsong, each subsequent required herb would be increasingly rare. Currently, the Lu family was not short on funds, yet some precious herbs were not available on the market. Furthermore, if he needed to inquire about herbs, Bai Keatang would undoubtedly provide the most timely and accurate information. With this in mind, Lu Bo resolved to proceed with caution. That evening, within Bai Keatang, Master, Imo Mingzi has departed, leaving us with no options. I intend to head to the Hero Island to see if I can invite any capable individuals to participate in the competition. Musicking stated urgently, there's no need to search. I already have a candidate in mind, Shangguan Mulan replied calmly. Oh? Who might this person be? Do not rush. If my guess is correct, we shall meet again tonight. Musicking was perplexed. Oh, it seems that Master Shangguan has been waiting for me. Are you confident? At that moment, a voice echoed from above. Chapter 30. The protector of Bai Keatang. The night was as dark as ink, and silence enveloped all that in this profound darkness. A figure stealthily appeared in the backyard of Bai Keatang, clad in dark attire, the features obscured within shadows, save for a pair of bright eyes that gleamed with determination. This was Lu Bo, who intended to discuss matters with Shangguan Mulan that evening but unexpectedly stumbled upon her conversing with Musicking. Lu, Peach Blossom Immortal, we have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. I had anticipated you would come. Please, partake of this modest offering, Shangguan Mulan said, gesturing to the prepared drinks. Lu Bo remained still, opting for caution. It was essential to maintain an air of mystery. An awkward silence ensued. I have no desire for drinks. I am here to discuss terms, Lu Bo stated plainly. Oh? What terms do you propose? Shangguan Mulan inquired, surprisingly calm. Nothing too unusual. Aside from what you mentioned, I have a few additional requests. First, I prefer that my identity remains undisclosed. Second, I am in need of a sword. I would appreciate your assistance in locating one. Third, I do not wish for anyone to coerce me into actions. Should Bai Keatang find itself in peril, I will intervene. That is all? Shangguan Mulan's eyes sparkled with delight as she readily agreed. It is a deal. Lu Bo nodded in affirmation. As for your grand competition, please let me know when it is scheduled. You know how to reach me. Farewell. With that, Lu Bo decisively vanished into the night. Watching Lu Bo's retreating figure, Shangguan Mulan mused, is this truly happening? Master, should we not further investigate this individual? I have inquired about the Peach Blossom Immortal and found no mention of any Peach Blossom sect. While he possesses great strength, we still lack insight into his background. Elder Mu need not worry. I have some understanding of his origins. Under current conditions, he is undoubtedly more reliable than Imo Mingzi, Shangguan Mulan replied confidently. Moreover, the Peach Blossom Immortal's martial prowess is unfathomable. His alliance with Bai Keatang would be a tremendous asset. He has not made any excessive demands. Initially, we offered Imo Mingzi conditions to secure a place in the competition and promised him permanent cultivation resources, while he bore no responsibilities. By contrast, the Peach Blossom Immortal's agreement entails being our protector, merely offering his presence should Bai Keatang face adversity, an arrangement that is significantly advantageous. Rest assured, I am well aware of how to handle this. Musicking remained silent for a moment, observing Shangguan Mulan's self-assured demeanor before finally conceding. Very well. Since you have such trust in him, I shall refrain from further objections. I only hope that our Baichao Hall can thus grow even stronger. That evening, Lu Bo lay in bed, reflecting on the day's events. He had never intended to become overly entangled with Baichao Hall. Rather, He sought to facilitate his acquisition of the herbs for the 9th and 10th swords, while gaining a deeper understanding of this world of martial arts. Meanwhile, Shangguan Mulan secretly rejoiced. She had initially anticipated that Lu Bo would present some insurmountable demands, yet the outcome exceeded her expectations. Recognizing Lu Bo as the Peach Blossom Immortal, with unfathomable prowess, and noting his youth, she concluded that his future potential was incalculable. Even sacrificing the entirety of Baichao Hall would be worthwhile. After all, how much could one individual's resources for cultivation amount to? In any case, the transaction that night left Shangguan Mulan so elated that she could hardly sleep. Tomorrow, she would procure a sword for him, one that would be commensurate with his abilities, ensuring a commendable performance in the upcoming grand competition in Chuan City. Lu Bo stretched lazily, having indulged in yet another leisurely morning. Recently, he found himself with little to occupy his time, spending his evenings soaking in baths, sleeping in late, and enjoying music in the afternoons. A routine he had grown accustomed to. Now that he had acquired the compendium of herbal medicine, he could begin exploring culinary delights. Young master, that beautiful girl in the green attire came by again yesterday. When Sheer noticed Lu Bo still in bed, likely indulging in another late slumber, she knocked on his door. "I know. Let her wait a moment. I shall be with her shortly." Lu Bo's voice emerged from within. Tinged with a hint of languor, Sheer acknowledged him and departed, musing that the young master seemed to be on quite the winning streak with the ladies, as this lovely girl frequently sought him out. Lu Bo opened the door, stretched once more, and greeted the day with a relaxed smile. He made his way to the courtyard, where he found Shangguan Wan'er standing there, gazing at him with a smile. "Good morning, Master Shangguan. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit today?" "Morning?" Shangguan Mulan quirked her lips, glancing up at the sun already nearing its zenith. "Is it customary for masters to sleep until midday?" "Young hero Lu, you exhibit quite the leisurely demeanor, which I greatly admire. I have come to deliver a sword." "You wouldn't have me standing here to converse, would you?" Shangguan Mulan blinked at Lu Bo. It was only then that Lu Bo realized how high the sun had risen. A touch embarrassed, he rubbed his nose and replied, "I sincerely apologize for the oversight, Master Shangguan. Please, do come in." He ushered her inside and instructed Sheer to prepare tea. Once seated, Lu Bo inquired, "You mentioned delivering a sword. What do you mean by that?" Shangguan Mulan produced a 3-foot-long sword from her robes and presented it to Lu Bo, saying, "This is the sword promised to the Peach Blossom Immortal, named Jing Tian. It belonged to a chivalrous hero over a decade ago, who, in dire need of a life-saving elixir, pawned it at our Baichao Hall, where it has since been preserved by successive masters. The agreement stated that he could reclaim it within 10 years. Otherwise, it would belong to Baichao Hall to manage as we saw fit. I believe this sword is a fitting match for the Peach Blossom Immortal. What say you, young hero Lu?" Lu Bo remained silent as he accepted the sword, scrutinizing it closely. At first glance, it appeared merely as one of the countless mundane weapons forged by blacksmiths, simple and unadorned. With a slightly dull blade and a hilt wrapped in a smooth wooden material, the sword's weight was perfectly balanced, neither too light nor too heavy, seemingly crafted to suit any wielder's hand. However, as Lu Bo grasped the sword, he immediately sensed its distinctiveness. Though its exterior seemed ordinary, it contained an astonishing power, as if it could cleave through any obstacle. The blade was incredibly sharp. A gentle swing released a crisp sound as it cut through the air. The sword's weight was just right, instilling neither a sense of lightness nor clumsiness. Its balance was exceptional, allowing for fluid movements whether in a flourish or a thrust, free of any hindrance in Lu Bo's hands. The sword felt as though it were an extension of himself, as if it had been tailored specifically for him. He gazed at the blade, his eyes shimmering with appreciation and affection. Each line and detail of the sword seemed to tell a story of its own. Resonating deeply within Lu Bo's soul, suppressing the impulse to cleave something in twain, Lu Bo turned to Shangguan Mulan and said, "This sword is remarkable. I extend my gratitude to you, Master Shangguan, on behalf of the Peach Blossom Immortal." Shangguan Mulan nodded with a smile, replying, "As long as the Peach Blossom Immortal is satisfied, that is what matters. With this sword, your chances in the grand competition will surely be enhanced." "Speaking of the grand competition, do enlighten me further," Lu Bo said, taking a sip of tea. Shangguan Mulan nodded and began to elaborate on the rules and proceedings of the grand contest. The competition at Yawang Valley is structured as follows. all branches of Yawang Valley may invite 1 or 2 participants to compete. The event consists of 2 rounds. In the first, all participants take the stage, and those who remain standing among the last 10 are deemed the victors. Those who fall will engage in one-on-one elimination matches to determine their rankings. The 10 winners will then draw lots for further one-on-one elimination rounds to decide the champion. The location of the competition varies each year, and this year it has been confirmed to take place in Chuan City. Starting in 2 months, I hope the Peach Blossom Immortal will use this time to train diligently. Baichao Hall will provide all necessary resources. Lu Bo listened intently, nodding in understanding as he sipped his tea and asked, "Sounds intriguing. Are there any requirements regarding the martial artist realms?" "There are no restrictions on individuals. If you manage to invite a formidable being of the 8th realm of transformation, that speaks to your connections. Likewise, if you invite a scholar of the heavenly realm, no one will object. At worst, you may concede defeat and join the remaining losers in vying for placement. The only stipulation is to hold back. No life-threatening injuries are permitted. Should you use poison or hidden weapons, that is your own skill. There are 26 branches in Yawang Valley, theoretically allowing for up to 52 participants. I had initially intended for Elder Mu and Imo Mingzi to partake together, with Elder Mu aiding Imo Mingzi to remain upright on stage, thus presenting a chance. Nonetheless, rest assured, young hero Lu, our Baichao Hall only aims to secure a spot in the top 20, and I firmly believe in the Peach Blossom Immortal's prowess. Top 10 is certainly within reach." As Shangguan Mulan provided further details, Lu Bo gained a clearer and more comprehensive understanding of the grand competition. The prospect of a stage to showcase his abilities excited him. It would also provide an opportunity to accumulate experience through observation. "Master Shangguan, you jest. If all participants were of Imo Mingzi's caliber, the top 20 would still be within the Peach Blossom Immortal's grasp." Delighted by Lu Bo's confidence, Shangguan Mulan took her leave soon thereafter. Holding the Jing Tian sword, Lu Bo felt invincible, as if he alone could conquer the world. How exhilarating! Yet, perhaps I should remain modest. I ought to wrap it in some cloth. It seems that having the protection of Baichao Hall is indeed worthwhile. Chapter 31. The Heart of Flames. On a mountain peak in the Carefree Valley stood an ancient, quaint pavilion. This moment, 3 figures were seated in the corners of the pavilion, quietly admiring the surrounding scenery. Wang Outyan, Carefree Master, and Su New Jersey Taoist. Wang Outyan, clad in brocade, exuded an air of striking charisma. Carefree Master wore a blue robe, holding a bamboo flute, radiating a demeanor of leisurely contentment. Su New Jersey Taoist, in a Taoist robe, bore a pale countenance marred by numerous scars, suggesting he had endured considerable hardships. "Outyan, allow me to introduce you to my longtime friend, Su New Jersey Taoist." Carefree Master gestured towards Su New Jersey. He recently fell victim to treachery and sustained grave injuries. He is recuperating here after emerging from the volcano. Carefree Master then turned to Su New Jersey Taoist, saying, "This is Wang Outyan, a dear friend I have known for many years, with whom I share a bond akin to that of brothers." Since escaping from the Ghost Shadow sect, Su New Jersey Taoist had developed a profound wariness toward others, becoming exceedingly cautious and finding it difficult to trust anyone. Carefree Master understood this well and took care to alleviate Su New Jersey Taoist's concerns. "You both are my friends, and our gathering here today signifies our fateful connection. Come, let us raise a toast," Carefree Master proclaimed, lifting his cup to the 2 men. Wang Outyan and Su New Jersey Taoist also raised their cups, signifying mutual recognition. With the gentle clinking of their glasses, a harmonious atmosphere enveloped them. After finishing their drinks, Carefree Master turned to Wang Outyan, his expression growing solemn. "Outyan, are you also planning to journey to the Heart of Flames?" The Heart of Flames, located within the depths of Carefree Valley at the center of a volcano, is a legendary sanctuary for healing. The intense heat and fervor of the volcano are said to cleanse the body and purify the soul, working wonders for those with grave injuries. Wang Outyan nodded, his gaze resolute. "Indeed, the Heart of Flames is an essential path for my return to mastery. Only within the Heart of Flames can I hope to break through." Upon hearing this, Carefree Master furrowed his brow, pondering before responding. While the Heart of Flames is miraculous, its dangers are not to be underestimated. The lava and fire poison within the volcano can lead to utter destruction if one is not cautious. "Are you truly prepared?" Wang Outyan's eyes shone with determination as he replied, "Thank you for your concern, Carefree brother. However, having resolved to venture to the Heart of Flames, I have made ample preparations. I believe that as long as I hold steadfast to my convictions, nothing can hinder my progress. Carefree Master observed the conviction in Wang Outyan's eyes and nodded slightly. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. I have some elixirs here for you. Take them, for they may prove useful on your journey. Xuanji Daoist furrowed his brows upon hearing that Wang Outyan intended to venture into the heart of flames. Unable to suppress his concern, he cast a lingering glance at Wang Outyan, feeling a shared sense of empathy, for he too had just emerged from the heart of flames. In his pursuit to restore his strength, he had nearly succumbed under the oppressive heat. If he did not seek revenge against the Ghost Shadow Sect, he would never find peace in this lifetime. Since Brother Outyan has made up his mind, I shall not say more. Zayozi produced a small vial from his sleeve and handed it to Wang Outyan. The three then raised their cups in a toast. In a courtyard nestled within a narrow alley of Chuan City, three individuals were seated around a table. One was a burly middle-aged man with a jovial expression. The second was of average build, neither overly stout nor excessively thin, with a slight paunch. The third was an elderly man clad in white, with a long beard. Elder Ming, Elder Bai, with your assistance in this grand competition, the championship shall undoubtedly be ours. Master Li, you jest. There are numerous talents and extraordinary figures in the martial world. I cannot guarantee our victory, but placing in the top 10 should be within our grasp. These three were Li Yijuan, the master of the revitalization hall of the Medicine King Valley, and the two elders of the Ghost Shadow Sect, Ming Ming and Bai Bai. Yes, that is their name. Thank you both. I hope you can speak favorably of me before the sect leader in the future. The revitalization hall shall be eternally grateful. Li Yijuan raised his cup in a toast to the two elders. Elder Ming smiled faintly. Rest assured, Master Li. With your allegiance to the Ghost Shadow Sect, the benefits shall certainly be abundant for you. Have we ever neglected to provide you with cultivation techniques? Just ensure that you manage the herbal supply channels for the sect leader. We shall handle the rest. Many thanks. Now, allow me to toast you both. As Li Yijuan filled their cups once more, he continued. Although the Medicine King Valley does not impose restrictions on the identities of participants, our statuses are unique. We will wear masks during the competition, so do not disclose anything. After all, it is not yet time, and the sect leader prefers to remain low profile. Elder Bai, who had been silent for quite some time, finally spoke. I understand. Meanwhile, at the Jishur Hall in Chuan City, two individuals sat across from each other at another table. Miss, the Jishur Hall has invited us to participate in this grand competition, and I have already selected our personnel. Additionally, I have gathered considerable information about the participants from other branches. The details are here. You may take a look. As long as the Jishur Hall can secure a spot in the top 10 and Phoenix Ridge falls outside the top 20, this region will be under the Jishur Hall's jurisdiction, thus becoming a significant ally for us. However, I have heard that the Baichao Hall, in a moment of desperation, sought the assistance of Mo Mingzi. Does this individual pose a threat to us? There is a slight concern, but the latest news indicates that Mo Mingzi has unknowingly offended someone and was injured, retreating back to the mountains. As of now, the participants from Baichao Hall remain unknown. I have dispatched additional personnel to investigate. That is good to hear. It matters not. The affairs of the martial world are but a game. The court does not concern itself with such matters. Tell me more about your experiences in Yuqing. I have been dying to hear it. Especially those poems. They had me in stitches. Do you have any more? Indeed, miss, there is another. What flies in the sky? Back at the Xiaoyao Valley, Brother Outyan. Take care once you enter. You are a person of great fortune. The mere heart of flames cannot hinder your progress. I look forward to your return as a master. Wang Outyan clasped his hands in gratitude towards Zayozi before making his way into the cave. He then turned to Xuanji Daoist. I have learned that the Ghost Shadow Sect is planning to participate in the Medicine King Valley's grand competition, and I have selected a role for you. I am most interested in anything that can disrupt the Ghost Shadow Sect. A resolute glint flickered in Xuanji Daoist's eyes, his voice imbued with unwavering determination. My plan is as follows. Chapter 32. Returning to Chuan City with less than a month remaining before the grand competition in Chuan City, Lu Bo immersed himself in the study of sword techniques, often indulging in long baths and sleeping until noon, then lazily attending musical performances in the afternoons. Now, his sword art, Snowfall, had reached its zenith, and he was prepared to unlock the next level, Sword 9. Sword 9. Burial of Flowers allows the sword energy to silently infiltrate the bodies of enemies within a 20 zhang radius. Once accumulated to a certain extent, it detonates from within, akin to blossoms in full bloom. Sword 9 equates to area damage, and as soon as Lu Bo obtained the medicinal bath formula, he promptly shared it with the Baichao Hall in no time. The Baichao Hall had prepared the necessary herbs for Lu Bo, leading him to appreciate the benefits of having a pharmacy backing him. The following day, Shangguan Mulan personally visited in a delicate shade of azure to deliver the herbs. I heard that young hero Lu requires some herbs, so I have come to deliver them myself, Shangguan Mulan said with a smile, her voice as soothing as a spring breeze. Thank you, Hall Master Shangguan. The two engaged in pleasant conversation, and Lu Bo's impression of Shangguan Mulan grew increasingly favorable. He found this Hall Master of the Baichao Hall not only beautiful and kind-hearted but also remarkably understanding. After delivering the herbs, Shangguan Mulan did not leave immediately. Instead, she lingered to chat with Lu Bo for a while. I wonder how the preparations for the Peach Blossom Fairy are coming along. Shangguan Mulan winked at Lu Bo, her tone imbued with a hint of mischief and curiosity. Since discovering that the Peach Blossom Fairy was none other than Lu Bo, her perspective had shifted. Initially taken aback by his prowess, she had harbored a sense of trepidation. However, as time passed, she realized Lu Bo was not as fearsome as she had thought. Rather, he was easygoing and amiable. Consequently, she gradually lowered her guard, and their interactions became more relaxed and enjoyable. Not a problem. You need only to rest assured, Lu Bo replied. However, I have recently heard that young hero Lu sleeps until noon, then attends musical performances in the afternoon, and spends his evenings soaking in baths at the inn. The herbs I brought. You aren't using them for bathing, are you? Shangguan Mulan winked at Lu Bo once more. Since learning of Lu Bo's lifestyle, she found herself puzzled. Was it the norm for masters to indulge in such habits? Did they not need to cultivate? Meanwhile, she was busy refining medicine and studying formulas. Lu Bo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him due to Shangguan Mulan's words. He scratched his head and explained, Hall Master Shangguan, you jest? I merely seek relaxation. Sometimes, unwinding and adjusting one's mindset is also part of cultivation. You are indeed an interesting person, young hero Lu. With less than a month until the grand competition in Chuan City, when do you plan to set off? Shangguan Mulan inquired. In the absence of others, she had already begun addressing Lu Bo as young hero Lu, but when in company, she would revert to calling him the Peach Blossom Fairy. I plan to leave in a couple of days to explore first. Then you can notify me when the time comes, Lu Bo replied. Very well, I shall head over first, and we shall meet again in Chuan City. With that, Shangguan Mulan rose to take her leave, and Lu Bo personally escorted her to the door. Young hero Lu, farewell. Shangguan Mulan waved at Lu Bo before gracefully turning away. Lu Bo also clasped his hands in farewell. Subsequently, Lu Bo gathered everyone to prepare for their journey to Chuan City. As their time at Phoenix Ridge had drawn to a close, throughout their stay, they had grown accustomed to their surroundings. This departure left Shi'er feeling disheartened. Her little shop had taken considerable effort to establish. Yet now the owner announced a move, putting an end to it. 3 days later, Lu Bo and his companions set sail towards Chuan City. 2 months had seemingly flown by, and at last, Lu Bo and his companions arrived in Chuan City. Returning to the familiar Tuxing Tower, Lu Yinan awaited at the entrance, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Lu Bo and the others return. Cousin, you are finally back. How was your time at Phoenix Ridge? Lu Yinan greeted them warmly. Life at Phoenix Ridge was indeed unique, and we gained much from the experience. However, returning to Chuan City feels more familiar, especially with you here, Lu Bo replied with a smile. Haha, smooth talker. Was it not just last time that you tricked us into having that mutton meal? Holding a grudge, are we? Lu Yinan chuckled. He then welcomed Lu Bo and the others into Tuxing Tower, arranging comfortable rooms and a lavish feast for them. At the dining table, Lu Bo and his companions shared their experiences and insights from Phoenix Ridge. Cousin, do you have any plans for your time in Chuan City? After a hearty meal and a few rounds of drinks, Lu Yinan inquired. Not for now. I plan to explore Chuan City first. There are still many places I have yet to visit, Lu Bo replied, wearing a relaxed smile. Indeed, have you noticed? There has been quite a diverse array of martial artists on the streets lately. In half a month, there will be a grand competition hosted by the Medicine King Valley, and it is sure to be lively. The Medicine King Valley has invested heavily in the venue, and we at Tuxing Tower will also partake, offering refreshments. You should come to watch. We have reserved seats." A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lu Yinnan's eyes as he continued. This grand competition is said to attract numerous experts and factions from the martial world. If you are interested, you could observe and witness the prowess of these masters. Such an opportunity is rare in Yuqing. Cousin, we will definitely attend. You must introduce us to some esteemed predecessors and masters from the martial world. Lu Bo laughed. Lu Yinnan chuckled heartily. Of course. I shall introduce you to some renowned figures from the martial world. Perhaps you will encounter some fortuitous opportunities. In the days that followed, Lu Bo and his companions leisurely wandered through Chuancheng, gathering information about the upcoming grand competition at the Yaowang Valley. Even without the introduction of Shangguan Mulan. Chapter 33. The Dreamlike Floating Life Pavilion. At present, the Yaowang Valley boasts 26 branches, theoretically allowing for a maximum of 52 participants. However, the confirmed count stands at 50, indicating that 2 branches will send only a single representative. As the grand event approaches, the public's enthusiasm has been ignited. Gambling houses have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, with people eagerly placing bets, speculating which branch might emerge victorious. Notable branches such as Bai Chaoxian, Hui Chuntang, Xing Linzhai, Ji Shitang, Qian Chaoji, and Ling Chaoju have become the frontrunners for the championship due to their formidable strength and rich history. Among these favored branches, Ji Shitang has garnered particular attention. Rumors suggest that Ji Shitang will dispatch a formidable warrior of the 7th realm to compete. This news struck like a thunderbolt, creating a sensation both within and outside the Yaowang Valley. The 7th realm warrior is a rare existence in the valley, leaving Lu Bo utterly astonished and realizing its significance. Today, Lu Bo continued to lead a leisurely life in Chuancheng. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, bathing the room in warmth as he languidly reclined in bed, savoring the tranquility of the morning. Only when the sun reached its zenith did he finally rise. Indulging in a sumptuous lunch, after the meal, Lu Bo and Yushan wandered aimlessly through the streets of Chuancheng until they were drawn to a bustling tea house. Inside, the air was alive with chatter, and a storyteller animatedly recounted a captivating tale. Finding a suitable spot, he settled in, ordered a rich cup of tea, and immersed himself in the storyteller's enthralling narrative. The storyteller's voice rose and fell melodiously, weaving a gripping plot that transported Lu Bo into a fantastical realm. He felt his emotions swell with the story's progression, experiencing moments of tension and laughter, completely absorbed in the splendid tale. As the afternoon approached, Lu Bo resolved to visit the theater to enjoy some music. The theater was one of Chuancheng's cultural landmarks, showcasing various exquisite performances nightly. Among them, the Floating Life Pavilion was the most renowned, celebrated for its splendid operatic performances and opulent stage design. Situated in a bustling area of Chuancheng, the Floating Life Pavilion boasted a distinctive architectural style that harmoniously blended classical and modern elements. The building, adorned in subtle hues, exuded an air of sophistication. Inside, exquisite decorations reflected elegance and taste, with beautiful calligraphy and paintings gracing the walls, showcasing the talents and charisma of ancient scholars. The name Floating Life Pavilion symbolizes the fleeting and ephemeral nature of life, reminding individuals to cherish the present and seize every moment. Here, one could momentarily forget the troubles and sorrows of the mundane world, immersing oneself in a sea of music and dance, basking in fleeting tranquility and joy. The young women within the pavilion were not only strikingly beautiful but also possessed remarkable talents in poetry, music, chess, and painting. Having long heard of this place but never having the opportunity to visit, Lu Bo decided to let Yushan accompany him for a glimpse. Navigating through the vibrant streets, Lu Bo arrived at the Floating Life Pavilion. The theater soared toward the heavens, adorned with intricate carvings and exuding an ancient charm. Upon entering, they found the venue fully occupied, with the audience immersed in the performance on stage. Finally locating a private box, Lu Bo reclined lazily, inviting Yushan to prepare tea while he enjoyed the performance. On stage, the actors donned resplendent costumes, their melodious voices captivating, and their performances vivid and expressive. The operatic melodies flowed beautifully, alternating between soaring heights and gentle cadences, with the actors' superb performances leaving the audience in awe. Lu Bo was completely engrossed in this dazzling showcase. Eyeing a nearby elegant box, a woman clad in white, her face partially veiled, sat across from a young lady in green. "Miss, how do you find the performance of the Drunken Concubine?" The actors have been rehearsing diligently, and the audience seems exceptionally enthusiastic. The young lady in green remarked, "Indeed, this production features graceful movements, and Xiao Pan's vocal skills are solid, with every word and gesture imbued with poetry. It beautifully conveys the complex emotions of the concubine, from longing to despair, and finally to resentment. Though the plot is simple, the grandeur of the scenes, the flowing ceremonies, the intricate dances, exquisite costumes, and rich musical accompaniment are all commendable. Do ensure Xiao Pan receives a raise from now on. Let her manage the floating life pavilion and nurture her talents," the woman in white said, admiring the performance. "Certainly, Xiao Pan has been under Ling Jia's tutelage for many years. Learning everything from her. By the way, miss, the representative for Ji Shitang at the competition, Mr. Imo, has arrived. Shall we pay him a visit?" The young lady in green inquired. "There's no rush. Let him rest for now. He has just arrived in Chuancheng," the woman in white replied nonchalantly. Oh? The young lady in green suddenly noticed a familiar figure below. "What is it, Warner? What have you spotted?" the woman in white asked. Puzzled, "Miss, I've recognized someone familiar. I didn't expect to see him here. It's the young master of the Lu family, the poet who had us laughing with his verses, Lu Bo," the young lady in green exclaimed. Let me see, he appears rather ordinary, yet there's an air of intrigue about him," the woman in white remarked. "Shall I go down and invite him up? I could introduce you," the young lady in green suggested. "No need. Go ahead and reminisce with him. Don't mind me," the woman in white replied. "Very well, I shall return shortly." The young lady, Warner, nodded slightly, a hint of anticipation and joy illuminating her expression as she gracefully made her way toward Lu Bo. Meanwhile, the woman in white remained seated, her gaze reflecting curiosity, seemingly intrigued by the young master of the Lu family who had so captivated Warner. Isn't this the Lu Bo I haven't seen in ages? Still as carefree as ever." Lu Bo heard a familiar voice and opened his eyes to see a familiar figure approaching. He was momentarily taken aback, but a spark of delight flickered in his eyes. The newcomer was Su Shiwan, her signature bright laughter and exuberant personality instantly recognizable. "You sister, what a coincidence to see you here. Come, sit." Lu Bo warmly beckoned, gesturing for Yushan to prepare tea. Su Shiwan smiled as she settled beside Lu Bo, accepting the tea from Yushan, taking a delicate sip before turning to Lu Bo with a playful glint in her eye. "Brother, you truly live a leisurely life. I can't help but envy you. When did you arrive in Chuancheng?" Lu Bo chuckled at Su Shiwan's teasing, shaking his head. "Oh, Su sister, please don't jest. This is merely a casual visit to Chuancheng. By the way, you haven't yet told me how you ended up here." A hint of amusement danced in Su Shiwan's eyes as she set her cup down. Placing her hands on her knees, "I, too, am here for leisure. I didn't expect to run into you. The scenery of Chuancheng is indeed captivating, making one reluctant to leave." Lu Bo nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the landscapes here are stunning, and the cultural ambience is rich. I've been exploring for several days and still feel I haven't seen enough." Shiwan smiled gently. "Since you haven't had your fill, continue to explore. However, Chuancheng is not just about beautiful scenery and culture. There are also unique delicacies and treats you mustn't miss. As for my presence here, I hold shares in this floating life pavilion. What do you think of the name?" Lu Bo casually responded, "The heavens and the earth are but a transient journey for all things. Time is merely a passerby for countless generations. I am this floating life. How much joy can one truly grasp? Life resembles a dream, and the distinctions between life and death are akin to the difference between dreaming and waking, ever-changing and unfathomable." Su Shiwan was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this was still the same brother who penned light-hearted poems. Just this one phrase, floating life, how much joy can be grasped, carried profound meaning. She couldn't help but regard Lu Bo with renewed admiration, realizing how much he had grown in the months since they last met. "Brother, you truly surprise me. Floating life, how much joy can be grasped? How much joy can be grasped?" Lu Bo offered a subtle smile in response. "In truth, these are merely thoughts inspired by my readings. I find this phrase perfectly encapsulates the essence of this floating life pavilion. Here, people seem to exist within a dream, relishing beautiful moments, yet all of this is so fleeting and precious. Thus, we ought to cherish every moment and savor every bit of beauty." As their conversation unfolded, the stage presented the climactic finale of The Drunken Concubine, where the concubine, intoxicated, ultimately returns to the palace, bringing the entire performance to a crescendo. Chapter 34. A glimpse of the extraordinary. Thunderous applause erupted as the curtain fell, and the theater's lights began to dim, leaving the audience in a state of lingering astonishment. In this moment of tranquility, Su Shiwan and Lu Bo exchanged a knowing smile. "Brother, how long do you plan to stay in Chuancheng?" Su Shiwan inquired softly. Lu Bo smiled back, responding, "I don't have a specific plan yet. Perhaps I'll remain here for a while." Upon hearing this, Su Shiwan nodded gently. "That sounds good. Chuancheng is indeed a place worth lingering in the future. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out at the Floating Life like a Dream Pavilion, for I am currently residing in Chuan City." Upon hearing this, Lu Bo felt a warm surge of emotion within him, and he nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, I shall certainly reach out to elder sister if something arises." Su Shiwan regarded him, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. She gently stated, "I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Today, I shall cover the bill." Lu Bo did not object. He rose with a smile to see Su Shiwan off. They strolled together to the corridor, where Lu Bo clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and farewell. As Lu Bo watched Su Shiwan's figure gradually recede, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the end of the corridor. There stood a woman clad in white, her silhouette shimmering in the sunset like a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. A delicate veil adorned her face, revealing only her bright, luminous eyes, exuding an aura of mystery and profundity. In that fleeting moment, Lu Bo felt as if he had been transported to a dreamlike realm, where every instant of encountering the woman in white seemed to be captured in eternal stillness. He sensed himself drawn by an enigmatic force, irresistibly approaching her. His heart raced, breaths quickened, as though the entire world dwindled to just her and him. He yearned to discern her countenance and uncover her story. Gradually, both the woman in white and Su Shiwan vanished at the corridor's end. Lu Bo, almost unconsciously, moved toward that direction, where the corridor culminated in an exit designated for private rooms. Upon reaching the end, he beheld the woman in white and Su Shiwan boarding a carriage. Just as the carriage was about to depart, the woman in white lifted her head slightly, her gaze locking with Lu Bo's. She offered a gentle smile, her expression as warm and radiant as the spring sun. Lu Bo stood transfixed, watching the carriage fade into the distance, until it vanished from sight. At that moment, it felt as though his heart had departed alongside the carriage, leaving behind merely a shell. Upon returning to the private room, Lu Bo's emotions remained tumultuous. He sat in his seat, restless, as if the world had lost its vibrancy. He consumed several cups of tea, attempting to calm the tumult within. Taking a deep breath, Lu Bo smiled wryly to himself, pondering whether he had truly fallen for her at first sight. He shook his head inwardly, dismissing the notion. With no inclination to listen to music, he departed alongside Yushan. Within the carriage, Su Shiwan and the woman in white sat opposite one another. Heaven and earth are but the transient journey of all things. Time is merely a passerby of countless generations. How fleeting is life, akin to a dream! The woman in white recited this line repeatedly. Su Shiwan, seated beside her, could not help but laugh lightly, saying, "Miss, you've recited that 3 times already." Upon hearing this, the woman in white paused momentarily, then chuckled softly. "Is that so? Perhaps this verse has touched some deep emotion within me." She lifted her gaze to Su Shiwan, inquiring, "Did you not say that man lacks any notable talent? Yet, from this line alone, his wit seems to rival that of many scholars in the capital. Perhaps he truly gleaned it from a book," Su Shiwan replied. "How intriguing! Let us set that aside for now. We should go visit Mr. Imo," the woman in white suggested softly. In the northern part of Chuan City, a tranquil courtyard came into view. On either side of the cobblestone path, swaying emerald bamboo and fragrant blossoms greeted them. The carriage halted before the courtyard, and the woman in white and Su Shiwan entered hand in hand. The courtyard was elegantly arranged, exuding a serene ambience. A pond of azure water reflected the blue sky and white clouds, while several ancient trees stood tall, adding a touch of antiquity and grace to the setting. Mo enjoys tranquility, so I arranged for him to reside here, Su Shiwan remarked. Indeed, the environment is quite suitable for Mr. Imo, the woman in white concurred, nodding in agreement. The two continued along the path, arriving at a quaint study with its door ajar, a faint aroma of books wafting through. The woman in white gently knocked on the door. Softly calling, "Mr. Mo, we have arrived," a gentle voice responded from within. "Please, come in." The woman in white and Su Shiwan entered to find a middle-aged man seated at his desk, diligently writing with a brush. His demeanor radiated an air of scholarly elegance, invoking a sense of respect from those who beheld him. "Mr. Mo." The woman in white and Su Shiwan greeted in unison, bowing respectfully to Mr. Mo looked up, recognizing his guests, and returned the gesture. "Princess, it has been quite some time since our last encounter in the capital." Mo Chongsheng, the vice president of Pine Wind Academy, a Confucian master of formidable strength, was comparable to a warrior at the seventh realm. The woman in white, Zhao Wan, daughter of King Song and the first noblewoman of the Yin dynasty, settled into her seat along with her companions. Mto poured tea for the two, the fragrant brew wafting through the air. Refreshing their spirits, Zhao Wan smiled gently, inquiring, "Mr. Mo, have you been well?" Su Shiwan added softly, "Mr. Mo, it has been many years. You still retain your charm." Mo laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with joy. He gestured toward the nearby tea table, saying, "Come, let us enjoy some tea. It is heartening to see you both growing up so gracefully. Time indeed spares no one. I recall when you were but children under my tutelage, and now you have blossomed into such elegant young ladies." His words were filled with nostalgia and reflections on the passage of time. Zhao Wan and Su Shiwan could not help but chuckle, as if reminiscing about the days spent studying under Mr. Mo personally served tea to the two, the aroma enveloping them, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. As they sat together in the study, sipping tea and conversing, the ambience was both cozy and inviting. Setting down the teapot, Mr. Mo turned his attention to Zhao Wan and Su Shiwan, speaking slowly, "You have invited me here to participate in the grand competition at the Medicine King Valley. I shall certainly give my all. The reasons behind this, I shall not delve into too deeply. I merely hope that after the event, King Song can persuade the court to increase the number of imperial examination slots." Zhao Wan nodded earnestly, stating, "Mr. Mo, I will take care of this matter." Mr. Mo raised his teacup, savoring a sip before saying, "In that case, I thank you." Zhao Wan quickly waved her hand, smiling, "You are too kind, sir." Time slipped away unnoticed, and the sky gradually darkened. Inside the study, the dim light added a touch of warmth to the cozy atmosphere. Zhao Wan and Su Shiwan stood to take their leave, and Mo also rose to escort them to the door. Meanwhile, Lu Bo's mind was consumed by the lingering image of the woman in white, seemingly accompanying elder sister Su. Perhaps he would revisit the floating life like a dream pavilion tomorrow. Perhaps fate would allow their paths to cross again. With this thought in mind, Lu Bo dismissed his distractions and began preparing for a bath, readying himself for the intricate maneuvers of the Sword Nine burials. He resolved to enhance his strength as much as possible, so that he might navigate the upcoming competition with ease. Chapter 35. A special encounter. The following day, Lu Bo, accompanied by Yushan, arrived early at the floating life like a dream pavilion. However, as the performances commenced in the afternoon, the establishment remained closed. Bored, Lu Bo chose to sit in the adjacent inn. Seated by the window of the inn, Lu Bo sipped tea while admiring the scenery outside. The inn's decor was quaint and elegant, with wooden furnishings exuding a faint aroma that harmonized with the classical ambience of the floating life like a dream pavilion. Through the window, he observed the bustling street, teeming with people. Vendors hawked various wares, their voices rising and falling in a lively chorus. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the street, accompanied by several high-pitched shouts. Lu Bo turned to see two middle-aged men in martial attire swiftly approaching one another. Their gazes locked in a fierce confrontation. These two men were tall and muscular, clearly trained fighters. One wielded a long sword, its tip pointed menacingly at the ground, emitting a low hum, seemingly a display of intimidation. The other clenched his fists, the veins on his arms bulging, showcasing his immense strength. Bang! One of them suddenly launched an attack, aiming a punch at the other's chest. The opponent, anticipating the move, deftly sidestepped and countered with a sword thrust aimed at the other's throat. Their movements were swift and lethal, indicative of their prowess as top-tier fighters. Bystanders hurriedly moved aside, fearful of being caught in the fray. A few onlookers paused to watch, whispering speculations about the identities and motives of the two combatants. Lu Bo, who had always enjoyed the spectacle of commotion, decided to join Yushan in observing the unfolding drama. Who were these two individuals to openly clash on the streets? Lu Bo furrowed his brow. Curiosity piqued. Though the Yin dynasty prohibited martial conflict, it still imposed requirements on martial artists. They were forbidden from harming civilians or causing disturbances within the city, while being free to engage in combat elsewhere without interference from the authorities. The unwritten rules of the martial world typically discouraged violent confrontations in broad daylight, unless driven by profound enmity. As the two men unleashed their fury upon each other, the conflict escalated, resulting in significant damage to the surroundings. Suddenly, a little girl stumbled out of the crowd, crying out for her mother. The girl's unexpected appearance heightened the tension of the already intense confrontation. Lu Bo and Yushan's hearts tightened at the sight. They rushed forward, intending to scoop the little girl away from the chaos. Just as Lu Bo reached for her, he sensed several strands of sword energy hurtling toward him, seemingly sealing off both escape routes. With Yushan behind him, Lu Bo now faced a dilemma. Save the girl, but risk Yushan sustaining injuries from the sword energy. Rescuing Yushan, the little girl was undoubtedly facing death in a moment of urgency. Lu Bo forcefully pushed Yushan aside, and with a swift move reminiscent of a swallow's return, he approached the little girl. Just as the sword aura was about to reach her, Lu Bo executed an astonishing maneuver. Turning around to shield her with his own body. Although the lethal sword energy was deflected, Lu Bo endured tremendous impact, being propelled like a cannonball into the adjacent building, Floating Dream Pavilion. The wooden frame of the window shattered upon his collision. Yet Lu Bo managed to roll and land gracefully on the floor within. Then, to his astonishment, he beheld an enchanting scene. A woman in white, breathtakingly beautiful, with one foot on the ground and the other resting on a stool. Holding a bowl in her left hand while deftly using chopsticks to bring a generous mouthful of noodles to her lips. The sudden intrusion left her momentarily stunned, her actions halting as the noodles hung in midair. Her hair was simply tied back, with a few strands gently drifting, adding an effortless charm to her allure. Her profile was as stunning as a fairy from an ink-wash painting, her brows and eyes sharply defined, perfectly capturing her ethereal beauty. Her skin radiated a soft glow, exuding a healthy sheen. Perhaps due to the spiciness of her meal, a rosy hue adorned her cheeks, enhancing her vividness. Her long legs swung casually, showcasing her tall stature. Even clad in a simple white outfit, there was no hint of excess flesh. Her figure flowed gracefully, reminiscent of undulating mountains and rivers, leaving one in awe. After a brief exchange of glances, Lu Bo recognized her as the woman he had previously encountered with Sister Su, feeling a tinge of awkwardness. The woman, regaining her composure, quickly took another bite of her noodles. Slurp, she finished her mouthful, wiped her lips, and turned back to him. "My apologies for the disturbance." Lu Bo chuckled sheepishly, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. "Indeed, quite the interruption," she replied, realizing the chaos she had inadvertently caused. Her attire now dusted with debris as she witnessed a beautiful woman unabashedly enjoying her meal. "It's quite all right," the woman reassured, quickly regaining her poise. Just then, two guards burst in, fixating their gaze on Lu Bo. The woman in white gestured for them to stand down. Meanwhile, from Floating Dream Pavilion, several individuals rushed out to quell the fighting in the street. In the distance, officials could be seen hastening toward the commotion, evidently alerted by the sounds of conflict. The combatants, upon noticing the approaching figures, ceased their altercation, making threatening gestures before vanishing swiftly. Once again, their eyes met, and the air seemed to thicken with tension. A child's cry shattered the awkward silence. The little girl in Lu Bo's arms had snapped out of her daze, now wailing for her mother. At that moment, another figure entered. A familiar face to Lu Bo, Su Shiwang. She appeared somewhat anxious, rushing straight towards the woman in white. "Miss, are you all right?" Su Shiwang asked with genuine concern, her eyes brimming with worry. The woman shook her head, indicating she was fine. However, when she spotted Lu Bo behind Su Shiwang, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. "Younger brother, what brings you here?" Su Shiwang exclaimed, taken aback by Lu Bo's presence. At that instant, Yushan jumped through the opening, urgently calling out, "Young master, are you unharmed?" Seeing Yushan safe, Lu Bo breathed a sigh of relief, replying, "I am fine." Yet, he was also taken aback by Su Shiwang's words. This woman in white was her mistress, complicating matters further. The atmosphere grew tense once more, as none knew what to say. Lu Bo broke the silence, suggesting, "Shall we have some tea together? That sounds agreeable." The woman in white responded. Uncertain of the unfolding events, Su Shiwang, seeing her brother's desire for tea, instructed someone to prepare it. After settling the little girl, the three took their seats. "May I inquire your name?" "Fair maiden?" Lu Bo asked as he poured tea for the two. "Zhao Wan," she replied with a smile. "Lu Bo, so it seems I shall remain as Lu Bo while you are Zhao Wan." "Is that truly the case?" Rain washes the delicate Wan, while the wind carries a subtle fragrance. "What a lovely name," Lu Bo remarked. Zhao Wan blinked, glancing at Su Shiwang, as if to say, "Is he truly this eloquent?" "My younger brother has become quite the charmer in recent months," Su Shiwang teased. Lu Bo, maintaining his composure, replied, "Sister Su, I assure you, I speak only the truth." With that, laughter erupted among them. "This is the daughter of the owner of Floating Dream Pavilion. I must refer to her as Miss." Su Shiwang began explaining their relationship. I see. Lu Bo nodded in understanding. The conversation flowed effortlessly, and the atmosphere gradually transformed into one of lightheartedness as Lu Bo, Zhao Wan, and Su Shiwang engaged in delightful banter. As their chat progressed, Zhao Wan suddenly recalled something and asked, "I heard from Shiwang that young Master Lu possesses considerable talent in poetry. Might you grace us with a poem at this moment?" Lu Bo's mouth twitched. "Miss Zhao, you jest? I truly lack the skill for poetry. The verses I previously shared were merely to amuse Sister Su." Seeing his reluctance, Su Shiwang chimed in playfully, "Younger brother, I will not relent. You must compose a poem for me today." Faced with this challenge, Lu Bo, left with no choice, decided to recite a humorous verse. "Behold a seam upon the ground, pour in cool water, and it shall freeze. If the ice does not melt away, who would know of this seam beneath?" Upon finishing, both women burst into laughter, and Lu Bo wore an expression that seemed to say, "I knew it would turn out this way." The trio reveled in their conversation, unaware of the passage of time, as several hours slipped by unnoticed. As twilight descended, Lu Bo reluctantly prepared to take his leave. As he walked away, he reflected on the encounter. Never expecting such an intriguing meeting, the image of Zhao Wan savoring her noodles would undoubtedly linger in his memory for a lifetime. After Lu Bo departed, Zhao Wan and Su Shiwang exchanged glances, with Zhao Wan remarking, "What a truly fascinating individual." Su Shiwang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I sensed his charm even in Yuqing. However, there is something you may not know," Zhao Wan continued, beckoning a guard closer. "Come here and share today's events." A guard approached and informed them, "Miss, two individuals at the 5th level engaged in a fierce battle on the street. Their identities have been confirmed, and officials are on their way to apprehend them. As for young Master Lu, he is no ordinary person I observed from above. He was able to withstand a sword strike without injury and maintained a light-hearted conversation with you. Mississippi, his prowess is formidable." Su Shiwang exclaimed in disbelief, "That shouldn't be. My younger brother is known in Yuqing as the bathe in bliss young master, who sleeps in each day, listens to music in the afternoon, and enjoys baths at night, entirely unbothered. The people of Yuqing have never heard of him possessing such skills." Zhao Wan chuckled. "That is precisely why I find him so intriguing." Zhao Wan's laughter faded. A hint of embarrassment washed over her. Recalling how she had carelessly indulged in her meal earlier, acutely aware that Lu Bo had witnessed it, her face flushed crimson, wishing for a hole to disappear into. Chapter 36. The eve of the great competition in the days that followed. Lu Bo seemed to be enchanted by the Floating Dream Pavilion, arriving punctually each day. Perhaps deep down, he yearned for another encounter with Zhao Wan, or perhaps he simply longed for the camaraderie shared in those recent days. It could also be a subtle hope lingering in his heart. Yet, Zhao Wan's presence remained elusive, and he found himself repeatedly running into Su Shiwang, who insisted on coaxing poetry from him. However, Lu Bo had exhausted his repertoire. With only a handful of verses to offer in desperation, he decided to lay back and let events unfold as they may. Observing Su Shiwang's eager gaze, he sighed and confessed, "Sister Su, I must apologize. Those verses were merely copied. I can no longer produce any more." Su Shiwang paused for a moment, then smiled gently. "If you don't wish to write, then don't. Even a perfunctory effort would be beneath me." "Humph," Lu Bo, at a loss, proposed. "How about we enjoy tea and listen to music together?" Perhaps inspiration will strike. Very well, today I shall grant you reprieve. Su Shiwang relented, scrutinizing Lu Bo for any signs of martial prowess. Yet finding none, she refrained from directly confronting him. As time progressed, the anticipation for the great competition grew. Lu Bo discreetly sought out Shangguan Mulan to glean more details. A hint of gravity shadowed Shangguan Mulan's features as she informed Lu Bo. This competition is indeed extraordinary. To my knowledge, Jishir Hall has specially invited Mo Changsheng, the vice president of Songfeng Academy, to participate. He is a formidable presence in the realm of heaven and earth. With unfathomable strength, Lu Bo's heart sank at the mention of a heaven and earth-level warrior, a gulf of power akin to the seventh realm and beyond. Nearly insurmountable, he couldn't help but inquire. What strategies are the other divisions employing? Shangguan Mulan sighed, continuing, the other divisions are not to be underestimated. I have learned that many are forming alliances in secret, intending to unite and eliminate Mo Changsheng in the first round. They believe that by removing this primary threat, they will create opportunities for themselves to vie for final victory. Lu Bo nodded in acknowledgement. However, Shangguan Mulan's subsequent words left Lu Bo even more astounded. What I find most unusual is that among the competitors invited by the other divisions, many are individuals unknown to the martial world. Only those who are the elite disciples of various sects can participate in the grand competition. It is inconceivable that there would be any nameless individuals among them. Lu Bo furrowed his brow, a wave of unease washing over him. If they are all unknown, it signifies countless uncertainties, indeed a formidable challenge. Shangguan Mulan's expression revealed a profound worry. I cannot articulate it precisely, but I have a premonition that this grand competition is far from being as straightforward as it appears. The emergence of Mo Changsheng has already introduced a significant variable, and the presence of these enigmatic figures adds an air of strangeness. I fear there may be a colossal conspiracy lurking behind all this, no matter. Let them be strong. We shall remain unperturbed like the gentle breeze caressing the mountain ridge. Let them act as they wish. The bright moon casts its light upon the great river. Our aim is not to claim the championship, is it not? As long as we do not seek the title, I still possess some confidence. Shangguan Mulan glanced at Lu Bo, nodded, and said, Then I shall trouble you. Lu Gongzi. Lu Bo nodded and returned. As night fell, Lu Bo bid farewell to Shangguan Mulan and returned to his chamber. After completing his assignments, his room was bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight. He lay upon his bed, eyes tightly shut, yet his mind was remarkably clear. Ever since his heart-pounding confrontation with Mo Mingzi, Lu Bo had gained a deeper understanding of his own abilities. In the first round, as long as he was not besieged, he could evade numerous adversaries using the Yin Fan technique, striving to become one of the last 10 remaining. If he could endure until the end, Lu Bo remained confident in his success. Moreover, he had begun to grasp the essence of Jianzhou. When encircled, he was no easy target. Having made this initial decision, Lu Bo drifted into slumber in a small courtyard in the western part of the city. 3 individuals took their seats. One was a Taoist clad in a robe, his complexion somewhat pale, and his face marred by numerous scars, Xuanji Taoist. The second, dressed in a blue gown and holding a bamboo flute, exuded an air of leisure, Zaya Yozi. The third was Su Tingyi, the warm-hearted master of Lingqiao residence, attired in a gray robe. Su Tangzhu. Have we confirmed the news? Xuanji Taoist inquired urgently. Su Tingyi nodded slightly, his voice calm and steady. The news has been confirmed. There is no mistake. The Huichun Hall indeed invited the Ghost Shadow sect, sending Ming Ming and Bai Bai. I have already sent a letter to the headquarters, but it is unlikely there will be further correspondence. Yawang Valley does not concern itself with who is invited. Xuanji Taoist's brow furrowed, the scars on his face appearing even more sinister in the dim light. His tone was filled with anger and resentment. These 2 scoundrels? I have finally encountered them. The suffering they inflicted upon me in the past, I shall reclaim with interest this time. Zayuzi interjected swiftly, Do not be hasty, Xuanji. Your injuries are not yet healed. We must tread carefully in dealing with those 2. Furthermore, we know neither their current strength nor their capabilities. We cannot act rashly. I have also contacted Qiankooji, and when the time comes, we can confront them together as long as they do not enter the top 10. We will have disrupted their plans, and once they leave the city, we can strike decisively. Su Tingyi added. Zaya Yozi is correct. We must not let our anger cloud our judgment. We need to ascertain their strength and backgrounds before devising a comprehensive plan. Xuanji Daoist took a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions. He recognized the wisdom in Xia Yozi and Su Tingyi's words. He could not allow anger to lead him to impulsive decisions. He nodded. Speaking gravely, rest assured, I understand. Let us deliberate on our course of action. In the eastern part of the city, in a secluded alleyway, 3 individuals were gathered around a table. One was a burly middle-aged man, his face adorned with a smile. Another was of average build, neither overly stout nor excessively thin, slightly plump around the waist. The third was an elderly man with a long beard, draped in white. Li Yijuan of Huichun Hall, Ming Ming, and Bai Bai were once again convening Li Tangzhu. That old rogue Mo Chongqing has also come to stir the pot. Do you have any strategies in mind? Elder Ming inquired. Li Tangzhu pondered for a moment, his expression grave. This is indeed a tricky situation. Mo Chongqing's strength is unfathomable, and he is supported by formidable forces. However, I have discreetly contacted Baichao Pavilion, and they have agreed to join forces against Mo Chongqing. When the time comes, you will take the stage and rally the crowd to confront Mo Chongqing together, eliminating him. Thereafter, the remaining participants will be mere rabble to the 2 elders. Elder Ming's eyes sparkled with a hint of joy. The inclusion of Baichao Pavilion will undoubtedly enhance our strength significantly. Yet, we require a meticulous plan to ensure absolute success. Elder Bai nodded in agreement. This grand competition pertains to the allocation of resources for Huichun Hall and will impact the sect master's plans. If it were not for your stubbornness at Yawang Valley, we would not be participating in this competition. This time, we must succeed without fail. Let us devise a thorough plan before eliminating Mo Chongqing. In a tranquil courtyard to the north, under the hazy night sky, a gentle breeze caressed the surroundings. On the stone table lay exquisite tea sets, the aroma of tea wafting through the air, harmonizing with the serene atmosphere. The 3 individuals settled in their respective seats, Su Shiwang elegantly brewing tea, her movements fluid and graceful. Zhao Wan could not help but voice her concern. Mr. Mo, I have received some whispers suggesting that other branches may unite against you. Do you feel confident in your position? Her tone betrayed a hint of anxiety, clearly unsettled by Mr. Mo's predicament. Mo smiled faintly, a glimmer of confidence shining in his eyes. Princess, fret not, since I have dared to come here. I am well prepared. It will not be an easy task for them to contend with me. Su Shiwang set down the tea set and softly remarked, Mr. Mo, do exercise caution. I have heard that many of the participants invited by other branches are individuals unheard of in the martial world. I fear they may conspire to besiege you. Mr. Mo laughed heartily. You need not worry. Throughout my years of study, my only fear has been failing to teach you well, and I have never feared such trivial matters. These are merely crude individuals from the martial world. When the time comes, I shall show them what it means to be a scholar, rather than merely resorting to violence. Chapter 37. The competition begins. The day of the grand competition at Yawang Valley has finally arrived. All the preceding preparations and anticipations culminate in the lively hustle and bustle of this moment. Cousin, you must rise early today. It will be quite an eventful day. The first round of the grand competition at Yawang Valley is upon us, and I have already prepared our seats. Hurry and get up so we can enjoy the festivities together. Early in the morning, Lu Yinan rushed to awaken Lu Bo. Lu Bo, wrapped in his blanket, appeared utterly unconcerned, as if the sky were falling, and continued to sleep. It was not that he was indifferent. He too was to participate in the competition, and could only shoo them away while he donned a disguise to enter the event. Cousin, I'm feeling a bit unwell today, so I want to be joining you to watch the festivities. Yushan will accompany you instead. It may be dangerous with all the fighting, but Yushan can protect you. Lu Bo said slowly. You truly want to go? What a pity. Lu Yinan replied, disappointment evident in his voice. At this moment, Sheer attempted to speak, but Lu Bo quickly interrupted, casting a spell. Sheer, you should go. Take a Ning with you to witness the event. And upon your return, tell me all about it. I have nothing pressing. I'll just rest for a while. You all go ahead with that. Lu Bo dismissed everyone, then changed into dark attire, donned a black mask, and stealthily slipped out of the window. As he traversed the rooftops, Lu Bo could feel the vibrant atmosphere of the streets below. People donned various garments, their faces illuminated with excitement and anticipation. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, discussing the competition's prospects, or silently praying for the success of their favored competitors. Before long, Lu Bo arrived at the outpost of Baichao Hall. Upon seeing Lu Bo's arrival, Shangguan Mulan let out a sigh of relief, visibly relaxed. She was aware of Lu Bo's tendencies and hoped he would not oversleep, missing the competition entirely. Tao Protector, your timing is impeccable, Shangguan Mulan smiled, her eyes betraying a hint of reproach. It is already this late, yet you still sleep in. Lu Bo, naturally, detected the hint of reproach in Shangguan Mulan's tone, but he was thick-skinned and paid it no mind. Lowering his voice, he sheepishly replied, "As long as I am not late, let us proceed." Mu Ziqing anxiously awaited alongside Shangguan Mulan. Upon seeing Lu Bo arrive, both breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly led the way. Tao Protector, this way, they urged, updating Lu Bo on the current situation to provide him with a more comprehensive understanding of the competition. Guided by Mu Ziqing, they smoothly navigated through the bustling crowd and soon reached Bai Chao Hall's designated area, situated at a vantage point overlooking the competition venue. From this vantage, they could survey the entire arena and the audience across the way. Lu Bo gazed out, taking in the vast expanse of the competition grounds. Reminiscent of a large football field on a blue star, the audience's enthusiasm reached a fever pitch, with the stands on three sides completely filled, even the aisles crowded with spectators. Cheers and applause echoed throughout the venue. Lu Bo scrutinized the audience, spotting familiar faces, including Yushan and several others, positioned near the front of the stands. Sierra and Yushan were both gazing around in wonder, as if they had never encountered such a lively scene before. Lu Yinan had even taken the initiative to raise a banner, emblazoned with bold lettering that read, "Tuxing Building, savoring tradition, fully enjoying life's elegance." Clearly, this was an advertisement for their Tuxing Building, aimed at attracting more attention and interest. Lu Bo couldn't help but mutter to himself about his cousin's marketing prowess. Truly, he was worthy of being a businessman with a keen sense for commerce. At that moment, Lu Bo's gaze fell upon the VIP section, where he spotted Zhao Wan and Su Shiwan. They were seated in the exclusive area, with Zhao Wan clad in white, exuding an air of refreshing elegance. She wore an exquisite veil, her features partially concealed, adding an extra layer of mystery that could not overshadow her inherent grace. Su Shiwan, on the other hand, was adorned in a colorful long dress, the hem swaying gently with her movements, akin to a butterfly dancing in the breeze. Lu Bo could not help but marvel at the two women, each possessing their own unique charms, so beautiful that one could hardly look away. As they settled into their seats, every gesture they made drew the attention of those in the audience. The memory of Zhao Wan devouring noodles brought a smile to Lu Bo's face. It was a moment he would cherish for a lifetime. He wondered if Zhao Wan would feel embarrassed upon seeing him. Before long, it was time for the participants to enter the stage, and Mu Ziqing led Lu Bo to the waiting area. The atmosphere in the waiting zone was palpably more tense than in the stands. A sense of foreboding hung in the air, as if a fierce battle could erupt at any moment. Occasionally, glances were cast in their direction, and Lu Bo too scrutinized those around him. To his surprise, he discovered he was not the only one wearing a mask. He spotted several others also concealed, including two individuals donned in masks and others, like himself, dressed in dark attire. Their expressions varied. Some radiated confidence, while others appeared anxious and vigilant. Lu Bo observed a medium-built man, neither overly muscular nor excessively slender, wearing a tiger mask, and beside him, a long-bearded figure in white garb adorned with a lion mask. There was something oddly amusing about their costumes, as if he had seen them somewhere before. At that moment, a pair of eyes met Lu Bo's. A fellow clad in dark attire, also masked, seemed to exhibit excitement upon spotting him. Lu Bo was puzzled, for he believed he did not recognize the person. Had they mistaken him for someone else? After all, this was his first public appearance under the alias of Tao Huaxian, and few had ever seen his true self. Surely, it was a case of mistaken identity. The only individual who truly impressed Lu Bo was a refined scholar, sitting quietly in a corner, seemingly detached from the surrounding chaos. Despite the murmurs and pointed fingers directed at him, he remained unfazed, as if the tumultuous world around him held no bearing on his existence. Lu Bo deduced that this man must be Mo Changsheng. He observed him closely. His demeanor was distinct, radiating an aura of composure and serenity. Though his attire was unremarkable, Lu Bo could sense the powerful presence emanating from him. A true strong man, remaining unruffled amidst the brewing storm. As time passed, the competition was about to commence. The announcer on the VIP side called out, "Next, We invite Han Hufa from Yawang Valley to declare the opening of this grand event. An elderly man, amidst thunderous applause, slowly rose to his feet. With a wave of his right hand towards the audience and the competitors in the waiting area, the clamor soon subsided and the vast square fell silent. In a deep and resonant voice, amplified by his profound inner strength, he declared, I, Han Wuchia, Left Protector of Yawang Valley, extend a warm welcome to all attending this grand competition. I hereby announce the commencement of the Yawang Valley Grand Competition. The applause erupted once more, cheers echoing throughout the venue. Once the applause quieted, Han Hufa continued, this competition pertains to the allocation of resources across our various branches of Yawang Valley. I hope all invited participants will showcase their strengths and achieve commendable results. However, I urge you to exercise caution. This is merely a contest, not a battle for life and death. Let us keep it within reasonable bounds. As Han Wuchia returned to his seat, the announcer's voice rang out again. Next, we invite Liao Chongqing from Chuan City, who will serve as the judge for this competition, to deliver a few words. Lu Bo was taken aback to see such prominent figures in attendance. Indeed, for an event of this magnitude, it would be remiss for the authorities not to send representatives from Yawang Valley. The depth of Han Wuchia's inner strength was evident in the way his voice resonated, leaving a profound impression on Lu Bo, who noted in his mind that this was someone to be wary of. As Liao Chongqing stood, applause erupted once more, accompanied by many interested gazes directed his way. Liao Chongqing, a renowned constable of Dian, was celebrated for his exceptional intellect and unparalleled bravery, having solved countless extraordinary cases that left people in awe. His presence exuded an air of authority and confidence, a charisma that compelled those around him to take notice. His sharp, penetrating gaze seemed capable of piercing through the hearts of others, making them reluctant to harbor any secrets or deceit. I am honored to be invited as a judge for this competition. I hope everyone will give their utmost effort, but remember the rules of the first round. The last 10 standing on the stage will be deemed victorious. His voice resonated with a powerful inner strength. Lu Bo furrowed his brow, jotting down Liao Chongqing's name in his notes. Liao Chongqing returned to his seat, and the announcer smiled as he declared, Now, let us announce the names of the participants. Please welcome Mo Chongqing from Jishir Hall. Please welcome Ji Xian from Lingqiao Residence. Please welcome the Tigerhead and Lion King brothers from Huichun Hall. Chapter 38. The Great Brawl begins. And finally, please welcome the last participant, Taohua Xian from Baichao Hall. As the announcer introduced each participant, they all took to the stage. Upon hearing the name of the Taohua sect, Han Wuchia and Liao Chongqing exchanged solemn glances, their brows furrowed. Mo Chongqing on stage also glanced toward Lu Bo, who remained oblivious, quietly positioning himself at the edge of the stage, attempting to remain unnoticed among the crowd. Once all the participants had taken their places, Liao Chongqing ascended the stage as the judge. The competition arena stretched 200 meters in each direction and stood 3 meters high, with a 10-meter gap between the arena and the audience to prevent any injuries during the contest. Originally, this venue had been intended for the elite of Chuan City to witness ferocious beast battles, but now it had been repurposed for this competition. Begin. With Liao Chongqing's commanding voice, the first round of the Yawang Valley Grand Competition officially commenced. As the competition began, some participants, like Lu Bo, chose to gravitate towards the edges, fully aware that their strength was insufficient to confront the formidable opponents in the center. They opted for the relative safety of the periphery, intending to observe the unfolding situation before seizing an opportunity. Meanwhile, others scanned their surroundings, their sharp gazes seeking suitable adversaries or assessing the strengths of their peers. This arena, measuring 100 meters in each direction, was neither too large nor too small. However, with 50 individuals occupying the space, it felt cramped. A mere flick of the wrist from a skilled combatant could easily send those on the edges sprawling. Among the crowd, Mo Chongqing stood out distinctly. He remained tranquil at the center of the stage, seemingly aware that others were plotting to surround him. With his eyes closed in meditation, he appeared detached from the fray, exuding an air of calm that commanded respect. At that moment, the stout man in the tiger mask spoke up, Among us, Mo Chongqing possesses the highest cultivation level. If we do not unite our efforts, we may find it difficult to compete against him. I propose we focus our strength to eliminate Mo Chongqing first, and then we can contest for our rankings individually. What do you think? The long-bearded figure in white, donning a lion mask, concurred. What Tigerhead brother says is quite sound. Only by banding together to eliminate Imo Changsheng can we enhance our chances of making it into the top 10. Otherwise, if he unleashes his full strength, none of us may withstand even a single blow, and we could lose our opportunity to remain on this stage. At that moment, a plump man squinted, forcing a smile as he addressed the group. What these two gentlemen have said is indeed correct. Only through a united front against Imo Changsheng can we significantly increase our chances of securing a spot in the top 10. I fully support this proposal. Simultaneously, a middle-aged woman with a ruddy complexion and an elongated visage nodded in agreement, stating, "This reasoning is sound. If we do not work together, we may find it challenging to contend with Imo Changsheng's formidable abilities." I too wish to join in. With the declarations of these four individuals, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. Lu Bo narrowed his eyes slightly. The Tigerhead and Lion Mask duo belonged to Hui Chun Hall, while the other two were Qian Duo and Hong Tong Tong from Baichao Xian. It was clear that Hui Chun Hall and Baichao Xian were in cahoots. He would need to remain vigilant. Peach Protector. It seems our opponents are quite formidable. How shall we strategize? Mu Ziqing looked at Lu Bo, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Lu Bo cast a glance at the chaotic scene below, a cunning smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he replied, "When they begin their brawl, you should jump down and forfeit. Leave the rest to me." What? Mu Ziqing was taken aback. Evidently unprepared for Lu Bo's suggestion, she furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, "Peach Protector, why is that? Shouldn't we join forces against our foes?" Lu Bo shook his head, explaining, "Though you possess great strength, our adversaries are numerous and not lacking in skill. If we were to engage in a free-for-all, injuries are inevitable. Be why foregoing the match, you can preserve your safety, allowing me to confront them without any concerns." Mu Ziqing remained hesitant, but wouldn't that be too risky? Can you manage on your own? Lu Bo patted Mu Ziqing's shoulder and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I know my limits. Moreover, look at the edge of the stands. If a brawl breaks out later, who knows if anyone might get caught in the crossfire? By jumping down, you would be avoiding potential danger." Mu Ziqing grasped Lu Bo's meaning, and the two continued their hushed conversation, closely observing the unfolding situation in the arena. Before long, several individuals, spurred on by the Tiger Head Man, joined forces to confront Imo Changsheng, causing the atmosphere to become tense in an instant. The Tiger Head Man, eager to incite more combativeness, took the lead in attacking Imo Changsheng with a ferocious onslaught. His movements were swift and powerful, clearly intending to set an example for others to follow. With a technique named Black Tiger Pouncing Heart, he lunged directly at Imo Changsheng. At that moment, Imo Changsheng opened his eyes, effortlessly deflecting the Tiger Head Man's attack with his left hand. He then swiftly countered the advance of the Lion Face Man with his right hand, pushing him back with the same left hand that had just defended against the Tiger Head Man. Witnessing this, the others eagerly joined the fray. The laws of nature are constant, with the interplay of yin and yang. The yang represents the benevolence of heaven, while the yin embodies its harsh judgments. The benevolent light of the yang nurtures all living beings, allowing them to thrive and flourish. Its illumination is warm, akin to the virtuous breeze of a gentleman, generous yet effortless, laboring without complaint. As the verses of this recitation resonated, an invisible wave of energy formed around Imo Changsheng, rippling through the air and rendering him nearly untouchable. The Tiger Head Man, recognizing the need to halt Imo Changsheng's momentum, knew that failing to do so would undo the trend they had previously established. Thus, he executed a move called Evil Tiger Turns Mountain, swiftly advancing 3 steps forward before executing a side throw, landing on his feet. With his right hand resting on his left chest and the left arm supporting the ground, he launched a fierce attack on Imo Changsheng's lower body. Simultaneously, the Lion Face Man coordinated a flying crane fist aimed at Imo Changsheng's upper body. Together, they pressed Imo Changsheng, forcing him to retreat step by step. At this moment, Qian Duo and Hong Tong Tong from Baichao Xian. Witnessing, however, Lu Bo still responded politely with a nod. The current situation on the field was exceedingly favorable for him. The competition stage spanned 200 meters in each direction, and Lu Bo stood in the corner, while Imo Changsheng was positioned in front of him. Thus, to reach Lu Bo, one would have to surpass Imo Changsheng, who remained motionless, seemingly unperturbed. It was unlikely anyone would dare to provoke him. At this moment, Lu Bo contemplated asking Elder Mu for some sunflower seeds, grabbing a stool to recline on, relishing the seeds. What a delightful prospect. Chapter 40. The Great Melee 3 originally, there had been over 30 participants on the field. But gradually, only 17 remained. At this moment, the real person Ji Xian and the tiger-headed man were fiercely entangled in combat. Their figures danced in the air, exchanging blows in a relentless back-and-forth struggle. Each clash sent shockwaves reverberating through the arena, as if the very ground would crumble beneath them. Meanwhile, the lion-faced man showcased his formidable prowess. His agile form and swift movements allowed him to launch continuous assaults on the other competitors. Under his relentless onslaught, several more were eliminated, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Lu Bo, on the other hand, remained in serene tranquility, for no one dared to cross Mo Changsheng on the stage. Shangguan Mulan was also sweating nervously. For if Lu Bo managed to recline into the top 10, it would secure her position in Baijiao Hall. The strength of the lion-faced man was indeed not to be underestimated. His set of flying crane fist was astonishingly powerful. Having successfully eliminated yet another competitor, bringing the total to 7, currently, only 12 remained, and the battles had become sparse, with many conserving their strength and opting to refrain from further engagement. The lion-faced man intended to assist the tiger-headed man by directly taking down Ji Xian. But the tiger-headed man and Ji Xian were exchanging furious blows, indicating that he should not concern himself and instead focus on clearing out the others. Among the remaining contestants were previously favored contenders for the championship: Jishir Hall, Mo Changsheng Huichun Hall, the tiger-headed and lion-faced brothers Ling Chao residence, Ji Xian Xing Lin Zhai, the swift blade master, Zhang Xiaofeng Qian Chaoji, another masked figure known as Zhai Yueliang, whose strength was not to be underestimated. Rui Chao Xian, a disciple from the Chasing Wind sect, known for his extraordinary lightness of foot, able to traverse the battlefield with remarkable agility, making him difficult to track. Xian Hezi's lightness of foot was formidable, explaining his knack for survival. Xian Hall, two brawny men, their muscular bodies on full display, Lu Gang and Lu Tai, evidently not from the Central Plains, yet unmistakably formidable. Jiren Hall, another masked figure, distinguished by a bronze mask, a master swordsman named Jiang Xiaoyu. Xian Hall, the poison dragon master, Long Du, an expert in toxins. Were it not for the rules in place, he could easily incapacitate the audience. Baijiao Hall, the unremarkable peach blossom fairy, Lu Bo. With only these 12 left, Jishir Hall's Mo Changsheng had already withdrawn. No one would dare provoke him. Then, Xian Hall also withdrew. As they were the last two standing, it would be foolish to challenge them. Xing Lin Zhai's swift blade master, Zhang Xiaofeng, renowned for his ferocity, seemed to garner no attention. Rui Chao Xian's Xian Hezi was merely serving as a distraction, and the others were not foolish enough to engage him. Zhang Xiaoyu, the bronze-masked figure, was also recognized, and no one dared to provoke him. The tiger-headed man and Ling Chao residence's Ji Xian continued their duel, with the tiger-headed man seemingly recognizing his opponent, intensifying his efforts. Consequently, Zhai Yueliang from Qian Chaoji seized the opportunity to strike against the poison dragon master, Long Du, catching him off guard and sending him tumbling from the stage. Ultimately, the list of the 10 finalists was confirmed: Jishir Hall, Mo Changsheng Huichun Hall, the tiger-headed man Ling Chao residence, Ji Xian Xing Lin Zhai, Zhang Xiaofeng Qian Chaoji, Zhai Yueliang Rui Chao Xian, Xian Hezi Xian Hall, Lu Gang, Lu Tai Jiren Hall, Zhang Xiaoyu Baijiao Hall, Peach Blossom Fairy. Chapter 41. The Great Melee 4. With the final list of 10 confirmed, the tiger-headed man and Ji Xian remained locked in combat. Showing no signs of abating, at this juncture, the competition was effectively concluded. Liao Chongqing swiftly intervened, his movements as quick as lightning, positioning himself between the tiger-headed man and Ji Xian. His hands braced against the onslaught of two opponents. An intangible force surged forth from within him. One hand transformed into an iron wall, thwarting the tiger-headed man's ferocious attack, while the other morphed into a gentle cloud, dissipating the fist winds of the esteemed Ji Xian without a trace. Enough! Liao Chongqing's voice thundered through the arena, reverberating with a force that numbed the ears of those present. His gaze, as cold as ice, fixated on the tiger-headed man and the esteemed Ji Xian. The competition has concluded. It is unbecoming for you both to remain entangled in combat. Liao Chongqing's tone bore an authority that brooked no dissent. Intimidated by this commanding presence, the tiger-headed man and Ji Xian ceased their movements. Exchanging glances laden with reluctance, the tiger-headed man scoffed, acutely aware that Liao Chongqing's prowess far surpassed his own. Any further resistance would only lead to his own folly. Thus, he withdrew, stepping aside. Jixin, known as Su New Jersey D or N, smiled knowingly, having achieved his objective for the day. Were it not for his intervention, Imo Chongqing might have faced elimination, and with the tiger-headed man's strength, he could have easily claimed victory among the top 10. With both combatants halted, Liao Chongqing resumed speaking. The top 10 have been determined. Those standing upon the stage are the chosen few. His voice echoed clearly and resolutely above the arena. His gaze swept over the 10 contestants, each a formidable contender who had risen above the rest. As his words concluded, applause and cheers erupted from the audience, a fervent celebration of the remarkable performances and the impending final showdown. Let us extend our congratulations to them, Liao Chongqing continued, and the applause grew even more fervent, as if threatening to lift the very arena into the AI or I in the coming days. We shall engage in the final competition to determine the ultimate victor. His voice rang out once more, pulling the crowd's attention back to the contest. And no sooner had he spoken than the arena was filled with even more fervent cheers. Anticipation coursed through the crowd as they eagerly awaited the fierce contest. Eager to see which of the 10 would emerge as the ultimate champion. As the day's events drew to a close, the echoes of applause and cheers lingered in the air, yet the throng began to disperse slowly. Lu Bo did not wait for Shangguan Mulan and the others. Instead, he quietly slipped away, vanishing into a secluded corner backstage. He wished to avoid drawing too much attention to himself, especially in such a moment. After meandering through the city for a while, he returned to Chushang Building, content to recline in comfort. Shangguan Mulan burst into the backstage area, her eyes alight with excitement as she sought Lu Bo to celebrate. However, upon surveying her surroundings, she realized Lu Bo's figure had already vanished. A wave of disappointment washed over her, her brows furrowing slightly as she turned to Elder Mu beside her. Elder Mu, where is Tao Huaxian? Where has he gone? Elder Mu appeared equally perplexed, scratching his head in response. I did not see Tao Huaxian upon my arrival. Perhaps he has already departed. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Mulan felt even more let down. Realizing Lu Bo had left early, nevertheless, she understood his nature and knew he likely preferred to avoid excessive attention. Though somewhat regretful, she quickly adjusted her emotions, resolving to celebrate with him another time. At that moment, an elderly man approached the rest area of Bai Chao Tang. Shangguan Mulan recognized him with a flicker of surprise in her eyes, then stepped forward to bow respectfully. I am Shangguan Mulan of Bai Chao Tang. Greetings to Protector Han. Protector Han nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over Shangguan Mulan as he spoke in a deep voice. Shangguan Tangzhu, your team performed admirably. I did not expect Bai Chao Tang to secure a place among the top 10. Congratulations are in order, Shangguan Mulan replied respectfully. Thank you for your praise, Protector Han. It was merely by chance. Han Wuke smiled, then glanced around before inquiring. Where is your notable contributor? Might Tao Huaxian be introduced to me? Upon hearing this, Shangguan Mulan felt a tightening in her chest. It seemed Protector Han had come looking for Lu Bo, yet he was not present, which put her in a difficult position. Taking a deep breath, she maintained her composure as she responded, Protector Han, Tao Huaxian is currently absent. He may have left ahead of time. Han Wuke raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering in his eyes as he pressed further. Oh, are you aware of the Tao Hua sect? How did Bai Chao Tang manage to invite this Tao Huaxian? After a moment's thought, Shangguan Mulan replied honestly, Protector Han, I met him by chance. However, he claims to hail from the Tao Hua sect. I have sought to verify this information but have found no records of such a sect. Is there a problem? Han Wuke's brow furrowed slightly. Please elaborate on your encounters with this Tao Huaxian. Shangguan Mulan nodded respectfully and began recounting her experiences with the enigmatic Tao Huaxian, detailing her initial meeting and their subsequent confrontation. She deliberately omitted certain details regarding Lu Bo, having previously promised him not to disclose personal information. I shall endeavor to visit this Tao Huaxian another time. With that, Han Wuke took his leave. After Han Wuke departed, Shangguan Mulan remained rooted in place, her mind awash with tumultuous thoughts. The phrase I shall endeavor to visit this Tao Huaxian echoed in her ears, the choice of the word visit igniting her curiosity and speculation regarding Lu Bo's true identity. She reflected on her encounters with Lu Bo, confusion swirling within her. He claimed to come from the Tao Hua sect, yet this sect was unknown in the martial world. His strength was undeniable. Yet his demeanor was humble and reserved, never flaunting his abilities. What kind of background and story could such a person possess? Meanwhile, Liao Chongqing found Han Wuk, and the two stood in a secluded corner, conversing in hushed tones. So, is this Tao Hua Xian from that place? Liao Chongqing inquired, his expression grave. Han Wuk nodded, his brow furrowing as if deep in thought. He slowly replied, "It is highly likely. Only the Peach Blossom Spring could produce such exquisite swordsmanship." Liao Chongqing's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. The name Peach Blossom Spring had always been shrouded in mystery within the martial world. It was said to be a hidden sanctuary for martial artists, home to a cadre of exceptionally skilled swordsmen. The name Peach Blossom Spring was not widely known, circulating only among those of the Seventh Realm and above. This was due to the existence of a rare wine known as Peach Blossom Brew, which enhanced the comprehension abilities of those in the Seventh Realm, aiding them in breaking through their limits and advancing their skills, thus earning it great reverence. However, for those of lower realms, the name Peach Blossom Spring was nearly unheard of. They lacked access to the information and resources at such a level, making it impossible for them to comprehend the true nature of Peach Blossom Spring. One wonders, what is the purpose of the Tao Hua sect's emergence? Liao Chongqing pondered aloud. Han Wuk shook his head, indicating his own uncertainty. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "Peach Blossom Spring has always been enigmatic. They rarely engage with the outside world. The Tao Hua sect's emergence may signify some significant event. We must exercise caution and avoid provoking them." Chapter 42. The Draw. Young Master. It was absolutely spectacular. Tai Ku La. At that moment, Lu Bo, resting on his bed with closed eyes, heard the exuberant voice of Sheer from a distance. "Young master, why are you still asleep?" Sheer exclaimed breathlessly as she rushed to the bedside, finding Lu Bo still slumbering, and pouted in response. Lu Bo stretched lazily. "What is it, Sheer? What was so spectacular?" A radiant smile illuminated Sheer's face as she eagerly replied, "Young master, you missed an extraordinary duel. It was simply incredible. That person's swordplay was absolutely Tai Ku Lao? Pray tell, what made it so remarkable?" Lu Bo inquired, now fully alert and prepared to hear Sheer extol the virtues of the performance. Seeing her young master so interested, Sheer animatedly began to recount, "Young master, you cannot fathom how breathtaking it was. The swordsman displayed such magnificent and swift swordsmanship. He was both powerful and handsome." Lu Bo listened intently, noting that Sheer's description lacked the depth of vocabulary one would expect. She should have included phrases like swordsmanship unparalleled, sword like a flying swan, sword moves with the heart, rather than merely extolling his handsomeness. Once Sheer learned that the swordsman was indeed himself, her astonishment would be a sight to behold. Alas, the man wore a bronze mask, concealing what might be a striking visage beneath. Sheer sighed. "Get out," Lu Bo commanded, pointing toward the door. "Oh, young master, please change your clothes. I shall find out who this masked man Jiang Xiaoyu is." Sheer bounced out of the room, in the eastern part of the city. In a certain alleyway, a sudden, thunderous crash shattered the tranquility. The wine goblet was hurled violently against the wall, shattering into pieces and splattering wine everywhere. "That scoundrel is undoubtedly that dog thief, Su New Jersey. Ruining my affairs." The voice resonated with fury throughout the courtyard. The speaker was none other than the tiger-headed man, an elder of the Ghost Shadow sect, Meng Meng. His face was ashen, and his eyes sparkled with rage, as if he wished to ignite the entire courtyard with his ire. Elder Meng clenched his fists tightly, his aura fluctuating as he struggled to rein in his emotions. He reminisced about past events, and the fire of anger within him blazed ever more fiercely. Originally, he had meticulously crafted his plans, certain that victory was within his grasp, only to have it thwarted by the despicable Su New Jersey Taoist. This scoundrel was indeed detestable. He should have been dealt with harshly back on Yushan. But he escaped, and if another opportunity arises, I shall ensure his demise. Beside him, Bibi echoed his sentiments. Bibi then recalled another matter, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he continued. "That Peach Blossom Fairy from Baichao Hall is equally loathsome. She feigned innocence only to strike when I was off guard. We cannot let this debt go unpunished." Elder Meng, upon hearing Bibis words, exhibited a flicker of resolute determination in his gaze. He understood that their current predicament left no room for complacency. Their identities might have been compromised, which necessitated utmost caution in their actions. There could be no room for oversight. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions before speaking slowly, given the circumstances. Further words are futile. Our identities may indeed be exposed. Thus, the priority now is to meticulously plan our subsequent actions. He paused briefly before continuing. That fellow, while seemingly unscathed, has been struck by my attacks. His injuries are undoubtedly severe. Should we encounter him in the finals, our chances would be evenly matched. However, we cannot rely solely on. We must prepare for other contingencies. BIBI nodded in agreement with Elder Ming's perspective, asserting, after the tournament, there will surely be more than just Sioux New Jersey looking to take our lives. We must be thoroughly prepared to ensure our safe retreat. A glint of coldness passed through Elder Ming's eyes as he replied. First, we must complete the task entrusted to us by the sect leader. I shall enter seclusion for the next few days to enhance my strength. You, meanwhile, should gather intelligence and keep a close watch on Sioux New Jersey and the others. BIBI acknowledged with a nod, indicating his understanding. In the western part of the city, in a secluded courtyard, Sioux New Jersey Taoist exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, delightful. Did you see the expression on that scoundrel Ming's face today? It was as if he had swallowed a fly. Had it not been for the public setting, I would have surely dealt with him today." His words brimmed with resentment and dissatisfaction towards Elder Ming. As if years of grievances had finally found release, Sioux New Jersey Taoist had long harbored a deep-seated vendetta against Elder Ming, and this tournament had finally presented an opportunity to make him suffer. Nearby, Shioyozi chuckled in agreement. Indeed, the Ghost Shadow sect has stumbled profoundly this time. But be cautious. He is no easy adversary and will undoubtedly seek revenge. Yet Sioux New Jersey Taoist dismissed the warning with a scoff. Humph, should he dare to retaliate, I shall ensure he returns from whence he came. I, Sioux New Jersey Taoist, am not to be trifled with. Seeing this, Shioyozi refrained from further commentary and continued, I have already set up the ambush outside the city. We shall see which path they choose, and then we will strike them mid-journey. Excellent. I trust your capabilities. Sioux New Jersey Taoist nodded at Shioyozi. Then recalling a matter, Sioux New Jersey Taoist continued, by the way, Shioyozi, I have something I wish to inquire about. What is it? Shioyozi set down his teacup, looking up at Sioux New Jersey Taoist with keen interest. It concerns the Peach Blossom Fairy from Baichao Hall. Sioux New Jersey Taoist spoke slowly, his voice laced with a barely perceptible excitement. When I first entered the Seventh Realm, I heard of a reclusive sect in the martial world known as the Peach Blossom Sect. This sect is said to possess a secret brew of peach blossom wine that significantly enhances comprehension for warriors above the Seventh Realm. Shioyozi's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. He was acutely aware of the importance of comprehension for martial artists. Even the slightest improvement could herald a monumental leap in strength. Peach blossom wine, such a secret exists, Shioyozi replied. His tone tinged with curiosity. I wonder if this Peach Blossom Fairy hails from the Peach Blossom sect. After being captured by the Ghost Shadow sect and falling in rank, she ceased to be of concern to me. Her sudden reappearance today has caught me off guard. Shioyozi nodded, affirming that he would keep an eye on this matter. Moreover, I am certain that this individual is the one who rescued me in Yuqing. Named Lu Yinan, please inform Zhang Xingzi that if she encounters this person in the second round, it would be best not to engage him directly, as his strength is likely unfathomable. Should she choose to forfeit, I shall owe him a favor. Very well, I will convey this to Zhang Xingzi. I wonder what she is thinking. Even with her face covered, she chose a similar name, Zhueliang. Does she think no one would recognize her? Shioyozi shook his head in exasperation. Yes, I too shall enter seclusion for the next few days. It has been long since I last fought, and after my injury, I found myself unable to best that scoundrel Ming. Sioux New Jersey Taoist said solemnly. Very well, I shall not intrude upon your meditation, Shioyozi replied. With that, Sioux New Jersey Taoist turned to leave, preparing to commence his seclusion. Chapter 43. Drawing lots for the second round in the northern part of the city. In a tranquil courtyard, a concerned voice pierced the stillness. Mr. How is your injury? Mr. sat upon a stone bench in the courtyard, gently shaking his head as he replied, Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. My injuries are no longer serious, though I require a few days of rest. I did not anticipate that the tiger-headed man would employ such treacherous techniques. Zhao Wan stood beside him, her face reflecting genuine concern. Mr. I had no idea there would be so many formidable opponents on the stage. I thought victory was assured. Mr. pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. I too did not foresee encountering such powerful adversaries in this tournament hosted by Yawang Valley. Although the rules state that origins and realms are not to be questioned, I have an unsettling feeling about that tiger-headed man. Your Highness, it would be prudent to investigate. I suspect he may have connections to the demon cult. At this, Zhao Wan's expression shifted. The demon cult. If that is the case, this tournament may be far more complicated than anticipated. What do you believe their intentions are? Mr. shook his head. At present, it remains unclear. But the demon cult is known for its underhanded tactics. We must remain vigilant. Zhao Wan interjected. Our dynasty has been excessively lenient towards the demon cult, as long as they do not harm innocent civilians. They are largely ignored. I believe that if they are indeed affiliated with the demon cult, they should be apprehended. If they truly are, they shall not escape from Chuan City. The two conversed for a while longer before Zhao Wan rose to take her leave. The first round of the tournament had concluded, and the drawing of lots was set to determine the rankings. First, the 40 eliminated participants would engage in a single elimination format. They would be divided into several groups for preliminary matches, with winners advancing and losers being eliminated. The process would continue, gradually narrowing the field until a final champion emerged. Each round would see contestants eliminated until only one remained. The eliminated participants would be ranked according to the round in which they were eliminated. For instance, those eliminated in the first round would rank lower, while finalists would rank higher. These 40 individuals were to finalize their rankings within 3 days. Lu Bo, having already secured a spot in the top 10, paid little heed to the subsequent drawing of lots. Young master, Miss Shangwan has arrived. Before Lu Bo could muster a sound, he was roused from his slumber by the sound of cheer knocking at the door. Understood. Have her wait a moment, Lu Bo replied lazily. It's he this moment. Lu Bo was engrossed in the Sword 9 burials, a technique that demanded considerable mental fortitude. He had been feeling lethargic lately, taking every opportunity to sleep as long as possible. After lingering in bed a little longer, mindful of Shangwan Mulan's potential impatience, he finally got up. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he found Shangwan Mulan seated gracefully by the tea table, sipping her tea with an air of elegance and composure. Ah, good morning, sect leader Shangwan. Lu Bo yawned, his voice tinged with fatigue. He ambled over to the tea table, taking a casual seat while propping his chin on his hands, as if still bidding farewell to the land of dreams. Shangwan Mulan gazed out at the sun, now high in the sky, and shook her head in resignation, softly remarking, You live life so freely, Lu Xiaoyu. Every time I visit, you seem to sleep until noon. Her words held a hint of teasing, yet also revealed a touch of envy for Lu Bo's carefree attitude towards life. Lu Bo, still not fully awake, rubbed his eyes and yawned again, somewhat groggily responding. Is it already noon? Then I suppose it's time for a nap. His words dripped with languor, as if he had little regard for the passage of time. Observing Lu Bo in this state, Shangwan Mulan found herself at a loss for the many expressions of gratitude she had prepared, all now lodged in her throat, unspoken. Were it not for her prior understanding of Lu Bo, she might have thought him intentionally difficult. Has the drawing of lots for the top 10 been announced? Aren't you curious, Lu Xiaoyu? Shangwan Mulan winked at Lu Bo. Didn't I already make it into the top 10? I exceeded my expectations. I shall simply forfeit when the time comes and treat it as a formality. Lu Bo lounged back in his chair, feeling drowsy once more. Indeed, Lu Bo had accomplished the goal he had set for himself, and Shangwan Mulan was overjoyed. Yet, who wouldn't he desire an even better outcome? However, upon observing Lu Bo's demeanor, Shangwan Mulan had no choice but to relent. She briefly introduced the draw results of the top 10. Jishir Hall, Imo Changsheng vs. Ling Chaoju, Ji Xianzhenren. Xinglin Zhai, Zhang Xiaofeng vs. Hui Chun Tang, Hu Tuoren, Qin Chao Ji, Zha Yueliang vs. Yisan Tang, Lu Tai, Ruwei Cao Xian, Zuan Hizi vs. Yisan Tang, Lu Gang, Baikea Tang, Tao Hua Xian vs. Jiren Tang, Jiang Xiaoyu. Your opponent this time is Jiang Xiaoyu from Jiren Tang, the swordsman who wears a bronze mask. Shangwan Mulan gazed at Lu Bo, her eyes reflecting a hint of seriousness. Dio, you require a detailed introduction? At her words, Lu Bo perked up, raising an eyebrow, seemingly recalling some familiarity with the name. Just then, Sheer approached. Young master, I have brewed you a fresh pot of tea. This is the new harvest sent by young Master Yin Nan, Shi said with a cheerful smile. Lu Bo was taken aback. His competitive spirit ignited as he straightened his posture. Then do tell me more. Observing Shi beside them, Shangguan Mulan chose not to mention Lu Bo and instead continued. It so happens that Tao Huaxian and Zhang Xiaoyu will commence their match in the second round 5 days hence. Upon hearing Shangguan Mulan and Lu Bo discussing the bronze-masked man, Zhang Xiaoyu, Shi immediately became animated, leaning in closer with curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Sister Shangguan, you are also intrigued by Zhang Xiaoyu, Shi exclaimed excitedly. Let me tell you, he looks formidable, with that bronze mask. He exudes an air of mystery, and his martial prowess is exceptional, akin to a legendary hero. Shangguan Mulan raised an eyebrow at Shi's description. Her interest piqued. She turned to Shi and inquired, "Oh, have you gathered more information about him? Pray, share what you have learned. I must say, Zhang Xiaoyu indeed appears impressive. I even made inquiries and heard that he might hail from the legendary Isle of Heroes." Shi recounted eagerly, relaying every detail she had uncovered. Listening to Shi's enthusiastic praise, Lu Bo felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. It seemed this girl had developed a bit of a crush. Noticing Lu Bo's expression that resembled someone constipated, Shangguan Mulan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although she was unclear about the specifics, she could surmise that her maid was extolling the virtues of a strong and handsome opponent in front of him, prompting her amusement. Lu Bo sighed inwardly, thinking, just you wait. Once I face off against this Zhang Xiaoyu in the second round, you will see just how capable I am. After Shi finished her enthusiastic commentary, she suddenly remembered her other tasks and hurried off. Lu Bo sighed again, lamenting the troubles brought on by a woman's infatuation. At that moment, Shangguan Mulan spoke up. Lu Xiaoxia, are you familiar with the Isle of Heroes? At her inquiry, Lu Bo raised an eyebrow and pondered for a moment before replying, I have not heard of it. What sort of place is the Isle of Heroes? The Isle of Heroes is an isolated island in the South Sea, where it is said that a swordsman of unparalleled skill once roamed, his swordsmanship unmatched, defeating any challenger across the continent without fail. This swordsman dedicated his life to pursuing the pinnacle of martial arts, traveling far and wide to challenge various masters, yet he never encountered a true rival. His sword techniques were swift and precise, fierce yet steady, with each move infused with boundless power. His figure streaked through the martial world like a bolt of lightning, leaving behind a trail of brilliance. By chance, this swordsman passed by the South Sea and discovered the Isle of Heroes. He found the island's inhabitants to be simple and kind, living modestly yet filled with joy. And a sense of kinship welled up within him. Thus, he decided to stay on the island, imparting his martial arts to the residents and safeguarding the peace of the land. This swordsman spent many years on the Isle of Heroes, honing his skills to even greater heights while also gaining profound insights into the essence of martial arts. His life was spent in search of a worthy opponent who could defeat him. Yet he never found one. Ultimately, he laid down his sword in a grave, leading a lonely life. After his passing, his disciples renamed the island in his honor, calling it the Isle of Heroes. Shangguan Mulan elaborated to Lu Bo. Lu Bo listened intently, sensing a somewhat solitary pursuit akin to the legendary figure of Dugu Qiubai, a prominent character in Jin Yong's martial arts novels, revered as the Sword Demon. He was known for his straightforwardness, aloofness, and eccentricities, living life freely and without constraint, appearing suddenly and vanishing just as swiftly. In his youth, he harbored a cynical sense of justice. Despite his formidable reputation, he concealed a soft and relatable humanity within. Having experienced both great joy and profound sorrow, his martial prowess was transcendent, expounding the ultimate truths of martial arts through the concept of winning without a move, leaving a lasting impact on future heroes. By his 20s, he had already made his mark, and by 30, he wielded a purple soft sword to traverse the martial world, later becoming invincible with a blunt, heavy sword forged from celestial stone. What was this swordsman's name? Lu Bo inquired with curiosity. The founder of the Isle of Heroes is Shimin Hanyu, Shangguan Mulan replied quietly. He nodded in acknowledgement, praising, Shimin Hanyu is a splendid name, evoking a sense of the martial world while embodying valor. Surely the scenery on the Isle of Heroes must be breathtaking. Otherwise, how could this brother Hanyu have chosen to reside there for a lifetime? Shangguan Mulan, I have laid the groundwork to inform you of your opponent's credentials. He is formidable. His background is impressive. You must take this seriously. What are you even asking about, like asking about Granny Lie's second child? How does that relate to what I previously told you? Shangguan Mulan was both amused and exasperated. Lu Xiaoxia, you truly have a knack for humor, Shangguan Mulan chuckled lightly, her tone laced with playful teasing. The Isle of Heroes is not a place one can visit at will. Lu Bo blinked, then scratched his head, smiling awkwardly, haha, I digress. However, hearing you speak of it, the Isle of Heroes seems even more mysterious and intriguing. Shangguan Mulan replied earnestly, indeed, the Isle of Heroes is a place shrouded in mystery. Everyone on the island practices martial arts, creating a rich atmosphere of martial culture. Moreover, the Isle of Heroes has dedicated vessels to transport visitors. If one attempts to land without an invitation, they will be regarded as an unwelcome guest. And the consequences will be dire. Lu Bo listened with rapt attention and curiously asked, what happens if someone trespasses onto the island? Shangguan Mulan sighed softly, explaining, anyone caught trespassing will be thrown into the sea by the island's guards as fish bait. The Isle of Heroes upholds strict rules and order, allowing no outsiders to infringe upon its sanctity. I see. In that case, I must prepare well for my encounter with Zhang Xiaoyu, Lu Bo said. Taking a sip of tea and smacking his lips, Shangguan Mulan sighed gently, finally addressing the matter at hand. This senior left behind several sword techniques and 5 levels of swordsmanship, making the Isle of Heroes a sacred ground in the hearts of swordsmen. Shangguan Mulan looked at Lu Bo with wide eyes, thinking, you claim to be a master of the sword, yet you are unaware of this. Noting Lu Bo's silence, Shangguan Mulan continued, the 5 levels of swordsmanship are as follows. Sharp sword, soft sword, heavy sword, wooden sword, and no sword. The first level, the azure steel sharp sword, is fierce and unstoppable. The second level, the soft sword, is agile and versatile, with a feather-light blade and extreme speed, placing greater emphasis on the speed of strikes compared to the previous sharp sword. The third level, the heavy sword without a blade, is marked by great skill and simplicity. The fourth level transcends physical constraints. Grass, wood, bamboo, and stone can all serve as swords. The fifth level embodies the concept of no sword surpasses having a sword. This is the widely circulated understanding of the swordsmanship levels on the Isle of Heroes. Lu Bo was momentarily stunned by Shangguan Mulan's detailed explanation of the 5 levels of swordsmanship, as if he had touched upon a profound, ineffable understanding. It felt, as though he had grasped something elusive. An ethereal sensation enveloping him. Seeing Lu Bo lost in contemplation, Shangguan Mulan was taken aback. Could it be that he had experienced an epiphany? Is this how masters operate, achieving enlightenment from a mere phrase? After a considerable time, Lu Bo finally emerged from his reverie, taking a deep breath to calm the tumult within. The ferocity of the sharp sword, the agility of the soft sword, the steadiness of the heavy sword, the adaptability of the wooden sword, and the transcendence of the no sword. Each level represented an attitude towards life and a state of mind. The classification of these levels seemed to strike a chord deep within him, granting him a deeper understanding of the path of martial arts. Lu Bo smiled, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. It seems I must seize the opportunity to visit the Isle of Heroes. I look forward to my battle with Zhang Xiaoyu. Seeing Lu Bo return to his usual self, Shangguan Mulan could not help but express her delight. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. When are we to compete against him again? Shangguan Mulan's expression turned exasperated. The second round begins in 5 days. Dio remembered to rise early. With that, Shangguan Mulan left in a huff. It's noon. Time for a nap, Lu Bo declared as he returned to his bed. After a long afternoon, when he finally awoke, he decided to change locations and joined Yushan at the Floating Dream Pavilion. However, this time he encountered neither Zhao Wan nor Su Shiwang. Perhaps they were preoccupied with matters today and could not attend, or it might simply be a coincidence that they missed it. Lu Bo's small anticipation in his heart was dashed, yet he felt no significant disappointment. He sought out a comfortable corner, ordered a pot of tea, and with Yushan, they comfortably listened to the melodies. The birds in the trees chirped in pairs, the verdant mountains and waters smiled brightly. From this day forth, no longer would they suffer under the yoke of servitude. Couples together returned to their homes. You till the fields while I weave the cloth. I fetch the water while you tend the garden. Though the cold kiln may be dilapidated, it can still shield from the storms. Chapter 45. The Second Round, Part 1. Young Master, it's time to rise. There's much excitement to behold today. Early in the morning, Sheer eagerly knocked on Lu Bo's door, her voice brimming with anticipation and excitement. Lu Bo, still groggy, opened his eyes and rubbed them sleepily, reluctantly sitting up in bed. Sheer, what excitement could there possibly be at this hour? Lu Bo yawned. Inquiring, Sheer swung open the door, her face alight with enthusiasm as she rushed in. Young master, do you not know? The grand competition at Yawang Valley is today. You simply must attend. It will be a spectacle. Today marked the second round of the competition, where the 40 eliminated in the first round would determine their rankings within 3 days. Initially, Lu Bo had no intention of venturing out, but he pondered. What if he encountered the person he longed to see? Once that notion took root, it blossomed into a small sprout of expectation in his heart. After tidying himself up and donning a white robe, he set out with the crowd. Following the fierce competition of the first round, the Yawang Valley contest had become the most talked about event in Chuan City. Whether in bustling streets or quiet alleys, people were engrossed in discussions about the grand match. Walking through the streets of Chuan City, one could easily spot clusters of individuals animatedly debating the latest happenings of the Yawang Valley competition. They analyzed participant strengths and speculated on the competition's outcomes, each face glowing with fervent interest and anticipation. Tea houses, taverns, and other public venues became popular spots for discussing the Yawang Valley contest. Here, patrons savored delicious snacks while listening to storytellers vividly narrate the competition's thrilling moments. As the storytellers recounted the tales, the atmosphere oscillated between tension and exhilaration, immersing the audience in the essence of the contest. Listen to me, I have insider information. The strength rankings provided by Catcher Liao are guaranteed to be accurate. You should place your bets according to this. You will surely profit. First place, Jishir Tang and Mo Changsheng. Without a doubt the strongest. Second place, Hui Chun Tang, Hu Turan. Third place, Jiren Tang, Zhang Xiaoyu. Fourth place, Xinglin Zhai, Zhang Xiaofeng. Fifth place, Ruai Cao Xian, Xian Hizi. Sixth place, Ling Chao Ju, Ji Xianzhenren. Seventh place, Yisun Tang, Lu Gang. Eighth place, Yisun Tang, Lu Tai. Ninth place, Qian Chao Ji, Zhai Yuelyang. 10th place, Bai Chao Tang, Tao Hua Xian.is. Anyone still placing bets? Mo Changsheng has odds of 10 to 1. Zhang Xiaoyu 20 to 1. If you want to make a big profit, there are higher odds too. Tao Hua Xian is at 1 to 20 to. Wang Erniu, you fool. Is this information true? Someone queried skeptically, a hint of mockery in their tone. Wang Erniu, puffed up with pride, patted his chest and declared, Of course it's true. Catcher Liao personally told me last night. How could it be false? He even poured me a drink and warned me to keep this ranking under wraps. But I'm sharing it for everyone's benefit, risking my own neck to reveal the truth. Do you still doubt my information? As soon as he finished, laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Everyone teased, Haha, Wang Erniu, you news peddler, here you go boasting again. Are you placing a bet? If you want to be safe, bet on Mo Changsheng and Zhang Xiaoyu. Catcher Liao personally told me it's a sure thing for these two. At that moment, Lu Bo passed by. Am I that weak? Last place? How infuriating, Sheer. Did you bring money? Lu Bo asked eagerly. Young master, I brought it. Sheer responded, Go buy me 1,000 taels on Tao Hua Xian. Lu Bo commanded without hesitation. Why you Shan? Taken aback, looked at Lu Bo quizzically. Young master, isn't that just giving money to others? Shall we switch to something else? Zhang Xiaoyu is also a good choice, or Mo Changsheng. I feel they are sure wins. Glaring at Yushan, Lu Bo retorted indignantly, Bet heavily on the underdog. Beat the demolition households. Bet against the odds. Villas by the sea. Trust me, there's no mistake. If we win, I'll treat you to a drink. If we lose, I'll deduct it from your wages. Sheer, hurry up. If you're late, we won't get it, Yushan was left bewildered amidst the crowd. Finally arriving at the venue, the stands were packed. A cacophony of voices filled the air. Lu Bo and his companions pushed through the throngs, exerting considerable effort to reach the location of Chu Shanglu there. Lu Yannan was already bustling about, enthusiastically directing the staff to hang banners while greeting familiar faces passing by. Upon seeing Lu Bo and the others, Lu Yannan beamed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Come help out. We need to hang these banners prominently to attract more attention. Lu Bo and the others nodded in agreement, promptly joining the effort to hang the banners. Working together, they soon adorned one side of the stand with vibrant banners that read Chu Shanglu. Savor wine, discuss heroes, which indeed captured the attention of many passers-by. Gazing at the prominently displayed banner, Lu Bo felt a mix of emotions: Chu Sheng Lu, savor wine, discuss heroes, indulge in a feast, and experience an extraordinary life. The location was indeed conspicuous. Sitting here clearly made him the center of attention. He glanced around to see other guests whispering among themselves, casting curious glances in his direction. Lu Bo felt somewhat uneasy. As if every move he made was under scrutiny, he touched his nose, muttering inwardly, "Well, now I've become the focus of everyone's attention." Lu Yannan, ever the businessman, had already instructed the staff to offer complimentary tastings of wine to the surrounding audience, along with snacks. "Since we're here, let us make ourselves comfortable," Lu Bo mused, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the distance, where the direction of Bai Chao Tang lay. His eyes gradually focused, seemingly catching sight of a familiar figure. A subtle smile graced his lips. There, at Bai Chao Tang, he spotted Shangguan Mulan and Mu Ziqing seated together, their heads bent as they whispered, seemingly discussing something of importance. "It's a bit spacious over there. I want to interrupt my cousin's business. I'll just grab a drink and head towards Bai Chao Tang." Old Elder Mu, we successfully entered the top 10. For the upcoming matches, you need only to perform at your discretion. There's no need to push too hard, Shangguan Mulan said softly to Mu Ziqing, her tone imbued with care and trust. And Mu Ziqing smiled faintly, replying, "Of course, don't worry, Hall Master. I also wish to take this opportunity to test my skills. After all, such large-scale competitions are indeed rare." His eyes sparkled with anticipation, clearly eager for the matches ahead. As they conversed, Shangguan Mulan inadvertently glanced up and spotted Lu Bo approaching. A smile spread across her face, her eyes glinting with surprise as she stood to greet him. "Young hero Lu, good morning. I never expected to encounter you at this hour," Shangguan Mulan exclaimed, her bright eyes twinkling as she smiled. Her voice was melodious, akin to a babbling brook, uplifting the spirits of those who heard it. Lu Bo smiled awkwardly. "Isn't it just a matter of sleeping in? Hall Master Shangguan, would you mind if I took a seat here?" Lu Bo inquired with a smile, gesturing to the empty space beside her. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Mulan beamed and said, "Young hero Lu, you're too polite. Please, take a seat." She moved aside to make room for him. Lu Bo nodded in gratitude, gracefully taking a seat, and then retrieved 2 bottles of wine from his pocket, placing them on the table. He turned to Shangguan Mulan and said, "This is wine from my cousin Chu Sheng Lu. Do give it a try. It's quite delightful. If the opportunity arises, I hope you both will support his business." Looking at the bottles of wine on the table, Shangguan Mulan felt a twinge of curiosity. A master like you still needs to promote wine? However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, politely responding, "Certainly, certainly." Mu Ziqing also appeared puzzled. Sensing that the hall master was particularly gracious towards Lu Bo, could it be that this young hero Lu possesses a special identity? But he thought little of it. Standing to bow to both Shangguan Mulan and Lu Bo, "Hall Master, I must prepare for my turn." "Young hero Lu, please excuse me." "Go ahead. Do not push yourself," Shangguan Mulan replied. Returning the gesture, Lu Bo also nodded in response. "Young hero, what brings you here today?" Shangguan Mulan asked first, her tone revealing a hint of curiosity. Lu Bo smiled slightly, responding, "I merely came to witness the excitement. One cannot sleep in every day. Who knows, others might bestow upon me the nickname the young lord who sleeps in." The two exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere instantly transformed into one of lightheartedness and joy. Chapter 46, The Second Round, Part 2. Upon the arena, sunlight slanted down, infusing the upcoming competition with a touch of solemnity. A graceful and ethereal swordsman faced off against a robust warrior wielding a massive iron hammer. The swordsman, brandishing a long sword that shimmered with a cold gleam, struck a handsome pose, a hint of a smug smile gracing his lips. In contrast, the hammer-wielding warrior wore a hearty grin, seemingly indifferent to the impending clash. The surrounding crowd had already erupted into a frenzy, cheers and murmurs rising and falling like the tide. Whether standing or seated, gathered or dispersed, their eyes were invariably fixed upon the stage, eagerly anticipating the thrilling duel about to unfold. "Please, enlighten me," the swordsman called out, and with that, he sprang into action, darting towards the hammer-wielding warrior like an arrow released from a bow. His long sword sliced through the air, a sharp ray of light aimed directly at his opponent's throat. The hammer-wielding warrior, unfazed, let out a hearty laugh, swinging his massive hammer to meet the swordsman's blade. The hammer arced through the air with a whistling sound, colliding with the sword's beam, with a resounding clang. The sword's brilliance clashed with the hammer, unleashing a dazzling burst of light. A shockwave rippled outward, dust settling to reveal both the swordsman and the warriors standing firm on the stage, unscathed. Startled, the swordsman realized the hammer's force was far greater than he had anticipated. Capable of withstanding his blade's fury, he steadied his breath, preparing for the next assault. Meanwhile, the hammer-wielding warrior seemed invigorated, brandishing his weapon with a boisterous laugh. Excellent swordplay. Come again. He charged towards the swordsman, the hammer swirling with a fierce momentum. In response, the swordsman's gaze turned frosty. His movements became a blur, darting forward and retreating, shifting left and right to evade the hammer's strikes. Simultaneously, he unleashed a flurry of sword beams, each tracing elegant arcs in the air. Yet failing to breach the warrior's defenses, the two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, trading blows for dozens of rounds. While the swordsman's technique was exquisite, the sheer power of the warrior rendered each of his assaults a challenge. Conversely, the warrior's brute strength was countered by the swordsman's agile finesse, making it difficult for him to land a decisive hit. As time wore on, their contest intensified. The swordsman began to channel his inner energy, the blade emanating a soft glow, the sword beams sharpening in their ferocity. The warrior swung his hammer with increasing vigor, each motion seeming capable of shaking the very arena. At that moment, the swordsman let out a piercing shout, launching himself upward to thrust directly at the warrior's chest. This strike contained the entirety of his inner strength and swordsmanship, its power formidable. The warrior, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt a flicker of seriousness in his eyes. He understood that he must summon all his might to withstand this blow. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his strength into the hammer and swung it fiercely to meet the swordsman's blade. With a thunderous crash, their attacks collided once more. This time, the shockwave was even more ferocious, and as the dust settled, both Lu Yifeng and Tai Han staggered back a few steps, evidently shaken by the force of the impact. With neither side yielding, they charged at one another again, embarking on a new round of fierce competition. Lu Bo lounged in the stands, leisurely sipping a drink and snacking on seeds, his gaze intensely locked on the unfolding battle. He nodded and shook his head at intervals, clearly engrossed in the spectacle. Curious, Shangguan Mulan turned to him and asked, "Who do you think will emerge victorious, Lu Xiaoyu?" With a slight smile, Lu Bo set down his drink and seeds. Pondering for a moment before responding, "These two are evenly matched, their strengths comparable. The outcome will depend on who can endure longer." He pointed at the hammer-wielding warrior, continuing, "This fellow possesses remarkable stamina and immense strength, and he appears quite relaxed. Although his techniques may not rival those of the swordsman, his power and endurance should compensate, and I believe he will prevail." And no sooner had Lu Bo finished speaking than the swordsman surged forward, unleashing a sharp beam of light aimed at the warrior. The warrior attempted to swing his hammer in defense, but it was too late. The beam sliced through the air, striking his shoulder. With a cry of pain, the warrior faltered. Seizing the moment, the swordsman closed in, delivering a powerful kick to the warrior's waist. The impact sent the warrior sprawling, losing his balance and crashing out of the ring, landing heavily before the audience. Cheers erupted from the crowd, a thunderous ovation celebrating the swordsman's victory. Lu Bo was momentarily taken aback, his drink suspended in midair, seeds scattered across the ground. The winner of the Xuanyi Pavilion is Lu Yifeng. The referee's voice rang out, shattering the brief silence. Shangguan Mulan blinked playfully, a mischievous smile directed at Lu Bo. She seemed amused by his reaction, curious to see how he would respond next. Sensing her gaze, Lu Bo, with a countenance as unyielding as a fortress, continued sipping his drink and munching on seeds, feigning ignorance of her teasing. "As long as I remain unembarrassed, the embarrassment falls upon others," with a hearty laugh. Lu Bo raised his cup, proclaiming, "In a competition, the essence lies in participation. Winning or losing is secondary. Look, Lao Mu is about to take the stage. I have faith he will certainly triumph at that moment." Mu Ziqing stepped into the arena, wielding a long spear, facing off against a woman brandishing a whip. Clad in red, she possessed a lithe figure, her eyes glinting with sharpness. The two stood upon the stage. Exchanging a glance before launching into a fierce clash, Mu Ziqing's spear moved like a dragon emerging from the sea, unstoppable, while the red-clad woman's whip danced like a swift serpent. Agile and fierce, with a thrust, Mu Ziqing aimed directly at the woman's throat. Yet, she remained unperturbed, deftly flicking her whip to deflect the spear. In an instant, she sprang into action, the whip striking towards Mu Ziqing like a bolt of lightning. Reacting swiftly, Mu Ziqing sidestepped the attack. Seizing the opportunity, he lunged forward, sweeping the spear horizontally in an attempt to topple the red-clad warrior. However, she executed a backflip, nimbly landing behind him, and lashed out with her whip towards his back. Sensing the impending strike, Mu Ziqing spun around, managing to block the whip with his spear. The two again plunged into an intense exchange, neither yielding an inch. The audience was captivated, gasping and cheering as they were enthralled by the contestants' exceptional skills, eagerly anticipating an even more exhilarating showdown. After a grueling battle, Mu Ziqing began to gain the upper hand, pushing the red-clad woman back. "See, Master Shangguan? I told you Lao Mu could do it. He is on track to win this first round," Lu Bo stated calmly. Just as he seemed to have found a flaw in the red-clad woman's defense, Mu Ziqing thrust the spear forward, poised to strike. Yet, in a swift turn, the woman lashed out, her whip striking Mu Ziqing's wrist. With a sharp pain, Mu Ziqing nearly lost his grip on the spear. The red-clad woman capitalized on the moment, sweeping her whip to send Mu Ziqing tumbling out of the arena. Lu Bo was left in shock, his expression one of disbelief. Shangguan Mulan gasped as she witnessed Elder Mu being thrown from the stage, her heart momentarily gripped with concern. However, upon seeing Elder Mu rise and dust himself off without injury, she breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at Lu Bo with a puzzled expression, as if to say, "Did you plan this?" Chapter 47. The second round, 3. Observing Elder Mu's defeat in the arena. Lu Bo smirked, rubbing his nose, feeling a hint of helplessness. How had Elder Mu, who once seemed to hold the advantage, been so swiftly outmaneuvered? He began to ponder how to maintain his image as a formidable expert. The atmosphere grew awkward as Lu Bo scanned the surroundings for a topic to ease the tension. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a familiar figure. "Master Shangguan, I see an acquaintance." "Please excuse me," Lu Bo said, bowing slightly to Shangguan Mulan, a hint of apology on his face. She nodded in understanding. Once Lu Bo departed, Shangguan Mulan watched his retreating figure, bursting into laughter. "What an amusing fellow," she mused to herself. A playful smile curving her lips, she recalled Lu Bo's awkward yet polite demeanor, finding it rather humorous. He had clearly sought an excuse to slip away while pretending to have spotted a familiar face. It was quite endearing. Indeed, Lu Bo had seen someone familiar, Su Shiwang. His heart leaped with joy as he approached her, a genuine smile lighting up his face. "Sister Su, it has been too long," Lu Bo greeted warmly. His eyes sparkling with delight, Su Shiwang was equally surprised and pleased to see Lu Bo, responding with a smile, "Indeed, you little rascal. I never expected to encounter you here." After exchanging pleasantries, they began to discuss their recent lives. Lu Bo inquired curiously, "Sister Su, it seems I haven't seen you at the Floating Life-like Dream Pavilion in ages. Have you been busy lately?" Su Shiwang nodded gently, smiling as she replied, "Yes, I've had some matters to attend to. And it has indeed been a while since I last visited. What about you? Have you come to watch the competition? How could I miss such a lively event in Chuan City?" Lu Bo replied with a smile. "Come, let us sit over there and have a good chat." Lu Bo readily agreed, following Su Shiwang to a quieter corner. As he glanced around, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. "Sister Su, this is a new brew made by my cousin. Please have a taste." Lu Bo spoke as he retrieved a bottle of wine from within his robes, handing it to Su Shiwang. She accepted the bottle, gently uncapping it, and a rich aroma of wine wafted into the air. After taking a delicate sniff, she remarked, "Ah, the wine from Chu Sheng Lu is indeed exceptional." Lu Bo, with a proud smile, replied, "Sister Su is familiar with Chu Sheng Lu. My cousin devoted considerable effort to brew this particular batch. He specifically asked me to bring it for you to taste. It would be a good opportunity to support his business." Su Shiwang nodded with a smile, taking a sip of the wine. Savoring it thoughtfully, a look of satisfaction graced her face as she said, "Having dealt with Chu Sheng Lu, Lu Yannan is indeed a talented businessman. How could you, Su Shiwang, hide away and indulge in wine without inviting me?" At that moment, a familiar voice reached them. Lu Bo's heart skipped a beat as he looked up to see a woman clad in white, her face veiled, approaching them. Ah, the young lady has arrived. The competition has already commenced for quite some time. You are late, Su Shiwan teased playfully. Lu Bo, noticing Zhao Wan's approach, quickly rose and clasped his hands together, saying, Miss Zhao, long time no see, young hero Lu. It has indeed been a while. I didn't expect to encounter you here. Please, have a seat, Zhao Wan replied, somewhat surprised to see Lu Bo, which reminded her of the embarrassing moment when he caught her indulging in noodles. Lu Bo chuckled awkwardly. The three of them sat side by side, watching the competition unfold. During a brief intermission, Lu Bo, ever the enthusiast, began to extol the virtues of the wine. Miss Zhao, do try this wine, he urged softly. The liquid glides over the palate, a sensation akin to silk caressing the tip of your tongue, so exquisite it is intoxicating. He paused momentarily, seemingly lost in the delightful memory of its flavor. Before continuing, the taste is rich and balanced. The acidity is vivacious yet perfectly restrained. The sweetness is rounded and brings joy to the heart, complemented by the firm texture of tannins that leaves one yearning for more. Most enchanting is the lingering finish, profound and lingering, as if imbued with a magic that refuses to dissipate. Isn't this wine delightful, Miss Zhao? For the first time, Zhao Wan found herself on the receiving end of a sales pitch, and Lu Bo's enthusiastic monologue left her momentarily stunned. Once she regained her composure, she couldn't help but chuckle, responding, young hero Lu, perhaps you should cease your sales pitch. How about this? I will arrange for Fusheng Ruoming Lu to source their wine from Chusheng Lu from now on. Does that sound agreeable? Upon hearing this, Lu Bo's face lit up with joy as he quickly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, thank you, Miss Zhao, for your generous consideration. I shall certainly not disappoint and will provide the finest of wines for Fusheng Ruoming Lu. With the conversation flowing, Lu Bo felt a surge of happiness. Just as he was about to speak, Zhao Wan interjected, who do you think will win this match, Lu Gongzi? On the stage, two swordsmen stood in confrontation. Exuding an aura of intensity. One was a young man in a blue robe, with striking features and a radiant sword adorned with a cloud dragon motif, seemingly ready to soar into the sky. His swordplay was light and ethereal, each strike accompanied by a refreshing breeze that dazzled the onlookers. Opposite him stood an elderly man in a gray robe, his visage weathered and wielding an unadorned short sword. His technique was steady and formidable, each strike infused with immense power that commanded respect. As their eyes locked, both drew their swords in unison. The young man's sword transformed into a streak of light, aiming straight for the elder's throat, while the elder's short sword swept horizontally, effortlessly neutralizing the young man's assault. The arena became a whirlwind of sword energies, each combatant exchanging blows in a captivating dance. The young man's movements quickened, his swordlight flickering like a myriad of stars, while the elder grew more resolute, his short sword conjuring the sounds of thunder with every swing. The audience held their breath, captivated by the duel. Each clash of blades resonated with a sharp metallic ring that quickened their pulses. Finally, in a moment of intense action, the young man suddenly darted forward, his sword a blur as it aimed for the elder's chest. The elder's expression shifted, and he hastily raised his short sword in defense, yet still found himself forced back several steps by the young man's powerful thrust. Seizing the opportunity, the young man leapt into the air, his sword poised to strike the elder's head. A glint of determination flashed in the elder's eyes as he swiftly deflected the young man's blade, resulting in a resounding clash that sent both combatants reeling. Lu Bo watched with rapt attention, meticulously analyzing the unfolding battle. After previous lessons, he had learned to observe and assess more keenly. At that moment, the young man, employing his agile swordplay, seemed to gain the upper hand. Pushing the elder back, however, Lu Bo discerned a subtle indication. Despite appearing at a disadvantage, the elder met each attack with unwavering steadiness, revealing no vulnerabilities. His gaze reflected calmness and resolve, as if he were biding his time for something. Miss Zhao, although the young man holds the advantage, the elder is surely gathering strength for a decisive strike. Lu Bo began to explain to Zhao Wan beside him. The elder's extensive experience means he won't easily reveal any weaknesses. His current defensive posture may well be a strategy to await the perfect moment for a counterattack. As if on cue, the young man suddenly surged forward, his movements as swift as lightning as he breached the elder's defenses. The young man's sword blazed like a brilliant light, aimed directly at the elder's heart. The elder's expression shifted in surprise, clearly unprepared for such a sudden assault. Yet, in that critical moment, the elder demonstrated astonishing reflexes and martial prowess. He shifted slightly, positioning his short sword to block the deadly strike just in time, successfully thwarting the young man's lethal attempt. However, he was still propelled off the stage. Kong Shangtang, Qin Wuhan wins. Lu Bo's eyes widened in disbelief as Zhao Wan and Su Shiwan turned to him simultaneously. Miss Zhao, let us return to discussing the wine. It truly is exceptional. The atmosphere abruptly shifted to one of palpable awkwardness as both women regarded Lu Bo. Their expressions rife with scrutiny and skepticism, as if questioning his sincerity. Feeling the weight of their piercing gazes, Lu Bo's heart raced. He understood the delicacy of the situation. He quickly suppressed his playful demeanor, adopting a serious expression as he attempted to explain, well, in competitions, there are bound to be wins and losses. Little brother, were you doing that on purpose? Su Shiwan was the first to speak, her tone laced with playful reproach and jest. Chuckling nervously, Lu Bo sought to defuse the tension. Meanwhile, Zhao Wan contemplated quietly, recalling what Ada had said about Lu Bo's capabilities. The competitors on stage were all of fifth realm strength, and Lu Bo should be of similar caliber. Thus, misjudging others' techniques could happen. In truth, Lu Bo did not intentionally misjudge. He simply lacked exposure to other martial arts outside of his mastery of the astonishing 18 swords, resulting in limited practical experience. The teasing subsided as they focused on the next bouts, which indeed broadened Lu Bo's horizons. He realized the versatility of blades and how audacious sneaky attacks could be. He too could have fallen victim to such tactics in the past. As evening approached, the golden rays of the setting sun bathed the arena, casting a warm glow over the entire venue. The day's competitions were drawing to a close, and the audience began to rise. Preparing to depart from this arena filled with fervor and excitement, Lu Bo stood, clasping his hands in farewell to the two women. Brother, why are you leaving so soon? Why not come by my place tonight? Su Shiwan suggested, her voice tinged with a hint of persuasion. Lu Bo hesitated momentarily before shaking his head, saying, Sister Su, I cannot tonight. I have other matters to attend to. Have you not yet shed your habit of bathing in the waters of Chuan City? Then perhaps you could visit Fu Sheng Rua Ming Lu next time, Su Shiwan teased. Lu Bo nodded, affirming, certainly, certainly. Farewell, Miss Zhao. Lu Bo turned to Zhao Wan, bidding her goodbye. As Lu Bo's figure receded into the distance, Zhao Wan withdrew her gaze and turned to Su Shiwan, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. What do you think? Did you discern anything? Zhao Wan was the first to inquire. Su Shiwan shook her head slightly. Her brow furrowed as if deep in thought. In a low voice, she replied, I have not discerned anything, nor can I ascertain his strength. My acquaintance with him was purely coincidental, not a deliberate approach. Zhao Wan smiled gently at Su Shiwan's words, saying, everyone harbors their own secrets. That is quite normal. Find Lu Bo to be quite intriguing. Since we have crossed paths, let us consider him a friend. There may be opportunities for further encounters. If possible, we could recruit him to assist us, as the Genie Wei is also part of the court. Su Shiwan nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, I believe his character is sound. However, I feel his laid-back nature may not align with the ethos of our Song Wang Fu. Well then, we shall contemplate further. Come, let us go see Mr. Mo. Zhao Wan, having finished her words, rose and departed, followed closely by Su Shiwan. During the intervals of the competition, they engaged in lively banter, exchanging their perspectives and feelings. Lu Bo, with his distinctive sense of humor, frequently elicited peals of laughter from the two women. His demeanor exuded a blend of composure and nonchalance, deepening Zhao Wan and Su Shiwan's curiosity about him. As for Lu Bo, the greatest reward he reaped was witnessing the diverse techniques employed by different individuals, which greatly enriched his practical experience. He meticulously observed each contestant's moves and skills, thoughtfully contemplating their battle strategies and thought processes. Various competitors showcased an array of techniques, some forceful and vigorous, others agile and adaptable. While some emphasized the application of internal energy, Lu Bo diligently committed these maneuvers and techniques to memory, integrating them with his own practical experiences, enhancing the mastery of his formidable 18 swords. Before he realized it, 3 days had swiftly slipped by. As expected, Mu Ziqing secured the 39th position, with all those who made it to the stage possessing strength exceeding the fifth realm. Their abilities were by no means mediocre. Mu Ziqing's prowess was fairly average, hence her ranking did not surprise Lu Bo. Conversely, Shangguan Mulan began to feel relieved, grateful for having sought out Lu Bo, for without him, Bai Keitang would likely face expulsion from Yawang Valley in this grand competition. Shangguan Hall Master, is there something you wish to discuss today? Lu Bo reclined lazily on his stool, exuding an air of leisure. Shangguan Mulan arrived at Lu Bo's quarters at noon, and upon seeing his laid-back demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of exasperation. She was well aware of Lu Bo's carefree nature, yet she had to remind him of the impending competition. The top 10 matches begin tomorrow, and your first opponent will be Jiang Xiaoyu, Shangguan Mulan stated earnestly. So, how about it? Are you prepared for tomorrow's bout? Lu Bo, upon hearing this, stretched languidly, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. He sat up, rubbed his eyes as if to dispel the remnants of lethargy. So it starts tomorrow morning, does it? Very well, I shall attend. But let me clarify, I won't hesitate to forfeit if it becomes too much for me. That's good to hear, Shangguan Mulan nodded, indicating that the ranking was of little consequence. However, I must warn you, Jiang Xiaoyu is no trifling opponent. If you intend to take it seriously, do not underestimate him. Lu Bo nodded in acknowledgement, filled with anticipation and exhilaration at the prospect of testing his full strength. In previous matches, he had triumphed largely due to his opponent's carelessness and his own ingenuity. However, this time, his adversary, Jiang Xiaoyu, was also a skilled swordsman, promising a genuine contest. Lu Bo rose, stretching his limbs as he felt the surge of power within him. He closed his eyes, silently adjusting his breath and state. As if communing with the ethereal energies of the universe, in this moment, he was entirely absorbed in his own world, impervious to the clamor and chaos surrounding him. Witnessing Lu Bo's movements, his stretching, and his focused breath, Shangguan Mulan was taken aback. The aura and pressure emanating from Lu Bo gradually made her feel breathless. She sensed that the essence surrounding him was continuously coalescing and elevating, as if an invisible force swirled around him. After a brief pause, Lu Bo slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as he turned towards Shangguan Mulan. He noticed the cold sweat beading on her forehead, accompanied by a hint of embarrassment on her face. Shangguan Hall Master, it seems I may have momentarily lost control of myself. Please forgive me, Lu Bo spoke softly, a note of contrition in his voice. Shangguan Mulan exhaled, still grappling with her astonishment. She reevaluated Lu Bo before her. The seemingly languid, jovial individual had transformed into someone exuding such formidable pressure, making it difficult for her to reconcile the two personas. Calming her racing thoughts, she replied slowly, I am fine. Tomorrow, I wish you victory. No, I wish us victory. Her words came out in a jumble. Haha, let us enjoy some tea. How was that wine from last time? Should Bai Keitang stock up? They exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Who would have thought there would be such eagerness for updates? Do you all read so quickly? My thanks to those who urged for more. I shall work hard tonight. Chapter 49. The second round, Young Master, rise and shine. There's more excitement to behold today. Early in the morning, Sheer cheerfully knocked on Lu Bo's door, her bright voice resonating amidst the tranquility of dawn. Lu Bo, groggy from sleep, rubbed his eyes and stifled a yawn, reluctantly sitting up. Suddenly recalling that he had a match to attend today, he hurriedly rose to wash up, upon observing Lu Bo's unusual urgency. Sheer was taken aback. She had prepared for his possible absence, merely intending to call out a couple of times. Yet here he was, opening the door. Young Master, good morning. We are all set. We can head out to watch the match now. Today is the second round, and it promises to be thrilling. Lu Bo, however, intended to assume the role of the Peach Blossom Fairy and thus responded, You three go ahead. I have matters to attend to today, so I shall not accompany you. Remember to assist our Hall Master with some tasks and don't just sit idly. What, young master, you aren't going? Sheer asked, disappointment evident in her voice. Yushan hesitated, wanting to voice his concerns. For he was assigned to protect Lu Bo. Understanding their sentiments, Lu Bo reassured them, You three go on ahead. Shangguan Hall Master has some matters for me, and Yushan, you need not accompany me. Chuan City is quite safe. Ultimately, Lu Bo's persuasion led the three to attend the competition. Hurriedly donning his dark attire, Lu Bo slipped out through the window. Meanwhile, Mu Ziqing paced back and forth, visibly anxious, glancing frequently towards the door. Shangguan Mulan, on the other hand, remained composed, sipping tea, her demeanor reflecting indifference. To her, it was likely that Lu Bo had either overslept or was still waking up, and she doubted he would show up. Mu Ziqing's anxiety heightened as he observed Shangguan Mulan's calmness. Unable to restrain himself, he asked again, "Hall Master, the Peach Blossom Fairy has yet to arrive. We won't have to forfeit, will we?" Shangguan Mulan set down her teacup. Shaking her head gently, "Elder Mu, do not fret. If the Peach Blossom Fairy does not come, then so be it. We have already secured a place in the top 10, and they cannot hope to merge with us. Worst case, we simply won T compete." Though Mu Ziqing still felt uneasy, he nodded in agreement. The two continued to wait as seconds turned into minutes. Mu Ziqing's anxiousness grew, while Shangguan Mulan maintained her calm, as if everything lay within her grasp. Suddenly, a shadow darted swiftly through the doorway, silent as a ghost. Both Mu Ziqing and Shangguan Mulan were startled. Had it not been daytime, they would have likely failed to notice the figure. Shangguan Mulan subtly sniffed the air, confirming her thoughts, and spoke. "I thought you might not come after all. Shall we set off?" The figure in black nodded, indicating readiness to depart. Mu Ziqing took the lead, guiding the trio towards the competition venue. As they approached, Shangguan Mulan couldn't help but tease Lu Bo. "Did you oversleep?" Lu Bo awkwardly chuckled, glancing skyward. With his mask on, he replied nonchalantly, "I was merely adjusting my state." Shangguan Mulan winked at Lu Bo, attempting to glean something from the sleepy young man, clearly skeptical of his claims. The three made their way to the competition grounds, which buzzed with excitement, teeming with spectators fervently cheering. The atmosphere electric. "Thank goodness we made it in time. The match hasn't started yet. Let's head backstage," Mu Ziqing sighed. Just then, the announcer's voice rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen, were the matches of the past 2 days not exhilarating? Did you enjoy them? Today's competition will be even more thrilling." His voice brimmed with passion and anticipation, as though he aimed to ignite the entirety of the venue. "Next, I will introduce the stars of today's event. Baikatang's Peach Blossom Fairy against Jiren Hall's Jiang Xiaoyu. This match promises to be captivating, with both being formidable swordsmen. Today's contest will surely be a visual feast. Now, let us welcome our competitors, Jiang Xiaoyu from Jiren Hall." As the announcer's fervent words faded, all eyes in the audience fixated on the entrance to the stage, a tense yet excited atmosphere enveloping the air, as if even the act of breathing had become cautious at that moment. A young swordsman clad in simple garb, wearing a bronze mask, moved with such swiftness that he seemed to dissolve into a wisp of green smoke, instantly appearing at the center of the arena. This was Jiang Xiaoyu, Lu Bo's opponent for the day. Below the stage, Han Wuqiu and Liao Changqing exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. Han Wuqiu couldn't help but remark, "Harmony in light and dust, the supreme principles of Taoist thought, intertwined with both light and dust, appear to exist in a state of serene profundity, capable of transforming into mere particles, veiled in formlessness. This very mastery can endow practitioners with the remarkable ability to execute short-range teleportation. It is indeed astonishing that the Island of Heroes possesses such extraordinary skills." The sudden emergence of Jiang Xiaoyu elicited a rapturous applause and cheers from the crowd. Tall and handsome, with piercing eyes that glimmered with a sharp brilliance, he wielded a long sword that shimmered with a cold light, exuding both elegance and formidable strength. Jiang Xiaoyu offered a slight nod to the audience in acknowledgement before turning his gaze towards another entrance. On the opposite side, Lu Bo awaited, his eyes fixed intently on the center of the stage. He watched in awe as Jiang Xiaoyu's figure dissipated like dust, only to reappear in an instant at another location. The agility of such movement tightened Lu Bo's chest, his eyes glimmering with envy and longing. "What remarkable skills!" Lu Bo couldn't help but exclaim. Beside him, Shangguan Mulan rolled her eyes, rendered speechless. "Now, let us welcome another contestant. The Peach Blossom Fairy from Baichao Hall." As Lu Bo took the stage, he chose not to display any grand gestures but rather ascended steadily, revealing his cards right from the start. Surely he must be some overly dramatic youth. Upon reaching the platform, the two locked eyes, Lu Bo perceiving the fierce desire for combat emanating from his opponent. Let the match begin. With the referee's command, the second round of the top 10 competition officially commenced. To everyone's surprise, neither of the two contenders made a move. Lu Bo stood there quietly, his gaze intense, his posture as steadfast as a towering pine tree. In an unexpected turn, Zhang Xiaoyu also refrained from launching an immediate attack. With arms crossed, he seemed to be waiting for something. The audience murmured amongst themselves, puzzled as to why both participants remained motionless. Were they engaged in a contest of patience and composure, though they call you the weakest? My sword tells me otherwise. You are indeed formidable. Zhang Xiaoyu's piercing gaze held Lu Bo's, a glimmer of sharp light evident in his eyes. Lu Bo raised an eyebrow, responding, "Oh? What leads you to that conclusion?" Zhang Xiaoyu continued to gaze intently at Lu Bo, his voice steady. My sword rejoices, for it recognizes a rare opponent. It yearns for the thrill of battle with you. With that, Zhang Xiaoyu gradually drew his sword, its blade radiating a chilling light, exuding an aura of fierce intent. This sword is named Frost. I seek your guidance. Lu Bo too drew his sword, unleashing a fierce aura that seemed to cleave the very air, sending shivers down the spine. This sword is called Thunderous Sky. I seek your guidance. As Lu Bo finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoyu moved, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged towards Lu Bo with blinding speed. His sword became a streak of lightning, aimed directly at Lu Bo's throat. Yet Lu Bo's reaction was swifter than Zhang Xiaoyu had anticipated. With a slight tilt of his head, he evaded the lethal strike. Though Zhang Xiaoyu's attack was effortlessly sidestepped, he remained unfazed. Quickly adjusting his stance, he launched another assault. This time, his swordplay was even more exquisite, each strike imbued with the force of thunder, relentlessly targeting Lu Bo's vital points. Lu Bo did not yield. He wielded his Thunderous Sky sword, engaging Zhang Xiaoyu in a fierce duel. Their figures intertwined upon the arena, the clash of swords illuminating the air, each collision sparking like fireworks. Resonating with the power of thunder, the audience watched, spellbound, captivated by the thrilling swordplay. They gasped and cheered, celebrating the exceptional prowess of both swordsmen. With a resounding clang, their blades met in midair, producing a crisp metallic sound before both were sent reeling back, tracing graceful arcs through the air before landing firmly on their feet. Zhang Xiaoyu regarded Lu Bo, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. You are indeed strong. Lu Bo met Zhang Xiaoyu's gaze, his eyes mirroring the same admiration. You are no weakling either. In that moment, they both recognized each other's strength, their shared respect palpable. They laughed simultaneously, exhilarated and satisfied by the clash. Once more, Zhang Xiaoyu proclaimed, brandishing his frost sword, challenging Lu Bo anew. Lu Bo, undeterred, gripped his Thunderous Sky sword tightly, prepared for another encounter. With light and dust intertwined, Zhang Xiaoyu employed Daoist techniques, executing a series of ethereal movements, swiftly closing the distance to Lu Bo. His form was elusive, each movement blending seamlessly with the surrounding air, making it nearly impossible to discern his whereabouts. Lu Bo held his breath, focusing intently on Zhang Xiaoyu's motions, searching for an opening. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaoyu materialized above, and to the left of Lu Bo. Frost slash, he shouted, the sword pointing downward as he swung with force. The air crystallized into frost in the wake of his blade, forming a fierce sword aura aimed at Lu Bo. Lu Bo raised his sword to intercept. The clash of the Thunderous Sky sword against Zhang Xiaoyu's sword aura rang out sharply. Lu Bo felt a wave of cold wash over him, as if the very ground beneath him was lifted by a powerful gust, spreading outward. Steadying himself, Lu Bo marveled at Zhang Xiaoyu's strength. That strike was indeed formidable. Before he could contemplate further, Zhang Xiaoyu unleashed another move. Frost Whirl. Zhang Xiaoyu spun rapidly, his sword following his body, the tip directed forward as frost emanated, creating a swirling vortex intent on engulfing Lu Bo. Feeling the chill wash over him, Lu Bo swiftly reacted. Executing his sixth sword technique, Swallow Return, he created distance, flipping through the air, his form darting unpredictably. With his seventh technique, Iato, a powerful sword aura surged towards Zhang Xiaoyu. Sensing the overwhelming force contained within, Zhang Xiaoyu instinctively knew he could not withstand it. He rolled and evaded the incoming attack. Lu Bo did not afford Zhang Xiaoyu a moment's respite. He closed and swiftly, striking at Zhang Xiaoyu with a fierce swing. Anticipating this move, Zhang Xiaoyu deftly evaded the sword aura once more. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, a powerful current of energy surging forth from his palms, aimed directly at Lu Bo's chest, startled yet composed. Lu Bo inhaled deeply, channeling his inner strength into the thunderous sky sword, which erupted in a brilliant radiance. With a decisive swing, he unleashed an even more formidable sword aura towards Jiang Xiaoyu's energy flow. With a thunderous crash, the two forces collided midair, producing a deafening roar. Energy dispersed, dust swirling in the aftermath. Both Lu Bo and Jiang Xiaoyu were propelled backwards, retreating several steps, though the battle on stage appeared intense. It transpired in the blink of an eye. The audience held their breath, enraptured by the spectacle, their eyes glued to the stage, fearful of missing a single detail. Han Wuqiu and Liao Chongqing exchanged glances, exclaiming in awe, "These young talents are indeed formidable. It seems the martial world shall soon witness the rise of two remarkable young swordsmen." In the background, Imo Chongqing observed the duel with a deep and focused gaze. As if pondering something profound, "Mr. Imo, these two possess strength comparable to Seventh Realm experts. I never expected the first match to be so thrilling." Zhao Wan remarked. Imo Chongqing slightly turned his head towards Zhao Wan, responding slowly that Jiang Xiaoyu showcases exceptional swordsmanship and possesses considerable strength, yet the Peach Blossom Fairy eludes my understanding. His swordplay is unlike anything I have encountered. Against him, I would not dare to boast of an easy victory. Zhao Wan was left speechless, knowing well the depths of Imo Chongqing's prowess, which few could rival in the martial world. She was taken aback by his high regard for the Peach Blossom Fairy. Imo Chongqing continued, "The martial world is vast and full of wonders. The Peach Blossom Spring is beyond my comprehension." Zhao Wan was left in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Ming Ming, the hulking figure, clenched his fists, his brow furrowed with deep concern. Initially, their sect leader had sent him and Bai Bai to participate in the competition with the expectation of an easy victory. Based on past experiences, their strength was more than sufficient to sweep through the competition and secure the championship without contest. However, the unfolding events had exceeded their expectations. One formidable opponent after another had emerged, leaving Ming Ming and Bai Bai feeling unprecedented pressure. Bai Bai, standing nearby, felt a sense of relief, reflecting that he had initially thought the Peach Blossom Fairy was merely lucky to be in the corner. Now he realized that his own fortune had spared him from a serious injury in facing such a powerful adversary. Once more, Jiang Xiaoyu called out, as both combatants vanished from sight again, their sword energies colliding in midair, unleashing a deafening roar. Where their sword energies met, sparks flew as brilliant light erupted. Jiang Xiaoyu and Lu Bo exchanged blows with relentless precision, their sword techniques flowing in an unending stream. Each attack sharp and fierce. Their movements were fluid and graceful, as if dancing with the wind, captivating all who beheld them. As time progressed, the intensity of their duel escalated. The sword energies crisscrossed the air, tracing dazzling trajectories. Each clash of sword energies ignited brilliant sparks, as if threatening to set the entire arena ablaze. Truly, tonight's display is simply extraordinary. Chapter 50. Jiang Xiaoyu vs. Peach Blossom Fairy, Part 2. Their figures intertwined in the air. Sword energies and true energies collided, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars. With each collision, a powerful surge of energy reverberated through the arena, causing the very ground to tremble. Jiang Xiaoyu's onslaught intensified, his long sword transforming into a series of fierce beams of light. Slicing towards Lu Bo. In response, Lu Bo adeptly evaded these attacks, keenly searching for an opportunity to counterstrike. The duel between the two had reached a fever pitch, with the audience holding their breath, fearful of missing any thrilling moment. Jiang Xiaoyu was inwardly astonished. His opponent's swordsmanship was founded on an unshakable base, as if every movement had been honed through countless repetitions, ingrained into his very bones. Transforming into instinct, the techniques displayed were exquisite and boundless, overwhelming to behold. Having roamed the hero's island for many years and encountered numerous masters, he had never before encountered such unparalleled swordplay. A surge of fierce battle intent welled up within Jiang Xiaoyu, igniting his blood with fervor, as if he had returned to a time of youthful bravado and fearlessness. A glint of determination sparked in his eyes. He resolved to unleash his full prowess. Engaging his adversary in earnest. Ice Frost Sword Screen, Jiang Xiaoyu shouted, his body spinning suddenly as he wielded his sword, unleashing a torrent of chill. A screen of frost rapidly coalesced around him, enveloping his entire form. This translucent barrier shimmered with a frigid light, seemingly isolating all warmth from the outside world. As the sword screen unfurled, an intense cold was released, instantly cloaking the area around Jiang Xiaoyu in a thin layer of frost, sending shivers down the spines of distant onlookers, as though they were transported to a realm of ice and snow. At this moment, Lu Bo ceased to conceal his strength. After several exchanges, he had gained a comprehensive understanding of Jiang Xiaoyu's capabilities and was confident in his ability to contend with him. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his inner energy to its utmost, preparing to give his all in a flash. Jiang Xiaoyu transformed into a fleeting shadow, closing the distance with remarkable speed. Lu Bo too became a blur, darting towards Jiang Xiaoyu with a velocity magnified several times over, akin to a tempest, exuding an intense sense of pressure. Snow avalanche sword force. Jiang Xiaoyu gathered all his inner strength and struck forth, his sword slicing through the air like an avalanche cascading down a mountain, unleashing a formidable shockwave towards Lu Bioda. As Lu Bo advanced, he quietly activated Sword 9, Funeral Flowers, allowing the sword energy to silently infiltrate Jiang Xiaoyu's body. After unleashing his thunderous blow, Jiang Xiaoyu suddenly felt an unusual sensation within, as if a frigid sword energy was corroding his meridians. Alarmed, he quickly mobilized his inner power, attempting to expel this invading force. Simultaneously, Lu Bo braced himself against Jiang Xiaoyu's unstoppable strike. Gritting his teeth, every muscle in his body tensed as he pushed his inner power to its limits, barely withstanding the lethal blow. Sword 9, Funeral Flowers. Lu Bo exclaimed, his sword erupting into brilliant light, a powerful wave of sword energy radiating outward from him. With a deafening explosion, Jiang Xiaoyu's garments were shredded by the sword energy, revealing his robust torso. Struck hard, Jiang Xiaoyu was sent tumbling backward, hitting the ground heavily, yet Lu Bo did not relent. Sword 8, Fine Snow. He swung his sword forward, unleashing a flurry of irregular sword energies that fell like snowflakes, sealing off the space before Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Xiaoyu crashed to the ground, still struggling to regain his balance. Lu Bo's relentless assault descended upon him. Startled, he hastily summoned his inner strength, striving to fend off the sudden barrage. However, the fatigue from their earlier skirmishes dulled his reflexes. The tide of sword energy surged toward Jiang Xiaoyu. He fought with all his might to defend himself, yet was unable to fully repel the onslaught. Piercing through his defenses, the sword energy struck him with brutal force, eliciting waves of pain. With a thunderous crash, following the fierce clash of sword energies, Jiang Xiaoyu was nearly sent flying out of the arena. His body swayed precariously, as if on the brink of collapse. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, and pressed his sword against the ground to struggle back to his feet. In that moment, his bronze mask was knocked away, revealing the handsome visage hidden beneath. Sweat and dust mingled on his face, adding an air of resolve and defiance. Meanwhile, Lu Bo was not unscathed either. He sensed a sweet, metallic taste in his throat, blood threatening to surge forth. Quickly, he steadied his breath, fighting to suppress the turmoil within. The audience surrounding the arena held their breath, anxiously watching the fierce confrontation. The two locked eyes once more. Jiang Xiaoyu bore a trace of dried blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet he managed a faint smile. Lu Bo returned the gesture, and they both sheathed their swords simultaneously. "You are formidable," Jiang Xiaoyu spoke first, his voice slightly hoarse yet filled with sincerity. "You are no weakling yourself?" Lu Bo replied, admiration and respect flickering in his gaze. With that, the two shared a tacit understanding and began to walk off the stage, seemingly indifferent to the outcome. Referee Liao Chongqing watched their departing figures in a moment of astonishment. "They are not continuing?" The audience, after a brief silence, erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. They too were taken aback by the sudden conclusion, their applause and cheers echoing around the arena. Liao Chongqing, standing at one corner of the stage, revealed a deep sense of appreciation in his gaze. He pondered for a moment, savoring the exhilarating duel he had just witnessed, before announcing loudly, "The Peach Blossom Immortal wins." These 4 words rippled through the audience like stones cast into a lake, inciting even greater fervor. The crowd applauded and cheered madly for the victory of the Peach Blossom Immortal, celebrating the spectacular confrontation. In the backstage area, Lu Bo and Jiang Xiaoyu crossed paths once more. Jiang Xiaoyu's breath had steadied. After recovering, He no longer felt the pain of his previous injuries. Despite his slightly pale complexion, he tossed a bronze token toward Lu Bo. Come visit Heroes Island when you have the chance. There may be something you seek, he said before turning to leave. Lu Bo caught the token, examining it closely. Crafted from bronze, it felt weighty in his hand, and the character for Hero was prominently engraved upon it. The strokes vigorous and powerful, as if imbued with an indescribable force. He pocketed the token, nodding at Shangguan Mulan, before vanishing from sight in a flash. Chapter 51. Reflection. Lu Bo lay in bed, rejuvenated by a medicinal bath that had greatly enhanced his physique, elevating him beyond the realm of ordinary warriors to an entirely new height. Today, he had withstood a strike from Jiang Xiaoyu. Though he had sustained some injuries, after resting for a while, he was now free from significant harm. The nurturing effects of the medicinal bath had propelled Lu Bo's body to a remarkable state, transcending the limits of the average individual. After enduring Jiang Xiaoyu's blow, he had returned and, through a period of recuperation, had managed to recover due to his robust physique and remarkable healing abilities. Lu Bo lay quietly, toying with the bronze token in his hand, his gaze deep and focused. His thoughts wandered back to the battle against Jiang Xiaoyu, replaying every detail in his mind. The bronze token danced in his palm, producing gentle clinks that resonated with the rhythm of his thoughts. He recalled each moment of their encounter, from the initial probing to the fierce exchanges that followed. Every movement and shift in attack and defense etched vividly in his memory. He meticulously analyzed his performance, contemplating both the gains and losses from the duel. He noted where he had faltered and identified areas for improvement, committing each observation to memory. It seems I am still not strong enough. While I exchanged blows with Jiang Xiaoyu, I sustained injuries during the fight. I must be more cautious next time. I will take note and strive for instant kills when possible, Lu Bo resolved silently. As he gazed at the softly glowing bronze token, he gently caressed its surface, savoring the faint warmth it imparted. What did Jiang Xiaoyu mean by that statement? Heroes Island has what I seek. It felt somewhat perplexing. I shall keep the token for now. It may prove useful in the future, he mused. For the moment, he cast aside such thoughts, carefully tucking the token into his embrace. This journey to Chuan City had indeed yielded bountiful rewards. A satisfied smile crept across his lips as he reminisced about the journey, his heart swelling with a sense of achievement. Not only had his strength greatly improved, but he had also amassed considerable combat experience. Each battle had made him more familiar with his own martial arts and more aware of his enemy's weaknesses. This growth filled him with joy and anticipation for the future. Setting aside such reflections, Lu Bo thought, as he cautiously secured the token. This trip to Chuan City had truly borne rich fruits. A smile of satisfaction graced his lips, recalling the myriad experiences of this journey, his heart brimming with a profound sense of accomplishment. His strength had soared, and his combat experience had expanded significantly. Each recent battle had deepened his understanding of the formidable 18 sky-splitting swords. However, as he contemplated Sword 9, Funeral Flowers, a hint of exasperation crossed Lu Bo's face. Though this technique wielded tremendous power, the toll it exacted on his mental faculties was simply staggering. After this bout, who knows how many days of slumber I shall require to recuperate? Lu Bo let out a bitter smile and shook his head. The daily medicinal baths had already taken a toll on him, and he had yet to regain his strength. After a bout, he felt utterly drained. Taking a deep breath, he pulled his thoughts back to reality, tucked away the token, and began to indulge in a deep slumber. After the morning matches concluded, the Peach Blossom Fairy from Baichao Tang garnered resounding applause for her remarkable performance. The exhilarating contest lingered in the minds of the spectators, evoking endless reminiscence. Yet, the progression of the competition would not pause for a singularly captivating duel. Before the audience could fully gather their wits from the morning's events, the afternoon matches commenced. In the afternoon, the match commenced between Zuan Hezi from Ruikakshuan and Lu Gang from Isintang. With the referee's signal, the competition officially began. The clash between Zuan Hezi, a disciple of the wind-chasing sect, and Lu Gang captivated countless onlookers. Zuan Hezi, possessing exceptional lightness skills, moved with the grace of the wind, showcasing formidable prowess from the outset and swiftly gaining the upper hand. As the contest began, Zuan Hezi launched a flurry of attacks with astonishing speed. His figure flitting across the arena like a wisp of wind, elusive and hard to pin down. Lu Gang, robust and muscular, was originally known for his strength. However, confronted with the rapid, agile onslaught of Zuan Heezi, he appeared somewhat outmatched. The agility of Zuan Heezi made Lu Gang's brute force seem clumsy and ineffective, rendering his seemingly ferocious strikes easily countered. He struggled to land effective blows on his opponent, instead falling prey to Zuan Heezi's relentless pursuit of weaknesses. Each of Lu Gang's attacks felt akin to striking a wall of cotton, yielding no tangible harm to Zuan Heezi. The audience watched in awe, showering Zuan Heezi with accolades for his lightness skills. They marveled at his wind-like movements, as if witnessing the true essence of a disciple from the wind-chasing sect. On stage, while Lu Gang endured a barrage of attacks, it was peculiar that despite Zuan Heezi's fierce offensives, Lu Gang seemed to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of stamina, steadfastly maintaining his ground against the multi-directional onslaught. Although Zuan Heezi's assaults were fierce, Lu Gang, fortified by his profound mastery of body training techniques, effectively absorbed much of the impact, appearing unscathed. Zuan Heezi's signature weapon, the feather blade, was a seemingly delicate instrument, light as a feather yet razor-sharp. Its intricate design seamlessly blended the agility of the wind with the lightness of a bird, capable of slicing through objects in an instant, showcasing astonishing power. However, in today's confrontation with Lu Gang, the feather blade seemed to have lost its previous luster. Lu Gang, with his indomitable physique, resembled an invulnerable colossus. Regardless of how Zuan Heezi wielded the feather blade, he could not breach Lu Gang's defenses. Each strike from the feather blade reverberated as though crashing against a solid iron plate, producing a sharp metallic clang, yet failing to inflict any damage upon Lu Gang. After a prolonged struggle, Zuan Heezi grew increasingly anxious. He was well aware of the feather blade's potency and confident in his agility, yet against Lu Gang's impenetrable defenses, he felt utterly powerless. He attempted to alter his attack patterns, utilizing the feather blade's stealth from various angles, but every effort was effortlessly thwarted by Lu Gang. You can win countless times, but a single misstep marks the beginning of your downfall. After countless fruitless attempts, Zuan Heezi had yet to inflict any harm on Lu Gang. Ultimately, during one of his assaults, he miscalculated his landing point and suffered a devastating blow, being sent sprawling out of the ring. Zuan Heezi lay on the edge of the arena, his complexion pale, eyes filled with disbelief and resentment. With a mighty shout, Lu Gang declared victory, prompting the audience to erupt in a frenzy of cheers and applause, as if to lift the very venue itself. Chapter 52. Forfeiture. Young master, are you back? Sheer called out, her voice echoing even before her figure appeared. Lu Bo gradually awoke from his comfortable slumber, groggily realizing someone was calling for him. Rubbing his eyes, he endeavored to shake off the remnants of sleep before sitting up. Oh, Sheer, you have returned. Lu Bo's voice still bore traces of drowsiness. Upon hearing his response, Sheer quickened her pace, entering the room with a beaming smile. Young master, you have finally awakened. We just returned and saw you still sleeping, so we dared not disturb you, she said, moving to tidy his bed. Lu Bo stretched lazily, feeling considerably more refreshed. You have no idea, today's competition was spectacular. Why did you not attend? Surely you were just lying in the inn, pretending to be busy, Sheer chattered as she arranged the bedding. Lu Bo, a bit exasperated, replied, but I, the young master, am indeed the main character today. I had pressing matters to attend to. What made today's competition so thrilling? Do enlighten me. The first match was breathtaking. The swordplay of the two duelists was extraordinary. Though I cannot comprehend it fully, I know it was a battle of true masters, Sheer exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she animatedly described the swordsmanship she observed, attempting to replicate the graceful stances and fierce techniques of the swordsman. While she lacked understanding of the martial arts, the atmosphere of tension and intensity had profoundly moved her. Young master, did you know? Their movements were so swift, the flashes of swords were dazzling. Although I cannot grasp the specific techniques, I can feel the palpable tension in the air. It was utterly exhilarating. That Peach Blossom Fairy was formidable, swift, and ruthless on the stage. She continued, her voice growing more animated, as if transported back to that fierce duel. Such a pity that my favorite, Zhang Xiaoyu, lost, Sheer sighed, a look of regret crossing her features. He wore a simple yet elegant robe that, despite its age, was impeccably clean and revealed a unique charm. His agile form exuded confidence, each sword strike executed with poise and composure. You have no idea, his face beneath the mask is so handsome, Sheer continued, her eyes gleaming with admiration when his garment tore. I even glimpsed his well-defined abs, truly captivating. She paused, then sighed again, lamenting, if only that peach blossom fairy weren't so formidable. Sheer, please step outside for a moment. I need to change my clothes, Lu Bo said somewhat irritably. Sheer, interrupted mid-sentence, obediently retreated, gently closing the door behind her. Once Lu Bo had changed, he called out loudly, Yushan, where is my money? Did you not buy 1,000 taels? Young master, I am here. 1 to 20 odds. That's 20,000 taels. You are truly remarkable, Yushan exclaimed excitedly. For the moment, only money could soothe Lu Bo's irritations regarding Sheer. Having earned some, let us indulge in a grand feast tonight. The following day, Lu Bo attended the matches once more, refusing to squander the opportunity to witness the duels of masters in the morning. Xinglan's High. Zhang Xiaofeng versus Hu Tudan from Huachuntang. Zhang Xiaofeng hailed from a martial arts family and possessed an innate talent and profound interest in knife techniques from a young age. He practiced diligently day and night, continually refining various knife styles until he developed his unique approach. His knife techniques were as swift as the wind, wild and unrestrained, with every strike infused with power and dominance. Instilling fear in all who beheld them in the Jianghu, Zhang Xiaofeng took it upon himself to act with righteousness, eradicating evil and upholding justice. Armed with a legendary knife known as the Furious Wind, he traversed the world, vanquishing demons and protecting the innocent. His knife techniques were unparalleled. Often, a single blow was sufficient to fell his adversaries, earning him the moniker of the Furious Blade. Zhang Xiaofeng was a formidable opponent, launching an all-out offensive from the very beginning, showing no inclination to test the waters. Wielding the mythical Furious Wind knife, he moved with the swiftness of the breeze, each charge akin to a bolt of lightning. Leaving spectators in awe, once in close quarters, he would strike with unhesitating ferocity, the glint of his blade radiating with the power of thunder, as if capable of cleaving mountains and instilling dread in the hearts of all. Faced with such a relentless assault, even the seasoned Hu Tudan felt the weight of pressure. He found himself retreating step by step, evading Zhang Xiaofeng's Furious Wind knife. However, Hu Tudan was no novice in the Jianghu. He did not allow himself to be entirely overwhelmed by Zhang Xiaofeng's ferocity. As Zhang Xiaofeng unleashed another fierce slash, Hu Tudan suddenly summoned his strength, delivering a series of powerful punches toward Zhang Xiaofeng. Each of these strikes carried tremendous force, accompanied by a howling wind, bearing down upon Zhang Xiaofeng. Zhang Xiaofeng, though quick to react, was taken aback by the sudden onslaught, stumbling slightly as his form wavered. Ultimately, the tiger-headed man unleashed his ultimate technique, a move known as Tiger's Roar in the mountains, which sent Zhang Xiaofeng hurtling away. The power of this strike was unparalleled, as if a ferocious tiger were truly roaring through the forest, causing the entire arena to tremble. Under the tremendous impact of this sonic wave, Zhang Xiaofeng's footing faltered, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Following this, a barrage of explosive punches rained down upon him, ultimately propelling him off the stage. Seizing the moment, the tiger-headed man continued his relentless assault, each of his punches akin to a landslide, imbued with unmatched strength and velocity, aimed directly at Zhang Xiaofeng's vital points. Despite Zhang Xiaofeng's utmost efforts to defend himself, he gradually felt overwhelmed by the tide of the tiger-headed man's assault. In the end, with a resounding boom, a single punch from the tiger-headed man struck Zhang Xiaofeng, sending him flying from the stage like a kite severed from its string. The audience gasped in astonishment, marking the conclusion of this breathtaking battle. Observing Zhang Xiaofeng's defiant demeanor, it seemed the tiger-headed man had indeed secured a cunning victory. In the afternoon, it was Qian Chaoji's Jia Yuliang facing Xiantang's Lu Tai. Lu Tai, like his brother Lu Gang, was a hulking figure with thick skin and muscle. However, Jia Yuliang from Qian Chaoji possessed an enigmatic aura, akin to Lu Bo, as a masked figure of the night. This time, unlike Lu Bo's previous encounter, where he appeared unarmed as if merely playing, Jia Yuliang now wielded a feather duster, moving with an ethereal grace that seemed to summon the winds with each step. The feather duster appearing almost alive as it danced in accordance with his will. Lu Tai unleashed his full strength against Jia Yuliang, yet found himself unable to land a blow. each attempt thwarted by an invisible force. Zhai Yuliang appeared in no rush to conclude the duel, effortlessly parrying Lu Tai's strikes while maintaining a leisurely demeanor. With each of Lu Tai's assaults deftly neutralized, he began to feel the strain of the contest. Eventually, after a fierce exchange, Zhai Yuliang seemed to grow weary of the game. With a subtle flick of his feather duster, a surge of formidable energy erupted forth. Surging towards Lu Tai was caught off guard by the overwhelming force and stumbled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Lu Tai lay there, unable to rise for an extended period, leaving Lu Bo and the audience in a state of stunned silence. Having never witnessed such a remarkable display of combat, could this be sorcery? Lu Bo mused inwardly, taking mental notes, realizing that this individual was not to be trifled with. Han Wuk and Liao Chongqing exchanged glances, both expressing surprise and confusion. Han Wuk was the first to speak, incredulity lacing his voice. I never expected that even Zhai Xingzi would personally attend. This humble competition at Yaoang Valley has managed to attract such a formidable presence. Liao Chongqing couldn't help but chime in, indeed. She can't possibly be here just to partake in the festivities, can she? His tone carried a hint of jest, yet it was overshadowed by genuine curiosity regarding Zhai Xingzi's unexpected appearance. Meanwhile, backstage, the tiger-headed man was on the verge of unleashing a tirade. What kind of competition is this? I was practically guaranteed victory. Yet now, individuals I had only heard whispers of in the martial world keep appearing one after another. What am I to do? I am but a peak 6th realm practitioner. On the final day, it was Jishir Tang's Mo Chongqing pitted against Ling Chao Ju's Ji Xianzhenren. As anticipated. After a few exchanges, Ji Xianzhenren conceded defeat, resulting in an effortless victory for Mo Chongqing. The victors were as follows: Jishir Tang, Mo Chongqing, Hui Chun Tang, Tiger-Headed Man, Qian Chaoji, Zhai Yuliang, Xian Tang, Lu Gang. Bai Chao Tang, Tao Hua Xian. Following a draw, the matchups were set. Qian Chaoji's Zhai Yuliang faced Bai Chao Tang's Tao Hua Xian, while Xian Tang's Lu Gang was to confront Jishir Tang's Mo Chongqing. Unexpectedly, the tiger-headed man found himself receiving a bye. Stunning news soon swept through the crowd. Both Qian Chaoji's Zhai Yuliang and Bai Chao Tang's Tao Hua Xian had chosen to forfeit. This revelation ignited a tumult among the spectators. Initially, in Tao Hua Xian's match against Zhang Xiaoyu, many had placed bets on Zhang Xiaoyu's prowess, confidently believing he would secure victory. However, the outcome defied all expectations, resulting in substantial losses for many now. As the anticipated duel between Tao Hua Xian and Zhai Yuliang approached, the general consensus favored Tao Hua Xian's formidable strength, with odds soaring to 1-5, leading many to wager heavily on Tao Hua Xian. No one could have foreseen that this seemingly fierce contest would end abruptly with both parties opting to forfeit. For those who had placed hefty bets in the gambling houses, this was undoubtedly a crushing blow. Some establishments even declared that in the event of a forfeit, no refunds would be issued, inciting anger and disappointment among the patrons. Voices of outrage erupted from the crowd, with accusations of rigged matches and underhanded dealings flying about. They felt deceived, having anticipated a lucrative outcome, only to find themselves bereft of any winnings. As the old adage goes, gamblers ultimately lose everything. In this seemingly fortuitous gamble, many were left destitute. Lu Bo, upon receiving this news, was filled with bewilderment. His forfeiture stemmed from a lack of trump cards. He preferred to remain low-key and avoid unnecessary displays. What did the opponent mean by this? Was it a provocation? A suggestion that he was unworthy? Xuanji Daoist, upon hearing the news, was equally perplexed. Brother, did I owe a favor to someone, only for them to forfeit? What does it mean for me to forfeit as well? Have I unwittingly incurred a debt to others? And Zhai Xingzi, who would dare to provoke that woman? Chapter 53. The Golden Silkworm emerges, Part 1, the following day. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a gentle warmth upon the earth, heralding a new day. However, the atmosphere in the Yaoang Valley's arena felt somewhat somber, with both Qian Chaoji's Zhai Yuliang and Bai Chao Tang's Tao Hua Xian opting to forfeit. Only one match remained. This outcome left many spectators and gamblers disheartened, as the anticipated fierce battles dissolved into mere illusions. Today featured Xian Tang's Lu Gang facing Jishir Tang's Mo Chongqing. Lu Gang, with a physique resembling tempered steel, radiated an indomitable presence, while his opponent, Mo Chongqing, was a formidable 7th realm practitioner of inscrutable strength. From the outset, Liu Gang showcased his remarkable prowess. His movements were swift and powerful, each strike seeming capable of shaking the very arena. Yet, Imo Changxing remained remarkably composed, undeterred by Liu Gang's aggressive onslaught, countering with increasingly sophisticated techniques. Just as he seemed poised to secure victory, Liu Gang unveiled his hidden card. It turned out that he and Liu Tai hailed from the North Liang region, where a unique technique could temporarily amplify one's strength. Once Liu Gang entered this berserk state, his aura surged even more fiercely, resembling a raging beast that instilled fear in those who beheld him. Confronted with Liu Gang's transformation, Imo Changxing's expression grew grave, for he recognized that this adversary was no ordinary foe. However, he remained calm, deftly evading Liu Gang's ferocious attacks while seeking an opportunity for counterattack. After a flurry of intense exchanges, Imo Changxing finally discerned a flaw in Liu Gang's defense. Seizing the moment, he executed a brilliantly precise maneuver that struck Liu Gang. Though Liu Gang's strength had indeed multiplied in his berserk state, he ultimately succumbed to Imo Changxing's skill. Liu Bo, seated among the audience, was awestruck by the fierce contest he had just witnessed. Liu Gang possessed such a mysterious technique for enhancement. When Liu Gang entered his berserk state, his aura surged dramatically, giving the impression of insurmountable power. Liu Bo marveled at Liu Gang's tempestuous onslaught, having never encountered such a peculiar technique before, nor imagined that one's strength could be augmented to such a degree. With Imo Changxing's victory today, the championship bout scheduled for tomorrow garnered considerable attention. Jishir Tang's Imo Changxing would face Hui Chun Tang's Tiger-Headed Man. The rivalry between Imo Changxing and the Tiger-Headed Man was long-standing, dating back to the chaotic first round when the Tiger-Headed Man had incited others to eliminate Imo Changxing. Had it not been for Xuanji Daoist's intervention, they might have succeeded. Imo Changxing harbored suspicions regarding the Tiger-Headed Man's identity, remaining vigilant of his motives. Thus, tomorrow's battle promised to be a fierce clash. Spectators and martial artists alike eagerly awaited this pinnacle showdown, confident that both contenders would deliver an extraordinarily thrilling match. Attention, esteemed spectators. Tomorrow's odds have been released. Imo Changxing at 1-5. This is an unprecedented opportunity. If you don't bet now, you may never get the chance again. Wang Erniu shouted hoarsely in the streets, attempting to capture the attention of passers-by. Wang Erniu, you fool! Your last ranking prediction was nothing short of a joke, leaving me completely destitute. I've nearly lost my undergarments. A disgruntled gambler stormed past, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Erniu. Unfazed, Wang Erniu retorted, "Hey, that's not fair. Gambling is inherently a game of chance. There's no guarantee of winning. This time, if you bet on Imo Changxing, I assure you, you'll walk away with a fortune. No money? Without money, you can return home and take your woman hostage. I guarantee you'll win decisively. To hell with you." The gambler was incensed by Wang Erniu's words and raised his hand to strike him. Observing the commotion, the crowd hastily intervened, separating the two. Someone jestingly remarked, "Wang Erniu, your tongue is truly venomous. Are you not afraid of a beating?" Wang Erniu chuckled nonchalantly and replied, "Afraid of what? I'm merely trying to help everyone earn a little extra. I have absolute faith in Imo Changxing's performance in tomorrow's match. He is sure to triumph. Trust me just this once. You certainly won't regret it. You fool, your predictions are utterly unreliable. Last time, I claimed Tao Huaxian would win, and I bet everything on him, placing heavy stakes on the underdog and surpassing the demolition households. I bought the odds in reverse. Villas by the sea. Look at me now. I've made 20 times my investment. This round, I'm betting it all on who to run," a gambler with a southern accent declared. The onlookers cast envious glances, recalling how Tao Huaxian's unexpected victory against Jiang Xiaoyu had filled the pockets of many speculators. Thus, a considerable number began placing bets on who to run. Chapter 54. A Cunning Escape, Part 2. In the eastern part of the city, within a narrow alley and a courtyard, a middle-aged man, slightly portly, inquired, "Are you all prepared?" "Rest assured. Everything is ready," replied an elderly gentleman clad in white robes, his long beard flowing. The two, Ming Ming and Bai Bai from the Ghost Shadow sect, sat across from each other. "Surely, the area is now rife with spies. We must exercise extreme caution and adhere strictly to our original plan," Elder Ming whispered, his brow furrowed in concern. Elder Bai nodded in agreement, solemnly stating, "We shall report the events that transpired here truthfully to the sect master." He is wise and will comprehend our predicament. Alas, let us hope so, Elder Ming sighed, a flicker of worry in his eyes. Though we have not achieved our goal this time, we have done our utmost. I only hope the sect master will be understanding and not too harsh in his judgment upon us. Brother Ming, do not dwell on it too much, Elder Bai consoled. Indeed, tonight we shall proceed as planned. The following day marked the championship showdown. The audience was already a sea of faces, buzzing with excitement, eagerly anticipating the fierce contest about to unfold, as the cheers of the crowd gradually subsided. An elegantly attired MC gracefully ascended the stage. With a warm smile and a melodious voice, she commenced her opening remarks. Esteemed audience, dear sponsors, and the diligent organizers, good morning. Her voice resonated throughout the venue. Capturing everyone's attention, she proceeded to express gratitude to the sponsors, the organizers, and the hardworking staff, each receiving her appreciation. While these words might seem trivial to the audience, they felt somewhat lengthy. Lu Bo was already dozing off in the stands. Just as the audience began to grow impatient, the MC finally declared that the match was about to commence. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of cheers and applause, at that moment, amidst the fervent audience. Numerous eyes were fixed on the arena, where hidden tensions simmered. Today, it was Ji Shirtang, Mo Changxing versus Hui Chuntang. Who to run? Without further ado, let us welcome Ji Shirtang's Mo Changxing. The referee, Liao Chongqing, announced in a deep voice that reverberated through the venue, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples of anticipation. As his words echoed, the curtain at the arena's entrance gradually parted. Revealing a figure, clad in Confucian attire, Mo Changxing ascended the stage with a composed and resolute gait, each step seemingly deliberate, exuding an air of tranquility. His demeanor radiated elegance, with deep, bright eyes that seemed to penetrate the hearts of those around him. A faint smile graced his lips, embodying both humility and confidence. Mo Changxing's presence seemed to infuse the arena with vibrant energy, evoking a sense of reverence among the spectators. On the opposite side of the stage, Hu Tu Run was also prepared. Next, let us welcome Hui Chuntang's Hu Tu Run. With the referee's announcement, the audience's gaze converged on the entrance of the arena. At that moment, a man donned in a tiger-headed mask swaggered onto the stage with exaggerated, casual strides. Though his movements appeared nonchalant, they were indeed peculiar enough to elicit suspicion. Lu Bo cast a sideways glance, sensing something amiss, but could not quite place it, given the strength Hu Tu Run had displayed in recent days. This battle promised to be captivating. Thus, he dismissed his doubts and readied himself to watch the match. Upon reaching the stage, Hu Tu Run stood still, coldly scrutinizing Mo Changxing across the way. His gaze was filled with disdain and provocation, as if he had already deemed Mo Changxing as his prey. Yet, Mo Changxing remained unfazed, maintaining his aura of elegance and patiently awaiting the commencement of the match, while his mind was abuzz with calculations. With the referee's command, the match officially began. However, in a surprising turn of events, Mo Changxing did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he stood quietly, hands clasped behind his back, eyes gently closed, as if deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, Hu Tu Run fidgeted impatiently, appearing increasingly restless. To the spectators, it seemed he was adjusting his stance repeatedly, attempting to find a flaw in Mo Changxing's demeanor. The audience began to murmur among themselves. Some believed Mo Changxing was deliberately stalling to wear down Hu Tu Run's patience. Others speculated he was searching for the opportune moment to strike and defeat his opponent. The few even interpreted the scene as Hu Tu Run's continuous taunting, with Mo Changxing appearing fearful and hesitant to engage. Before long, Mo Changxing abruptly opened his eyes. A glimmer of brilliance flickered within them, as if he had unraveled some profound truth in an instant. He surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards Hu Tu Run. Yet, in that moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. As Hu Tu Run beheld Mo Changxing's advance, his formerly arrogant demeanor shifted dramatically. His face blanched and his legs buckled, causing him to collapse onto the stage. "Spare me, great hero! Spare me!" Hu Tu Run pleaded, bowing his head as terror and tremors laced his voice. This scene rendered the entire audience dumbfounded. They could hardly fathom that the once menacing Hu Tu Run would so easily crumble before Mo Changxing. "Spare me. I was merely a pawn, having accepted 100 taels to step onto the stage. I knew nothing." Hu Turin hastily removed his mask, revealing his true identity. Damn it! We've been played. The most infuriated among the crowd was Xuanji Daoist, who leapt to his feet and dashed off in pursuit of a certain direction. Chapter 55. Vanished. I was careless. How could I have not anticipated their premature departure? Xuanji Daoist lamented as he ran, filled with self-recrimination and frustration. He had believed everything was under control, only to find the opponent had proven to be cunning beyond measure. Abandoning the championship match altogether, before long, Xuanji Daoist arrived at Wuguei Alley in the eastern part of the city, where Hu Turin resided and typically conducted his affairs. He found Xiaozi, who had been tailing Hu Turin. Upon seeing Xuanji Daoist, Xiaozi approached with a hint of nervousness etched across his face. I've been keeping a close watch on Hu Turin, but something seems amiss. It's too quiet. I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong, Xiaozi reported. Xuanji Daoist's heart sank at his words. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he replied gravely, the one on the stage was a fake. Meng Meng never even participated in the match. Xiaozi's brow furrowed in concern, and the two instinctively turned their gazes toward Hu Turin's residence. The courtyard lay eerily silent, devoid of any signs of habitation, starkly contrasting with their observations during earlier surveillance. This is not right, Xuanji Daoist stated firmly. Hu Turin could not have simply vanished without a trace. Unless, his sentence trailed off, but Xiaozi grasped the implication. Unless Hu Turin escaped ahead of time. But we've been watching this place and haven't seen anyone enter or exit. How could he have disappeared? The two exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion and wariness. When did you begin your surveillance? Xuanji Daoist inquired. I arrived early this morning. The courtyard has been silent, Xiaozi responded. I had assumed Hu Turin would return after the match, only to hear you say that the one participating was a fake. We must investigate further, Xuanji Daoist declared, leading the way toward the courtyard, with Xiaozi following closely behind. The two carefully pushed open the courtyard door. Inside, chaos reigned, evident that someone had hurriedly departed, leaving traces behind. Oh no, that scoundrel has escaped, Xuanji Daoist exclaimed in alarm. It appears he left yesterday. We must pursue him now. Xiaozi crouched down to examine the ground, searching for additional clues. Let's go immediately. I've set up a backup plan outside the city. I hope we can catch them. Xuanji Daoist nodded in agreement, and the two hastened toward the city outskirts. Meanwhile, back at the arena, the referee's voice rang out, clear and resolute. The winner of this match is Imo Changsheng. As soon as the announcement concluded, the previously boisterous arena erupted into an uproar. The audience rose en masse, their faces etched with astonishment and dissatisfaction. They brandished their ticket stubs high above their heads, vociferously chanting, "Refund! Refund!" Their voices surged in a cacophony of discontent. Having purchased exorbitantly priced tickets, they were understandably irate when, instead of a thrilling bout, one participant surrendered without a fight. The gamblers among them were equally agitated. Having anticipated a fiercely contested duel, only to be met with such an unexpected outcome, they shook their fists in outrage, bellowing, sham fight, as if to vent their pent-up frustration. Ultimately, it was proven that those who gamble till the end are left with naught. In the backstage, Imo Changsheng sat on a humble wooden stool, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Zhao Wan stood nearby, idly toying with a jade pendant, her expression mirroring his seriousness. If my conjecture holds true, that tiger-headed individual has long since departed from Chuan City, Imo Changsheng suddenly broke the silence. Zhao Wan nodded slowly, replying, I had someone investigate. This person's martial arts techniques are akin to those of an elder from the Ghost Shadow sect. Named Meng Meng, the other, known as the Lion-Headed Man, is by Bai. Imo Changsheng inhaled deeply, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The Ghost Shadow sect is notoriously secretive and ruthless, deserving of extermination. Had I known, I would have dealt with him more harshly at the time. Zhao Wan concurred, nodding in agreement. I, too, find it perplexing why the court has consistently allowed the Ghost Shadow sect to flourish instead of eradicating them with a swift and decisive strike. Upon my return to the capital, I must consult with my father to discern the court's intentions regarding the Ghost Shadow sect. The Ghost Shadow sect is known for their unscrupulous methods to achieve their goals. The fact that they dispatched Meng Meng and Bai to Chuan City indicates they have a scheme in motion. You might begin your investigation at the Rejuvenation Hall, suggested Imo Changsheng. Zhao Wan sighed in resignation. Alas, sir, Our Song Wangfu lacks the authority in such matters. We can only report this to the Jinyui, as they are responsible for addressing conflicts and malevolent forces within the martial world. Perhaps they can uncover the Ghost Shadow Sect's plans and take appropriate measures. Zhou Changxing nodded in understanding, aware that Zhao Wan spoke the truth. Despite the esteemed status of the Song Wangfu, they wielded limited influence over the affairs of the martial world. In contrast, the Jinyui, as an imperial intelligence agency, possessed greater authority and expertise in handling such matters. Chuan City boasted an extensive transportation network, and Zaya Yozi had meticulously stationed personnel at several key transit points. These individuals were carefully selected for their vast experience in the martial realm, adept in observation and judgment. Their mission was to closely monitor the comings and goings of travelers, reporting any suspicious figures immediately and taking appropriate action. After much effort, Zaya Yozi and Su New Jersey Daoist thoroughly scrutinized the various transit points in Chuan City. However, each checkpoint reported no anomalies, leaving them both despondent at the thought of Meng Meng and Bai having seemingly vanished into thin air. Those scoundrels, they've truly escaped us, Su New Jersey Daoist exclaimed in fury, his face a stormy shade of rage. Zaya Yozi remained relatively composed, reflecting, it appears we have underestimated the Ghost Shadow Sect's capabilities. If they could infiltrate Chuan City unnoticed, they surely possess means to exit without our detection. So what now? Are we to simply let them go? Su New Jersey Daoist retorted, frustration palpable in his tone. Zaya Yozi shook his head, his gaze resolute. We cannot allow them to go unpunished. The Ghost Shadow Sect is merciless. If left unchecked, they will undoubtedly continue their reign of terror upon the martial world. However, do not despair. Opportunities will arise. I will arrange for more personnel to gather intelligence. And the moment we catch wind of their whereabouts, we shall act decisively. Su New Jersey Daoist, though still vexed, recognized the wisdom in Zaya Yozi's words. He sighed, conceding, so be it. Let us hope we can swiftly locate their trail. For I am determined to settle the score with them. Chapter 56. Time to fetch the old king. The competition at the Medicine King's Valley concluded in a manner most unexpected. What was anticipated to be an intense and thrilling contest took a surprising turn in its finale. Lu Bo paid little mind to the final standings or the resource allocations at the Medicine King's Valley. He had fulfilled his promise to Shangguan Mulan. His life returned to a state of tranquility, akin to before. In the evenings, he practiced the Pushun sword technique while luxuriating in a bath. He rose at noon and spent the afternoons at the Floating Dream Pavilion. Immersed in Opera Point, 3 consecutive days passed without encountering the person he longed to meet, leaving Lu Bo somewhat disheartened. The Floating Dream Pavilion remained as vibrant and boisterous as ever, yet it seemed to have lost its previous allure for him. One day, Shangguan Mulan unexpectedly paid him a visit, shattering the gloom that had enveloped him. Isn't the competition over? Lu Bo inquired, puzzled by her sudden appearance. Shangguan Mulan smiled gently, replying, young hero Lu, it seems you are prone to forgetfulness. Have you forgotten that you are our Bai Keitang's protector? Lu Bo was momentarily taken aback, then slightly embarrassed as he rubbed his nose, realizing he had almost overlooked this responsibility. Shangguan Tangzhu, please have some tea, he said apologetically, hastily pouring her a cup of hot tea to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment. Shangguan Mulan accepted the teacup, taking a delicate sip before smiling with her large, expressive eyes. The reason for my visit is indeed to discuss a matter of some importance. Oh? I am all ears, Lu Bo replied, curiosity piqued. With a serious demeanor, Shangguan Mulan set down her cup and stated, it seems you hail from a prestigious sect, as there are several parties searching for you. I delayed coming to see you for fear that others might take notice. Lu Bo was left bewildered by her words. While he understood the meaning of each individual term, the overall context eluded him. Searching for me? But why? I have not wronged anyone, he queried, perplexed. Shangguan Mulan shook her head, explaining, the guardian of the Medicine King's Valley, Han, wishes to meet you. He mentioned some connections with the Peach Blossom sect and seems quite interested in you. I merely came to relay the message. Whether you choose to meet him is entirely up to you. Upon hearing the mention of the Peach Blossom sect, Lu Bo's heart sank. Wasn't that the name he had whimsically concocted to evade certain troubles? How could there truly be such a sect? Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to keep his voice steady, asserting, I shall not meet, he declared resolutely, relieved by his decision. Meeting them would only expose him, after all. Better to avoid trouble altogether. Shangguan Mulan appeared unsurprised by Lu Bo's choice. Nodding in agreement, very well, I shall inform Han. However, he seems quite intrigued by you and may continue to seek information about you. It would be wise to remain cautious. Lu Bo acknowledged her advice with a nod. Additionally, Imo Changxing has also expressed a desire to meet you through me, citing connections with the Peach Blossom sect. Would you consider meeting him? Shangguan Mulan added, a hint of surprise in her voice. Unable to grasp Lu Bo's identity, it seemed that many individuals of distinction wished to make his acquaintance, yet she kept her curiosity at bay for the sake of ongoing cooperation. Imo Changxing wishes to see me? No, I shall not meet, Lu Bo said, his brow furrowed. Contemplating the implications, it appeared that the Peach Blossom sect indeed existed in this world. But what relevance did it hold for him? What connection did the affairs of the Peach Blossom sect have with him? The hero of Pear Blossom Valley? Realizing this, Lu Bo felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Shangguan Mulan observed Lu Bo, recognizing that his decision was true to form. She understood his character well. He was not one to seek the limelight, nor did he relish being embroiled in unnecessary complications. Had she not known his true identity, he likely would not have agreed to meet her at all. Moreover, there is another individual, a member of the Xiaoyao sect, named Ji Xian from Linkeiju. He claims to be the Sioux New Jersey Taoist and has expressed gratitude for your life-saving assistance. He presented me with a token, stating that should you require help, you may seek him at Xiaoyao Valley, and he will spare no effort to assist you. With that, Shangguan Mulan handed him a token, intricately carved with the characters for Xiaoyao. Evident that it was no ordinary artifact. Lu Bo took the token from Shangguan Mulan, feeling its weight in his hand as he gently traced the engraved patterns. The characters Xiaoyao were inscribed in an ancient, powerful script, each stroke seemingly imbued with profound significance. The material of the token appears to be anything but ordinary metal. Rather, it is a rare substance he has never encountered before, its surface radiating a subtle luster that conveys both mystery and nobility. In light of this, it is best to keep the token. Lu Bo, without a hint of thought towards the person he had casually rescued from Yushan, was astonished to discover that it was none other than the esteemed Sioux New Jersey Taoist. After a brief silence, Lu Bo finally spoke, his tone calm and measured. This token piques my interest. I shall accept it.as for the person. I shall not meet them. Remember, you must never disclose my identity. Of course, responded Shangguan Mulan eagerly. In truth, Shangguan Mulan was filled with joy. Securing such a figure as a protector of Baikatang with just a few minor conditions was a stroke of luck. She resolved to cherish this opportunity and foster a good relationship with Lu Bo. After a brief stay, Shangguan Mulan took her leave, having come under the pretense of discussing matters over wine, directing Lu Bo to seek out his cousin, Lu Yinan. Once Shangguan Mulan departed, Lu Bo leaned back in his chair, his mind racing with thoughts. In his journey to Chuan City, he had acquired 3 tokens, one from Baikatang, one from Shaka Island, and one from Xiaoyao Valley. Would he become a connoisseur of tokens? Unbeknownst to Lu Bo, he indeed would become a collector, so much so that the sight of a token would evoke a sense of apprehension in him. As he picked up the token from Xiaoyao Valley, memories of Old Wang flooded his mind, leaving him to wonder how the old friend was faring. When they parted, he had assured Lu Bo that there was no danger ahead. Yet Lu Bo felt an unsettling notion that things were not as simple as they seemed. With the medicinal herbs for Sword Nine's funeral now plentiful, he mused that it was time to tidy up and pay a visit to Xiaoyao Valley to check on Old Wang. At the floating life, like a dream pavilion, Zhao Wan and Su Zaiwen gazed through the window at the private booth across the way, where Lu Bo reclined languidly. "Miss, are you going to just stare like that? Won't you go over and chat?" Su Zaiwen inquired. Zhao Wan shook her head gently, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. "What would we discuss? My embarrassing moment of eating noodles in public. Miss, have you taken a liking to my troublesome brother?" Su Zaiwen teased, her expression mischievous. Zhao Wan's cheeks flushed at the jibe, and she retorted playfully, "You silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I ever be interested in him?" Unfazed, Su Zaiwen continued to jest. "Miss, there's no need for you to hide it. You've been staring at him for quite some time. I've noticed." Zhao Wan felt increasingly flustered, lightly swatting Su Zaiwen. "If you keep rambling on, I shan't speak to you anymore. I merely find him a bit intriguing and different from those in the capital." "It's not what you think." As the days unfolded, Lu Bo spent his time in the floating life, like a dream pavilion. And after a while, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He left a message for Su Ziwen, stating his departure and wishing Zhao Wan and Su Ziwen well, hoping for a chance encounter in the future. Young master is awake. Early in the morning, Shier's voice resonated outside, shattering the tranquility of dawn. Lu Bo rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up, stretching languidly. After a bit of delay and bidding farewell to Lu Yinan, the four of them finally prepared to set off. Let us depart to fetch Old Wang. Chapter 57. The Madwoman Xiaoyao Valley lies 50 kilometers west of Chuan City, beneath a volcano. At the foot of the volcano resides a valley housing a sect known as the Xiaoyao sect, hence the valley's name. Lu Bo and his companions journeyed westward from Chuan City. Sunlight bathed the winding path, and the air was imbued with a gentle earthy scent, occasionally accompanied by the distant chirping of birds. Among the group, Lu Bo donned a white garment, having recently developed a fondness for such attire. Ning, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, exuded an air of youthful vigor. He had grown tall and poised, embodying a natural charisma that drew admiration. Truly, he was the disciple of Wang Outyan. Yushan, tall and robust, bore a striking appearance. His brows arched like sharp blades, and his high nose and thin lips conveyed a demeanor of calmness and restraint. His skin bore a healthy bronze hue, with well-defined muscles radiating strength. Indeed, the two seemed like gallant heroes, while Lu Bo appeared more like a languid young master, since consuming the GNL from Bai Keatang. Both Yushan and Ning had seen remarkable growth in their cultivation. Yushan was on the verge of breaking through to the 5th realm, while Ning had firmly established himself in the 4th realm, showing significant progress. Old Wang's Bong spear technique was truly formidable. Ning had gradually been able to hold his own against Yushan during their sparring sessions, at times even gaining the upper hand, demonstrating his profound mastery of the spear technique and astonishing rate of improvement. However, the training for the Bawang spear technique was arduous, demanding relentless effort and dedication. Ning continuously pushed his limits, enduring both physical and mental trials, yet it was this very hardship that led to his breakthroughs in spear skills. Young master, there are 3 routes to Xiaoyao Valley. Which shall we take? Yushan inquired, examining the map with a furrowed brow. Oh. Lu Bo took the map, scrutinizing it closely, his fingertip tracing the 3 paths. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of determination sparkled in his eyes. We shall choose the rightmost path. The rightmost path? Yushan echoed, his brow furrowing in confusion. Indeed, this route was longer than the others and ran alongside the mountains, reportedly passing through a dense forest that most travelers would avoid. Lu Bo smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Precisely because it is less traveled, the scenery along this path is bound to be more unique and captivating. With both of you skilled fighters by my side, I am confident we can handle any unforeseen circumstances with ease. Hearing this, Yushan's reservations eased slightly. He nodded, solemnly affirming, Young master speaks wisely. We shall take this less frequented route in the heart of Chuan City. Within the rear courtyard of Chu Shanglu, a strange laughter echoed, mingled with raucous guffaws. Ha ha ha, Elder Ming is truly brilliant. Our little ruse is executed flawlessly. Those fools are undoubtedly scouring the city for our whereabouts, oblivious to the fact that we are comfortably ensconced right here. A middle-aged man of average build, neither too stout nor too thin, with a slightly portly waist and a glint of cunning in his eyes, was none other than Elder Ming of the Ghost Shadow sect. Elder Bai, you are absolutely correct. The wine at Chu Shenglu is indeed exquisite. It seems the proprietor is quite the astute businessman. Elder Ming praised, setting down his cup. Elder Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed, though Chu Shenglu is situated in the bustling heart of the city, it offers a rare tranquility, making it an ideal refuge for us at this time. The two exchanged knowing glances, seemingly envisioning the futility and frustration of Sioux New Jersey Taoist. Who says we came to Chuan City solely for the competition? Elder Ming set down his cup, his expression darkening momentarily, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. This task is of utmost importance. If it weren't for its significance, Sioux New Jersey wouldn't dare think I fear him. Humph. Elder Bai concurred. Elder Ming is right. Our mission takes precedence. I've already instructed the village to delay everything. Very well. Lu Bo and his companions ambled leisurely throughout the day, captivated by the stunning scenery around them. They traversed diverse landscapes, occasionally crossing babbling brooks and scaling verdant hills. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled shadows, while the air was infused with the refreshing scent of flora. They frequently paused to admire the breathtaking vistas before them. As twilight descended, they arrived at a fork in the road, where a narrow path led to a valley. Yushan glanced at the map, noting a village named Rainbow Village at the valley's location. Rainbow Village, what a lovely name. Let us stay there for the night, Lu Bo declared. Upon reaching the village entrance, several villagers approached them, warmly welcoming the travelers seeking lodging. The villagers eagerly led the four to the home of the village chief. The chief's residence was spacious enough to accommodate more than 10 individuals, a perfect fit for Lu Bo and his companions. The chief, Chu Yuehua, was a sturdy middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. Broad-shouldered with well-defined features, deep-set eyes, and thick brows, exuding a friendly demeanor. Though the chief was eager to prepare a meal for Lu Bo and his companions, they politely declined, explaining they had brought their own provisions. Reluctantly, the chief acquiesced. In the end, Yushan offered the chief 10 taels of silver, which surprised Lu Bo, yet the chief resolutely refused, not even glancing at the silver. Lu Bo chose not to insist further. As night fell, Lu Bo opted against bathing while traveling, and the group soon turned in for the night. Returning to his room, Lu Bo stood by the window, quietly observing the courtyard. This village felt somewhat peculiar. Unlike others, people lingered at the entrance even as evening approached. Moreover, the crops outside the village appeared oddly haphazard, as if planted without care. No, you are a farmer who makes a living by tilling the land. Yet you plant your crops so carelessly. What do you eat? This village chief is also quite peculiar. Knowing you are the wealthiest in the village, he offers you lodging fees that you don't even deign to acknowledge. Are you so affluent that you can afford to ignore such gestures? If it weren't for the village's proximity to the main road, Lu Bo would have thought he had stumbled upon some strange realm. Lu Bo mused to himself, remaining vigilant throughout the night without a moment's rest. As dawn broke, Lu Bo and his companions prepared to set off for the Leisure Valley. After bidding farewell to the village chief, the four of them readied themselves for departure. As the cart approached the village's edge, they spotted a sweet osmanthus tree. Lu Bo fixed his gaze upon it, signaling Yushan to take note as well. Beneath the osmanthus tree sat a woman, disheveled and appearing exceptionally disheartened, seemingly gnawing on something. She was clad in filthy embroidered shoes and garments, exuding an air of utter destitution. Her hair obscured her face, rendering it impossible to discern her features. The woman sat motionless by the well, as though cut off from the surrounding world. As the cart passed by, Lu Bo cast a cautious glance her way, intermittently hearing her murmuring. Suddenly, the woman lunged towards the cart, baring her teeth and claws, shrieking, "It's you? Return my child to me, return him." Her fierce, too crisp sounds reverberated through the night sky, followed by a cacophony of barking from the dogs in Wangwang village. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Bo took flight, swiftly soaring over the village chief's abode, heading toward the back mountain. The barking immediately drew the attention of the villagers, and several households lit their lamps in response. "Tang Xiaosan, what is going on?" came a loud inquiry. "Xiaosan, what happened?" Another voice chimed in. Hearing the commotion, Tang Xiaosan hurried outside to investigate. He glanced toward the village entrance and then called out, "The rain has damaged the wall's foundation. It has collapsed." "Oh, it's just the wall that fell," the villagers muttered, feeling slightly reassured by the explanation. "Remember to make repairs once the rain stops tomorrow," someone reminded. "All right, brother," Tang Xiaosan replied. Having flown past the village chief's home, Lu Bo arrived at the back mountain, where he faintly heard the sound of a child weeping. At the foot of the mountain, there were 2 households, situated in a remote area, nearly isolated from the rest of the village. Deep within its confines, Lu Bo stealthily approached one of these homes, striving to make no noise. These 2 households had yards, and through the spaces between, he could see lights flickering from within. As Lu Bo neared the yard of one household, a loud voice erupted, "Do you wish to die? What kind of wet nurse are you? With these dozen children, how can there still be one crying?" Lu Bo pressed himself quietly against the crevice of the wall, his gaze penetrating the hazy curtain of rain, focusing on the pavilion within the yard. Inside the pavilion, 3 men were seated together, raising their cups in boisterous revelry, their voices intermittently reaching Lu Bo's ears. Mingling with the sounds of rain and wind. One man, visibly intoxicated, was vehemently chastising a woman, who stood with her head bowed, hands clasped tightly together. exuding an air of helplessness. Yes, not my fault. The child is hungry, she replied, her voice faint yet remarkably clear amidst the stillness of the rainy night. The man, evidently displeased with her explanation, slammed his hand on the table and thundered, "Hungry? Can't you feed them?" The woman quivered in fright, lifting her gaze to reveal glistening tears. Her voice choked as she stammered, "My milk has," at that moment. Another man jested, "Biaozi, don't blame her. I drank all her milk today." "Ha ha!" At this, the man named Biaozi relented. Seeing this, the woman appeared to find some relief and hastily exited the pavilion. "Ha ha!" As expected, a brother who... Biaozi's laughter echoed through the rainy night. "Sharp and cruel. Tonight you can call her to your room. You can have a taste too. Ha ha ha!" Another man chimed in, his voice laced with flippancy and malice. Biaozi turned to the one called Brother Hu and asked, "Is that permissible? What about these children? They'll starve without milk." "No problem. These children won't die of hunger. Soon they'll be sent away to be used as medicinal substitutes. Missing a meal is no great loss. And let me tell you, this wet nurse was abducted from Chuan City, from a wealthy family. She's a prime catch," Brother Hu replied, his expression lewd. "Ha ha, very well. I respect you. Brother Hu, Biaozi, work diligently. In the Ghost Shadow sect, rewards and punishments are clear. Stick with me, and you'll reap the benefits." This dialogue reverberated throughout the yard. The Ghost Shadow sect, that demonic cult? It's them again. They've committed all sorts of misdeeds. Lu Bo listened intently from outside, his heart swelling with rage and disgust. Seemed the entire village was in league with the Ghost Shadow sect, making sense of the previous oddities. And no wonder there were no elders or children in the village. And the number of women was scant. They were raising children as medicinal substitutes. With this realization, Lu Bo's fury ignited, wishing to exterminate these wretches immediately. Yet, pondering further, he questioned what would become of the children afterward. A comprehensive plan was necessary. Chapter 59. Encounter with the mad woman. Having grasped the situation, Lu Bo quietly departed. In one household alone, there were over a dozen children. With two households combined, there were at least 30 or 40 children. And this was merely one batch. Who knew how many children had been taken as medicinal substitutes? From now on, anyone associated with the Ghost Shadow sect would face lethal measures. Lu Bo resolved firmly and began his retreat, intending to return to Xiaoyao Valley to devise a strategy. The rain continued to patter down, and it was already past midnight. The night cloaked in darkness and chill. Lu Bo made his slow return, the raindrops striking him with a sense of coldness and desolation. The lights in the village chief's home still glimmered, prompting Lu Bo to investigate further. Having spent a night there before, he was somewhat familiar with the layout of the chief's residence. Cautiously, Lu Bo approached the village chief's home, pressing against the window to peer inside. He saw the village chief and several unfamiliar faces seated together, their expressions enigmatic as though deliberating something of great significance. "Huagu, the accounts have been meticulously organized. This year's income and expenditure details, along with the relevant personnel list, are all recorded. Please have a look." A villager respectfully presented the ledger to Chu Yuehua. After receiving the ledger, Chu Yuehua examined it thoroughly. Once finished, he nodded in satisfaction and said gravely, "Very well. I have always trusted you with these matters. The two elders are still in Chuan City attending to some affairs and will not return for a while. During this period, we must exercise utmost caution and refrain from acting rashly. Pass the word down. Everyone must keep a low profile until the elders return. No one is to leave the village. And we must closely monitor any outsiders, avoiding trouble at all costs." After a few nods of agreement, the group dispersed as instructed. Chu Yuehua then returned to his room, walking to an inconspicuous corner where he opened a hidden compartment designed specifically for storing important documents and items. He carefully placed the ledger inside, ensuring it remained concealed from prying eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Bo had witnessed every moment. After securing the ledger, Chu Yuehua gently closed the compartment and began to pace back and forth in front of the table. As if deep in thought, Lu Bo, standing by the window, was also contemplating, having gleaned a general understanding of the situation's origins. Now he needed to figure out how to bypass the dogs at the village entrance. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed someone behind him. Alarmed, he turned swiftly, only to find a woman standing at a distance, her gaze complex as she regarded him. This was the mad woman who had previously attacked Lu Bo. He had not anticipated that someone could approach him so silently, unless she had been lurking there all along. The woman did not scream but merely stared directly at Lu Bo, seemingly shackled by iron chains. Suddenly, she erupted into a fit of laughter, only to be followed by tears streaming down her face. This left Lu Bo feeling a chill run down his spine. Had he been discovered? Are you here to help me? Will you help me find my children? She implored in rapid succession, leaving Lu Bo utterly bewildered. Was he discovered? Should he flee? Ha ha, none of you will help me. You are all bad people, the mad woman shrieked, tugging desperately at the chains. Return my children, my children. Her heart-wrenching cries echoed painfully. In a moment of inspiration, Lu Bo swiftly directed a strike, causing a crack to break in the chains with a resounding pop, after which he vanished into the night. The woman freed herself and bolted into the village, crying out loudly. The dogs of Wangwang village erupted into chaos. Hidden in the shadows, Lu Bo had just plotted his escape when he saw the village chief, Chu Yuehua, rush out, swiftly knocking the woman unconscious before carrying her back into the courtyard. The dogs of Wangwang village continued their frenzied barking, their cacophony piercing through the rainy night, as if no one in the village found the woman's madness surprising. No one emerged to investigate as the dogs barked wildly. Lu Bo moved swiftly through the rain, darting out of the village, disappearing into the vast, drenching downpour. Chu Yuehua cradled the woman, his eyes vacant, gently smoothing her hair as silent tears flowed down his cheeks. An hour later, Lu Bo returned to the inn, changed his clothes, and lay on his bed, reflecting on the events of the night, while holding a booklet he had swiftly retrieved from the village chief's room during his absence. As he gazed at the booklet, he pondered his next course of action. Perhaps he should report to the authorities in Chuan City tomorrow, but how could he extricate himself from this predicament? I found it on the road. What if the officials apprehended him first? Tossing and turning in bed, Lu Bo lamented his lack of connections and resources. In a critical moment, he had no one to turn to. Just then, he remembered old Wang. His connections were quite robust, weren't they? Tomorrow, he would seek him out and claim a friend had stumbled upon this important booklet on the road and asked to see it. With a plan in mind, Lu Bo gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, as dawn broke, the air was particularly fresh after a night of rain, as if the entire world had been cleansed. Dewdrops clung to the leaves, sparkling in the morning light like countless tiny jewels. A gentle breeze caressed the air, bringing with it a refreshing scent of moist earth intermingled with a faint floral aroma, which uplifted one's spirits. The number of pedestrians on the street gradually increased. Some hurried towards their destinations, while others leisurely strolled, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Occasionally, a melodious bird song pierced the morning silence, prompting one to glance skyward. Young master, it's time to rise and have breakfast. In the morning, Sheer dutifully commenced her daily routine, calling Lu Bo to awaken with the precision of a well-tuned instrument. Lu Bo, still in a daze, opened his eyes and beheld Sheer standing by the bedside, a hint of helplessness playing upon his lips. Rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn, he slowly propped himself up in bed. Sleeping in was a habit Lu Bo had long embraced. Once they had finished preparing, the group set forth towards the picturesque Xiaoyao Valley. Chapter 60. Arrival at Xiaoyao Valley. The journey from Xiaoyao Town to Xiaoyao Valley was not extensive. After walking for a while, Lu Bo and his companions reached the imposing entrance of Xiaoyao Valley. The grand gate loomed majestically, flanked by imposing stone lions that appeared to guard this enigmatic vale. Lu Bo looked up to see the valley enveloped in swirling mists, resembling a celestial paradise. At the entrance of Xiaoyao Valley, disciples stood sentinel, while several others practiced their swordsmanship in the open space before the gate. Though their techniques were graceful and elegant, to Lu Bo's discerning eye, they seemed overly ostentatious, lacking the incisive edge of practical combat. Standing before the gate, Lu Bo faced two winding paths. One led directly to the mountain summit. Shrouded in mist, the other twisted downward, where the sounds of lively chatter suggested a bustling scene. Lu Bo was utterly unaware of the internal processes and regulations of the Xiaoyao sect. He understood that to intrude upon an unfamiliar sect without due caution could not only offend others, but also embroil him in unnecessary troubles. To ensure a smooth endeavor, he decided to send the astute Yushan to scout ahead. Yushan promptly took his leave and returned shortly, brimming with excitement. "Young master, I have gathered some intelligence." Lu Bo gestured for Yushan to speak at a measured pace, urging him not to rush. After a sip of water to steady his breath, Yushan continued. The path leading directly to the Xiaoyao sect is this very mountain road before us. If we continue along it upward, we shall arrive at the summit, where the main hall, training grounds, and the disciples' quarters of the sect are situated. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Bo inquired further, and what of the other path? Where does it lead? Yushan replied, the other path descends to the hot springs at the foot of the mountain. It is said that the quality of the spring water is exceptional, possessing healing properties. Moreover, this hot spring is open to the public free of charge, attracting many visitors. That explains the throngs of people there. Yet, as old Wang mentioned last time, he spoke of a sanctuary for healing, perhaps the volcanic site atop the mountain. Let us proceed to inquire. Lu Bo mused contemplatively. The group made their way towards the mountain gate. However, as they approached, a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect obstructed their path. Though appearing youthful, the disciples exuded a piercing intensity and commanding presence. What brings you here? The Xiaoyao sect is not to be entered lightly, one disciple asked haughtily. Lu Bo replied respectfully, I am Lu Bo, here to seek someone. A relative of mine mentioned they had come here for healing some time ago. Healing? The disciple scoffed. Do you presume the Xiaoyao sect is a place for anyone to wander in freely? He scrutinized Lu Bo and his companions, noting Lu Bo's elegant white attire, which conveyed a refined demeanor. Ning's striking features radiated an aura of nobility. Yushan stood tall and imposing, and though the maid donned simple garb, her poise hinted at considerable cleverness. The disciple pondered, recognizing that these four individuals, distinguished by their attire and bearing, might possess some noteworthy background. Consequently, his demeanor softened slightly, though a hint of arrogance lingered in his tone. Which sect do you hail from? Who is the person you seek? I might inquire on your behalf. We are merely merchants from Yuqing, in search of someone named Wang Outyan, Lu Bo articulated courteously. Upon hearing this, the disciple chuckled, for being without a sect implied they were likely of no significance, and that the Xiaoyao sect was not a place for just anyone. Wang Outyan? I haven't heard of him. You must have come to the wrong place. If you seek someone, go down to the hot springs. Lu Bo felt a pang of anxiety at the disciple's words, but maintained a calm smile. Why, good fellow, our elder truly is within your mountain. I kindly ask for your assistance in inquiring about them. He gestured to Yushan to produce some silver, understanding that in the world of martial arts, relationships and favors held more weight than mere violence. The disciple accepted the silver, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he swiftly tucked the coins into his pocket. Very well, given your earnestness, I shall make an inquiry. Did your elders specify where they were healing? He asked. Previously, they mentioned a natural cave within your volcanic region, claiming it to be a sanctuary for healing, Lu Bo replied with a polite smile. Upon hearing about the volcanic cave, the disciple's eyes widened in surprise. Realization struck him. Wasn't it that the infamous Heart of Flames? A place accessible only to those of considerable stature. Swallowing hard, he discreetly returned the silver to Lu Bo. My apologies, I was jesting earlier. Please do not take offense, I shall inquire immediately. Wait here a moment. With that, he dashed back towards the sect. Lu Bo gazed at the returned silver in his hand, then at the disciple's hasty retreat. Utterly bewildered, he contemplated why the disciple's attitude had shifted so dramatically. Had he inadvertently touched upon something sensitive regarding the volcanic cave? Turning to his companions, he noticed they too bore expressions of confusion, equally perplexed by the sudden change in circumstances. Let us remain here for a while and see what the disciple returns with, Lu Bo advised Yushan and the others. Before long, the male disciple returned, accompanied by a female disciple. The woman wore a pale blue gown that swayed gently, akin to rippling water. Her features were striking, radiating a blend of vigor and feminine grace. Her long hair was elegantly pinned with a simple jade hairpin, adding a touch of dignity to her demeanor. Her bright, profound eyes seemed capable of discerning the depths of one's soul. Senior sister, these are the four individuals, the male disciple announced. The woman approached Lu Bo and his companions, offering a slight nod as a greeting. Then, with a voice as clear and melodious as a mountain spring, she inquired, I am Lung Bingning, a direct disciple of the sect master. I have heard you are here to find someone. Are you certain the individual you seek is healing in the volcanic cave? Lu Bo, momentarily taken aback by her ethereal presence, quickly regained his composure. This woman possessed an aura of serene elegance. captivating in her beauty. Shaking off his fleeting thoughts, he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they are in the volcanic cave. Noticing Lu Bo's unwavering gaze, Lung Bingning furrowed her brow slightly, though she remained composed. Then please, follow me. Chapter 61. Lung Bingning. Lu Bo and his companions followed Lung Bingning into the Xiaoyao sect. Marking Lu Bo's first genuine foray into a martial arts sect, his heart brimming with curiosity and wonder, he surveyed his surroundings, eager to absorb every detail of this new environment. The architecture of the Xiaoyao sect was both ancient and elegant. Harmoniously scattered across the mountainside, a winding path of blue stones meandered through, leading to various courtyards and halls. Along the way, Lu Bo observed numerous disciples practicing their martial skills, their movements agile and fluid, superior to those he had seen at the gate. Lung Bingning guided them through a bamboo grove, arriving at a spacious courtyard that appeared to be the living quarters of the disciples. Rows of houses stood in meticulous alignment, each adorned with vibrant flowers, exuding a sense of vitality. Lu Bo found himself yearning for the life at the Xiaoyao sect, envisioning the camaraderie and growth he would experience while training alongside fellow disciples. Subsequently, they reached the training grounds, an expansive area encircled by spectator stands, with multiple dueling platforms at its center. Lu Bo witnessed numerous disciples engaging in friendly contests, their figures dancing under the sunlight, swords glinting, and an air of exuberance enveloping the space. In addition to the training grounds and living quarters, the Xiaoyao sect boasted a library and an herb garden, among other facilities. The library housed an array of martial arts manuals and texts, serving as a vital resource for disciples seeking to enhance their skills and knowledge. The herb garden cultivated rare medicinal plants, essential for concocting elixirs to aid in their cultivation. Throughout their journey, Lung Bingning observed Lu Bo and his companions, who seemed captivated by their surroundings, occasionally admiring the flora or commenting on the distant structures. She even noted their remarks about the fish in the lake. Intrigued by the identities of these four individuals, surely they are not mere wanderers of the martial world. May I inquire how you are addressed? Lung Bingning initiated the conversation. I am Lu Bo, he replied, offering a slight bow as a gesture of respect. In truth, he had long harbored a deep curiosity about this esteemed senior disciple, yet her aloof demeanor made him hesitant to intrude upon her space. Now that Lung Bingning had taken the initiative to speak, Lu Bo felt a flicker of joy within him. Young Master Lu, she acknowledged with a nod before inquiring, from whence do you hail? Which sect do you follow? We come from Yuqing, the Lu family, with no sect affiliation. We engage in the trade of silk and porcelain. Might Miss Lung have an interest in silk? Lu Bo replied. Lung Bingning paused, realizing they were not martial artists, and responded dismissively. Ah, so you are from the Lu family of Unit IT. Is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Although she possessed little knowledge about the Lu family, she responded out of politeness. She was not particularly captivated by worldly affairs, let alone trivial matters such as silk. After traversing a winding mountain path for some time, Lu Bo found himself led by Lung Bingning to a pavilion atop the mountain. As they moved through the intricate corridors, they arrived at the entrance of the pavilion. Lung Bingning gently pushed open the wooden door, and a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted through the air. Following her inside, Lu Bo observed the room, which was adorned with simplicity and elegance. Neat wooden tables arranged meticulously, and several paintings gracing the walls, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. This shall be your residence, Lung Bingning indicated toward an unoccupied wooden table. You may settle here for the time being. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. However, you must refrain from wandering about as you are here in search of someone. I must report to my master. Lu Bo regarded the high-end accommodation with a sense of unease. Was Old Wang's influence truly this grand? It appeared as though they had entered the very heart of the Xiaoyao sect, where one could observe its entirety at a glance. Miss Lung, this seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Would it not be too much trouble for your master? All you need do is guide us to Old Wang, Wang Outyin, or simply inform him of our visit. There is no need for such fuss. Lu Bo spoke earnestly to Lung Bingning. A hint of confusion crossed her features as she regarded Lu Bo, sensing he was not jesting. Are you aware of the natural cave within the volcano? Lu Bo mirrored her confusion. Isn't that your sacred ground for healing? Indeed, it is a sanctuary for healing, but we refer to it as the Heart of Flame, a forbidden zone of the Xiaoyao sect. Inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Entry requires the master's approval, and the dangers within are not to be taken lightly. The lava and fire toxins can lead to dire consequences with the slightest misstep. Few can endure within its confines. Those who enter face only two outcomes. They either emerge alive or perish inside. To my knowledge, out of 10 who enter, it is fortunate if even half return. Hearing this, Lu Bo felt a tightening in his chest. Old Wang, that deceiver, had claimed it was safe. Yet, a 50% survival rate was akin to a death sentence. Miss Long, I had no idea the Heart of Flame was so perilous. Is there a way to halt this? I could simply enter and retrieve Old Wang myself, Lu Bo exclaimed, caught in a whirlwind of anxiety. Those who enter the Heart of Flame must await their own emergence. Any forceful interference could lead to madness and instant death, Long Bingning clarified. What? Does that mean we cannot assist Old Wang at all? Lu Bo's heart raced with urgency. He feared for Old Wang's safety within the Heart of Flame, yet felt utterly powerless. What can we do? After a moment's contemplation, Long Bingning replied, we must wait. It could be as short as 3 months or as long as 1 or 2 years, depending on individual fortune. If 2 years pass without his return, there is no need to linger. 2 years? The weight of her words settled heavily on Lu Bo. I beg your pardon, Miss Long, he said, clasping his hands in gratitude for her assistance. Long Bingning inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement before turning to leave. As Lu Bo watched her retreating figure, he felt a sense of urgency, yet understood that impatience would not resolve the matter. Old Wang was currently undergoing a trial of life and death within the Heart of Flame, and only his own will and strength could see him through. Taking a deep breath, Lu Bo endeavored to quell his inner turmoil. He turned to Yushan beside him and instructed, Yushan, please inquire if the Xiaoyao sect has any wooden fish available for sale. From today onward, you all must strike the wooden fish daily to accumulate merit. It seems our past lack of merit has brought us misfortune. Thus, we shall strike the wooden fish here in the Xiaoyao sect to pray for Old Wang's safety. Additionally, procure 2 wooden fish for Aining. As Old Wang's senior disciple, she must strike 2 at once. Wai Yushan nodded in agreement and promptly set off to fulfill his task. In the days that followed, Lu Bo resolved to temporarily reside within the Xiaoyao sect. Awaiting Old Wang's return. Chapter 62. An initial exploration of the Xiaoyao sect within the Heart of Flame. Wang Outyin, the steward, sat cross-legged, his eyes closed, his aura repressed, as though he had merged with the very essence of the universe. Surrounding him were surging lava and rising heat, the fire toxins saturating the air, seemingly poised to consume all living beings. The air was thick with a unique energy field formed by the intertwining of fire toxins and the elemental essence of the world. Wang Outyin silently recited incantations, channeling the energy within him to harmonize with the surrounding elemental forces. Gradually, his consciousness immersed itself in this energy field, as if entering a mysterious realm. As time passed, Wang Outyin began to feel the elemental essence of the world within the lava flowing into his body like an unending stream. This essence coursed through his meridians, cleansing his limbs and bones, as though forging his body into an invincible weapon. However, this process was not without its challenges. The fire toxins from the lava began to infiltrate Wang Outyin's body, aiming to disrupt his meridians and internal organs. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he summoned his inner energy to fiercely combat the toxins. Each confrontation felt like a life-and-death struggle. Wang Outyin's body felt as though it were being torn apart, pain radiating throughout him. Yet, he did not relent. Instead, he practiced with even greater determination. He understood that only through such trials could he eradicate his latent afflictions, transcend his limits, and reach a higher realm of martial prowess. This process demanded repeated efforts daily. Only those with unwavering resolve could withstand its rigors. At this moment, Wang Outyin remained oblivious to Lu Bo's presence awaiting him outside, in the pavilion atop the mountain. An unusual scene unfolded before Lu Bo's eyes. 4 individuals surrounded 5 wooden fish. Dong dong dong. The rhythmic sound of the wooden fish echoed throughout the pavilion. Lu Bo paused his actions, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the wooden fish before him. Very well, we shall conclude today's merit here. Sierra looked at Lu Bo, her brow furrowed as she muttered, Young master, is this truly effective? Simply striking the wooden fish each day. Can we genuinely accumulate merit this way? Lu Bo turned to her, a smile illuminating his face. Sincerity begets efficacy. Before long, Lu Bo found himself seated in the pavilion, gazing out the window while sipping tea. Young master, as you predicted, we are indeed being monitored. Aside from this pavilion, we are restricted from wandering elsewhere. Should we require anything, we may address it to the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, Yushan remarked. Upon entering this pavilion, I sensed the situation. That Miss Long is quite astute. She is likely verifying our identities. Once confirmed, there should be no further issues. For the next few days, refrain from causing trouble. Focus on your training. After all, this is a prestigious sect. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Make the most of this opportunity. Aining, you are still at the fourth realm. When Old Wang emerges, how will you face him if he sees your meager progress? Lu Bo chided. His admonition left Yushan and Aining speechless, while Sierra alone dared to retort. However, she recognized that Lu Bo was chastising Aining, her younger brother, who indeed required guidance. She knew her words would likely go in one ear and out the other. The young master speaks true. You two ought to get to training, Sierra asserted. Wielding her authority, on another mountain peak, the senior sister addressed her disciples. After our investigation, we have confirmed that this young Master Lu is indeed of the Lu family from Yuqing. The disciple replied respectfully, a hint of gravity in his demeanor. Long Bingming nodded, indicating her understanding. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if in contemplation. Have we also clarified the matter regarding the Heart of Flame? The senior sister inquired. The disciple responded, we have gathered some information about the Heart of Flame. A few months ago, a person did indeed enter, and it was our master who personally escorted them inside. As for the individual's specific identity, we did not inquire further. Very well, I see. Since this young Master Lu is a distinguished guest, we must extend him our utmost hospitality. Whatever he requires, we shall provide, ensuring he does not feel that our Xiaoyao sect is lacking in courtesy. The disciple nodded in agreement, affirming he would follow the senior sister's instructions. Additionally, withdraw the surveillance. Since his identity has been confirmed, there is no need for continued observation. Our Xiaoyao sect is a reputable establishment. We should treat our guests with sincerity. The disciple nodded once more, indicating that he would promptly convey the orders of the senior sister. After he departed, Long Bingming stood by the window, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. Ever since Master Xiaoyozi had ventured to Chuan City to confront the Ghost Shadow sect, the myriad affairs of the Xiaoyao sect had fallen squarely upon her shoulders. As the senior sister of the Xiaoyao sect, she was acutely aware of the weighty responsibility she bore. Consequently, she approached every matter with utmost caution, fearful of any misstep. She couldn't help but wonder how Master was faring. Alas, I am of little assistance here, she murmured, a hint of concern shadowing her brow. As night fell, the moonlight, like liquid silver, enveloped the courtyard. Lu Bo, as was his custom, began his daily ritual of soaking in the bath. As the herbal concoction enveloped him, the weariness that had pervaded his body gradually dissipated. He inhaled deeply and immersed his mind into the intricacies of the swordplay. Amidst the steam rising from the hot water, his thoughts seemed to sharpen, and every nuance of the sword technique crystallized vividly in his mind. With the passage of time, Lu Bo felt his comprehension of Sword 9 deepening. He sensed the rhythm and cadence embedded within the swordplay. Each swing of the sword seemed to harmonize with the breath of the universe. It was unclear how long he had been absorbed in this endeavor when he finally opened his eyes. A bright gleam illuminating them, he felt he had achieved a new breakthrough in his swordsmanship, and his heart brimmed with joy. Rising to his feet, he donned his garments and stepped out of the bath. The moonlight cascaded upon him, accentuating his tall silhouette. As his mastery of Sword 9 grew increasingly profound, Lu Bo's mental state underwent a remarkable transformation. No longer did he feel drained of spiritual energy upon executing Sword 9, leading to a day filled with lethargy. Now, he could deftly wield this profound technique and had gradually discovered the secret to sustaining his mental energy during its application. Shall I venture out for a stroll? He pondered, standing before the window and gazing at the hazy moonlight, a surge of adventurous impulse igniting within him. After some contemplation, Lu Bo ultimately decided to don his night attire, embodying the spirit of the peach blossom immortal, and stepped outside for a wander. There were places he had yet to observe properly during the day. The great sect was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. With curiosity guiding him, he slipped out into the moonlight. Chapter 63. The Xiaoyao order alone in the courtyard. Long Bingming stood as the moonlight bathed her in a silvery glow. Holding her sword, she stood tall as a pine tree, inhaling deeply before slowly raising her blade. With her movements, the sword traced elegant arcs in the air, as if inscribing a unique rhythm. Her swordplay was sharp and precise, each motion imbued with power and grace. At times, she swung her sword like the wind, the tip carving lightning-like trajectories in the air, as if to rend the night sky. At other times, she delicately flicked the blade, its edge shimmering coldly under the moonlight, resembling a silver dragon soaring through the heavens. Suddenly, she uttered a clear shout, propelling herself forward with great force, her sword thrusting fiercely into the air before her. This strike was like a bamboo splitting, imbued with a fierce sword energy that seemed capable of piercing through all obstacles. Immediately thereafter, she swiftly pivoted, her sword tracing a perfect arc before crashing down with tremendous force. This blow was akin to a mountain collapsing, wielding boundless might, as if it could topple any foe. Throughout her practice, Long Bingning's form moved with the fluidity of her sword's momentum. She occasionally leapt, her sword carving beautiful arcs in the air, as if dancing with the moonlight. At other times, she bent low, the sword tip grazing the ground, like a nimble dragon weaving through the grass. Her movements were smooth and natural, as if she were engaged in a duet with her sword, co-creating a mesmerizing dance of blades. In the moonlight, Long Bingning appeared to merge with the cosmos, her swordplay resonating harmoniously with the whispering winds, creating a tableau of tranquility. Her heart was as calm as water, guided solely by the sword in her hand. She seemed to enter a state of transcendence, wholly absorbed in her practice. As the swordplay evolved, her movements became increasingly intricate. At times, she crossed the sword over her chest, using the blade to deflect incoming attacks. At other moments, she held the sword inverted, striking at her opponent's vulnerabilities with the hilt. Her swordplay was elusive and unpredictable, defying comprehension. In Long Bingning's graceful movements, the sword seemed to become an extension of her being, dancing in sync with her intentions. Her technique varied from gentle as water to fierce as fire, swift as the wind yet steady as a mountain. Each action was filled with strength and beauty, as if she were inscribing her beliefs and resolve with the tip of her sword. As her practice concluded, Long Bingning sheathed her sword and gently brushed off the dust from her sleeves. A satisfied smile graced her lips, as if she were content with her recent performance. Applause suddenly erupted, and Long Bingning immediately sheathed her sword, turning to see a figure clad in black standing a short distance away. The applause emanating from his hands, startled, Long Bingning realized she had not sensed anyone approaching. The agility of this black-clad individual was evidently extraordinary. Warily, she watched him, her grip tightening around the hilt of her sword, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The figure in black approached slowly, commenting, "Your swordplay is commendable, yet it is excessively focused on the perfection of techniques and forms, neglecting the practicality and fluidity of the art." In a sudden burst, she unsheathed her sword, dashing toward the black figure. As the sword gleamed, she launched a series of fierce attacks. The black-clad man seemed to have anticipated her moves. He skillfully evaded her strikes while deftly seizing a nearby iron sword. Engaging in a duel with Long Bingning, their swords clashed, producing a symphony of metallic sounds. Long Bingning's technique was sharp and precise, yet the black figure's style was far more versatile and unpredictable, making it difficult for her to anticipate his next move. A sense of alarm washed over Long Bingning as she realized she could not decipher the black figure's swordplay. His technique appeared to lack a fixed pattern, adapting fluidly to her attacks and his own condition, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. After several exchanges, Long Bingning began to feel the strain. She discovered that the black figure's technique was not only exquisite but also adaptable to the situation, rendering her own skills less effective than she had anticipated. She had believed her swordsmanship to be nearly flawless, yet now, facing the black figure, she recognized her many shortcomings. The black figure was Lu Bo, who had stumbled upon this mountain while idly wandering. Hearing the sound of swordplay, he was drawn by curiosity, only to find Long Bingning practicing her technique. While he could not comment on everything, Lu Bo certainly had a say regarding swords. Having mentally derived the fundamentals of swordplay countless times, he could gauge a person's prowess merely by watching them wield a sword. Observing Long Bingning's skill, although intricate, he noted it was overly singular, too fixated on the perfection of forms and techniques. Most importantly, Her swordplay was too impetuous. True swordsmanship embodies the unity of heart and blade. A tranquil and stable mindset is crucial for the execution of swordplay. It was essential for her to cultivate her mental composure, maintaining inner peace and stability to fully unleash the sword's potential. Only then could she continuously surpass herself and reach greater heights in her sword practice. Thus, from his perspective, Lu Bo intended to offer guidance. As time passed, Long Bingning's movements began to grow erratic, her swordplay losing its former sharpness and precision. Conversely, Lu Bo became increasingly emboldened, his technique growing more refined and his assaults more ferocious. Ultimately, during a fierce exchange, Lu Bo skillfully disarmed Long Bingning, leaving her in shock as she stared at the empty hilt in her hand, unable to accept the reality of her defeat. She had never imagined she would fall so easily to Lu Bo. Swordplay is the union of heart and blade. Your sword lacks purity and is too hasty. This admonition jolted Long Bingning from her stunned state. Regaining her composure, she fixed her gaze on the black-clad figure. Recognizing his formidable skill, uncertain whether he was friend or foe, she realized that most of Xiaoyao sect's experts had departed for Chuan City, and should he prove to be an enemy, the Xiaoyao sect might suffer significant losses. At that moment, several disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, having heard the sounds of combat, rushed to the scene, witnessing their senior sister being overwhelmed. They quickly encircled Lu Bo cautiously. Long Bingning inquired, "Might I ask who you are and what brings you here?" Though she endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, her heart brimmed with tension and wariness. She scrutinized the black figure, attempting to glean any clues from his reaction. Just as she finished speaking, several disciples sprang into action. Swiftly forming a formation, their weapons gleaming ominously, clearly intent on attacking the black figure. Suddenly, Long Bingning shouted, "Halt!" Her voice carried an undeniable authority, causing the disciples to freeze mid-motion, confusion evident on their faces. "Stand down," Long Bingning commanded. Yes, the disciples complied, albeit still keeping their eyes fixed on the black figure. Long Bingning addressed the black-clad man, "Senior, please follow me." The significant turn of events arose when Lu Bo raised a token towards Long Bingning, a carefree decree previously bestowed upon him by Xuanji Daoist. With a spirit of experimentation, Lu Bo thought to flee should it prove ineffective. However, to his surprise, the decree was indeed quite potent. In Chapter 64. Under the Pear Blossom Valley, the Pear Blossom hero, Long Bingning inquired, "How shall I address you, esteemed senior?" "Oh, there is no need for such formalities. I am merely the Pear Blossom hero from the Pear Blossom Valley." Lu Bo replied. "The Pear Blossom Valley?" Long Bingning echoed, her brow furrowed in confusion, for she had never heard of such a place. "Indeed, the Pear Blossom Valley," Lu Bo confirmed with a nod. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for your guidance earlier." Long Bingning expressed her gratitude with a cupped fist gesture. "There is no need for such courtesy. I am but passing through and lent a helping hand." Lu Bo waved dismissively, indicating it was merely a trivial matter. Yet, Long Bingning insisted, "The kindness you have shown will not be forgotten. Might I inquire if you have urgent matters to attend to? I could perhaps offer my humble assistance." Though she had never heard of the Pear Blossom Valley, the decree Lu Bo possessed was undeniably authentic. Those who wielded it were invariably individuals of significant merit towards the Carefree sect. "To be frank, there are indeed matters I must address," Lu Bo stated, appreciating the ease of dealing with an astute individual who could grasp his needs with just a few words. "Feel free to speak. Whatever the Carefree sect can accomplish, I shall exert every effort," Long Bingning affirmed. "Oh, are you not curious about the origins of this token?" Lu Bo observed with an amused glint in his eyes. With utmost respect, Long Bingning replied, "This is the Carefree Decree. The Carefree sect recognizes the decree itself, not the bearer. Anyone who presents this token to the Carefree sect is guaranteed assistance in one matter, provided it does not harm the interests of the sect, without questioning the reasons behind it." Lu Bo suddenly realized the implications. Long Bingning, taken aback, pondered, could it be that this esteemed senior is unaware of such matters? This senior possesses considerable strength, akin to that of a master, likely at least a 7th realm expert. Surely, this token could not have been obtained through nefarious means. Lu Bo cut straight to the point, stating, "The situation is as follows. To the east of Carefree Town lies Rainbow Village, a stronghold of the demonic sect, Ghost Shadowgate, which abducts children to use as drug bait. I wonder what role your Carefree sect plays in this?" With such a stronghold so close, have you not investigated? Upon hearing Lu Bo's words, Long Bingning's expression grew grave. As a disciple of the Carefree sect, she had long been aware of the nefarious deeds of the Ghost Shadow Gate. Yet she had not anticipated their stronghold to be so near Carefree Town, nor that they would exploit children in such a manner. It was a profound violation of humanity and ethics, igniting her anger and sorrow. Currently, her master, Carefree Child, was engaged in conflict with the Ghost Shadow Gate in Chuan City, while the Ghost Shadow Gate evaded detection right under their noses. This news needed to be relayed to her master promptly. Esteemed senior, we were indeed unaware of the situation you described, Long Bingning candidly admitted. The Carefree sect has always adhered to the path of justice and abhors the malevolence of the demonic sect. If a stronghold exists nearby that we have overlooked, it would be a grave dereliction of our duty. Pausing for a moment, she continued, I shall immediately verify this and organize a team to Rainbow Village to uncover the truth. Should it indeed be a stronghold of the demonic sect, we shall eradicate this evil force and rescue those abducted children, restoring justice to them. Lu Bo regarded Long Bingning's resolute gaze, sensing her sincerity. He nodded and replied, there is no need. I have already conducted my investigation. It is undoubtedly the Ghost Shadow Gate stronghold. Here is a ledger for your perusal. Act swiftly. As his words fell, he slowly produced a weathered ledger from his garment. Its edges frayed, clearly aged. This ledger was obtained at great risk during his clandestine investigation in Rainbow Village. Each page chronicled heinous crimes, each figure representing the blood and tears of innocent children. Taking the ledger from Lu Bo, Long Bingning felt a surge of emotion. She was about to inquire further when she realized the figure before her had vanished without a trace. She surveyed her surroundings, finding the night shrouded in mist, the wind howling, as if all that had transpired was but a dream. Yet, the ledger in her hands served as a tangible reminder of the reality she had just witnessed. Cautiously, Long Bingning opened the ledger, meticulously reading each page. As she delved deeper, her expression grew increasingly grave, her eyes shimmering with fury and sorrow. Every record within the ledger pierced her heart like a cold blade. The innocent children, treated as mere bait by the Ghost Shadow Gate, found their lives rendered tragically cheap in the hands of the demonic sect. Behind each figure lay a heart-wrenching tale. Furiously, Long Bingning clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. The Ghost Shadow Gate is utterly vile and must be eradicated, she declared through gritted teeth. The following day, in the morning, it appeared as though the two rogues from the Ghost Shadow Gate had vanished into thin air. Not a trace of them to be found. They had surely fled upon hearing the news, Xuanji Daoist fumed, his countenance dark as though it could drip with water. He had spent the past few days tirelessly searching for the whereabouts of the Ghost Shadow Gate, hoping to locate the two miscreants. Beside him, Carefree Child could not help but sigh softly, patting Xuanji Daoist's shoulder in a gesture of consolation. We were indeed careless this time, allowing them the opportunity to escape. However, do not lose heart. We still have a chance. One thing puzzles me. How did they disappear without a trace? Could they possess some remarkable means to evade our pursuit? Xuanji Daoist frowned at this suggestion. Contemplating for a moment before responding, perhaps you are correct. They may possess techniques unknown to us. However, I am inclined to believe they received advance warning and left early. After all, we had not closely monitored their movements, and they could have easily observed us from the shadows and slipped away. Carefree Child nodded in agreement with Xuanji Daoist's assessment. At that moment, a disciple rushed in. Approaching Xuanji Daoist and Carefree Child, he bowed respectfully and said, Master, the junior disciple has arrived. He claims that senior sister has important news to share with you. Upon hearing this, Carefree Child furrowed his brow in concern and asked, Oh, has something transpired within the sect? He was well aware of Long Bingning's demeanor. As his most trusted disciple, she was usually composed and would not hastily bring trivial matters. The fact that a disciple had come specifically to relay this message indicated the gravity of the situation. Xuanji Daoist also wore a serious expression, nodding as he instructed the disciple, Quickly, lead us to her. With that, he and Carefree Child hurried after the disciple. At that moment, the junior disciple sat nearby, gulping down water. Clearly exhausted from a sleepless night, upon seeing Xuanji Daoist and Carefree Child arrive, he hastily set down his cup and stood, urgency etched on his face. Master, Uncle Xuanji, the junior disciple spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. Do not rush. Take your time, Carefree Child encouraged, gently patting the junior disciple's shoulder. Last night, an esteemed senior who identified himself as the Pear Blossom hero from Pear Blossom Valley approached senior sister, presenting her with a ledger, and informed her that to the east of Carefree Town lies Rainbow Village, a stronghold of the demonic sect, Ghost Shadow Gate. As he spoke, he retrieved the ledger. Carefree Child received the ledger and began to examine it closely. His brow furrowed, a look of gravity crossing his features. The Pear Blossom hero from Pear Blossom Valley? Xuanji, have you heard of this place? Carefree Child inquired, passing the ledger to Xuanji Daoist. Taking the ledger, Xuanji Daoist's brow knitted in concentration as he perused its contents. The name Pear Blossom Valley is indeed unfamiliar. I have never heard of such a place or sect, he remarked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Carefree Child nodded, agreeing with his assessment. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, perhaps it is a reclusive sect or a burgeoning force. Regardless, the appearance of this Pear Blossom hero in the ledger he provided offers us substantial aid. This esteemed senior possesses a carefree decree, the junior disciple interjected. The Peach Blossom Fairy? Carefree Child spoke first. His words, Xuanji Daoist nodded, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. It must be this individual. This esteemed senior is also a master swordsman, the junior disciple added. Then it must indeed be this person. He has rendered us invaluable assistance. We must strategize carefully. Perhaps these two elders are in Rainbow Village. Carefree Child exclaimed with excitement. In Chapter 65, Curved Moonlight, at this moment, Lu Bo remained unaware that his actions had significantly aided Xuanji Daoist, as he merely contemplated utilizing the Carefree sect to rescue the children. The Carefree sect, upon receiving this news, exhibited their decisive and efficient operational capabilities. Without hesitation, they contacted the renowned investigator Liao Chongqing, who was still in Chuan City, swiftly gathering a team to discuss strategies. They were acutely aware of the urgency of time and understood that swift action was imperative to ensure the safety of the children. After meticulous planning and strategizing, they resolved to directly mobilize and encircle Rainbow Village. This operation was intricately devised. Their objective was not only to successfully rescue the trapped children, but also to avoid any confrontation with the members of the Ghost Shadow sect, thereby preventing unnecessary casualties. Several skilled individuals disguised themselves as merchants, taking refuge in Rainbow Village under the pretense of seeking accommodation. Meanwhile, others stealthily approached the village, establishing a tight perimeter of vigilance around the slightest hint of disturbance. They would be poised to respond swiftly, ensuring the operation proceeded smoothly. That moment, the members of the Ghost Shadow sect within Rainbow Village remained blissfully unaware, convinced that their clandestine activities were sufficiently concealed. Not realizing that the Free and Easy sect and the renowned detective Liao Chongqing had already arrived unnoticed. Ultimately, the skilled individuals masquerading as merchants gained control of the situation, and others surged forward. Their teamwork was seamless, and their actions rapid, leaving the members of the Ghost Shadow sect unprepared. In the heat of the fierce battle, the resistance of the Ghost Shadow sect gradually waned, and they were ultimately subdued one by one. With the members of the Ghost Shadow sect subdued, the children within Rainbow Village were finally rescued. That moment, village chief Chu Yuehua knelt on the ground, tightly embracing a woman as silent tears streamed down his face. His heart was filled with boundless sorrow and helplessness, yet more so with a resigned tranquility. Chu Yuehua held her as if he wished to merge her into his very being, attempting to compensate for the debts and regrets accumulated over the years. In truth, he had already noticed the missing ledger that fateful night, and his heart sank heavily. However, he chose to remain silent, for he understood that all of this was destined to unfold. It was an inescapable fate. At this moment, he seemed to find solace, as if all burdens dissipated with the departure of the madwoman. Liao Chongqing stood before him, coldly scrutinizing the man before him. His gaze held little sympathy or pity, only a calm and discerning scrutiny. Xuanji Daoist and Free and Easy Master also regarded Chu Yuehua with icy eyes. Chu Yuehua took a deep breath and slowly spoke. I shall divulge whatever you wish to know. I have but one request, to be buried alongside her. Is that agreeable? Liao Chongqing remained silent for a moment, then glanced at Xuanji Daoist and Free and Easy Master before nodding. That is acceptable. I can authorize that. Upon hearing this, Chu Yuehua seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. He opened his eyes and looked at Liao Chongqing, his gaze revealing profound gratitude and relief. This place is the stronghold of the Ghost Shadow sect, specifically tasked with secretly abducting 3-year-old children in Chuan City. Every quarter, a dedicated caravan arrives to transport these children away, Chu Yuehua stated gloomily, his voice laced with deep resignation and regret. Liao Chongqing's heart jolted upon hearing this. His brow furrowing tightly, he had never imagined that this village harbored such profound evil, nor that these innocent children would become the sacrificial pawns in the crafting of malevolent elixirs. What do you intend to do with these children? Liao Chongqing's tone was tinged with anger and confusion. Chu Yuehua inhaled deeply, as if to draw in all the pain and guilt within him. He replied slowly. The Ghost Shadow sect uses the heart's blood of children under 3 years old as the catalyst for crafting the fiery elixir. Upon hearing this, Xuanji Daoist was particularly agitated. He had previously been captured by the leader of the Ghost Shadow sect and subjected to drug trials. The memories of those experiences now filled him with trepidation. Liao Chongqing's expression darkened instantly. He could scarcely fathom that such cruel methods were employed in the creation of elixirs. What exactly is the fiery elixir? Liao Chongqing inquired. Chu Yuehua shook his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. I do not know. I was only responsible for the capture and transport. The rest was handled by the members of the Ghost Shadow sect. After a moment of silence, Liao Chongqing raised his head, his eyes glimmering with determination. I will uncover the truth of this matter. I will ensure that those responsible pay the price. Chu Yuehua gazed at Liao Chongqing, his eyes reflecting gratitude and admiration. He knew that he had finally done something right, that he had finally acted for the sake of those innocent children. What else do you know? Liao Chongqing pressed on, his gaze sharp as a blade, as though he could penetrate Chu Yuehua's innermost secrets. Chu Yuehua took a deep breath, acutely aware that there was no turning back. He could only lay bare all that he knew. Trembling, he spoke. This time, the Ghost Shadow sect dispatched 2 elders, both high-ranking members of the sect, their powers unfathomable. Recently, they sent word for us not to act rashly, seemingly awaiting some significant opportunity. Xuanji Daoist and Free and Easy Master exchanged startled glances, undoubtedly referring to those 2 old scoundrels. Chapter 66. Chu Yuehua's past village chief Chu Yuehua, pierced by the icy sword of Xuanji Daoist, ultimately collapsed into the embrace of a woman, his gaze flickering as if reflecting upon the entirety of his life. Chu Yuehua was originally a hunter from a village, leading a simple and unadorned existence. One day, while hunting in the mountains, he encountered a wandering old man. The old man was ragged and haggard, clearly having roamed for quite some time. Moved by compassion, Chu Yuehua gifted the old man a mountain chicken he had just caught. The old man accepted the chicken, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in his eyes. He regarded Chu Yuehua, sensing the young man's kind heart, and thus initiated a conversation. As they spoke, the two gradually grew closer. During their casual discourse, the old man revealed his backstory to Chu Yuehua. He claimed to have once been a scion of a wealthy family, the second-born son with an elder brother. The brother was composed and steady, while he was spirited and lively. However, due to their differing temperaments, his father invested all resources in the elder brother, which fostered deep resentment within him. The old man's voice grew increasingly impassioned, revealing endless regret and unwillingness. He confessed that he possessed greater talent and should have received more attention and cultivation. But due to irreconcilable conflicts with his family, he had accidentally injured his brother and fled, becoming a wandering swordsman. Yet fate seemed unkind to him. During his wanderings, he was harmed by enemies for various reasons. His martial prowess rendered null. Thereafter, he became a complete invalid, forced to wander and scrape by Chu Yuehua felt deep sympathy for the old man's plight. The encounter between Chu Yuehua and the wandering old man not only kindled a profound friendship, but also marked a pivotal turning point in Chu Yuehua's life. Recognizing Chu Yuehua's kindness and exceptional potential, the old man decided to impart his martial skills to him. Chu Yuehua was immensely grateful, understanding that this was the old man's generous gift and a rare opportunity to change his destiny. Thus, Chu Yuehua embarked on a journey of martial training under the old man's guidance. He was diligent and unafraid of hardship, rising early to practice daily and continuing late into the night. The old man was highly satisfied with his progress and frequently praised his extraordinary talent, predicting that he would achieve great things in the future. 5 years swiftly passed, and Chu Yuehua's martial arts had significantly improved. Yet, just then, the old man succumbed to illness. Chu Yuehua was devastated. He had lost a mentor and a dear friend, as well as a cherished family member. Nevertheless, he knew that the old man wished for him to continue forward and to carry on the legacy of the martial arts he had learned. Ah, how one yearns to venture out into the world with newfound skills. He believed he had acquired sufficient mastery and deemed it time to explore the vibrant world beyond. Therefore, one clear morning, he bid farewell to the old man's grave and set forth on a journey into the outside world. The world outside was both foreign and alluring to Chu Yuehua. He beheld bustling towns, throngs of people, a dazzling array of goods, and a myriad of diverse individuals and events. All of this filled him with wonder and excitement, as if he had opened the door to an entirely new realm. In this unfamiliar world, Chu Yuehua unexpectedly encountered a woman. After navigating various obstacles, they found an undeniable connection and resolved to share their lives together. However, fate seemed not to favor this couple. The woman hailed from a prominent family that dismissed Chu Yuehua. A man of humble origins, her father vehemently opposed their union, employing various means to thwart their relationship. Faced with numerous obstacles, Chu Yuehua and the woman ultimately chose to elope. They returned to Chu Yuehua's former village, embarking on a simple yet tranquil life together. They supported one another, confronting the myriad challenges of life side by side. Soon after, they welcomed a delightful child, adding more joy and hope to their family. Yet fate appeared relentless in its pursuit of this couple. When their child reached the age of 8, he suddenly fell gravely ill. This news struck Chu Yuehua and his wife like a bolt from the blue. As they sought every possible remedy, sparing no expense to save their child's life. Countless doctors had declared the child beyond saving, and this pronouncement weighed heavily on Chu Yuehua and his wife's hearts. Plunging them into unprecedented despair as they gazed at their frail child lying on the sickbed, their hearts ached, yet they felt utterly powerless. Just as despair enveloped them, a mysterious figure appeared. He claimed he could save the child's life. But the condition was that Chu Yuehua must serve him. This revelation left both Chu Yuehua and his wife stunned, yet a flicker of hope ignited within them. They were acutely aware that this condition was undoubtedly a monumental sacrifice. Yet for the sake of their child's life, they were prepared to relinquish everything. After much contemplation, Chu Yuehua resolved to accept this condition. He communicated to the enigmatic figure that he was willing to do anything, as long as it meant saving his child. The mysterious figure nodded and took the child away. This figure was none other than the leader of the Ghost Shadow sect. Since Chu Yuehua and his wife had become accomplices of the Ghost Shadow sect, the tranquility of the village had been irrevocably shattered. The once harmonious villagers began to disappear one after another, and some even met with inexplicable deaths. These bizarre occurrences plunged the villagers into a state of terror, leading them to suspect that there might be a problem with the village's feng shui, prompting many to flee from this once familiar place. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Yuehua stealthily replaced the villagers with members of the Ghost Shadow sect. These individuals, outwardly indistinguishable from ordinary villagers, were in fact henchmen of the Ghost Shadow sect, secretly abducting children. However, just as Chu Yuehua believed everything was under his control, an unexpected turn of events occurred. His wife, the woman who had once fought alongside him, began to exhibit peculiar behavior. She murmured incessantly, her words laden with the guilt of their past misdeeds. Chu Yuehua understood that her descent into madness was fueled by guilt and pressure, compounded by her concern for their son's safety. Initially, he attempted to comfort her, assuring her that everything would be all right. He fabricated a tale that their son had been rescued, hoping to ease her troubled mind. Yet, his wife appeared unconvinced, insisting that their son's fate was uncertain, and began to question whether Chu Yuehua himself had betrayed her. Watching his wife grow increasingly haggard, Chu Yuehua was beset by helplessness and despair. He recognized that all of this turmoil was of his own making and his quest to save their son. He had forsaken his conscience and become an accomplice to the Ghost Shadow sect. Just as Chu Yuehua found himself mired in deep conflict and struggle, his wife's condition deteriorated precipitously. Her behavior became increasingly erratic. She not only attacked Chu Yuehua but also attempted suicide on multiple occasions. Faced with such a dire situation, Chu Yuehua felt utterly powerless. He was both heartbroken and helpless. For his wife's safety, he ultimately made the agonizing decision to confine her. He knew this would likely cause her even greater suffering, but he felt he had no other recourse. He could only hope that time would eventually soothe her troubled mind and allow her to regain her composure. However, whenever Chu Yuehua found himself alone, he would succumb to profound self-reproach and regret. He began to reflect on how he had arrived at this point. Was it truly for the sake of saving his son? For power? Or merely for survival? He realized he had lost his way, uncertain of what he was truly pursuing. Chu Yuehua began to reminisce about days gone by, when he and his wife, though impoverished, lived joyfully. They toiled together, cared for their son, and enjoyed a harmonious family life. But all of that was irretrievably lost. His wife's madness had left him numb. He had repeatedly sought permission from his superiors to visit his son, each request filled with anticipation and hope. At long last, after much effort, he received approval. 3 months ago, Chu Yuehua finally beheld his son. In that moment, he gazed from afar, his heart swelling with fulfillment and solace. Though they could not engage in close conversation, that single glance assured him of his son's existence and well-being. Just 2 days prior, Chu Yuehua discovered that a crucial document had gone missing, yet he found himself lacking the energy to pursue the matter further. Perhaps it was due to the exhaustion in his heart, or perhaps the uncertainty of the future, but he chose to sit quietly, sipping his drink. The mild intoxication of the alcohol temporarily dulled the pain and struggle of reality. He sat there, waiting for the arrival of redemption. In that moment, he finally felt liberated. His master was right. People, once endowed with a modicum of ability, yearn to venture into the world, yet is a simple, unadorned life not a form of happiness as well? Chu Hun, what troubles you, causing such unrest? I report to my master that I recently felt a sudden tremor in my heart, a sense of unease. Perhaps it is an old ailment resurfacing. I will adjust accordingly. Please rest assured, master. Hold steadfast to your true self. In this tumultuous world rife with temptations, it is all too easy for one to lose their essence. A voice, enigmatic and profound, echoed. Yes, master, Chu Hun has taken your teachings to heart. Chapter 67. Trapping the turtle in a jar. The affairs of Rainbow Village had finally reached a conclusion. Those captured were merely minions of the Ghost Shadow sect. Possessing limited knowledge, utterly oblivious to the sect's true secrets and core plans. Aside from matters concerning his son, Chu Yuehua divulged everything else to Liao Chongqing. With the involvement of official authorities, arrangements for the missing children were made effectively. I never anticipated that the Ghost Shadow sect could be so inhumane, using the blood of innocent children to concoct elixirs. Liao Chongqing exclaimed, his fury palpable. Xia Yozi, upon hearing this, solemnly nodded in agreement. Indeed? I, too, was taken aback. I never expected them to commit such acts beneath our very noses. These children, so innocent, have become mere sacrifices. Liao Chongqing turned to Xia Yozi, saying, we owe a debt of gratitude to you. Had it not been for your intelligence, we would have remained ignorant of the events transpiring here. Xia Yozi shook his head in response. This is actually unrelated to our Xiaoyao sect. The information was provided by Taohua sect's Taohua Fairy, who offered the critical clues. Liao Chongqing's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Taohua Fairy? I cannot believe it is he. Is he still in Chuan City? Xia Yozi replied. I am also uncertain why he appeared at the Xiaoyao sect and relayed messages to my eldest disciple. Perhaps he has been covertly monitoring the movements of the Ghost Shadow sect. Xuanji Daoist, growing impatient, interrupted Liao Chongqing and Xia Yozi's discussion. Enough of this for now. The pressing matter is to capture those 2 elders of the Ghost Shadow sect. It is remarkable that they have not yet left Chuan City. No wonder we have been unable to locate them. Liao Captain, what is your perspective? Can your office assist in identifying these 2 individuals? Xia Yozi inquired. Liao Chongqing furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. Xia Yozi, regarding the search for these 2 elders of the Ghost Shadow sect, it is indeed not appropriate for our office to intervene directly. Matters of the Jianghu are typically handled by the Jinyui, who possess specialized channels and methods for addressing such incidents. He paused before continuing. However, I can relay this situation to the Jinyui, urging them to heighten their scrutiny. Simultaneously, I will maintain close communication with them to see if there are areas where we might provide assistance. Xia Yozi nodded in understanding. Understood, Liao Captain. Since this falls within the Jinyui's jurisdiction, we shall await their updates. Meanwhile, we will continue our independent investigation, hoping to quickly uncover the whereabouts of these 2 elders. Xuanji Daoist exclaimed urgently, Then let us proceed to Chuan City to confront those two scoundrels. Xia Yozi nodded in agreement, turning to Liao Chongqing. Indeed, we must act swiftly. The movements of these two elders of the Ghost Shadow sect are shrouded in secrecy, and we must hasten to track their whereabouts. Otherwise, they may receive word and escape. Liao Captain, we take our leave. The two clasped their hands in farewell and departed. Liao Chongqing watched Xia Yozi and Xuanji Daoist vanish into the distance before turning back inside. Walking to the window and gazing out at the scenery, a surge of complex emotions swelling within him, he sighed deeply, his brow furrowed, as if contemplating some profound dilemma. I wonder what the court is thinking. Maintaining a permissive stance towards the Ghost Shadow sect's actions, he mused, his voice tinged with helplessness and bewilderment. Reflecting on the previous events that transpired near Yushan, Liao Chongqing felt a wave of confusion wash over him. That incident was also related to the Ghost Shadow sect, yet ultimately it was left unresolved, without a clear explanation. This led him to question whether there were undisclosed secrets lurking beneath the surface. Standing by the window, Liao Chongqing was consumed by anger at the Ghost Shadow sect's transgressions and perplexity over the court's leniency. He understood all too well that the Ghost Shadow sect, as a malevolent force, had long wreaked havoc in the Jianghu, and its elder figures were particularly cunning and elusive. Yet, time and again, the court seemed only to apprehend minor pawns, never truly striking at the masterminds behind the chaos. He recalled his past collaborations with the Jinyue, only to be further ensnared by doubt. The Jinyue, as the court's enforcers, wielded considerable power and means. Yet, why did they always seem overwhelmed when dealing with the Ghost Shadow sect? Unable to truly eradicate their threat, Liao Chongqing could not help but wonder if there was some hidden agenda at play. Perhaps there existed an undisclosed arrangement or collusion between the court and the Ghost Shadow sect? Or perhaps a more formidable force stood behind the Ghost Shadow sect, rendering the court hesitant to intervene. These questions swirled ceaselessly in Liao Chongqing's mind, leaving him increasingly agitated. I should formally inform the Jinyue of the situation, he resolved. Meanwhile, within the Songxing building, the lamps flickered, and the aroma of wine wafted through the air. Ming Ming and Bai Bai sat opposite each other, each holding a cup of fine wine, engaged in lively conversation. Relishing this rare moment of leisure, suddenly, a shadow darted past like a specter, moving with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible. In an instant, a note landed with the precision of a hidden weapon upon the table before the two individuals. Producing a faint sound akin to a clap, Ming Ming and Bai Bai were momentarily stunned by this unforeseen occurrence, their wine glasses nearly slipping from their grasp. They hastily set down their cups, casting wary glances around them, only to catch a fleeting shadow vanish into the night. Ming Ming swiftly seized the note from the table and unfolded it, revealing a hasty scrawl that seemed to have been penned in a rush. His brow furrowed in concentration as he scrutinized the contents, his expression growing increasingly grave. "What is it?" Bai Bai inquired, noticing the troubled look on Meng Ming's face. Without an immediate response, Ming Ming handed the note to Bai Bai. Upon reading it, Bai Bai's face mirrored Meng Ming's astonishment. Bai Bai's voice trembled slightly. The note ominously declared, "Rainbow Village has been exposed. Flee at once." Each word pierced their hearts like needles. Ming Ming inhaled deeply, crumpling the note into a ball before igniting it. Watching as it turned to ash, the two exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with confusion and concern. This sudden message had ensnared them in a quandary. Since they are already aware of Rainbow Village, there is no need for deception. Ming Ming spoke in a low voice, his tone calm yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Regardless of who has sent this warning, we must depart swiftly. Elder Bai nodded in agreement. Recognizing that this was not the time for hesitation, at that moment, a knock echoed at the door, instantly heightening their alertness. "Dear guests, it is I, Little Lu, bringing you new wine to sample," a familiar voice called from outside. Ming Elder donned a different expression, smiling as he opened the door. "Little Lu, come in, come in. Of course, we must taste the fine wine. Xuanji, please remain calm." Xia Yozi reassured the agitated Xuanji, his gaze steadfast and profound. "Our foremost task is to ensure we have sufficient personnel and promptly deploy them to guard each city gate. Since they have revealed their whereabouts, they cannot escape." He paused, continuing, "Moreover, I believe this is the moment they are most likely to lower their guard. It is the optimal opportunity for us to track their movements." "You are correct, Xia Yozi. I have been too impatient. This time, We must ensure these two do not slip away. Xuanji's voice regained its former composure and decisiveness. Chapter 68. They have escaped again in recent days. After some investigations, Xia Yozi and Daoist Xuanji finally discerned a clue that led them to a specific location. Chu Shenglu, based on the information they had gathered. It was likely that the two individuals were holed up there. As they gazed at the Chu Shenglu across the way, they reflected on the clues they had been piecing together. After meticulous deliberation and analysis of the information provided by Chu Yuehua before her demise, they had finally pinpointed Chu Shenglu as their destination. We must proceed with caution. The members of Guiying Men are cunning and unpredictable, and we cannot afford to be careless, Daoist Xuanji cautioned, turning to Xia Yozi with a furrowed brow. What news has come from Captain Liao? He has informed us that this is merely a matter of rivalry within the martial world. And the court will not intervene, Xia Yozi replied. Upon hearing this, Daoist Xuanji's frown deepened. Rivalry within the martial world. Over 100 children have perished, and they still consider this mere rivalry? Xia Yozi shook his head. Sighing, Captain Liao likely has his own struggles. We must rely on ourselves. Shortly thereafter, a disciple rushed in, breathless, to report to Xia Yozi and Daoist Xuanji. Master, we have, as per your instructions, discreetly inquired with the innkeeper about any individuals resembling the two elders of Guiying Men. The disciple spoke, urgency etched across his face. Xia Yozi and Daoist Xuanji exchanged glances, a flicker of anticipation crossing their eyes. They understood this was their only lead, one that might aid them in locating Ming Ming and Bai Bai. What did the innkeeper say? Daoist Xuanji asked eagerly. The disciple replied, the innkeeper mentioned that a few days ago, two individuals resembling the elders did indeed check into the inn, but 3 days prior. They requested that their room no longer be serviced and requested not to be disturbed. Daoist Xuanji's brow knitted in concern. This is bad. They have likely fled again. We must act immediately. We cannot allow them another chance to escape. Xia Yozi declared decisively die in the end. Xia Yozi and Daoist Xuanji burst into Ming Ming and Bai Bai's room, only to find it utterly vacant, clearly indicating that the two had already departed. At that moment, their eyes fell upon a note lying on the table. Xia Yozi stepped forward, picking up the note, which boldly proclaimed, the grievances of today shall be repaid in kind on the morrow. With a resounding clap, Daoist Xuanji slammed his hand against the table, splintering wood and causing the entire room to tremble. His visage darkened, eyes ablaze with fury, as if he would consume all in his path. Xia Yozi stood by, his brow furrowed. He was well aware of Daoist Xuanji's fiery temperament. Yet the intensity of his anger surpassed his expectations. He approached, gently placing a hand on Daoist Xuanji's shoulder in an attempt to soothe him. Xuanji, remain calm, Xia Yozi urged in a low tone. Anger will not resolve our predicament. It will only cloud our judgment. Daoist Xuanji fell into silence for a moment before nodding in agreement. He understood Xia Yozi's wisdom. Fury would not provide a solution. Taking a deep breath, Daoist Xuanji endeavored to quell his emotions. Though the fire in his eyes remained undiminished, he pointed at the note, his voice trembling. They have truly escaped us again. I comprehend your anger, Xuanji, Xia Yozi replied. I suspect someone has tipped them off. Otherwise, how could they have known 3 days in advance? Daoist Xuanji's eyes widened, a glimmer of cold realization flashing within. He fixed his gaze on Xia Yozi. Are you implying that someone has leaked information? Xia Yozi nodded gravely. Indeed, I suspect there is someone covertly aiding them. Otherwise, how could they have been aware of the news 3 days prior and fled? The two remained silent, seemingly arriving at the same conclusion. You mean, Daoist Xuanji began, his voice low, an alert glint in his eyes. Xia Yozi nodded, signaling him to keep the matter discreet, then lowered his voice. Sure, let us keep this between us. We must exercise utmost caution moving forward. Humph. Daoist Xuanji's expression darkened as he turned away, his hand waving dismissively. Third junior brother, how are the guests at the Listening Wind Pavilion? Have there been any disturbances? Lung Bingning inquired. Senior sister, rest assured. The 4 individuals have been quite orderly. They directly request anything they need and have caused no trouble. The third junior brother replied, a relaxed smile gracing his face. That is reassuring. As long as they adhere to the rules, we need not meddle unnecessarily, Lung Bingning affirmed, her tone calm and decisive. 2 of them appear to be bodyguards, each possessing roughly the strength of the 5th realm. They practice martial arts daily and sometimes come to our grounds to spar, requesting any necessary training resources without overstepping. However, their young master is rather peculiar. The third junior brother paused before continuing. Oh, how so? Lung Bingning asked, puzzled. His behavior is somewhat perplexing. For the past 3 days, he has slept until noon, then lounged on the loft in the afternoon to enjoy the scenery. In the evening, he insists that the 3 others join him in striking a wooden fish, claiming it accumulates merit. Furthermore, this man takes baths every night. The third junior brother elaborated. Oh, such a thing? Lung Bingning's brow furrowed slightly, curiosity bubbling within her. After pondering for a moment, she slowly remarked, everyone has their own habits and preferences. Perhaps this young master is simply unique. However, as long as they do not violate the sect's regulations, we need not interfere excessively. Very well, continue to monitor their movements and report to me immediately should any anomalies arise, Lung Bingning instructed. Yes, senior sister, the third junior brother respectfully acknowledged before turning to leave. Once the others departed, Lung Bingning settled at the table, her eyes narrowed in contemplation, a faintly inscrutable smile gracing her lips as she murmured to herself, how intriguing. Chapter 69. Old Wong has broken through in the heart of the blazing flame. As time progressed, Steward Wong's hidden afflictions gradually healed, yet the fire toxin within him still required expulsion. Steward Wong remained with closed eyes, fully immersing himself in the battle against the fire toxin. He summoned the immense energy within him, guiding it through his meridians, engaging in a fierce contest with the encroaching fire poison. The fire toxin was searing and violent, akin to a horde of frenzied beasts rampaging within Steward Wong's body. They sought to ravage his meridians, corrode his organs, and transform his body into a desolate wasteland.